Jiang Ning found herself transmigrated into a novel, taking on the role of a malicious supporting character who had been brutally stabbed to death for offending the female lead. On the very day of her arrival in this world, she took the initiative and buried the female protagonist. Subsequently, she joined the Lingyun Sect, ranked 18th across the continent, notorious for its lackadaisical attitude. Her foolishly naive senior brother, who was impoverished yet endearingly earnest, declared, "I may lack abilities, but should anyone dare to bully you, I shall smash their skull," as he brandished a colossal purple gold hammer. Meanwhile, her flamboyant and self-absorbed second senior brother, a drunken spendthrift, remarked, "Though you may not possess my looks, you are still presentable. Should you ever find yourself in need of treasures, feel free to approach your second brother." He casually tossed her a storage ring that would make anyone envious throughout the continent. The third senior brother, a mystic who reveled in transforming others into fools, intoned, "Umitba, dear junior sister, your aura is thick with malevolence. I shall seek rare resources to assist in purifying your spirit." The previously lackluster sect, motivated by their new junior sister, suddenly became ambitious, striving to provide her with the best. It wasn't until a day arrived when the demon clan, celestial realm, demonic faction, and Buddhist sect all came knocking that she realized her seemingly unreliable senior brothers were, in fact, formidable figures in their own right. However, second senior brother, what kind of gaze is that from my younger brother? Dig a hole, bury some soil, count to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a bizarre forest shrouded in mist. A blood-soaked girl in white cheerfully hummed a tune while vigorously using her blue glowing dagger to dig into the earth. She was thoroughly engrossed in her task. At her feet lay a woman, her tendons severed, staring in terror at the scene unfolding before her. "Jiang Ning, what are you doing?" "I am your sister." Listening to the erratic melody and catching glimpses of Jiang Ning's occasional smiles, an ominous premonition enveloped Jiang Yuan. Whether it was from fear or pain, she trembled uncontrollably. She could not believe that Jiang Ning, the so-called waste, would dare to truly harm her. "Jiang Ning, if you dare to hurt me, Father will not spare you." Seeing Jiang Ning ignore her, Jiang Yuan, filled with anger and humiliation, shouted, "Not spare her?" At the mention of those words, Jiang Ning paused her digging momentarily. Then, turning back with a fierce glare, she snapped, "What are you making a fuss about? I'm already digging the pit." Once the pit was ready, she would simply toss her in. Who would know that she was the one who killed her? Casually grabbing a handful of grass, she stuffed it into Jiang Yuan's mouth, and at last, the world fell silent. Jiang Ning resumed her digging. "Your own soil, your own ground. Whatever you plant will yield riches." Just an hour ago, Jiang Ning had succumbed to death from overexertion. Indeed, you read that correctly. A vibrant and promising contemporary university student, who had yet to become a pillar of the nation, met her end due to staying up late. Merely hearing this is enough to cause a heart attack. She could already envision what her so-called friends would inscribe on her tombstone: a remarkable figure, Zhang Lipu, destined to lack only the ability to stand out. The horizontal inscription would read sensational. The character she had become was the malicious supporting role from a cultivation novel she had been reading just before her demise. This supporting character, also named Jiang Ning, was the second daughter of the foremost cultivation family in the chilly kingdom of the Qingyuan continent. However, she was a genuine troublemaker. Unable to cultivate, the Jiang family indulged her excessively, to the point of boundless spoiling. Under the Jiang family's laxity, she had been raised to be willful, arrogant, and self-centered. Her days were spent either offending others or plotting to offend them. Over time, Jiang Ning's behavior grew increasingly unruly, earning her a notorious reputation as a femme fatale throughout the imperial capital. Whenever Jiang Ning stepped outside, the common folk would flee in terror as though faced with a calamity. She had an older sister, Jiang Yuan, who was the polar opposite of her. Unlike Jiang Ning, who was despised by all, Jiang Yuan was a paragon of genius, beauty, kindness, and grace, embodying the role of the virtuous female lead in the story. With Jiang Ning's contrasting demeanor, Jiang Yuan appeared to the outside world as a gifted, amiable, and approachable darling. She never favored her younger sister. Whenever Jiang Ning caused trouble, Jiang Yuan would promptly visit to apologize, regardless of whether Jiang Ning was truly at fault. Over time, the populace's admiration for Jiang Yuan grew, while disdain for Jiang Ning intensified. The words Jiang Ning heard most frequently throughout her life were Jiang Yuan's insincere smiles as she explained to others, "This matter is entirely my sister's fault. I apologize on her behalf." Lacking the ability to express her emotions correctly, Jiang Ning felt increasingly stifled, spiraling further down a path of rebellion. Eventually, the female lead, relying on her exceptional talent and years of accumulated goodwill, soared in cultivation and successfully entered the continent's premier sect, the Lingyun Sect. With her gentle and reasonable demeanor, she attracted a legion of infatuated admirers who would go to great lengths for her affection. Almost all male disciples of the Lingyun Sect became her devoted followers under her protagonist aura. Upon witnessing Jiang Yuan's entry into the sect for training, Jiang Ning, unwilling to resign herself to her fate as a non-cultivator, sought to uncover the mystery of her own body and begged Jiang Yuan to take her along. However, lacking cultivation, she could only serve as a menial assistant by the female lead side. While the female lead enjoyed the affection of her master and the pampering of her senior brothers, Jiang Ning, filled with resentment, repeatedly opposed her sister, committing numerous blunders. Eventually, she was brutally perforated by the swords of the female lead's protective senior brothers. The novel concluded with tearful farewells from the Lingyun Sect's devoted followers as the female lead ascended, living a blissful life with the male lead without a care in the world. What a perfect storyline, provided that the one turned into a sieve was not her. Perhaps the author believed that a supporting character's sole duty was to be wicked, neglecting to elaborate on her background, and she failed to notice this subplot in the book. Who wouldn't feel frightened if they opened their eyes to find a lecherous woman smiling at them, her hand resting on their chest? "Pervert!" she exclaimed instinctively, grabbing a stone from the ground and aiming for the woman's wrist. To her surprise, this body reacted with remarkable agility. She rolled away, distancing herself from the pervert by 2 meters. At that moment, memories surged in her mind like a torrent. After assimilating all the memories, she glanced down at her chest, where a ghastly wound bled profusely. Next to Jiang Yuan's feet lay a dagger glowing with blue light, drenched in her blood. With a single glance, she understood. She recalled that in the novel, Jiang Yuan possessed a divine artifact that was indeed blue. At the critical moment of her ascension, it was this very artifact that transformed into a long sword, severing the heavenly thunder and splitting the skies, thereby aiding Jiang Yuan in her successful ascension. How magnificent! So, you have been using my heart's blood to nourish it? One could not help but be astonished by Jiang Ning's predicament. So this so-called virtuous character, who professed to love humanity, treated her with such cruelty? Was she merely a stepping stone? Jiang Yuan, upon noticing Jiang Ning's awakening, remained unhurried, swallowing a medicinal pill, and within moments, the wound on her wrist began to heal. With a gentle smile, she gazed at Jiang Ning as if observing a temperamental little sister who didn't understand her own behavior. "Ah Ning, be obedient. We only need one final spiritual tool to bring forth life, and whatever you desire, your sister will procure for you." Jiang Ning forced a smile, replying dryly, "Last year, I bought a watch." Jiang Yuan, confused, furrowed her brow as she looked at the blood still flowing from Jiang Ning's chest, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "Ah Ning, come here. What if I refuse?" Jiang Ning slowly rose to her feet, stretching her limbs, only to discover that her soul was extraordinarily in sync with this body. Jiang Ning has found herself transmigrated into a novel, becoming the malicious supporting character who, having offended the female protagonist, meets a gruesome fate. On the very day of her arrival in this narrative, she preemptively buries the female lead. Subsequently, she aligns herself with the Lingyun Sect, ranked 18th across the continent, a place renowned for its lackadaisical attitude. Her elder brother, a hapless and naive figure, exclaims, "I possess no remarkable skills, but should anyone dare to bully you, I shall crush their skull," as he brandishes a colossal purple gold hammer. Meanwhile, her wealthy and narcissistic second brother, a drunken rogue, remarks, "Though you are not as comely as I, you are still presentable enough to take out in public. Should you ever find yourself in need of treasures, do not hesitate to seek me out." He flings her a storage ring coveted across the land. The third brother, a zealous charlatan, asserts, "Ba, dear sister, your aura is thick with malice. I shall seek rare treasures to assist in purifying your spirit." The once lethargic sect, now invigorated by the presence of their little sister, strives to provide her with the best. It is not until the day when the demon clan, celestial beings, the dark forces, and the Buddhist sect converge upon them that Jiang Ning realizes her seemingly unreliable brothers are, in fact, formidable figures. However, second brother, what is that look in your eyes directed at my brother? Dig a pit, cover it with soil, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a forest shrouded in mist. A bloodied young woman clad in white cheerfully hums a tune while using a glowing blue dagger to dig into the earth with fervor. Nearby, a woman, her limbs rendered useless, watches in terror. Jiang Ning, what are you doing? I am your sister. Hearing the off-key melody and witnessing Jiang Ning's intermittent smiles, an ominous premonition envelopes Jiang Yuan. Trembling uncontrollably, whether from pain or fear, she cannot fathom that her sister, whom she deemed a failure, would dare to take her life. Jiang Ning, if you harm me, father will not let you off easily. Jiang Yuan shouts in a fit of anger upon realizing her sister's indifference. Will you not let me off? At the mention of their father, Jiang Ning pauses her digging momentarily, turning around with a fierce glare. What are you shouting about? I can see your stomach. Am I not already digging your grave? Once the pit is ready, she intends to bury Jiang Yuan within who would suspect her. Stuffing a handful of grass into Jiang Yuan's mouth, silence finally descends upon the world. Jiang Ning resumes her excavation. My own soil, my own land, whatever I plant will yield riches. Just an hour prior, Jiang Ning had succumbed to death from overexertion. Indeed, you read that correctly. A vibrant and promising university student, who had yet to become a pillar of the nation, perished due to a sleepless night. Such a notion is enough to induce a heart attack. She can already envision what her so-called friends would inscribe upon her tombstone, a legendary figure, Zhang Lipu, whose life was lacking only in leading the wind. The epitaph reads sassy. The character she inhabits is none other than Jiang Ning, the malicious supporting character from the very cultivation novel she had been reading before her untimely demise. This incarnation of Jiang Ning is the second daughter of the foremost cultivation family in the cheery kingdom of the Qingyuan continent. However, she is the epitome of a spoiled brat. Unable to cultivate, she is indulged and pampered unconditionally by the Jiang family, to the point of recklessness. Under such laxity, she grows increasingly arrogant and self-centered, eventually becoming notorious throughout the imperial capital as a femme fatale. Whenever she steps outside, the populace scatters in fear, akin to encountering a fierce beast. In contrast, her sister, Jiang Yuan, is the epitome of talent, beauty, kindness, and grace, the paragon of virtue within the novel. With Jiang Ning as her foil, Jiang Yuan is perceived as a gifted, amiable, and approachable individual. She never shows favoritism towards her sister. Whenever Jiang Ning stirs trouble, she hastens to apologize, regardless of fault. Over time, the people's admiration for Jiang Yuan grows, while disdain for Jiang Ning deepens. The most frequent words Jiang Ning hears are her sister's feigned smiles as she apologizes on her behalf. This is all my sister's fault. I apologize for her actions. Struggling to express her emotions correctly, Jiang Ning becomes increasingly repressed, spiraling further down a path of despair. Eventually, the female protagonist, buoyed by her exceptional talent and a well-established reputation, rapidly ascends in cultivation and successfully joins the esteemed Lingyun Sect. With her gentle demeanor and understanding nature, she attracts a legion of infatuated admirers who are utterly devoted to her. Almost every male disciple of the Lingyun Sect falls under her spell, relegating them to mere sycophants. Upon witnessing Jiang Yuan's entry into the sect, Jiang Ning, undeterred, yearns to uncover the truth behind her own inability to cultivate. She pleads with Jiang Yuan to take her along, but lacking any cultivation, she can only serve as a menial assistant. With Jiang Yuan enjoying the affection of her master and the adoration of her brothers, Jiang Ning's jealousy mounts, leading her to repeatedly oppose her sister and commit numerous misdeeds. Ultimately, she is brutally stabbed to death by Jiang Yuan's protective brothers. The novel concludes with the tearful farewells of Jiang Yuan's devoted followers as she ascends, living a shamelessly blissful life with the male lead. What a perfect storyline, provided that the one turned into a sieve is not her. It seems the author believed that a supporting character's sole responsibility was to embody malice, neglecting to elaborate on her background. Little did she realize that there was an interlude concerning her character, who would not feel terror upon awakening to find a lecherous woman grinning at them, her hand resting upon their chest. Jiang Ning instinctively exclaimed pervert, seizing a stone from the ground and aiming it at the woman's wrist. To her surprise, this body exhibited remarkable reflexes. She rolled away, distancing herself from the pervert by 2 meters. At that moment, memories surged into her mind. After assimilating the entirety of her recollections, she glanced down at her chest, where a gruesome wound gushed blood. At Jiang Yuan's feet lay a dagger glowing with blue light, stained with her own blood. In a single glance, she comprehended the situation. She recalled that in the novel, Jiang Yuan possessed a divine artifact, which was indeed blue. It was this very artifact that, in her moment of ascension, transformed into a sword, severing the heavens and striking down the celestial tribulations, aiding Jiang Yuan in her successful ascension. What a handsome image! So you have been using my life force to nourish it. Jiang Ning found herself astounded by this so-called saintly persona. Was this so-called saintly figure truly benevolent to all, but cruel towards her? Was she merely a stepping stone? Unfazed by Jiang Ning's awakening, Jiang Yuan calmly consumed a medicinal pill, her wrist wound healing almost instantaneously. With a gentle smile, she gazed at Jiang Ning as if viewing a petulant, unruly child. "Ah Ning, be a good girl. Just one last spirit artifact, and we can awaken it. I shall procure whatever you desire." Jiang Ning forced a smile, retorting, "I bought a watch last year." Jiang Yuan, puzzled, furrowed her brow as she observed the blood still flowing from Jiang Ning's wound, her heart aching. "Ah Ning, come here. And what if I refuse?" Jiang Ning slowly stood, stretching her limbs, unexpectedly discovering an extraordinary compatibility between her soul and this body. Jiang Ning has traversed into a book, transforming into a malicious female antagonist who met her demise at the hands of the protagonist due to an offense committed against her. On the very day of her transmigration, Jiang Ning took the initiative and buried the protagonist alive. She then allied herself with the Lingyun Sect, ranked 18th across the continent, known for its lackadaisical attitude. The impoverished and naïve elder brother, I may lack any remarkable skills, but if anyone dares to bully you, I shall crush their skull. He brandished a colossal purple gold hammer with fervor. The extravagant and self-absorbed second brother, though you may not possess my striking looks, you are still presentable enough to accompany me. Should you ever seek treasures, do not hesitate to approach your second brother. He casually tossed her a storage ring coveted by many across the continent. The third brother, a zealot for transforming others into fools, declared, "Ba, my dear junior sister, your aura is heavily tainted. I shall seek rare treasures to purify your spirit." The once indolent sect members, motivated by the presence of a young junior sister, suddenly became fervently ambitious, all striving to provide her with the best. Until one fateful day, when the demon clan, celestial realm, devil tribe, and Buddhist order descended upon them, Jiang Ning realized that these seemingly unreliable brothers were, in fact, formidable figures. "However, second brother, what sort of gaze does my younger brother have? Dig a pit, bury some earth, count to 1, 2, 3 for 5. In a mist-laden, eerie forest, a blood-soaked maiden clad in white merrily hummed a tune while energetically wielding a blue glowing dagger to unearth the soil beneath her. At her feet lay a woman, her tendons severed, gazing in horror at the unfolding scene. "Jiang Ning, what are you doing?" "I am your sister." Listening to the disjointed melody and catching glimpses of Jiang Ning's occasional smile, an ominous dread enveloped Jiang Yuan. Whether from pain or fright, she trembled uncontrollably. She could not believe that Jiang Ning, deemed a useless wretch, would truly dare to kill her. "Jiang Ning, if you harm me, our father will not let you off the hook." Seeing Jiang Ning ignore her, Jiang Yuan, filled with rage and humiliation, shouted, "Not let her off?" Upon hearing those words, Jiang Ning's digging paused momentarily. She turned around, glaring fiercely. "What are you shouting about? I can see your stomach. Am I not already digging a pit?" Once the pit was completed, she would simply bury her inside. Who would know that she was the one who had committed the act? With a handful of weeds, she stuffed them into Jiang Yuan's mouth, finally restoring some semblance of peace. Jiang Ning resumed her excavation. From one's own earth, whatever is sown shall yield riches. Just an hour ago, Jiang Ning had succumbed to death from overworking. Indeed, you read that correctly. A vibrant and promising contemporary university student, who had yet to become a pillar of the nation, perished from staying up late. Just the thought is enough to induce a heart attack. She could already envision what her so-called friends would inscribe on her tombstone. A legend, Zhang Li Pu, whose life lacked only to lead the wind. The horizontal inscription sassy. The character she had become was none other than the malicious female antagonist from the cultivation novel she had been reading moments before her demise. This antagonist also bore the name Jiang Ning, the second daughter of the foremost cultivation family in the Qili kingdom of the Qing Yuan continent. However, she was a true master drama. Due to her inability to cultivate, the Jiang family indulged her endlessly. Their pampering reached astonishing extremes. Under the Jiang family's indulgence, she was raised to be arrogant, willful, and haughty. Her days were spent either offending others or plotting to do so. Over time, Jiang Ning became increasingly unruly, earning a notorious reputation as a femme fatale throughout the imperial capital. Whenever Jiang Ning stepped outside, the common folk fled as if confronted by a natural disaster. She had an elder sister, Jiang Yuan. In stark contrast to Jiang Ning, who was despised by all, Jiang Yuan epitomized genius, beauty, kindness, and gentleness since childhood. She was the saintly protagonist of this tale. With Jiang Ning's contrasting behavior, Jiang Yuan appeared as a paragon of talent and amiability, adored by everyone. She never favored her sister whenever Jiang Ning caused trouble. She would be the first to apologize, never considering whether the fault lay with Jiang Ning. As time passed, public opinion of Jiang Yuan soared, while disdain for Jiang Ning deepened. The most frequently heard words from Jiang Ning's ears were Jiang Yuan's disingenuous smiles as she apologized to others. "This incident is entirely my sister's fault. I apologize on her behalf." Unaware of how to express her feelings correctly, Jiang Ning grew increasingly stifled, spiraling deeper down a crooked path. Later, the protagonist, leveraging her exceptional talent and the goodwill she had amassed, experienced rapid advancement in her cultivation, successfully joining the esteemed Lingyun Sect. With her gentle and understanding demeanor, she garnered a throng of infatuated admirers who would do anything for her. Almost every male disciple of the Lingyun Sect fell under her spell, reduced to mere sycophants in her presence. Upon Jiang Yuan's entry into the sect, Jiang Ning, unwilling to resign to fate, sought answers regarding her own inability to cultivate and begged Jiang Yuan to take her along. Yet, lacking cultivation, she could only follow the protagonist as a servant. With the protagonist enjoying the favor of her master and the adoration of her brothers, Jiang Ning, filled with envy, repeatedly opposed her, committing numerous misdeeds. Ultimately, she was mercilessly pierced by the swords of the protagonist's protective brothers. The novel concluded with the protagonist bidding farewell amidst the tearful lamentations of her sycophants, soaring to new heights and living a blissful life with a male lead, devoid of shame. What a perfect narrative, provided that the one turned into a sieve was not her. It seems the author deemed it sufficient for a female antagonist to merely embody malice, neglecting to elaborate on her background, leaving Jiang Ning oblivious to this subplot. Who would not feel a chill upon awakening to find a grinning woman with her hand resting on her chest? Naturally, the word pervert escaped Jiang Ning's lips as she reflexively grasped a stone from the ground and aimed it at the woman's wrist. Unexpectedly, this body exhibited remarkable agility. She swiftly rolled away, distancing herself from the pervert by 2 meters. At that moment, a flood of memories surged into her mind. Upon absorbing all the memories, she glanced down at her chest, where a gaping wound bled profusely, the sight gruesome. At Jiang Yuan's feet lay a dagger glowing with blue light, stained with her blood. In an instant she comprehended. She recalled from the novel that Jiang Yuan possessed a divine artifact, which was indeed blue in hue. At the pivotal moment of her ascension, this artifact transformed into a sword, cleaving through the heavenly thunder, parting the skies, and intimidating the heavenly will, thus aiding Jiang Yuan in her ascension. What a striking figure. "So, you have been using my heart's blood to nourish it." Indubitably, Jiang Ning was taken aback by this so-called saintly persona. So this so-called saintess is universally benevolent, yet cruel solely towards her? Is she merely a stepping stone? Jiang Yuan, upon seeing Jiang Ning awaken, remained unhurried, swallowing a pill as her wrist wound rapidly healed. With a gentle smile gracing her face, she looked at Jiang Ning as if she were a petulant, capricious little sister. "Ah Ning, be good, you only need one last spirit artifact to come to life, and I shall grant you whatever you desire." Jiang Ning forced a smile, retorting, "I bought a watch last year." Jiang Yuan, perplexed, furrowed her brow as she observed the blood continuing to flow from Jiang Ning's chest, her expression tinged with concern. "Ah Ning, come here. What if I refuse?" Jiang Ning slowly rose to her feet, stretching her limbs, and was taken aback to find her soul remarkably in sync with this body. Chapter 2. The protagonist is not one you can bury at will. The essence of a person's vitality resides in their heart's blood. Having been drained for years, it is no wonder she is unable to cultivate. Witnessing her sulking at such a critical juncture, Jiang Yuan's patience finally reached its limit. Her father had once stated that once a spiritual artifact becomes sentient, her existence would no longer be necessary. While the heart's blood of the deceased may be somewhat less effective, it is not entirely unusable. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Ning felt no remorse for her actions. Was not Jiang Ning's purpose simply to serve the spiritual artifact in her possession? As long as she could provide a pill after the fact, the wounds would heal upon her awakening, albeit with some lingering weakness. Hardly a loss in her eyes. Why create a fuss? Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. Suddenly enlightened by thoughts that had previously eluded her, in a wonder, she had always sensed something peculiar in the Jiang family's attitude towards her. Despite her inability to cultivate, they indulged her to an extreme degree. Now, with a clear memory and years of experience traversing the web novel realm, it dawned on her. Was this not the very definition of pampered to death? To ensure one's downfall, one must first incite madness? Once the spiritual artifact becomes sentient, they would eliminate her under the guise of righteousness when her utility has expired. Not only would this conceal their past actions, but it would also elevate Jiang Yuan's reputation. The Jiang family truly played their cards well. Alas, Jiang Ning had undergone a transformation. She would demonstrate to the Jiang family what true moral decay and the distortion of humanity truly entailed. Jiang Ning's gaze fell upon the blue dagger on the ground. Having grown with her blood since childhood, it could be considered a part of her lineage, could it not? She sensed a strange allure emanating from the dagger. Beckoning her, tentatively, she called out, "Son, come here." Just as the blue dagger prepared to rise, it hesitated upon hearing the thunderous term son. Yet, the next moment, unable to resist the familiar aura, it wobbled towards Jiang Ning's hand. Thus unfolded the scene that began this tale. The blue dagger was a divine artifact, possessing sentience and the ability to perceive its master's emotions, striking with precision. Moreover, Jiang Yuan, who had never regarded Jiang Ning as a threat, was caught off guard by her sudden assault. Unless high-grade pills were procured, Jiang Yuan's wounds would be far from healing. Jiang Ning was digging a grave, intent on burying Jiang Yuan alive. Once the protagonist was dead, the narrative would transform into an entirely new story. Rather than proceeding methodically, she preferred to resolve issues at their root. However, reality proved that the protagonist is not one you can bury at will. Just as Jiang Ning finished digging the pit and prepared to kick Jiang Yuan into it, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Had it not been for the intervention of her recently recognized powerful ally, she might have been struck dead on the spot. What on earth was happening? Jiang Ning rolled aside, astonished to see a massive dark pit where she had just stood. Glancing up at the cerulean sky, she pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, a figure flashed towards her, clad in white robes, their form flickering as they approached, exuding an air of haughty indifference. Perched on their shoulder was a curled-up black beast. Such audacity! How dare one attempt murder in broad daylight? The newcomer was a striking young man, a red sword hanging at his waist, radiating righteous spirit. A large purple character on his collar indicated his status. Jiang Ning exclaimed in delight, "Oh, isn't this the ill-fated senior brother of Jiang Yuan?" The white robes and red sword were indeed his signature look. As Jiang Yuan's most devoted admirer, he had transformed from a righteous disciple into a ruthless treasure-hunting maniac. All for a single phrase from the protagonist. "Senior brother, you are so wonderful." In fact, it was this very senior brother, Yun Xian, who had first stabbed Jiang Ning when she was pierced like a sieve. Ultimately, after tearfully bidding farewell to the protagonist as she ascended, he met his demise at the hands of righteous cultivators, all while wishing her happiness and urging her to forget him. Truly a fool. Reasoning with a fool is futile, and knowing she could not defeat him, Jiang Ning began to retreat, hoping to slip away unnoticed. To her surprise, her arrival had triggered a butterfly effect, leading to an encounter that was not meant to occur until the sect initiation ceremony. However, before she could escape, another figure appeared from afar, immediately engaging Yun Xian in combat. Clad in black, this striking youth wielded an enormous purple golden hammer, swinging it with great force. "Yun Xian, hand over our sect's spiritual beast." Yun Xian scoffed, "Just because you claim it is yours, does that make it so? Call it and see if it responds." The newcomer, incensed, launched a flurry of strikes towards Yun Xian's face, the purple golden hammer appearing nearly 3 times his size. As the two clashed fiercely, no one paid heed to Jiang Ning. She glanced around, formulating a plan, and with stealth, she returned to the pit. With a swift kick, she sent Jiang Yuan tumbling into the hole. Jiang Yuan let out a terrified scream, "Senior, save me!" Uncertain if her plea triggered Yun Xian's loyal tendencies, he abandoned the fight to rush towards Jiang Ning, sword drawn. As expected, he was promptly intercepted. Yun Xian, exasperated, swatted away the purple golden hammer blocking his path. "Mu Chuan, we can settle our grievances later. Saving her is paramount." Mu Chuan, the youth, cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yuan in the pit, elegantly rolling his eyes. "Her fate is of no concern to me." "Marvelous." Jiang Ning nearly applauded Mu Chuan, peeking from behind a large tree, grinning widely to Mu Chuan. "If you can speak, do say more." Flustered by the unexpected title of brother, Mu Chuan blushed slightly and shyly replied, "Call me that again." Yun Xian interjected, "What the hell, this foolish dog?" Yun Xian was genuinely enraged now. his red sword unsheathing, accompanied by a fierce intent to kill fueled by fiery elements. Will you move aside? If you dare to obstruct me again, do not blame me for being ruthless. Mu Chuan feigned fear, clutching his chest while appearing alarmed. Please, do not take pity on me. I am terrified. After taunting, he turned back to Jiang Ning, flashing her a bright smile. Sister, you handle your business. I'll cover for you. Acting solely on his whims, anyone protected by the seemingly righteous Yun Xian could hardly be a good person. Bury her, indeed. Jiang Ning observed Yun Xian's expression, akin to someone who had consumed a great deal of excrement, nearly bursting into laughter. She recognized Mu Chuan's name. He was the chief disciple of Lingyun Sect, ranked 18th on the Qingwen continent, a small sect notorious for its lack of ambition. This sect had gained her familiarity because it was the only one in the narrative that consistently rebelled against norms, while others aspired to be the strongest. Chapter 3. Mediocre, Chile third in this manner. A sect that never contended for anything ultimately faced annihilation at the hands of Jiang Yuan's master, who slaughtered them all after Jiang Yuan coveted their sect's spiritual beast. Jiang Ning found great amusement in the Lingyun Sect's laid-back ethos. With Mu Chuan's assistance in stalling Yun Xian, she merrily completed Jiang Yuan's burial, even standing atop the grave to stomp down the earth forcefully. Jiang Yuan, destined to be the protagonist, undoubtedly possessed substantial fortune. Merely harboring thoughts of killing her had nearly resulted in being struck by lightning. Based on her experience, the only way to truly eliminate the protagonist was to seize all her fortune. What a delightful thought! For someone like Jiang Yuan, who had never faced adversity, the humiliation of today would be a memory she would cherish for a lifetime. Mu Chuan, overwhelmed by Yun Xian, began to falter. Sister, are you done burying her? While dodging, he still managed to keep an eye on Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning rose, dusting off her hands, and nodded. All done. Upon hearing this, Mu Chuan ceased his resistance, grabbing Jiang Ning to make their escape. Wait, Jiang Ning suddenly called out to Mu Chuan. What is it? He asked, puzzled. You mentioned he stole your spiritual beast. Mu Chuan was confused. What are you planning? We cannot defeat him. Jiang Ning, not one to forget a debt of gratitude, narrowed her eyes, revealing a strange smile as she gazed at the blue dagger in her hand. The dagger felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, the next moment, the dignified divine artifact was unceremoniously hurled like a sandbag. The dagger, realizing the unusual pressure it was under, instinctively raised its blade to defend. Yet, just as it approached him, Yun Xian's body inexplicably paused, immobile. At that instant, Jiang Ning dashed past him, returning with the small beast resting on his shoulder and a token that had slipped from his waist. In that moment, Jiang Ning felt immense gratitude for the days spent frantically racing to class, fearing tardiness. Run! Upon hearing Jiang Ning's warning, Mu Chuan snapped his gaping mouth shut and grabbed her. Fleeing, he too realized that this girl was incapable of cultivation. Even now, she thought to help him reclaim the sect's spiritual beast. What a good person! Yun Xian frowned, glancing at the nearby pit before considering the stolen spiritual beast. He decisively opted for the pit instead. Spiritual beast could be reclaimed, but saving lives was paramount. The young lady appears to have sustained grave injuries. Jiang Ning was indifferent to whether Jiang Yuan would be rescued. After all, the female protagonist is not so easily dispatched. After Mu Chuan brought Jiang Ning to a safe location, he set her down, who was on the verge of retching. Jiang Ning, trembling, extended her hands to offer the spirit beast. To her astonishment, Mu Chuan pushed it back to her. Having failed this time, Yun Xian would surely seek trouble at the sect again. With the master currently absent from the sect, none of the brothers could contend with him, so the spirit beast shall remain with you for now. Mu Chuan scratched his head, looking rather foolish. Jiang Ning, are you not concerned that I might abscond with your sect's spirit beast? A spirit beast that protects the sect. It sounds so prestigious. Yet you would entrust it to a stranger? To her surprise, Mu Chuan displayed an expression of disbelief, saying, You can't cultivate. Where would you run off to? His expression was so matter-of-fact that Jiang Ning found herself momentarily at a loss for words. How insulting, thank you. Indeed, it appears to be a sect that collectively shirks responsibility, so casually entrusting something so important to a stranger. Mu Chuan scrutinized the disheveled Jiang Ning, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly tossed her a pill. In 2 months, Lingyun Sect will be recruiting disciples. By then, the master will be present, and you can return the spirit beast then. At this point, he blushed slightly. As for reward, asked the master, Jiang Ning. What kind of impoverished sect disciples are these? Weren't they supposed to be generous and possess the best resources? Now I understand. Regardless, Jiang Ning had already resolved in her heart. She intended to join Lingyun Sect. Not for any other reason but to distance herself from Jiang Yuan, this saintly figure, and protect her own life. The prerequisite, however, was that she must first cultivate. Even the most lenient sect would not accept a waste. Moreover, ever since she had been exposed to the wonders of this world, she yearned to cultivate. Sword flight, cleaving the seas, it sounded utterly exhilarating. If she ever returned to her original world, she would undoubtedly leave her friends astounded. Haha, just the thought of it filled her with fervor. As they walked, Jiang Ning revealed her true identity to Mu Chuan. Upon hearing the name Jiang Ning, Mu Chuan halted, his expression twisting for a moment before he turned abruptly. You are Jiang Ning of Qili Nation? The infamous female fiend? It wasn't he that Jiang Ning was particularly wicked, but to achieve notoriety while being a mere waste was indeed a feat in itself. Jiang Ning blinked, revealing a somewhat bashful smile. Am I truly that famous? Mu Chuan's lips twitched, and he chuckled dryly, moderately so. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. Third in Qili? Hearing her self-deprecating remark, Mu Chuan couldn't help but laugh, his impression of her shifting instantly. How could such a humorous person possibly be malicious? Surely, those who spoke ill of her were simply envious of her beauty. After all, she was just a girl incapable of cultivation. At most, how wicked could she be? The two had already exited the forest and arrived at the outskirts of the town. Observing the towering gate, Mu Chuan clasped his hands in a bow. Farewell, I shall leave the spirit beast in your care for now. We shall meet again in 2 months. Knowing Jiang Ning's identity, he was no longer concerned that she would abscond with the sect's spirit beast. It was far too dangerous to carry it himself. Leaving it with Jiang Ning was, in fact, safer. To go on. We will meet again in 2 months. Jiang Ning waved as she watched Mu Chuan depart with an air of confidence, his steps brisk and mysterious. Filled with admiration, truly dashing, she too desired to cultivate. After bidding farewell to Mu Chuan, Jiang Ning returned to the city, casually sought out a tailor to change her attire, and then returned to the Jiang family. The Jiang family had stood for over a century in Qingyuan continent, boasting a remarkably rich heritage. Yet even so, their status remained inferior to the lowest-ranked sections. This was precisely why countless cultivators scrambled to join sections. Within noble families, there existed far too much intrigue, deceit, and secular interests, making progress in cultivation far quicker than in a family setting. However, according to the writings, after Jiang Yuan entered Zishuan's sect, with the aid of those sycophants, the Jiang family rapidly flourished. Even her eventual demise bore the Jiang family's fingerprints. The Jiang family was, after all, her adversary. She had intended to head straight to the sect, but before departing, there were some scores to settle with the Jiang family. Although she did not comprehend why, despite being daughters of the same family, the Jiang family's treatment of her differed vastly from that of Jiang Yuan, she did not care. Her principle was to never suffer losses. Those who harm others will inevitably face harm themselves. Had her blood been shed in vain for over a decade? Chapter 4. Expressions must be stern, actions must be steady. As soon as Jiang Ning stepped into the Jiang family estate, she sensed an atmosphere of heightened vigilance. The servants scarcely dared to breathe. In a corner, a servant swiftly dispatched a buzzing fly with a swift strike. Jiang Ning. There is no need for such theatrics. She touched the small beast in her palm, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Just how many misdeeds had the original owner committed for her family to fear her so? Jiang Ning surveyed her surroundings. And those servants who met her gaze quickly averted their eyes, each scrambling to find something to do as if terrified of her attention. Jiang Ning paid them no mind and continued along the path etched in her memory. Just then, Miss, why have you returned? The young master of the Qin family has come to seek you out. You must flee. A maid rushed over from a distance, shouting loudly before she even drew near. The volume startled Jiang Ning. She furrowed her brow in contemplation. The young master of the Qin family? Qin Jihan? Jiang Ning finally recalled this individual from her memories. He was none other than Jiang Yuan's former fiancé. The eldest son of the second most renowned cultivation family in Qili Nation, handsome and exceptionally talented, who had been betrothed to Jiang Yuan since childhood. Yet, just as they were about to wed, Qin Jihan suddenly approached Jiang Ning with an exceedingly shameless request, asking her to become his concubine. She vividly remembered his haughty demeanor, as if he were bestowing a great favor upon her, making it seem like she had gained a tremendous advantage. Jiang Ning, recognized as the most beautiful woman in Qili Nation, had been spoiled since childhood and was naturally unwilling to win her over. Qin Jihan devised a nefarious scheme to drug Jiang Ning. Once the deed was done, she would have no choice but to marry him. However, He had not anticipated that Jiang Ning was no ordinary victim. She had long since seen through his intentions and preemptively bribed his servants to switch the drugs. The result was that whatever he had carelessly purchased from the black market was utterly unknown to him. After taking it, Qin Jihan was left incapacitated. She recalled that moonless, windy night when Jiang Ning, accompanied by the elders of the Jiang family, lay atop Qin Jihan's roof, watching as he summoned several concubines into his chamber, only to later furiously expel them all, her laughter echoing through the night. At that moment, the elders beside her, witnessing her smile, felt a chill run down their spines. Jiang Ning, a lover of chaos, promptly spread the word upon her return. In an instant, Qin Jihan lost both face and reputation, becoming a complete laughingstock. Consequently, the Jiang and Qin families severed their engagement. Jiang Yuan, unwilling to marry a man who was impotent, publicly claimed that Jiang Ning had set her sights on her future brother-in-law and, in a bid to possess him, resorted to drugging him to support her sister. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to endure the heart-wrenching separation. Recalling this memory, Jiang Ning couldn't help but marvel at the perfect match they made, one hypocritical, the other despicable. Yet the original owner was equally at fault. After committing such misdeeds, one ought to lie low. Was such a matter something to be so casually spread? What man would tolerate such humiliation? It was no wonder that Qin Jihan would seek her out for vengeance. Their enmity was forged at that moment. The maid's words were far too loud, resembling an announcement of her return rather than a discreet warning. Jiang Ning regarded the maid's terrified yet somewhat gleeful expression, a fleeting memory flashing through her mind. The maid had knelt at Jiang Ning's feet, desperately pleading for her release to visit her ailing brother. While Jiang Madam had wished for tea infused with morning dew. Wanting to please her mother, Jiang Ning had insisted that the maid wait until dawn to collect the dew before returning. What had happened afterward? She couldn't recall. That a villain like her would never concern herself with the fates of others. Jiang Ning gasped, suddenly realizing that her survival was already a miracle in itself. What a wretched creature! Not far away, the cold figure of Qin Jihan had already heard the commotion and was striding towards her with a dark expression, flanked by a group of aggressive Qin family members. Jiang Ning rubbed her temples, sensing the precariousness of her situation. Any man, having suffered such a blow to his pride, would likely wish to eliminate her. Qin Jihan halted 2 meters away from Jiang Ning, regarding her as if she were some unspeakably filthy thing, his handsome features contorted in rage. Jiang Ning. Qin Jihan's fists were clenched, his eyes filled with a sinister aura, his voice dripping with malice. Jiang Ning even suspected he might lunge at her in an instant. Adhering to the principle that expressions must be fierce, actions must be steady, and one must never lose momentum, Jiang Ning chuckled lightly, maintaining her composure as she greeted him. "Hello there, Qin Jihan. Are you mocking me?" His face darkened. This wretched woman, after committing such acts, could still manage to smile. By the heavens, it was outrageous. Jiang Ning quickly raised her hands, a sincere expression on her face. "I am not." Qin Jihan did not come this time merely to engage in a war of words with her. Observing Jiang Ning's ability to smile, he felt an overwhelming urge to extinguish her spirit right then and there. However, recalling the words of the head of the Jiang family, he managed to restrain himself. "Jiang Ning, the head of the Jiang family has already consented to our union. Pack your belongings, the bridal sedan will arrive tonight. From this moment forth, you shall be my concubine, Qin Jihan." A malicious and triumphant smile graced Qin Jihan's face, clearly revealing his ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's gaze involuntarily drifted from Qin Jihan's face, gradually descending until it rested upon his lower body. "You are capable?" It was better that she did not mention this, for as soon as she did, Qin Jihan's eyes flashed dangerously, his entire being radiating an aura of brutality and destruction. Jiang Ning understood that, so that is still not possible. He intends to marry her only to subject her to torment. The original owner of this body was indeed a remarkable individual, yet she had driven him to madness. Qin Jihan's expression darkened as if he could ooze black liquid from his very being. He took a few steps forward, standing before Jiang Ning. Leaning closer, he whispered coldly in her ear, "Jiang Ning, the head of the Jiang family has already agreed. You should accept your fate. A worthless creature like you should consider it an honor that I desire you. Oh, not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment." At that moment, the head of the Jiang family and his wife appeared from seemingly nowhere. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, their faces instantly transformed into masks of parental affection. Previously, Jiang Ning had believed their concern for her to be genuine. Yet now it appeared as nothing more than a facade. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths just for her blood? Cultivators possess keen senses, even if Qin Jihan lowered his voice. The head of the Jiang family and his wife would undoubtedly hear his words. Yet, their expressions remained impassive, showing no signs of reaction. Ning, Jihan is a good boy, and he likes you. Your father and mother have decided to promise you to him. Do not throw a tantrum. Jihan has vowed to treat you well. Jiang's wife, a graceful and beautiful middle-aged woman, spoke in a gentle tone that easily disarmed defenses. The former Jiang Ning had failed to perceive the woman's hypocrisy. But now, she was unmoved. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms defiantly. You believe his words? If you think he is so wonderful, then you should marry him. Jiang Yuan had no desire to wed. Would she allow herself to be married off just to preserve the Jiang family's reputation? Dream on. Just look at the glint in Qin Jihan's eyes. She had no doubt he was already contemplating 108 ways to torment Jiang Ning. A flicker of anger flashed in the head of the Jiang family's eyes but was quickly suppressed. What nonsense are you spouting? With your current reputation, which young master would be willing to marry you? That Jihan can overlook past grievances is a stroke of luck for you. This mess is of your own making. If you don't marry him, who else will? Oh, it seems you are aware that the spiritual artifact is about to gain sentience and have no use for her anymore. Intending to tear off the mask? Jiang Ning clapped her hands, clearly delighted by the unfolding drama. What a clever scheme, however. Had they spoken such words a day earlier, it might have worked. Now, it seemed utterly futile. A faint smirk graced Jiang Ning's lips, a combination of pride and nonchalance. I in this day and age, who does not wear a dual face? Both the head of the Jiang family and Qin Jihan furrowed their brows. A sense of ominous premonition rising in their hearts at her fearless demeanor. What do you mean? What do I mean? Jiang Ning casually tossed her hair, rolling her eyes coolly while smiling enigmatically. It means that I have been accepted as a direct disciple of the Lingyun Sect. If you wish for me to marry, should you not consult my master's opinion first? As a modern university student, one's identity is self-assigned when stepping out into the world. Although wielding borrowed authority is unethical, it is undeniably effective. What? Impossible. How could the Lingyun Sect possibly accept a worthless individual like you? The crowd was evidently taken aback by this improbable news, and after a brief silence erupted into uproarious laughter. What audacity! Our young master, with his celestial talent, must undergo rigorous assessments to enter the Lingyun Sect. You? Just look at yourself. Indeed, you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth. If you are accepted by the Lingyun Sect, I will eat dung while standing on my head. Unfazed by the cacophony of skepticism, Jiang Ning leisurely produced the disciple token and small beast she had pilfered from Yunxian. Initially, she had merely found the token hanging at Yunxian's waist too dazzling to resist. Little did she know it would serve her so swiftly. Yunxian's downfall lay in his arrogance. Self-proclaimed as a paragon of righteousness, he had principles that prevented him from harming ordinary people, which ultimately offered her an opportunity. Look, this is the token and gift from my master. Now, you must surely believe me. Jiang Ning held the token aloft, a small beast in the other hand, exuding an air of brazen confidence. The crowd's hearts trembled, their expressions shifting to seriousness as they focused on the token in her grasp. The small beast, a dark mass with closed eyes and devoid of any spiritual energy, was dismissed as an ordinary magical pet. However, they recognized the disciple token, which bore the unique insignia of the Lingyun Sect. The foremost sect in the continent, surpassing all nations. Such tokens could not be forged, and direct disciples possessed extraordinary cultivation, rendering theft impossible. Could it truly be genuine? At this moment, not only the Jiang family members were stunned, but even Qin Jihan found himself at a loss. He could not comprehend why the Lingyun Sect, having overlooked his prodigious talent, would accept such a worthless individual. Had the Lingyun Sect collectively lost their vision? Regardless of the reason, as long as Jiang Ning held the token, they dared not act recklessly, plunging the room into an eerie silence once more. Qin Jihan's face flushed with embarrassment. Speechless, he felt as though his blood had turned to ice. He had come to confront her, only to find himself publicly humiliated. What could be more infuriating? We shall see. Worthless one. Qin Jihan narrowed his eyes dangerously, gritting his teeth as he uttered a harsh retort. Jiang Ning, a smirk playing on her lips, regarded him with keen interest, her hands raised in a gesture of surrender. What can I do? The Lingyun Sect would rather have me, a so-called waste, than you. The so-called genius. If I am a waste, then what are you? A ruin. Indeed. It was a journey through the gates of hell. yet she returned unchanged in her ability to provoke. Jiang Ning silently praised herself. In her previous life, she had studied diligently for what purpose? Was it not to secure a good job, earn a decent living, and enjoy retirement? Now, having been granted a second chance, all of that felt like a distant memory. This time, she would live freely, unburdened by the fates of others, embarking on a path of no return. The sheer exhilaration of unrestrained confrontation was intoxicating. Qin Jihan felt as though he might explode with rage. Yet he could not retort against Jiang Ning. Unable to strike her down and at a loss for words, what was he still doing here? Subjecting himself to further humiliation? We are leaving. He flung his sleeves dismissively, hands clasped behind his back, striding away with purpose. He could not endure another moment in the Jiang family. As he passed by the head of the Jiang family, he halted, shooting a venomous glare in his direction. You Jiang family are truly something. No wonder the head, who has always doted on Jiang Ning, so readily agreed to my outrageous request. You were already aware of this matter and intended to humiliate me. First, they called off the engagement, then toyed with him. Jiang family. This matter between the Qin family and the Jiang family is far from over. The head of the Jiang family felt as though a great injustice had befallen him, crashing down upon him with unyielding force. Had he known of this earlier, he would have cherished Jiang Ning and never consented to her marriage to the Qin family. Ning. What on earth is happening? How could you have been accepted as a disciple of the Lingyun Sect? Once Qin Jihan departed, the head of the Jiang family, with a face full of flattery, adopted a conciliatory tone. Jiang Ning yawned nonchalantly, appearing utterly disinterested. Father, this is a long story. I am tired and wish to rest. Jiang Ning maintained her aloof demeanor, showing no regard for the head's authority, and no one in the Jiang family suspected that she had undergone a complete transformation during her outing. Very well, if you are tired, go rest. We shall discuss this further when you awaken. I am the finest courtyard of the Jiang residence, adorned with blooming flowers and babbling brooks. It was no wonder the entire imperial capital believed that the Jiang family lavished her with love. Little did they know, such extreme affection was akin to a thorny rose, a deadly existence. Once everyone was dismissed, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged on her bed, intently feeling the changes within her body. After consuming the pill from Mu Chuan, her chest wound had healed. Not only that, but she could sense a warm current flowing through her, akin to someone inflating a balloon within her body, on the verge of bursting. She struggled to control this sensation, fearing she might explode at any moment. Holding her breath and focusing, she channeled her spiritual energy, guiding it. She silently recited a phrase that suddenly emerged from her memories. Fortunately, while the original owner was indeed inept, her desire to cultivate had never wavered. The foundational techniques she had memorized since childhood saved her life at this critical juncture. An hour later, Jiang Ning's cultivation firmly stabilized at the initial stage of qi refinement, marking her official entry into the path of cultivation. Early the next morning, invigorated and refreshed after her training, Jiang Ning eagerly gathered all the skilled practitioners of the Jiang family and strode out with great determination. Her intention was simple: to incite enmity against the Jiang family. She could not directly act against them, nor did she possess the capability to do so at present. It was time to leverage some external forces. In the narrative, the Jiang family would eventually become the strongest ally of the female protagonist. As a mere cannon fodder character, she would undoubtedly cross paths with the protagonist in the future. Thus, it would be prudent to sever one of the protagonist's arms before she entered the sect. Could she not weaken the Jiang family? The first target she chose was the Qin family, with whom she had a grievance. Standing outside the gates of the Qin residence, Jiang Ning, with a spiritual beast perched upon her shoulder, waved her hand imperiously. Break down the door? Yes. Second Mississippi. The crimson doors of the Qin family trembled violently under the assault of over a dozen foundation establishment experts from the Jiang family before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The commotion drew the attention of the Qin family members, who, upon recognizing Jiang Ning as the instigator, glared at her with a fury that suggested they wished they could devour her whole. Because of Jiang Ning, the Qin family had become a significant laughingstock in the Qili kingdom, and yet she dared to appear before them. However, news of yesterday's events had already spread throughout the Qin family, and even the young master was powerless against Jiang Ning. They were filled with trepidation and dared not approach her. These sects were notoriously protective of their own. A minor confrontation would summon a multitude of elders, and they did not wish to offend. The destruction of their door was a profound humiliation for anyone, and when the head of the Qin family arrived, he unleashed a wave of oppressive aura upon Jiang Ning. Shameless wretch, kneel before me. Jiang Ning smirked, calmly patting the dagger at her waist. "Come, my dear son." The dagger hummed. Just then, as the oppressive force was about to descend upon her, Jiang Ning failed to notice that the little beast on her shoulder had suddenly opened a pair of blood-red eyes. With a single glance, the oppressive aura dissipated into thin air. The glow emanating from the dagger dimmed in an instant, its blue blade trembling as if it had received a tremendous fright. Jiang Ning, oblivious to the beast's action, felt the absence of pressure and the dagger's vibration, mistakenly attributing it to the dagger's prowess. Her eyes widened in delight. "Goodness, I did not expect this little son of mine to be so effective." Jiang Ning beamed, her smile radiant. Not only could it serve as a shovel, but it could also function as a hidden weapon, and at a critical moment, it could even withstand oppressive forces, truly a life-saving artifact. This revelation astonished not just Jiang Ning but even the head of the Qin family, who wore an expression of disbelief. The entire Qin estate fell into an eerie silence. The head of the Qin family warily scanned the surroundings. Instinctively suspecting that Jiang Ning had hidden allies supporting her, to withstand an oppressive force equivalent to half of his cultivation level, the hidden individual's strength must be formidable. Could they be from the Lingyun Sect? Contemplating this, the head of the Qin family suppressed his fury, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "What are you here for, Jiang Ning?" Before the Qin family could seek vengeance against the Jiang family, the Jiang family had already come knocking, leaving them in a state of utter embarrassment. Jiang Ning quickly masked her astonishment, raising an eyebrow, her captivating eyes glinting with mischief. She stepped onto the threshold of the Qin residence, kicking the collapsed door with audacity. Her demeanor was utterly contemptible. "Was it not young Master Qin who came yesterday to provoke my father, causing him great displeasure? Today, I have come to present young Master Qin with a grand gift. Furthermore, my father instructed me to convey that as the second family, you should be aware of your inferiority. Do not be too arrogant, for the Jiang family is not one you can afford to offend." Who was truly being arrogant here? The members of the Qin family were nearly driven to madness. Qin Jihan extended a trembling finger toward Jiang Ning, stammering, You? His fury escalated to the point where he nearly spat blood. Yet, before they could comprehend the nature of Jiang Ning's so-called gift, an overwhelming stench suddenly assaulted their senses. "What is that?" The members of the Qin family erupted into panicked exclamations. Jiang Ning flashed a wicked smile. "Of course, it's a delightful surprise." With a wave of her hand, the cadre of servants behind her swiftly retreated, only to be replaced by another group, each carrying a wooden bucket, their noses stuffed with paper. Bracing for the imminent deluge, Jiang Ning flashed a charming smile, waving her hand dramatically, "Douse them." She herself quickly distanced herself from the entrance of the Qin residence, ensuring she was well out of range. It was the first time the Qin family experienced the true meaning of retribution raining down upon them. Dozens of buckets filled with excrement, propelled by spiritual energy, descended from the heavens, showering every individual in the vicinity. To ensure equal distribution, Jiang Ning had selected practitioners of considerable strength, directing each to douse a specific target. In an instant, the Qin estate was engulfed in what could only be described as a rain of filth. The suddenness of the event left nearly everyone caught off guard, with very few managing to evade the deluge. Even the head of the Qin family, with his profound cultivation, found himself splattered unexpectedly. In that moment, the entire Qin estate resembled a hellish nightmare. "Jiang Ning, I will kill you." Master, what has happened? You cannot faint. Young master, please be quiet. Excrement is falling into your mouth." Ignoring the chaos erupting within the Qin family, Jiang Ning, having completed her mischief, took flight. With a flick of her sleeve, she departed without a trace. Within a day, the entire imperial capital was abuzz with news of the Qin family being assaulted with excrement by Jiang Ning. And all the major families gathered, laughing uproariously as they convened. Amidst the revelry, the head of the Li family remarked, "I have long held disdain for both the Jiang and Qin families. These two families, relying on their status, have nearly monopolized half of the capital's industries. Now that they are tearing each other apart, it is truly delightful." The head of the Wang family, having indulged in copious amounts of wine, sported a drunken grin, his eyes glimmering with cunning schemes. If all goes as expected, they should soon be at each other's throats. "We must be prepared to seize some of their industries." The head of the Shao family chimed in. "Once they are both weakened, we can make our move. Who knows, perhaps the positions of the three great families will soon belong to us." However, as they awaited news of the impending conflict, they were instead met with, Master, trouble is brewing. Jiang Ning is coming with buckets. What? Quickly, stop her. At this moment, what instilled the greatest fear in the imperial capital was not formidable magical artifacts or powerful figures, but rather Jiang Ning and her wooden buckets. It was no jest. If the Qin family could not stop her, how could these smaller families hope to succeed? Furthermore, Jiang Ning was affiliated with the Lingyun Sect. Who dared to harm her? What if they provoked the wrath of the Lingyun Sect? Did they not hear that even the head of the Qin family had suffered at her hands? Riding the winds of this momentum, within the span of a month, Jiang Ning unleashed her havoc upon every prominent family in the capital. They could not fathom where the Jiang family had procured such an abundance of filth. Had this been meticulously prepared for years in advance? The stench lingered in the air over the capital for an entire month, as if a faint yellow mist hung in the atmosphere. Every raindrop carried the foul odor. The first words spoken by every citizen stepping outside were, "You." The head of the Jiang family sought to confront Jiang Ning, but he was perpetually besieged by the major families and could scarcely find a moment to breathe. When he finally found the opportunity to storm into Jiang Ning's courtyard in a fit of rage, he was met with the trembling announcement from a young maid: "Miss has returned to the sect." Moreover, the butler came rushing in, breathless, exclaiming loudly, "Master, it's terrible. The treasury has been emptied by the second miss." At this proclamation, the head of the Jiang family felt his frayed nerves snap under the pressure. Rolling his eyes back as he collapsed to the ground, he had relied on the treasures within the treasury to placate the major families. Now that it was empty, his fate was sealed. When the head of the Jiang family regained consciousness, everything had changed. The once grand and majestic Jiang family had been pillaged by the furious heads of the other families. Their guards stood no chance against the combined forces of a dozen clans. The Jiang family had elders and ancestors, but so did others, if not more. Having been humiliated by the filth and played for fools, they even stripped the gold leaf from the pillars of the Jiang family. Everything that could be taken was removed. What could not be taken was destroyed, leaving the Jiang estate in shambles. Even the courtyard walls had been toppled, as the head of the Jiang family pushed open the door and beheld the desolate scene before him. The absence of protective formations allowed the cold wind to whip around him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing once more into unconsciousness. In the moments before he blacked out, a single thought consumed him: the Jiang family was finished. Half a month later, Jiang Ning successfully arrived at the foot of Lingyun Sect's mountain. Gazing upon the imposing sect that loomed majestically halfway up the mountain, Jiang Ning felt a surge of excitement. Lingyun Sect, here I come. At that moment, it was not yet time for the disciples' assessments, and there were hardly any people around. Without Jiang Ning needing to elaborate on her purpose, the disciple guarding the mountain gate approached with a cheerful smile upon noticing the spiritual beast on her shoulder, asking, "You must be the young lady that Brother Mu Chuan mentioned? Please, follow me." Jiang Ning raised her eyebrows, considering how, despite Mu Chuan's seemingly foolish demeanor, he was quite meticulous and reliable in his work. This saved her the trouble of explaining. The disciple led Jiang Ning into a formation, and soon, as the light flickered before them, when Jiang Ning opened her eyes again, she found herself in a palace brimming with rich, spiritual energy. Within the grand hall sat an elder with white hair and beard, exuding an aura of celestial elegance. The elder regarded her with curiosity, his dignified face etched with intrigue as he surveyed the spirit beast. "Are you Jiang Ning? Did my disciple not mention that this young lady is unable to cultivate?" Yet, as soon as Jiang Ning opened her mouth, she exclaimed, "You apologies, the teleportation array was rather swift, and she feels somewhat dizzy from the transition." The old man's face froze for a moment as he instinctively touched his own visage. "Is my appearance truly so distasteful?" Fortunately, Chu Tian's mind was broad enough. After a fleeting moment of self-doubt, his expression returned to normal. With a gentle motion, he raised one hand, and the spirit beast soared back from Jiang Ning's shoulder to his palm. Seeing the spirit beast safe and sound, Chu Tian let out a sigh of relief and turned his gaze back to Jiang Ning. Recalling the promise made to his disciple regarding a reward for the young lady, he spoke with a pained expression. "Thank you for returning our sect's spirit beast. As a token of gratitude, I shall grant you one wish. What do you desire?" At this juncture, Jiang Ning's stomach, which had been churning violently, felt considerably better. She wiped the corner of her mouth and suddenly raised her head to meet Chu Tian's gaze with a radiant smile, revealing 8 dazzling white teeth. Startling Chu Tian momentarily, an ominous feeling washed over him. Before he could dwell on his concerns, Jiang Ning declared without hesitation, "I wish to join Lingyun Sect and take you as my master." She recalled the descriptions of the Lingyun Sect's leader from the book. once a formidable figure on par with the sect master of Lingyun Sect. He had, after accepting 3 unambitious disciples and experiencing the joys of negligence, ventured down an irreversible path. As a mere supporting female character, facing a tumultuous future, it was only natural for her to seek the protection of the mightiest of rulers. With her mentor safeguarding her, and her own extraordinary skills, she would see who could truly challenge her. However, Chu Tian thought to himself, is it possible that this young girl harbors misconceptions about Lingyun Sect? His 3 disciples, despite their lackluster ambitions, possessed exceptional talents. They simply lacked the drive to excel. Their personalities were far too lackadaisical, resulting in their middling abilities. While this young lady seemed amiable and had rendered a favor to the sect, her cultivation level barely qualified for the outer sect. She appeared quite docile, yet her audacity was astonishing. What compels you to wish to join Lingyun Sect? Chu Tian found himself at a loss for a suitable reason to decline, especially after having just promised to grant her a request. To retract it now would be far too humiliating. Sensing the leader's reluctance, Jiang Ning opened her mouth, and sweet words poured forth as if they were without cost. Naturally, I have heard of your esteemed reputation, Master. I have always held you in the highest regard. I firmly believe that under your guidance, Lingyun Sect shall undoubtedly rise to become the foremost sect on the continent. Growing ever stronger and achieving brilliance. Chapter 8. Grant her every wish. Jiang Ning spoke with the fervor of a charismatic leader, her voice resonating with conviction. She raised her fist resolutely at her side. Her eyes filled with unwavering belief. Flattery is universally appreciated, and Chu Tian felt an uplifting lightness envelop him, utterly at ease. Despite her low cultivation level, he was fond of her candidness. Yet, this alone could not justify his acceptance of Jiang Ning. However, her abilities were indeed quite lacking. Fear not, Master. Jiang Ning naturally addressed him as her master, and Chu Tian, still basking in the afterglow of her flattery, did not notice the shift in address. Jiang Ning then lifted her hem and knelt down earnestly. If you accept me as your disciple, I shall dedicate myself to the construction of the sect, ensuring the happiness of all members, and strive for the revival of the sect, leading it to unprecedented heights. Chu Tian. No, at that moment, even the spirit beast in his hands was taken aback by Jiang Ning's impassioned words. The spirit beast's eyes, which seemed perpetually drowsy, widened in shock as if struck by lightning. This woman had not spoken in such a manner before. Despite her lack of strength, her audacity was the thickest he had ever encountered among humans. Was she, rather shameless? Chu Tian's heart trembled with excitement, akin to a little soul joyfully colliding against walls. After so many years, someone finally understood the original intent behind his establishment of a sect. Very well, for your earnestness, I shall accept you as my disciple today. Chu Tian, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, sprang from his seat. This sincere and ambitious young lady merely sought the title of an inner disciple. What harm could it bring? Grant her every wish. What of high cultivation? What of exceptional talent? Just look at his 3 disappointing disciples to understand. No one could compare to this young lady's docility and understanding. Grant her every wish. Having received the desired response, Jiang Ning internally celebrated with a triumphant gesture. She had deftly navigated her way to success. Indeed, flattery never fails to open doors. The next moment, she felt a gentle force lift her knees, allowing her to rise. Now that you are my disciple, there is no need to kneel unnecessarily. Lingyun Sect does not uphold such rigid rules. Come, I shall introduce you to your senior brother. Chu Tian led the way, his expression brimming with boundless aspirations for Lingyun Sect to become the leading sect on the continent. He had heard that Su Xian Sect's old coot had also taken in a highly gifted female disciple, boasting about it in a letter, Himph, as if that mattered. Although his new disciple lacked in cultivation, her appearance was commendable and she harbored grand ambitions. Nowadays, few young people possess such aspirations. Chu Tian could hardly wait to announce this new disciple to the world, starting with his inept disciples. Jiang Ning followed closely behind Chu Tian. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the surroundings of Lingyun Sect. Nestled on the slopes of the Dark Moon Mountain Range, the spiritual energy was far denser than in ordinary locations, in any sect. The treatment of inner disciples was undoubtedly the best. Lingyun Sect boasted 5 peaks, resembling a hand from a distance. As an inner disciple, each would naturally have their own mountain. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel she had made the wisest choice. While Su Xian Sect was admirable, it also housed an overwhelming number of disciples. The pressure was immense, and inner disciples were crammed together, albeit in separate rooms. In contrast, Lingyun Sect's wealth allowed each disciple to enjoy the luxury of an independent peak. This was certainly not due to a lack of disciples within Lingyun Sect. From Chu Tian, she learned that with Mu Chuan absent, he was the only one from a humble background in the sect, often descending the mountain to undertake missions to support his family. They arrived at the second senior brother's mountain peak. Upon stepping onto the mountain, Jiang Ning was greeted by a rich aroma of alcohol, intermingled with a faint fragrance of peach blossoms. Atop the peak stood a resplendent residence, shrouded in white mist, akin to an ethereal palace. It was utterly dazzling. In the clearing before the house lounged a man clad in red, reclining on a green jade slab over 2 meters long. His garments were partially unbuttoned, revealing a significant expanse of fair skin, and he moved with extreme languor. One hand grasped a wine jar, pouring its contents into his mouth. Jiang Ning maintained a facade of indifference, attempting to mask her inner astonishment akin to a country bumpkin. She mused, this second senior brother appears to be incredibly wealthy. Could he be the fabled second-generation cultivator? Sensing the commotion, the man tilted his head to look. His alluring peach blossom eyes brimmed with seduction, and due to his inebriation, the corners of his eyes seemed to be tinted with a bewitching red. Utterly captivating. Jiang Ning blinked, suddenly questioning whether the first criterion for accepting inner disciples in Lingyun Sect was exceptional looks. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Su Ruofei wobbled to his feet and drifted over to Chu Tian, performing a flamboyant salute. Master, what brings you here? He slurred, tilting his head back to take a swig of alcohol. He bore the unmistakable demeanor of a drunkard. Chu Tian's face contorted in frustration. He gritted his teeth and said, I came to see if you were dead from drinking. Su Ruofei smirked, his eyes half-lidded, and shoved the wine jar into Chu Tian's embrace, pulling out another from his storage ring. At that moment, Jiang Ning noticed that this second senior brother was not only exquisitely handsome but also possessed hands more delicate than even the most refined womaneth. He was truly a mesmerizing figure. Thank you for your concern, master. That I am in excellent health. This is my freshly brewed peach blossom wine. Do try it. Chu Tian struggled to suppress the urge to smash the wine jar over his head, repeatedly reminding himself, this is your disciple. You must not strike. You must not strike. You cannot allow your new disciple to witness your wrath. Gradually, he managed to rein in his anger. Enough of the drinking. I have just taken in a new disciple and came to introduce you to your junior sister. Upon hearing the term junior sister, Su Ruofei tilted his head and glanced behind Chu Tian. After a moment, he straightened up and offered a genuine assessment. Her looks are average at best, but decent enough. She won't bring shame if taken out. Jiang Ning. What a conceited and narcissistic character. She forced a smile, feigning enthusiasm, and replied, indeed. She surely pales in comparison to the ethereal beauty of second senior brother, with your striking brows and bright eyes, refreshing demeanor, and unparalleled charm. Regardless of the words, flattery was the key. Su Ruofei, captivated by her praise, paused mid-sip, momentarily forgetting to drink. He glanced at his master, noticing the proud expression on Chu Tian's face as he stroked his beard, suddenly understanding why this lowly cultivated girl had been accepted as a disciple. It was simple. She had a sweet tongue. Chapter 9. Lingyun Town. Su Ruofei smiled slyly. The elder brother finds himself in dire straits, spending his days descending the mountain to undertake tasks in exchange for spirit stones. As for the third junior brother, it's best left unmentioned. Now, with the addition of such a clever little junior sister, it seems the days ahead will not be dull. Here, a token of our first meeting. The second elder brother has nothing but treasures. Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. Su Ruofei smiled gently, removing a storage ring from her hand and tossing it casually to Jiang Ning. Flustered, Jiang Ning fumbled to catch it, and when she looked up again, Su Ruofei had already swayed back toward her own stone. Jiang Ning. What a lavish and self-absorbed character. Are all disciples of Lingyun Sect so free-spirited? Is it customary to present gifts upon first meeting? Jiang Ning blinked innocently, looking up at Chu Tian. Master, he won't regret waking up, will he? Despite her words, her hands were swift and decisive as she slid the storage ring onto her finger. Blood was drawn, and a contract was established in one seamless motion. To her surprise, it fit perfectly. The resplendent ruby-encrusted ring seemed tailor-made for her. She scanned its contents with her divine sense. Jiang Ning was utterly astonished. Within the several hundred square feet of storage space lay an abundant pile of high-grade spirit stones, resembling a small mountain. It is well known that 100 low-grade spirit stones equate to a single medium-grade spirit stone. and 100 medium-grade spirit stones to 1 high-grade spirit stone. This second elder brother, is he truly this wealthy? She retracted her earlier notion that the disciple of Lingyun Sect was impoverished. It turned out that only the elder brother was in such a state. In another corner of the storage ring, various spiritual artifacts and treasures were piled up, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made one's heart race upon a mere glance. Jiang Ning clutched her chest, nearly blinded by the sight before her. My goodness. It seems the second elder brother is the true golden leg. One must understand that this is a storage ring, a treasure that only the 3 great families of Chili Kingdom possess. The head of the Jiang family, fearing covetous eyes, dared not wear it, keeping it locked away in the treasury. Yet now, it has become hers. The Jiang family's storage ring offers merely a few dozen square feet of space, while the second elder brother's storage ring is undoubtedly invaluable. He has gifted her such a meeting present. If Jiang Yuan were to learn of this, would she not go mad? She recalled Jiang Yuan's master initiation ceremony, a grand event that nearly stirred the entire cultivation world, for her master not only gifted her a rare high-grade spiritual weapon, the feather sword, but also a 4th-tier magical beast and a storage pouch. Such lavishness had incited envy among all now. Comparing it to her second elder brother's generosity, he has effortlessly eclipsed the master of the Zishuan sect. How incredibly cool! Jiang Ning decided to forgive his earlier remark about his plain appearance. Whoever possesses wealth speaks the truth. Who could possibly outshine a narcissist? Chu Tian rubbed his forehead, exhaling a long breath. Rest assured, he will not awaken. It's a matter of not awakening, not of regretting. She understood. Goodness. So he truly is a drunkard. If she were to encounter a few more such drunkards, would she not ascend the pinnacle of life? Suddenly, curiosity about the third elder brother piqued within her. Just as Su Ruofei was about to recline back, Chu Tian sent a surge of spiritual energy toward her, and she deftly evaded as though she had eyes at the back of her head. Does the master have business? Su Ruofei sidestepped, her face clearly conveying the message. Speak if you have something to say, and do not disturb him if you do not. Chu Tian's lips twitched. Exasperated, yet he restrained himself from uttering any profanity. Mu Chuan and Yin Shi are absent. I leave the little junior sister in your capable hands. You must instruct her well. If she fails to pass the sex assessment, you shall move to your third junior brother's mountain peak. The Lingyun Sect has a rule that even designated disciples must undergo an entrance examination. No exceptions. This statement jolted Su Ruofei, half awakening her from her stupor. Master, rest assured, I shall teach the little junior sister diligently. Su Ruofei suddenly straightened, resolutely patting her left shoulder. Her determined demeanor resembled one pledging allegiance, compared to the third junior brother. The novice little junior sister is evidently more manageable. Jiang Ning? She inexplicably perceived a sense of fearlessness on Su Ruofei's face. Master, is the third junior brother a calamity? Jiang Ning was eager to inquire why the seemingly fearless second elder brother exhibited such trepidation. Upon mentioning the third junior brother, Chu Tian and Su Ruofei exchanged a glance, simultaneously turning away with expressions of distress. Never mind, Nian Shi is currently absent from the sect. You will naturally meet him upon his return. There remains half a month until the sect's assessment. For today, let Ruofei take you down the mountain to procure some daily necessities and commence your training tomorrow. After relaying all necessary instructions, Chu Tian departed. The Lingyun Sect is established on the mountainside of the Dark Moon Mountain Range, which stretches across the entirety of the Qingwen continent, dividing it into 2 halves. It serves as an exceptional location for trials. At the foot of the Lingyun Sect lies a town named Lingyun Town. With still half a month until the disciples' assessment, Lingyun Town is already bustling with numerous young individuals gathering for the examination. Lively even at night. The streets are filled with vendors selling a myriad of wares. Pills, spiritual plants, magical artifacts, and magical beasts, all displayed along the sides for selection. The sounds of vendors calling out, the roars of magical beasts, and the chatter of the crowd create a vibrant atmosphere. Before descending the mountain, Su Ruofei concealed her appearance using magic. Otherwise, her looks alone would undoubtedly cause a stir in town. Jiang Ning, filled with curiosity, walked along, observing everything, and suddenly halted in front of a stall. She vaguely sensed a rich elemental fire energy, strikingly similar to that of Yunxian. At that moment, Su Ruofei also noticed an inconspicuous bead at the stall and whispered to Jiang Ning. That red bead is a fire spirit pearl. You should buy it. Fire spirit pearl? What is that? Jiang Ning blinked her innocent eyes, looking at Su Ruofei. Su Ruofei had encountered ignorance before, but never had he met someone so oblivious as to not know what a fire spirit pearl is. He deeply suspected from which corner of the world this little junior sister had emerged. However, recalling the master's instructions, he patiently explained. The fire spirit pearl is a natural spiritual object birthed by heaven and earth, of which there is only one in existence. The storage ring I gave you contains many fire spirit essences, whose energy is but a fraction of the fire spirit pearls and cannot be regenerated. It could fetch a sky-high price at an auction. The energy within the fire spirit pearl is inexhaustible, making it a coveted treasure for fire-affiliated cultivators. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 10. Traffic light. She had just begun her cultivation and had yet to undergo a talent test, unaware of her elemental affinity. However, as long as it is a treasure, there is no reason to let it slip away. Even if she could not use it, she could always sell it, right? She wholeheartedly trusted Su Ruofei's discerning eye, striding confidently toward the stall. Shopkeeper, this bead is beautiful. How much do you want for it? Jiang Ning crouched at the stall, picking up the red bead and casually inquiring. The shopkeeper glanced at the bead with a dismissive expression. He had merely picked it up from the Dark Moon Forest, thinking it pretty enough to keep, but after studying it for a while, he found it utterly useless for cultivation and had left it on display as a mere light source. He lifted his gaze, taking in the young lady before him, dressed lavishly with low cultivation, accompanied by a tall man whose cultivation level was indiscernible, clearly a pampered young lady out for a stroll. The shopkeeper instantly sat up straight, a flattering smile blossoming on his face, his keen eyes darting around. It would be a travesty not to take advantage of such a naive girl. As the saying goes, a shopkeeper's smile makes the price unpredictable. The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes, his upper lip meeting his lower lip, extending 5 fingers. Not expensive at all, just 50 high-grade spirit stones. A mysterious treasure, worthy of the young lady. Behind Jiang Ning, upon hearing this price, Su Ruofei furrowed his brow. He scrutinized the bead in Jiang Ning's hand once more. Indeed, it was the fire spirit pearl. When did such a rare treasure become so undervalued in the lower realms? Although the surface of the fire spirit pearl bore a seal, there was no denying its authenticity. He would not mistake it. Just like Su Ruofei, Jiang Ning also frowned upon hearing the price. Though their thoughts diverged entirely, Jiang Ning wore an expression that questioned the shopkeeper's sanity, disdainfully tossing the bead back. Do you think I'm foolish and wealthy? You want 50 high-grade spirit stones for this worthless trinket? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Just 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Take it or leave it. With that, she stood up, ready to depart. The drastic gap in Jiang Ning's bargaining made Su Ruofei momentarily forget his own actions upon hearing her offer. He opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. This little junior sister is rather stingy. As he regained his composure, he felt an urge to grab Jiang Ning by the collar and demand to know who had taught her to haggle like this. Was she not afraid of being beaten? As it turned out, if one dared to negotiate, success was possible. Just when Su Ruofei expected the shopkeeper to leap up and berate Jiang Ning, he instead swiftly extended a hand, palm up, calling out to the departing Jiang Ning, "Deal, Su Ruofei. Who is he? Where is he? Is this really possible? Has he been away from the mountain for too long? When exactly did the base of the mountain develop into such a state?" Upon seeing the smile on the vendor's face, Jiang Ning was filled with regret. Damn it, it seems I overpaid. Jiang Ning took out the spirit stones, just as she was about to pay. A sharp voice laced with hostility pierced through the air from not far away. It seems that even the most destitute individuals can now visit Lingyun town, and here you are, haggling over a mere bead. Can you not afford it? The woman's voice was sultry, unmistakably that of a young beauty, yet the arrogance in her tone marred the allure. Jiang Ning turned her gaze in the direction of the voice, and her eyes fell upon a woman clad in gaudy red and green attire, with a yellow belt cinched around her waist, looking like a walking traffic light. The woman held her chin high, a smirk of disdain gracing her lips as her eyes rolled towards Jiang Ning. Just one glance, and Jiang Ning nearly whistled. This woman's sense of fashion? It was her first encounter with someone who literally wore a traffic light. Quite amusing. Jiang Ning chose to ignore her, finishing the transaction for the fire spirit bead and preparing to leave with Su Ruofei. The woman, incensed that Jiang Ning dared to disregard her, erupted in anger. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? She had long noticed Jiang Ning's presence. It was simply that a glance at her beauty had deeply provoked her. She would not allow any woman more beautiful than herself to exist in Lingyun town. Jiang Ning halted, observing the guards encircling her. As if suddenly coming to a realization, she forced a dry laugh and said, "Sorry, I'm hard of hearing." What did you say? The traffic light woman's eyes widened in disbelief. A rush of indignation lodged in her throat, unable to be swallowed or spat out. Despite her youth, this insufferable girl was full of flaws, stingy, miserly, impoverished, and hard of hearing. Yet none of these could diminish her jealousy towards that face. I'm saying I want the bead in your hand, and I'll give you 50 high-grade spirit stones. The woman's voice brimmed with arrogance, dripping with superiority. Upon finishing her sentence, she cast a condescending glance at Jiang Ning, waiting for her to respectfully present the bead with both hands. She was the daughter of the city lord. There was nothing she desired in Lingyun town that she could not obtain. Little did she know, 50 high-grade spirit stones was merely the initial price. If you want it, you must pay more. Jiang Ning crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth curling up ever so slightly. The traffic light woman hesitated, furrowing her brows. How much more? Jiang Ning chuckled softly, extending 5 fingers, mimicking the vendor's demeanor. Her expression inscrutable. Not too much, just 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Good heavens! Upon hearing that figure, not only did the traffic light woman lose her composure, but even the vendor nearby could no longer maintain his calm. This girl is audacious. She's either utterly shameless or reckless. 5,000 spirit stones for a mere bead. Has she lost her sanity? The vendor began to question whether he had indeed set the price too low. The traffic light woman, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned livid, her face shifting through hues like a painter's palette, a mix of green and purple, seething with rage. Are you mocking me? Jiang Ning sighed, innocently shrugging her shoulders. She returned the woman's words verbatim, truly pathetic, haggling over a bead as if it were too expensive. Can you not afford it? At this, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. Soon, the laughter became a chorus of snickers, a sound that was utterly unbearable. Ah! The woman felt an overwhelming fury surge from the soles of her feet, consuming her rationality in an instant. You wretched creature! I'll kill you with that. She unsheathed the long whip coiled at her waist and aimed a vicious strike at Jiang Ning's exquisite face. Jiang Ning did not flinch. Just as the whip was about to land, a graceful hand seized it inches away from her. Su Ruofei, with narrowed peach blossom eyes, flicked his fingers lightly, and the whip, now imbued with a fierce momentum, was drawn back. Chapter 11. Deceptively sinister, she likes it sensing the murderous intent emanating from the whip. The woman was hastily pulled back by her guards, retreating several meters before she could dissipate the terrifying force of the whip. Miss, there are skilled fighters present. Do not confront them head-on. The guard, hands trembling, kept them behind his back, warily eyeing the seemingly ordinary man beside Jiang Ning. The woman was arrogant but not foolish. She realized that they were not a match for this man. In her fury, she raised her whip, smashing it against several nearby stalls. Observing the vendor's expressions of suppressed anger, Jiang Ning surmised that the woman's identity was far from simple. Her current cultivation was too low. It was imprudent to provoke such an opponent. Seeing that the woman had ceased her attacks, she smiled sweetly and waved at the traffic light, cheerfully saying, can't hit, just as everyone expected Jiang Ning to seize this opportunity to humiliate the daughter of the city lord. The next moment left them all aghast as she took Su Ruofei's hand and, striding with indifference, began to run away. Run? She's running? Even the traffic light woman was taken aback by Jiang Ning's audacity, shaking with rage. After her, yet strangely, her henchman merely glanced in her direction, not moving an inch. The guard sighed at this scene and advised, Miss, the city lord has instructed that with the recruitment of disciples for Lingyun Sect imminent, you should focus on your cultivation and avoid causing trouble. Am I the one causing trouble? Hearing this, the traffic light woman's expression soured. It was the first time in her life she felt so stifled. Usually, it was acceptable when she was the one instigating, but this time, it was clear that wretched girl had played her for a fool, and how could she swallow that insult? And that man? How dare he almost kill her? If they were allowed to escape just like that, what would become of her reputation? The guard watched Jiang Ning's retreating figure, deep in thought, judging by her demeanor. She likely came to participate in the disciple recruitment. Once she entered Lingyun Sect, the miss would surely have opportunities to deal with her. With the entirety of Lingyun City backing her, disposing of a rogue cultivator would be a trivial matter. Lingyun Sect does not allow guards. As a mere chi refining stage cultivator, she would be at the miss's mercy. The guard clearly understood his young mistress's nature and effortlessly struck a chord with her thoughts. He wasn't worried about her seeking revenge later. Regardless of whether that girl was attending the disciple recruitment or not, with her high-level chi refining cultivation, she might not even qualify. Even if she somehow got lucky and entered the sect, she would certainly not gain access to the inner sect. Unlike their young mistress, who, thanks to her connection with the city lord and sect master, having delivered significant gifts, was assured a place among the inner disciples. The guard, aged 20 yet bearing the weariness of 50 years, wore an expression devoid of emotion, only relief. Over the years, he had cleaned up too many messes for the young mistress, as long as she didn't stir up trouble in his presence. He wouldn't care how she behaved in Lingyun Sect. Whether or not he envisioned torturing Jiang Ning in the sect, a cold smile crept across the traffic light woman's face. You are right. Once I enter Lingyun Sect, I will have ample opportunities to deal with her. Let us go. As she turned, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. No one had ever dared defy her in such a manner since her childhood. Did she think she could simply run away after provoking her? Absolutely not. Go, find out everything about that girl. Yes, miss. Satisfied, the traffic light woman departed, while the guard tossed a pouch of spirit stones onto the stall that had been damaged, coldly stating, this matter must not be disclosed. The vendors, cowed, dared not express their anger. Yes. The vendor who had sold the bead for 10 medium-grade spirit stones glanced towards the direction Jiang Ning had departed and pondered for a moment before decisively packing up his stall and pursuing her. Su Ruofei had never witnessed such a scene. Once he confirmed that no one was following, he grasped Jiang Ning's arm. Why didn't you let me kill them earlier? Eliminating these enemies was the simplest solution. A group of lowly ants, killing them would have been a trivial task for him. Yet at the moment he felt the urge to kill, his junior sister had pulled him away. For a cultivator, indecisiveness is to be avoided. Eradicating problems at their roots can prevent a multitude of troubles. He assumed Jiang Ning was simply unaware of this principle and patiently explained it to her. However, Jiang Ning did not agree with his approach. We are all civilized individuals. What does it reflect to resort to violence? Besides, it was just an argument. I didn't lose, so there is no need to kill, right? Growing up in a civilized society, she found it difficult to accept the idea of resorting to murder so readily. Furthermore, she had her own considerations. The woman's identity was evidently significant. Her own strength was currently inadequate, and she did not wish to create formidable enemies. Su Ruofei thought she was merely being soft-hearted and chose not to press the issue. Regardless, she would understand in due time. Before the two could venture far, Jiang Ning heard someone calling her from behind. Miss, wait. It was the vendor who had sold her the fire spirit bead. Jiang Ning turned to see the vendor rushing towards her, a large bundle slung over his shoulder. Upon seeing her halt, his face lit up with delight, excitement mingled with a hint of cunning. The vendor soon reached her, setting up his stall on the ground. With a mysterious air, he produced a tattered booklet from the bottom. A lewd smile plastered across his face as he presented it. Miss, I have more treasures here. Would you like to take a look? Gazing at the yellowed and frayed pages, which were evidently missing parts, Jiang Ning felt a vein twitch at her temple. Did you intend to sell me all your worthless junk? Despite her words, she casually accepted the scroll and began to flip through it. On the pages, several flamboyant characters boldly proclaimed, the complete ancient talisman compendium, in volume. Such a delightfully pretentious title. Jiang Ning's lips twitched as she opened the first page, and the name that greeted her struck her like a bolt from the blue. The Legend of the Blind. The Search for the Ida. Jiang Ning flipped to the second page. 1,000 Years of Stench. The third page. Return your unsightly talismans, Jiang Ning. What on earth is this chaos? Can this really be practiced? Yet, why does she find herself inexplicably drawn to it? It seems to be only half a volume. It can't be a scam, can it? With a face full of disdain, Jiang Ning continued to peruse, and the more she read, the more she liked it. Truly, this volume is deserving of its name. She relished its wickedness. The vendor usually used this tattered scroll to prop up a table leg, as he discovered that the talismans inscribed within could not be drawn at all. Today, having encountered such an unsuspecting buyer in Jiang Ning, he was eager to offload his unsellable wares. He dared not ask too much for this torn volume, especially since he felt a tinge of fear regarding the man standing behind the young lady, a presence that even the city lord's daughter held in reverence. Just moments ago, despite their capability to seize the scroll by force, they had offered him 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 12. 1,000 Years of Stench. With this thought, the vendor hesitated and picked up a spiritual plant from his stall. Presenting it with a pained expression, I wouldn't dare to fool anyone but you, my lady. This is a genuine ancient tome, albeit only half of it, yet it is indeed authentic. 10 high-grade spirit stones. And I'll throw in a spiritual plant. The vendor, knowing Jiang Ning to be a tough negotiator, deliberately asked for a bit more to allow her room for bargaining. To his surprise, Jiang Ning promptly paid the spirit stones. Deal. The vendor gazed at the gleaming tin high-grade spirit stones in his hand, once more questioning his life choices. Could it be he was about to be shortchanged again? Although Jiang Ning could not craft talismans, it did not hinder her, for Su Ruofei had provided her with numerous cultivation scrolls within her storage ring. Possessing a keen intellect, she could quickly grasp concepts from what she had previously studied. With her newly acquired complete ancient talisman compendium in hand, Jiang Ning purchased some talisman paper and ink, eagerly taking Su Ruofei to find an in the inn's room. Su Ruofei lounged on a soft couch, pouring wine from an exquisite jade flask into his mouth. The moment the vendor unveiled the scroll, he sensed its unusual aura. Observing Jiang Ning, who was already poised to write, he unhesitatingly poured cold water on her enthusiasm. This is a tome of the demon race. To draw the talismans within, one needs demonic energy. You should refrain from. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning had successfully drawn her first talisman. Aside from a slight dizziness, she felt no adverse effects. Hearing Su Ruofei speak, she looked up in confusion. What did you say? Su Ruofei glanced at the talisman in her hand, which had taken form and exuded a faint pressure. Very well, he thought, pretending he hadn't said anything. Su Ruofei stood up and snatched the talisman from Jiang Ning's grasp for a careful inspection. Indeed, she had drawn it, and there was not a trace of demonic energy present. This shouldn't be possible. Su Ruofei's worldview was once again shaken in his memory. This book was the lifelong study of a powerful rogue from the demon race, which was why it had fallen to the lower realms and become a mere scrap. It was not something a human cultivator could draw. Su Ruofei was filled with confusion, pondering over Jiang Ning. Could it be that this little junior sister harbors some secret? However, he soon had no time to dwell on such matters, for he noticed Jiang Ning had already picked up the second sheet of talisman paper. Su Ruofei discreetly observed from the side, eager to uncover the mystery at hand. Unaware of Su Ruofei's astonishment, Jiang Ning remained immersed in the joy of her success. I knew it. She truly is a genius. Seizing the second sheet of talisman paper, Jiang Ning began to draw 1,000 years of stench. Just hearing the name was exhilarating. Isn't Jiang Yuan a charmer? Don't all who meet her become captivated? How dare they use her heartfelt essence to nourish their artifact for so many years? Next time they meet, she would simply toss a talisman at them and see how those sycophants would handle her foul-smelling presence. Heh. The crafting of a talisman requires a single stroke, demanding both intense concentration and the infusion of spiritual energy from the surrounding air into the talisman. A slight misstep could result in its destruction, or worse, an explosion that could injure the creator. As Jiang Ning reached the final half of her drawing, she felt her spiritual energy wane, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Ultimately, through sheer determination, bang! The talisman exploded. Su Ruofei had been vigilant nearby, erecting a barrier at the moment of the explosion to protect Jiang Ning. Unfortunately, the others in the inn were not so fortunate. With a deafening roar, the half-formed talisman detonated in the air, releasing a noxious cloud that spread like a mushroom, enveloping the entire inn in an instant. Then, Jiang Ning heard a cacophony of frantic screams that sounded as if they came from hell. What on earth is that foul stench? Ah? Whose latrine exploded? Oh my heavens, help! I can't breathe. Under Su Ruofei's protection, Jiang Ning fled in a panic, leaving behind a crowd of terrified wails. Of course, if they had the foresight, they would realize that this was not the worst of it, for this foul stench, if all went according to plan, would accompany them for a lifetime. 1,000 years of stench truly lived up to its name. Although the talisman had not been fully completed, it had at least achieved half its potential, and surely, its effect would last for 5,000 years. Jiang Ning could only silently apologize to them, promising in her heart that she would return to dispel the talisman's effects once she figured out how. Before descending the mountain, Chu Tian had informed Jiang Ning that the assessment during the sect's initiation ceremony was not merely a test, but also an opportunity to enhance her strength. He advised her to complete the initiation examination before returning. With half a month remaining, after a day of wandering in Lingyun town, Jiang Ning was unceremoniously cast into the Dark Moon Forest by Su Ruofei. To prevent her from becoming roommates with the third junior brother, Su Ruofei went to great lengths, not daring to relax for even a moment. For the next half-month, you will have to rely on yourself. I will follow you in the shadows, unless you encounter a life-threatening situation. I won't intervene. Be cautious. This was Jiang Ning's first venture into such a primeval forest, and faced with the unknown dangers, She was filled with excitement, and an adventure where she could roam freely without the threat of death was something she eagerly anticipated. Rest assured, second brother, I run fast. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled. If she encountered danger, could she not simply flee? If she couldn't, she would leave it to her second brother. Seeing her eager expression, Su Ruofei wore an inscrutable smile, patting her shoulder. Then I wish you good luck with that. He turned and departed. It was only after Su Ruofei's figure vanished that Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and withdrew her gaze. Now at the high level of chi refinement, in a forest rife with magical beasts and unknown dangers, she felt as vulnerable as a helpless infant wandering into a wolf's den. She resolved to be discreet and steady, avoiding recklessness. First, she would seek out some low-level beasts to test her skills. In the Dark Moon Forest, dangers lurked at every turn, with various venomous creatures lying in wait beneath the rubble and dead leaves, ready to deliver a lethal strike to any passerby. 5 days later, Jiang Ning had stabilized her cultivation at the initial stage of the absorption phase. Standing over the corpse of a second-tier gnawing rodent, she shook off the tattered remnants of her clothing. Striking a pose she deemed cool, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. How dare such a weakling attempt to ambush me? Truly overestimating its abilities, in these 5 days, she had challenged only magical beasts of first and second tiers. And she had progressed from struggling to handling them with ease, though injuries were inevitable. First, she had held back from dealing fatal blows, until a grotesque first-tier crimson wasp slapped her. Chapter 13. The world of cultivators is quite small indeed. You can hit someone, but not their face. That was too much. With a swift strike from her blade, the half-human height crimson wasp was cleaved in two. The moment warm blood splattered across her face. Jiang Ning unexpectedly felt an exhilarating rush. Could it be that there lies a bloodthirsty demon within me? Jiang Ning shook her head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts, and bent down to gut the rodent. Extracting its beast core, though she had no idea what it was for, it looked appealing. She desired the beautiful, for it could be sold. Not far away, hidden and leaning against a tree, Su Ruofei couldn't help but facepalm at the sight of Jiang Ning, who appeared disheveled yet still managed to strike a pose. This little junior sister. Why is she always so dramatic? Upon sensing the bloody scent attracting a fourth-tier magical beast, he released a pressure to scare it away, then stowed his wine flask and continued to follow Jiang Ning. As Jiang Ning walked, voices suddenly erupted from the woods ahead. This was her first encounter with other living beings since entering the forest. Piquing her interest, concealing herself, Jiang Ning crouched low and pushed through the thicket. Before her were two groups engaged in a dispute over the ownership of a magical beast. The creature was a fiery red, about the size of a small dog, with a gaping wound in its abdomen, lying there, barely alive and motionless. The two groups stood with drawn swords, the air thick with tension. Jiang Ning listened intently. Do not overstep your bounds. We were the ones who discovered this magical beast first. The speaker was a youth clad in black, with a rather naive countenance, his complexion a mix of dark red and black. Beside him stood a girl who bore a striking resemblance to him, suggesting they were siblings. And what of it? I was the one who injured this beast. I intend to use its inner core for alchemy. While you, a mere artifact cultivator, have no use for it. Jiang Ning turned her gaze toward another group, and what a sight it was. The man referred to as Yuan had a slanted gaze and a rather unfortunate appearance. His forehead broad and chin short, clad in green attire. At first glance, Jiang Ning thought she was viewing a bronze mask unearthed from the Sangsingdui site in a museum. She had seen stunning beauty before, but never anything quite like this. Who could comprehend such a feeling? It was simply too striking. Generally, she refrained from criticizing others' appearances unless they initiated such attacks against her. Why, Yuan? Do not go too far. Yin, do you believe this is your Shi family's territory? Once outside, who regards you and your sister? With that, the man named Yuan swung his sword toward the weaker Shi Ning, catching Yin off guard, resulting in a deep gash on her shoulder. The two groups clashed immediately. Upon hearing Yin's name, Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned. She never anticipated that the world of cultivators could be so small. In the novel, Yin was also the devoted admirer of the female protagonist. Yin was injured en route to the sect examination and was saved by Jiang Yuan, who was headed to the Lingyun Sect. Grateful, the siblings followed Jiang Yuan to register at the Lingyun Sect. However, their talents were merely average among a group of prodigies, leading them to be assigned to the outer sect. Yin's gratitude toward Jiang Yuan gradually transformed into affection under the powerful halo of the protagonist. The Shi family was a renowned family of artifact refiners in the Xinyu Kingdom, and for Jiang Yuan's sake, Yin labored day and night to refine artifacts, neglecting his own cultivation. Ultimately, the artifacts he crafted were gifted by Jiang Yuan to several senior brothers. Upon learning this, he felt no anger. Rather, he considered Jiang Yuan's willingness to use his creations as validation of his worth, spurring him to work even harder. Ning, unable to bear witnessing her brother being toyed with, approached Jiang Yuan to demand an explanation. However, her fierce demeanor was mistakenly interpreted as a threat to the junior sister, resulting in her being slain by Yun Xian's sword. She became the second unfortunate female supporting character to perish under the protagonist's halo after Jiang Ning. After Ning's death, Yin, feeling he had failed to protect his sister, followed her into the afterlife. Observing the foolishly naive siblings before her, Jiang Ning stroked her chin, aware that this was yet another instance of her causing a butterfly effect. She had buried the severely injured Jiang Yuan, who should still be recuperating, thus it was impossible for her to save Yin on the road. This led to Yin not going to the Lingyun Sect, but rather to the Lingyun Sect. Unexpectedly, she had inadvertently saved their lives, performing a good deed. The 5 individuals were evenly matched in strength, and unable to discern a victor in the short term, Jiang Ning decided to circumvent them and continue on her journey. Their power surpassed hers, and she had no inclination to play the hero. Her life was paramount. Just as she turned to stealthily depart, Su Ruofei's voice suddenly echoed in her ears, "Save that magical beast." Jiang Ning glanced around, failing to spot Su Ruofei's figure. No need to search. It was a sound transmission. That magical beast is extraordinary, and it could represent a significant opportunity for you. Jiang Ning held an unwavering belief in Su Ruofei's words. Upon hearing it was a great opportunity, she felt a stir in her brow. Glancing back at the small red beast in the midst of the battlefield, she was met with the sight of its black, pleading eyes suddenly opening, exuding a sense of desperation. Its large, glistening eyes were misty, blinking as if they sparkled with stars. Jiang Ning had an insatiable weakness for 3 things: abundant wealth, handsome faces, and fluffy little animals. So adorable. Gazing into the little creature's sparkling eyes, Jiang Ning felt her heart melt. I must save it. Now, even if Su Ruofei had not spoken, she was determined to rescue this little one. Second senior brother. What is the strength of these 5 individuals? Her own power was too low to discern their exact levels, only that they were all superior to her. Thus, she sought assistance from an enthusiastic spectator outside. 3 are at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and 2 at the early stage. Indeed, I cannot contend with them. Perhaps I could challenge one if alone, but attempting to snatch the magical beast from 5 is rather far-fetched. Jiang Ning's mind began to whirl. When necessary, one must employ necessary measures. For instance, to use another's strength against them. Second senior brother, where can I find a magical beast above the 4th rank nearby? Su Ruofei took a moment to scan the surroundings and replied, 500 meters northwest, there is a 4th rank fire rhinoceros. What are you planning? Jiang Ning's lips curled into a sinister smile, her intentions clearly not innocent. Why? To engage in some friendly communication, of course, Su Ruofei. This little junior sister is not only dramatic, but also unhinged. Have you lost your mind? With your barely past the fasting stage strength. Seeking out a 4th rank magical beast is tantamount to courting death. A 4th rank magical beast is akin to a human at the golden core stage, and the fire rhinoceros, with its tough hide and formidable defenses, poses a deadly threat. Should they cross paths, it would either be Jiang Ning's demise or that of the fire rhinoceros. Chapter 14. The Earth-ranking pursuit order. Jiang Ning extended a finger, playfully gesturing in the air, her smile radiating confidence. No, who said I intend to confront it head-on? Quickly, help me conceal my aura. Su Ruofei, though skeptical, assisted her in masking her presence, though he remained uneasy. Don't mess this up. 4th rank magical beasts are not easily dealt with. Thinking of the 3rd junior brother, Su Ruofei shivered. Rest assured, if danger truly arises, do you not have your beloved little junior sister to rely on? Would you be so heartless as to watch her fall prey to a beast without lifting a finger? Su Ruofei. What is happening? Why does he feel as though he is being manipulated? Following Su Ruofei's instructions, Jiang Ning stealthily approached the slumbering fire rhinoceros. In this forest, 4th rank fire rhinoceroses were practically overlords, and none dared to tread upon their territory. The massive beast lay sprawled comfortably, indulging in dreams of frolicking with a female fire rhinoceros when suddenly, it received a sharp kick to its rear. The pain surged to its head, and the mother beast vanished beneath it. Its bell-sized eyes shot open in fury. Who dares to disturb my sweet dreams? As the fire rhinoceros rose, towering over 4 meters, the ground trembled with its every move. It turned to see a minuscule human, hardly larger than its toenail, grinning and waving at it. "Hello, big fellow." Roar. "Human, you seek death." Typically, magical beasts would hide their treasures near their lairs, and with a flick of her hand, Jiang Ning swiftly looted all the rare materials surrounding the fire rhinoceros's den. "Come on, come chase me." With that, Jiang Ning turned and fled. Su Ruofei, watching from the shadows, face-palmed in disbelief. This is absurd. How has this little sister survived to this day without being killed? It is a mystery of the human realm. The fire rhinoceros was indeed enraged, immediately bolting after Jiang Ning. She dashed back toward the previous battlefield, with the fire rhinoceros rampaging behind her. Upon spotting the 5 individuals, Jiang Ning swiftly retrieved the least valuable spiritual herb from her storage bag and hurled it toward the nearsighted Yuan. Simultaneously shouting, "Friend, catch!" Yuan instinctively reached out to catch it, and in that moment, Jiang Ning swiftly vanished into a nearby tree, prompting Su Ruofei to once more conceal her aura. Unable to locate Jiang Ning, the fire rhinoceros huffed angrily, directing its fierce gaze at the bewildered Yuan. Yuan, still processing how a spiritual herb had suddenly appeared in his hands, was jolted into action by the sight of the enraged fire rhinoceros charging toward him. What in the world? This is not a divine gift. It is a harbinger of doom. Why are you still standing there? Run. Only when his companion yanked him away did Yuan finally react. In that instant, all 5 fled, disregarding the injured little beast on the ground. The fire rhinoceros roared furiously as it pursued them. Once they had distanced themselves, Jiang Ning leaped down from the tree. The moment the little beast spotted her, its eyes lit up and it struggled to stand. Wobbling over to Jiang Ning and biting her finger in an attempt to lift itself, a sharp pain shot through Jiang Ning, followed by an echoing voice from the depths of her mind. "Contract established." Jiang Ning blinked in surprise. Was that it? As the contract formed, the little beast's wound rapidly healed, and it gazed toward the direction the 5 had fled. A strange red light flashing in its eyes. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ning, 3 red hairs floated silently away. In that moment of contract completion, Jiang Ning felt a surge of spiritual energy erupting within her, compelling her to find a secluded spot to hide and prepare for a breakthrough. Fasting stage mid-level, fasting stage high-level, fasting stage peak. Ultimately, Jiang Ning suppressed her cultivation at the peak of the fasting stage. Though the energy from the contracted beast was sufficient to propel her directly to foundation establishment, she resisted the temptation under Su Ruofei's guidance, averting any potential instability in her foundation. When Jiang Ning opened her eyes once more, a fleeting glimmer of purple, as fine as a thread, flashed in her gaze, an anomaly she herself failed to notice. She looked down at the small, red, plush creature curled up by her feet and affectionately ruffled its head. This was her first contracted beast. Although its breed remained a mystery, it appeared to possess a remarkable degree of sentience. "Little one, do you have a name?" Jiang Ning inquired as she lifted the creature into her arms. Rising to her feet, the red beast nestled obediently in her embrace, its innocent, dark, round eyes brimming with simplicity. "Mistress, I am called Xiao Xian. You may refer to me as Xiao Xian." Xiao Xian. Upon hearing this name, an image instantaneously flashed in Jiang Ning's mind. On the battlefield, she stood in confrontation with her adversary. Just as she was about to release a magical beast in desperation, the chubby Xiao Xian made its entrance. Extending a paw in a gesture reminiscent of Erkong, repeatedly exclaiming, "Xiao Xian." Her opponent would likely think her deranged, wouldn't they? What's wrong? Does the mistress dislike the name Xiao Xian? Sensing Jiang Ning's unusual mood, the little creature's red ears drooped, looking pitiable as it gazed at her small toes. With its pointed ears, rounded nose, and sparkling eyes, its appearance was utterly adorable, nearly irresistible. Jiang Ning gasped in astonishment and once again ruffled its forehead. Seeing its demeanor as if it bore a grave injustice, she quickly clarified, No. I merely think Xiao Xian is truly a wonderful name. Let it be Xiao Xian, for as long as she felt no embarrassment. The awkwardness would belong to others. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Shi Yin and Shi Ning, having narrowly evaded the fire rhinoceros beast, leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. The fire rhinoceros, with its impenetrably tough skin, could withstand even a golden core's strike. Their only option was to flee. They had just about exhausted all the elixirs and magical artifacts they had for escape, and to say they felt no pangs of regret would be a lie. Fortunately, They had chosen a path opposite that of Yuan, thus evading the fire rhinoceros's pursuit. Sister, do you still want that magical beast? Concerned about encountering the fire rhinoceros again, Shi Yin decided against returning for the little red creature. Shi Ning shook her head as well. She had only wanted to save it from being killed by Yuan out of pity, and now it should be safe, so there was no need to go back. The little beast likely wasn't gravely injured, yet it appeared to be suffering from some deep-seated trauma, perhaps frightened by their earlier encounter. Surely, it wouldn't be pretending, would it? Once they left, the creature would probably depart on its own. Noticing her brother's shoulder was injured, Shi Ning felt a pang of sympathy and sat beside Shi Yin to tend to his wounds. Jiang Ning followed the traces left by the fire rhinoceros until she reached their vicinity. Overhearing the siblings' conversation, "Brother, what did Jiang Ning do to warrant a bounty on the Earth-ranking? Earth-ranking bounty. What is that?" Jiang Ning halted, preparing to eavesdrop further, only to be detected by Shi Yin. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Both Shi Yin and Shi Ning stood, drawing their swords in a defensive stance. Aware that her presence had been revealed, Jiang Ning stepped out from behind the tree, greeting them with an air of nonchalance, entirely unfazed by her earlier act of eavesdropping. "Hello there." Upon seeing the unexpected appearance of the woman, the siblings furrowed their brows in unison. Had she just been assaulted? The sight of her face marred with bruises, her clothing barely recognizable amid the dried bloodstains, left little doubt about her condition. Many parts of her attire could scarcely be called clothing, reduced to mere strips of fabric. Did you encounter robbers? It was no wonder they suspected such. The Dark Moon Forest was not only frequented by disciples attending sect examinations, but also by many rogue cultivators and scions seeking to hone their skills. Theft and plunder were all too common. Recognizing Jiang Ning's pinnacle of the peak of the pill-condensing stage and her disheveled appearance, the siblings gradually lowered their guard, sheathing their swords. "Are you all right?" Shi Ning tentatively offered her some healing ointment, which Jiang Ning accepted without hesitation. The storage ring given to her by Su Ruofei contained numerous high-grade elixirs, yet she had been instructed to refrain from relying on external resources. Indeed, the efficacy of the healing ointment was remarkable. Applied to her wounds, it provided a soothing relief. "Thank you. As a token of my gratitude, please accept this." Jiang Ning, recalling the item she had acquired from the fire rhinoceros, produced a horn shed by the creature. The horn, incredibly hard, was an excellent material for crafting, and as both were artisans, they would surely find it useful. Upon witnessing Jiang Ning conjure a massive horn from thin air, the siblings' eyes sparkled with astonishment. "Wow, a storage ring. No, wait. Wow, brother, look. It's a rhinoceros horn." Though storage rings were rare, they were not entirely uncommon for the Shi family, a clan of artisans. However, a horn from a fourth-tier fire rhinoceros was a treasure of immense value, something they could scarcely fathom acquiring. Even their family possessed but a single piece, reserved only for crafting high-grade defensive artifacts, treated with the utmost reverence, an object they could only gaze upon, never touch. What manner of person was this young lady, to be so lavish with her gifts? If their father were to see them return with a whole horn, would he not walk with an air of superiority? Their branch of the Shi family would certainly see an elevation in status. Is this truly a gift for us? Shi Yin pondered, uncertain. It was merely a bit of ointment, yet she bestowed upon them such a rare treasure. Could this young lady be a fool? Unaware of their thoughts, Jiang Ning directly placed the horn into Shi Ning's arms. Though she had a penchant for wealth, it stemmed from a childhood marked by poverty. For those who had aided her or could be called friends, she was never stingy. The fact that they had shared their healing ointment with her, a stranger, spoke volumes of their kindness, deserving of her friendship. "I am not an artisan. It would be of no use to me, so I might as well give it to those in need. Wouldn't you agree?" In truth, the fourth-tier fire rhinoceros had already shed its horn 4 times, and she had 7 such horns in her storage ring. After she spoke, she raised an eyebrow, glancing at the siblings' waist pouches, each emblazoned with the character for sure, as if to ensure no one missed their identity. Shi Yin, initially skeptical about how Jiang Ning knew of their needs, only realized it was their storage pouches that had betrayed them. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head, signaling Shi Ning to accept the horn. "Thank you, young lady. However, if you wish to learn the art of crafting, my sister and I would be more than willing to teach you." What had begun as a mere pleasantry took a surprising turn as Jiang Ning perked up. Her spirits invigorated. "That sounds wonderful. I want to learn." This opportunity, bestowed upon her without effort, was too precious to pass up. Alchemy, crafting, beast taming, talisman drawing. She wanted to learn it all, Shi Yin. He had merely been making conversation. Yet this young lady was unreserved in her enthusiasm. Ning, however, took a liking to Jiang Ning and promptly produced a scroll from her storage pouch, one that did not contain family secrets. Handing it to Jiang Ning. Are you here for the sect examination as well? If so, we can travel together. Feel free to ask me anything if you find something unclear. Absolutely. In Jiang Ning's lexicon, the word polite hardly existed. The three of them settled back down, with Yin fiddling with the half-person height rhinoceros horn, his face alight with curiosity. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning turned to Ning, inquiring about the earlier conversation. I overheard you mentioning the Earth-ranking bounty. What is that? You don't even know about the Earth-ranking bounty. Ning struggled to conceal her astonishment. To her, it seemed something even children ought to know. Jiang Ning nodded earnestly, genuinely unaware. Well, I used to be quite foolish, truly ignorant. Theo have been in the Jiang family for over a decade without knowledge of such matters. Wasn't that the very definition of foolishness? Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Ning felt a twinge of sympathy, resolving to treat this young lady with extra kindness from now on. It was no wonder she had so freely given away the precious rhinoceros horn. She likely had no comprehension of its worth. Noticing her genuine interest, Ning explained, the bounty is a list used across the continent to resolve grievances, divided into the celestial ranking, earth ranking, and human ranking. Those who make it onto the celestial ranking are typically heinous criminals, responsible for annihilating clans or sects, sanctioned by powerful factions that place bounties on their heads. However, throughout the years, only the legendary Tianqi Elder has graced the celestial ranking. And after a century, he seems to have vanished without a trace, yet his name still lingers on the list. As for the earth and human rankings, they primarily deal with personal vendettas. The earth ranking has remained silent for quite some time. It's quite perplexing how Jiang Ning has offended the Zixuan sect, the preeminent sect in the continent, to the extent of openly pursuing a 16-year-old girl who has yet to cultivate, truly unheard of. I've heard it's because Jiang Ning injured the sect leader's newly accepted disciple. Let me tell you, the sect leader is utterly devoted to that little apprentice, by the way. We've been talking for so long, and I still don't know your name. I'm Ning, and this is my brother, Yin. MHM. Jiang Ning's expression was serene as she slowly curled the corners of her lips. Introducing herself, I am Jiang Ning. Chapter 16. Little junior sister. Always full of surprises. With a soft thud, Yan's hand halted, the sound of the fallen horn resonating clearly. Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as she swallowed hard. You are Jiang Ning. As soon as she finished her inquiry, Ning shook her head repeatedly, dismissing her own conjecture. Impossible. It must be a case of sharing the same name. I heard that Jiang Ning from the Chili Kingdom is 16 this year and has been unable to cultivate. You cannot possibly be her. Furthermore, that Jiang Ning has a notorious reputation even in the Xianyu Kingdom, being an unrepentant female demon who has committed countless atrocities. You, with such a kind disposition, could never be her, Jiang Ning replied. I thank you. For a moment, she was at a loss as to whether the other was praising her or insulting her. Noticing her self-talk, Jiang Ning neither confirmed nor denied it. She truly had not expected that the leader of the Lingyun Sect would be so lacking in depth, rushing to avenge her little disciple even before formally taking her as a student. Is the allure of the female protagonist truly that great? The air fell into a brief silence as the three exchanged glances. Jiang Ning, if you wish to participate in the sect examination properly, I advise you to change your name. Your name is far too enticing for those unaware of your identity. Do you know how much the Lingyun Sect has placed as a bounty on Jiang Ning? This Jiang Ning genuinely did not know. How much? She asked curiously. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, plus a third-tier magical beast, and a disciple spot in the Lingyun Sect, all for Jiang Ning's head. Jiang Ning, she has never been worth this much in 2 lifetimes. Thank you, Zhang Yuan, for causing my worth to skyrocket, and my brother usually calls me Ning Ning. How about we call you Jiang from now on? Once the real Jiang Ning is killed, you can revert to your true name. Jiang Ning maintained a deadpan expression. I thank you. How could one utter such cold words with a mouth that felt like 37 degrees? However, since the Lingyun Sect had bestowed such a grand gift upon her, it would be remiss not to reciprocate. Jiang Ning's gaze lowered slightly, her eyes gradually sharpening. At that moment, Ning seemed to catch a glimpse of a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes, sending a chill racing up her spine. She rubbed her arms, grateful to regain her composure quickly. All right, you useless family members, you truly are hiding here. A coarse and unpleasant shout rang out, and Jiang Ning looked up. Indeed, It was a bronze mask. It seemed these young talents of notable lineage had some treasures in their possession, able to evade the wrath of the furious fire rhinoceros. Why, Yuan? How are you still alive? Shi Ning's expression turned sour upon seeing you, and her thoughts mirrored Jiang Ning's. How could this annoying fellow still be alive? Was his life that resilient? Shi Yin had already stored the horn back into his spatial bag when the voice emerged. And Yuan, in his fit of anger, had not even noticed. Upon hearing Shi Ning's words, Yuan was nearly infuriated to the point of spitting blood. How am I still alive? I came out to participate in the sect examination with all my family's hopes. And before it even began, I exhausted all my treasures. Not only that, but I also sustained numerous injuries. Without any pills, even participating in the sect examination is a problem. And yet these two still dare to speak derisively? As his eyes landed on the spatial bag at Shi Yan's waist, Yuan's eyes narrowed suddenly, a malicious glint flashing in them. You two useless ones, even if you participate in the sect examination, you won't pass. It would be better for you to hand over all your treasures to me as compensation for your earlier escape. With that, the three encircled Shi Yin and Shi Ning, clearly intending to rob them. Observing the siblings' faces flushed with rage and unable to utter a word, Jiang Ning clicked her tongue. Despite Yuan's unappealing appearance, he had a good heart. She was just dozing off when he came to offer her a pillow. Boldly, how dare you obstruct and rob in broad daylight? Withdraw immediately. Jiang Ning stood there, backlit, her deliberately lowered voice carrying an undeniable command that sounded quite intimidating. Only then did Yuan notice the presence of a sixth individual. Just a glance at Jiang Ning's face made him stumble back a step, shouting, "Where did this ugly monster come from, Jiang Ning? This person's vision seems rather poor. She, naturally beautiful ugly? Not at all." Calmly, Jiang Ning took out a small mirror and held it before Yuan. "Perhaps you should look in the mirror before speaking. Your appearance is already quite explosive, and your words are so foul. Just take a glance at your features. They are all over the place. With no harmony at such a young age, instead of learning something good, you learn to scare others with your face." Yuan had always loathed having his appearance brought up, his eyes turning blood red, nearly biting down on his own teeth. "What are you? What right do you have to speak to me?" This time, the three of them directed their ire simultaneously at Jiang Ning. Just as Su Ruofei, hidden in the shadows, prepared to intervene at any moment, Jiang Ning raised her brows, exuding a most audacious demeanor as she pulled out an item from her bosom. When the token was revealed, Yuan and his companions collectively gasped, utterly bewildered. Even Su Ruofei nearly toppled from the tree. This little junior sister truly never failed to surprise. Su Ruofei settled back onto the tree, finding a comfortable position to watch the drama unfold. "A token from the Lingyun Sect? How did you come to possess a token from the Lingyun Sect?" Yuan's expression was one of disbelief. Although the Yu family could not compare to the Shi family, they were still a renowned alchemical family. The direct disciples of the Lingyun Sect were famous across the continent, and he had never heard of the sect leader accepting such an unattractive female disciple. "Wait, you are Jiang Yuan, the newly accepted female disciple of the sect leader?" The sect leader of the Lingyun Sect had issued a bounty for Jiang Ning's head out of anger for the newly accepted disciple, a matter that was now known throughout the continent. Had he not come to participate in the sect examination, he would have already gone after Jiang Ning. But how could Jiang Yuan be here? "Are you truly Jiang Yuan?" Yuan's gaze was filled with skepticism, his voice trembling slightly. If she truly was Jiang Yuan, he would never dare to offend her. It was said that Jiang Ning had merely been injured and a bounty was placed on her head. Judging by her lethal demeanor, if he dared to offend her, he would certainly pay dearly for it. Jiang Ning calmly waved the token, the corners of her mouth lifting in a serene smile. "Of course, words can be fabricated, but a token cannot be falsified, can it? Or do you doubt my identity and wish to verify the authenticity of this token with your own eyes?" As she spoke, Jiang Ning advanced the token forward, her expression revealing no trace of insecurity. Why Yuan dared not accept it? If he did, he would surely lose his hands by tomorrow. "I wouldn't he dare, Jiang lady. Your talent, well, it doesn't seem too impressive. Jiang lady's appearance isn't much to boast about either. Jiang lady possesses a heart of gold. You, naturally wouldn't he dare to doubt you. Perhaps you should take back the token." Chapter 17. The power of the Lingyun Sect. Jiang Ning nodded, her expression akin to that of an obedient grandchild, before leisurely retracting the token. "How obedient? Now that you know my identity, follow me. I heard that Jiang Ning will participate in the Lingyun Sect's examination. As long as you help me capture her, you will certainly benefit." Upon hearing this, Yuan's greed was instantly ignited. Yes, Jiang lady. Rest assured, I will definitely help you find Jiang Ning, allowing you to take your revenge personally. Now Yuan was entirely convinced that the person before him was indeed Jiang Yuan. As for the injuries she bore, Yuan rationalized it well enough. It must have been inflicted by that Jiang Ning. If he were to be harmed like this, he would not let the other party go either. Meanwhile, Shi Yin and Shi Ning had been rendered speechless for a moment when Jiang Ning revealed the token, but they quickly regained their composure. Though they had no idea why she possessed a token from the Lingyun Sect, they could ascertain that the person before them could not possibly be Jiang Yuan. They had never heard of Jiang Yuan being foolish before. The two chose not to expose her act. Shi Yin scratched his head and gazed skyward, trying to suppress his emotions. Shi Ning, on the other hand, was nearly choking with laughter at Yuan's subservient demeanor, her face flushed red with mirth. Who could understand the joy of this moment? Yuan had initially thought he had latched onto a golden opportunity. As long as he helped her find Jiang Ning, he could reach the pinnacle of life. However, 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Yuan had been leading them in circles through the forest, hunting small magical beasts, showing no intention of seeking Jiang Ning. Finally, Yuan voiced his lingering doubt. Jiang lady, aren't we supposed to be looking for Jiang Ning? The sect examination is about to begin. If she joins the Lingyun Sect, it will become difficult to act. Jiang Ning was a walking cultivation resource, and he was worried about being preempted. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Ning halted her steps, turning back with a lazy gaze, her voice turning sharp. Are you questioning me? Yuan was startled and hurriedly bowed, clasping his fists. I wouldn't dare? I see you are quite bold. Jiang Yuan, the most cherished little disciple of the Lingyun Sect leader, do I need your guidance in my actions? Yuan, if you weren't of such status, I would have long considered ending you. Over these past 2 days, he had been treated like a servant, running errands for Jiang Yuan, and had bottled up a great deal of frustration. Yet, thinking of the identity of the woman before him, Yuan chose to swallow his anger. I wouldn't dare. Since you lack the courage, it would be wise to remain silent. Jiang Yuan, do not require your reminders for my endeavors. Having spoken, Jiang Ning haughtily lifted her chin and turned away, continuing on her path. Observing her imperious demeanor, Shi Yin and Shi Ning beside her dared not utter a word, instead resorting to pinching their thighs. Fearful that a laugh might escape their lips, this Jiang Ning, her heart seems rather dark. It is likely that Jiang Yuan, far away at Zixuanzong, remains unaware that her identity is being impersonated, while someone outside is committing misdeeds and offending others. Everyone knows that offending even a high-ranking cultivator is perilous, but to provoke a practitioner of certain professions is utterly unwise. Take alchemists, weapon forgers, and talismancers, for instance. These are careers that attract the envy of all cultivators. Should they desire to kill, they need not lift a finger themselves. The Yu family is a well-respected lineage of alchemists, and regardless of whether Jiang Ning's true identity is exposed, the petty disposition of Yuan will surely harbor resentment against her. It appears the days ahead will be quite lively. Half a day passed. The mountain path is arduous, and I am utterly exhausted. Let us rest for a moment. Jiang Ning found a stone to sit upon. Rubbing her calves with a look of complaint, Wai Yuan's forehead twitched with irritation. Miss Jiang, this is the 3rd time you have rested today. You're either tired, overheated, or hungry. At this rate, when shall we find Jiang Ning? Yuan lamented, regretting that had he known this Jiang girl was so delicate, he would have ventured to find her alone instead of accompanying her. This hardly resembles a direct disciple. She is nothing short of a nuisance. He had never encountered a cultivator so riddled with trivialities. Was her foundation establishment cultivation merely for show? At that moment, even her rival, Shi Ning, appeared somewhat more agreeable. With her hands propped behind her, Jiang Ning gazed skyward. I do not care. I am simply fatigued. If you find my pace intolerable, you are free to leave. Wai Yuan had long contemplated this, yet was deterred by Jiang Yuan's status from vocalizing it. Just as he prepared to take his leave, he heard Jiang Ning lazily remark, Yuan, is it? I have taken note of you. Wai Yuan. How could he not perceive the veiled threat in her words? In an instant, he found himself at a loss, unable to move, with one foot frozen in place. Last, he inhaled deeply, his expression turning increasingly menacing. Jiang Yuan, I shall remember you as well. The Yu family is no inconspicuous common clan. Even if Zixuanzong wished to trouble him, they must consider his grandfather's reputation. Did they truly believe he was a worthless waste of space like Jiang Ning, to be toyed with at will? Let us depart. Fuming, Yuan called upon his 2 companions, and the 3 left without a backward glance. Witnessing their furious retreat, Jiang Ning whistled in their direction, laughing. "Are they in such a hurry? I have yet to finish my fun." Throughout their journey, Ning had been thoroughly impressed by Jiang Ning's audacity. She had suggested Jiang Ning change her name, yet she boldly adopted the title of a direct disciple of Zixuanzong. Such audacity is unmatched. "Are you not afraid that he will discover your deception?" Having grown up, she had never encountered a woman so audacious. To wield a mere token to manipulate others without fear of reprisal is astonishing. Jiang Ning chuckled, dismissing Ning's concerns. "Why, Yuan is so prideful that even if he realized I was an impostor, he would silently accept the truth, never daring to spread it. Otherwise, he would only bring disgrace upon himself. A man so concerned with his reputation would never broadcast that he was bested by a woman of inferior strength, especially without any evidence to support his claims." As for Yuan's resentment. The entirety of the continent is eyeing her head, and as the saying goes, when there are too many lice, one need not fear the itch. She is unconcerned about accumulating more enemies. Yet, while she has successfully instigated Yuan's hatred towards Zhang Yuan, she has also witnessed the might of Zixuanzong. Merely a token can render Yuan's haughty demeanor subservient in his attempts to please her. Evidently, Zixuanzong's strength surpasses her expectations, having entirely severed ties with Zixuanzong. It seems her only recourse is to rapidly enhance her strength to ensure her own safety. Chapter 18. Confrontation with the Gale Wolf. After driving Yuan away, Jiang Ning parted ways with the siblings, opting to journey alone. Though traveling with them provided a semblance of safety, it was not her objective. Her primary task is to elevate her cultivation. With less than 10 days until the sect entrance examination, her only safeguard lies in her identity as a direct disciple of Lingyun Sect. She must break through to the foundation establishment stage before the examination. Despite her lack of strength, her knack for offending others is quite formidable. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ruofei, clad in red, had quietly appeared beside Jiang Ning, his words a blend of praise and sarcasm. Jiang Ning paused, pushing aside the branches obstructing her path. "What are you doing here? Was it not agreed that you would protect me from the shadows?" Su Ruofei had not intended to reveal himself, but he could no longer contain himself. To him, anything unappealing was a transgression. With a wave of his hand, an invisible mirror wall materialized before them. The next moment, a sharp explosion echoed from Jiang Ning's mouth. "Ah, is that me? Am I truly Zhang Yuan, wearing this face before Yuan?" Jiang Ning's shriek startled the birds in the forest, sending them scattering in fright. Though she was not particularly vain, she could hardly believe how disheveled she appeared, in a wonder. No wonder Yuan called her an eyesore. It was not that Yuan was blind. Anyone would find her current visage terrifying. To say she looked less than human would not be an exaggeration. Seeing the dejected expression on Jiang Ning's face, Su Ruofei cleared his throat, suppressing a laugh as he patted her shoulder. "Do not worry. At least Yuan has not seen your true appearance. Even if you encounter him again, he will not recognize you as the one who toyed with him. Will he?" Jiang Ning felt no comfort at all. She brushed aside Su Ruofei's hand, forcing a smile that lacked sincerity. "First, suppress that smirk of yours before you speak to me." Upon hearing this, Su Ruofei's smile only widened, and he could not help but laugh even more heartily. "Ha ha ha." Just the thought of Jiang Ning posing with such an appearance and trying to act cool made him laugh uncontrollably. How could there be such an amusing person in the world? Jiang Ning shot him a glare filled with murderous intent, causing Su Ruofei to promptly close his mouth. "This is a healing pill made by our third junior brother. Take one, and your injuries will mend. Change into a different outfit, and I dare say, even if Yuan sees you again, he will not recognize you in an attempt to make amends for his earlier teasing." Su Ruofei produced a pill. Upon seeing it, Jiang Ning felt a flicker of reassurance. "However, is our third senior brother an alchemist?" She swallowed the pill, immediately feeling a tingling sensation spread through her body, realizing the pill was taking effect, and marveled at its efficacy. Su Ruofei raised an eyebrow, contemplating before responding. "Sort of, but our third junior brother is rather preoccupied and rarely makes pills. His primary occupation is fortune-telling. Fortune-telling? Is our third senior brother some sort of charlatan? And what about you, second senior brother? What are your skills?" From the moment she met Su Ruofei, she sensed something peculiar about him, feeling he was far more complex than he appeared, perhaps even formidable. This feeling was stronger than when Yun Xian had swung a sword at her. Yet, how could such a powerful second senior brother ultimately perish at Yun Xian's hands? Gazing at Su Ruofei's strikingly handsome face, recalling his kindness towards her, Jiang Ning firmly resolved within herself. Regardless of what the book claims, she would protect those who have shown her kindness, ensuring they would never suffer harm at Jiang Yuan's hands. Su Ruofei had not intended to divulge much about himself, but upon seeing the thirst for knowledge in Jiang Ning's eyes, he found himself compelled to share. I can forge weapons. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Ning's mind conjured an image of Su Ruofei, bare-chested and glistening with sweat, hammering away at a weapon. Handsome man wielding a hammer. How exhilarating! What am I thinking? Noticing the strange look in Jiang Ning's eyes as she lingered on his upper body, Su Ruofei understood she was not imagining anything innocent. He reached out to pat her head, interrupting her wandering thoughts. Jiang Ning covered her head, hastily explaining, "It's nothing. I just think a true man should forge weapons. You must look incredibly cool and handsome when you do." Su Ruofei. Flattery really knows no bounds, does it? You speak sweetly, yet I will not be lenient with you. About 2,000 meters ahead, there is a third-tier gale wolf. If you can slay it, you should touch upon the threshold of Foundation establishment. Good luck. With that, Su Ruofei's figure vanished once more. At this point, Jiang Ning's injuries had completely healed. Looking at her blood-stained white robe, she decisively retrieved a black outfit from her storage ring and changed into it. If the fire rhinoceros is renowned for its defense, then the gale wolf reigns supreme in speed. Even a third-tier gale wolf could outpace a typical fourth-tier peak monster. In a confrontation of equal strength, ordinary cultivators encountering a gale wolf in the forest face only one fate: being carried off. Yet, Jiang Ning was blissfully unaware of this. Since Su Ruofei had encouraged her to confront it, she believed he had his reasons. Ignorance breeds courage, and after preparing herself, Jiang Ning set forth, brimming with determination. "Swift wind wolf, I have arrived." Jiang Ning crouched low, inching ever closer to the lair of the swift wind wolf, oblivious to the fact that her presence had already been detected. Just as she sensed a gust of wind brushing past her ear, alarm surged within her, prompting an instinctive tilt of her head to evade. Yet, despite her efforts, the razor-sharp wind blades left 2 crimson streaks across her face. Kneeling on one knee, Jiang Ning beheld the towering figure of the swift wind wolf. Standing over 2 meters tall with wings unfurled, and a sudden realization dawned upon her. She had been ensnared by Su Ruofei's trap. The swiftness of this creature was astonishing. The swift wind wolf possessed a lean physique, its arched form exuding elegance, while its fur shimmered, reflecting a balanced vitality. As it opened its maw, droplets of saliva fell, revealing its glistening white teeth stained with traces of red, a terrifying sight indeed. Jiang Ning instinctively grasped her treasured weapon, her loyal companion, who lay dormant in the contract space. She found herself utterly isolated and defenseless. With a growl, a low rumble resonating from its throat, the swift wind wolf wasted no time, lunging for her delicate neck with unerring precision. The speed was blinding. Jiang Ning barely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow before the wolf materialized before her, a foul stench assaulting her senses. The clash of her azure dagger against the wolf's teeth echoed like a bell tolling, the immense force causing her veins to bulge, her arms marred by crimson welts. The swift wind wolf, too, was not unscathed. Struck by Jiang Ning's weapon, it felt as though all its teeth were rendered useless, failing to muster any strength. Cautious of Jiang Ning's weapon, the wolf refrained from further aggression, circling her in search of an opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning's mind raced, desperately seeking a strategy. In a one-on-one confrontation, she was certainly outmatched. Pleading for mercy would likely fall on deaf ears. It appeared she would have to rely on cunning. Who decreed that the relationship between humans and magical beasts must be one of life and death? With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning suddenly produced a piece of wind spirit essence from her storage pouch, waving it enticingly before the swift wind wolf. Such precious treasures were plentiful in the storage ring Su Ruofei had bestowed upon her. As a wind-type magical beast, the allure of this wind spirit essence was undeniable. Indeed, the moment she revealed it, the wolf's gaze was captured, a glimmer of greed flickering in its eyes. "Would you like this?" Jiang Ning queried, her voice laced with challenge. The wolf twitched its ears, emitting low growls. Jiang Ning, initially believing the creature could not comprehend her, recalled a scene from a dog training session she had once witnessed. Perhaps this could be attempted? After all, was not a wolf merely a larger, fiercer dog? Treating the swift wind wolf as a colossal husky might just work. Acting on impulse, she commanded, "Crouch." Her sudden exclamation startled the wolf, causing it to leap back in surprise, its fur bristling. Observing that she had captured the creature's attention, Jiang Ning decisively crouched down. "See? This is how you do it." This unexpected maneuver left not only the swift wind wolf, but even Su Ruofei in a state of bewilderment. Did she fear that standing would hinder the creature's ability to attack? The wolf hesitated, pondering the peculiar behavior of this seemingly weak human who could be dispatched with a single bite. Perhaps consuming her might lead to some form of madness? Unaware of the oddity of her actions from both the beast's and Su Ruofei's perspectives, Jiang Ning proceeded to feign placing the wind spirit essence into her mouth. Looking satisfied as she gazed at the wolf, "See, if you comply and follow my instructions, this wind spirit essence is yours." She then stood, retrieving another piece of wind spirit essence, brandishing it before the wolf with newfound confidence. At that moment, Su Ruofei stumbled, exasperated, his expression a mixture of disbelief and amusement. "Little junior sister, if you die, it will be no injustice." The swift wind wolf was, after all, a mere beast. It could not possibly comprehend her words. What audacity! If it could understand her, it would be a miracle. But then, Su Ruofei could hardly believe his eyes as he rubbed them in disbelief. To his astonishment, after a brief moment of hesitation, the swift wind wolf indeed mimicked Jiang Ning's earlier action and crouched down. Su Ruofei was taken aback. "This is possible? No, wait. I must have drunk too much. This has to be a hallucination. But how could this be?" He rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet when he reopened them, the surreal yet harmonious scene remained unchanged. Could it be that his little junior sister had tamed the swift wind wolf? Su Ruofei pondered deeply. He had encountered a few innate beast tamers before, individuals who could communicate with magical beasts effortlessly. However, he had never witnessed anyone, like Jiang Ning, so effortlessly commanding a ferocious beast still rife with wild instincts. Was it possible that she possessed the rare talent of a beast tamer? The rarity of beast tamers among all professions stemmed from their unique ability to bond with magical beasts. A gift that could not be cultivated through mere time or wealth. As Jiang Ning realized that the wolf understood her, her phoenix-like eyes sparkled, and trusting in her word, she tossed the wind spirit essence to the swift wind wolf. In a flash, it vanished back to its previous position and swallowed the essence whole. The next moment, a vibrant azure glow erupted from its form, enveloping it as the wind swirled, leaves dancing chaotically around them. What are you waiting for? It is about to level up. Once it ascends to a fourth-tier magical beast, neither of you shall stand a chance against it. Su Ruofei remained hidden, his normally calm voice now tinged with a hint of frustration. Confronting a third-tier magical beast was already a daunting task for his junior sister. Now, she was feeding it wind spirit essence to assist in its advancement. Was this not akin to fattening a pig for slaughter? This was Jiang Ning's first encounter with a magical beast leveling up to Su Ruofei's warning. She instinctively considered retreating, but at that moment, a deep male voice resonated in her mind. "Do not leave." She halted mid-turn, frowning as she gazed into the heart of the swirling tempest. "Are you speaking to me?" The swift wind wolf's voice, laced with agony, responded. "It is I that I am about to level up. But I lack sufficient spiritual energy. Please, grant me another piece of wind spirit essence." Jiang Ning was taken aback. "How dare you ask for such a precious item? We are not familiar enough for me to part with it." As wind blades tore at the swift wind wolf's fur, it struggled against the constraints of the natural order governing its advancement. The scarcity of spiritual energy in this realm was palpable. Had it not been for its quest to find a mate, it would not have ventured here. With its life hanging by a thread, the wolf realized that without additional energy, it would be torn apart by the very forces of ascension. Thus, it relented. "You humans come here seeking treasures, do you not? I can lead you to them. I am well acquainted with this forest." Jiang Ning contemplated briefly, sensing an opportunity. Deal. Even though she had only just arrived, she understood that most magical beasts were devoid of cunning. They rarely reneged on their promises. Su Ruofei's voice urging her to leave still echoed in her ears, but could it be that only she could hear the wolf? Without further ado, she retrieved another piece of wind spirit essence and, in a flash, tossed it toward the center of the vortex before Su Ruofei could react. Su Ruofei, little junior sister, had truly lost her mind. While he had seen individuals seek amusement, he had never witnessed anyone courting death in such a manner. Just as the wind spirit essence landed within the swirling vortex, the winds intensified, as though the swift wind wolf's ascension was an affront to the heavens themselves. Chapter 20. Contracting the swift wind wolf, the wind blades whirled, lifting debris and leaves from the ground, stinging against Jiang Ning's skin. She sought refuge in a safe spot, watching in awe as the figure within the vortex grew larger and larger. Her eyes wide with astonishment. What a majestic sight! If this were her magical beast, would she not stride through the world with the wind at her back? She had never denied her vanity. What was wrong with a little pride? Humanity's progress was fundamentally driven by the desire for recognition and pleasure, was it not? Having consumed her treasure, this wolf would belong to her. Jiang Ning stroked her chin, pondering how she might persuade the swift-wind wolf to form a contract with her. In all her years, she had never ridden a wolf before. The Jiang family had once raised a flying magical beast, a bird-like creature, but what was riding a bird compared to the thrill of riding a wolf? This swift-wind wolf was hers to claim, but coercion? Jiang Ning shook her head. She lacked the strength for that. Temptation? She had a plethora of treasures at her disposal, especially now that she had discovered that the wolf could converse with her. Her conviction grew stronger. Regardless of whether one was a human or a beast, as long as the terms were right, nothing was beyond her reach. If it failed, it simply meant her offers were not enticing enough. As time passed and the vortex gradually contracted, the silhouette within began to reveal its true form. When the vortex finally dissipated, a magnificent swift-wind wolf, measuring at least 3 meters in length and exuding an air of majesty, stood boldly before Jiang Ning. The originally smooth gray fur resembled a coat of silver armor, shimmering under the sun with a blinding radiance. The most striking change was in the pair of wings. When the gale wolf spread its wings, it overshadowed the sky, and as it flapped them, a tempest arose. The wind whipped against Jiang Ning's face, a formidable force surging forth like an unstoppable tide. Hidden in the shadows, Su Ruofei's eyes narrowed in alarm. Just as he prepared to intervene and rescue Jiang Ning, he noticed that she had already stepped forward towards the gale wolf. Su Ruofei, trembling, his hand involuntarily pressed against his own philtrum. He thought that if he were to meet an untimely end, it would surely be from the fright instilled by this little junior sister. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for his master. He had previously thought that the third junior brother was eccentric enough, but now, with the addition of this fearless little sister, he could almost envision the chaotic future of Lingyun Sect. The gale wolf, taken aback by the audacity of this human after witnessing its current form, found itself intrigued. "You are not afraid of me?" Jiang Ning replied. "Why should I be afraid? Beasts like you, with a majestic appearance and considerable strength, must be very trustworthy. I believe that even if I were to offer myself to you, you would not dare to harm me. After all, I am your benefactor. It would be unthinkable for you to act against someone who has helped you." Jiang Ning's face radiated determination, her words sounding utterly sincere. The gale wolf. Initially, it had no intention of attacking this human, considering she had aided it. Yet, hearing her words stirred an unexpected sense of guilt within it, making it feel somewhat indebted for merely assisting her in locating treasures. A contemplative expression crossed the beast's rugged face. Should it perhaps bestow further favors upon her? Sensing its wavering resolve, Jiang Ning promptly seized the moment. "I understand that for magical beasts, advancing in rank is exceedingly challenging. However, I have an abundance of wind spirit essence at my disposal, as long as you accompany me. From this day forth, whatever I eat, you shall partake in as well. Consider this. How about forming a pact with me? Such matters require decisiveness, avoiding unnecessary hesitation. When dealing with magical beasts, it is imperative to be forthright in expressing one's intentions. Should the other party agree, all would be well. If not, then alternative strategies would need to be devised." The word "give up" did not exist in her lexicon. At that moment, the gale wolf was earnestly contemplating Jiang Ning's proposition. Since its descent to the lower realm, its cultivation had been stifled at the third tier for quite some time. Without her wind spirit essence, it would likely take much longer to advance. Due to its previously diminished strength, it had been forced to hide within the Dark Moon Forest. Although this human appeared weak, the hidden power of that individual remained somewhat elusive to it. To seek out a prince consort while constantly lurking in the forest was hardly a viable strategy. This human might just be a viable option. Very well, I agree. After a brief period of contemplation, the gale wolf decisively acquiesced. The immediate priority was to locate the prince consort swiftly. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with joy as she stepped forward, intending to press her bitten finger against the gale wolf's forehead, only to realize that it was far too tall for her to reach. The gale wolf, perceiving her intent, obediently lowered its massive head, as a series of incantations flowed from Jiang Ning's lips. A verdant formation arose beneath the feet of both human and beast, ultimately transforming into 2 beams of azure light that pierced into their foreheads. Upon opening her eyes, a flash of violet light flickered in Jiang Ning's gaze, more pronounced than the previous fine strands of purple. The very moment she forged the pact with the gale wolf, the little spirit residing in her contract space awakened, its eyes glinting with a hint of danger. Sensing her impending ascension, Jiang Ning disregarded everything else and promptly drew the Gale Wolf into her contract space before seating herself on the ground to begin her advancement. Su Ruofei emerged from the shadows. Standing beside her with an expression of numbness, ready to protect her, at this moment, Su Ruofei had grown somewhat desensitized to the unfolding events. Upon hearing Jiang Ning converse with the Gale Wolf, he realized that his little junior sister was indeed a beast master. This little sister, not only bold and meticulous with remarkable talent, possessed an extraordinary stroke of luck. It's the moment of the pact. The aura emanating from the Gale Wolf betrayed its identity, which Su Ruofei keenly detected in such a barren land. Not only had she stumbled upon a heart demon, but she had also effortlessly contracted with a beast from the demon clan. To him, it would be truly strange if his little sister's ambitions were thwarted. Outside, the passage of time was serene. Yet within the contract space, the atmosphere was laden with tension, as the Gale Wolf entered. It immediately sensed an extraordinary pressure enveloping it, rendering its legs uncontrollable, causing it to kneel. This was the suppression of rank among magical beasts. It had nothing to do with strength. From the darkness, a small, crimson figure emerged. Upon seeing the little spirit, the Gale Wolf's eyes widened in shock, trembling uncontrollably. You are also the master's contracted beast? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the Gale Wolf erupted into an incredulous exclamation. Such a formidable beast had actually formed a pact with a human. Was this master truly just a frail human? Though small in stature, the little spirit emanated an air of disdain, with just a glance. It rendered the Gale Wolf unable to move, obediently bowing its head to the ground, not daring to resist. The little spirit nodded in satisfaction. Now that a pact had been formed, it must protect the master well. If it were to discover any treachery, it was well aware of the consequences. Chapter 21. The fate with the bronze mask. As the little spirit issued its threat, its crimson fur billowed, instilling fear in the Gale Wolf, which trembled in terror. It could hardly dare to entertain any thoughts of rebellion. Initially, it had considered leveraging Jiang Ning to seek out the prince consort, but the bond of the pact, though protected by the heavens, was not absolute. Once it returned to the upper realm, the demon king would certainly have a way. Consequently, it harbored not a single extraneous thought, with this omnipresent figure present. Even its 9 lives as a cat demon would not suffice to escape the ensuing pursuit. I dare not. I will certainly protect the master, rest assured. Him. Having received the desired response, the little spirit retreated into the shadows. The master was still quite weak, but with the protection of a demon clan powerhouse by her side, it afforded her some peace of mind. In order to reach her, it had been injured by beings from the celestial realm, significantly diminishing its strength. It needed to recover swiftly. As the pressure dissipated, the Gale Wolf found itself drenched in sweat. Only after confirming that the little spirit had departed did it finally collapse helplessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the grand ceremony of entering the sect, and Jiang Ning was preparing to return to the sect. After forming a pact with the Gale Wolf, her cultivation had stabilized at the mid-tier foundation establishment stage. Although she could not be considered exceptional for her age, she was nonetheless content, given her short period of cultivation. Second senior brother, is there a technique that can help conceal one's cultivation? Conceal cultivation? What are you up to now? Now, whenever Jiang Ning's eyes glinted mischievously, Su Ruofei could predict that she was plotting something. This little sister truly could not remain still for a moment. He wondered who would be unfortunate this time. There are techniques for concealing cultivation, but they are of limited use, Su Ruofei cautioned. Those with high cultivation levels desire everyone to know their prowess, and thus find no need for such techniques as for those with lower cultivation. I truly cannot fathom the necessity for concealment. Despite his words, he still managed to find a technique and handed it to Jiang Ning. Do not squander too much time on such trivial matters. Your primary focus should be on swiftly improving your cultivation. Do not forget, your name still appears on the Earth Ranking S bounty list. Jiang Ning nodded. It is precisely because of the Earth Ranking bounty that I must masquerade as a pig to eat a tiger, allowing my enemies to lower their guard. Furthermore, advancing too quickly in cultivation can also raise suspicions. Can it not? Jiang Ning had ascended from being an incapable waste to the foundation establishment stage in merely 2 months. She feared being captured for dissection and research. In any environment, there are always those madmen who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. The lunatics in this cultivation world would only be more deranged. Su Ruofei seemed to have thought of something, frowning in contemplation for a moment before nodding with a mischievous grin. You are not wrong. Rest assured, I will assist you. At that moment, Jiang Ning remained oblivious to the true nature of Su Ruofei's assistance. Had she known, she would have undoubtedly declined without hesitation. A day later, the two finally returned to the foot of Lingyun Sect's mountain. Gazing at the sea of people before her, with heads densely packed like a dark cloud, Jiang Ning stood in astonishment, her mouth agape. Was it not said that Lingyun Sect ranked at the bottom of all sects in the continent? Why were there so many people here to register? This scene was nothing short of spectacular. Jiang Ning could not even see the end of the crowd. If this was the lowest-ranking sect, then how would the threshold for Lingyun Sect be any different? Su Ruofei's eyes were cold as he surveyed the surroundings before letting out a scoff. It is precisely because Lingyun Sect ranks low that these self-important individuals believe they can succeed. Do they genuinely think Lingyun Sect would accept just anyone? The sect assessments occurred once every 3 years, and each time, numerous individuals who knew they could not enter other sects came to test their luck. Truly believing Lingyun Sect was a refuge for the inept. What a waste of time. The path ahead is yours to tread. I will be waiting for you on the mountain. Do not let me and the master down. Su Ruofei patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder, leaving behind a final remark before departing. Life in Lingyun Sect was far too mundane. He was genuinely curious about whether the third junior brother would gain the upper hand when encountering the little junior sister, or if the bold and talented little sister would prevail. However, before that, he needed to hasten the enhancement of the little sister's strength. The days of chaos and excitement are truly something to anticipate. Jiang Ning stood obediently at the back of the queue. She had intended to participate in the assessment discreetly, yet alas, her feeble strength drew attention the moment she appeared. It was akin to a primary school student in uniform suddenly intruding upon a gathering of university students, remarkably conspicuous. Truly, it seems that anyone, no matter how insignificant, dares to humiliate themselves. One must wonder what audacity fuels such folly. To attend the sect's assessment at the foundation establishment stage. Ridiculous. If my abilities were so lacking, I would have long since taken my own life in shame, rather than show my face in such a place to disgrace myself. Ha ha. She was indeed attractive, with a mere display of charm. Who knows, perhaps by sheer luck, an elder might take notice and offer her a warm place to rest at night. Would that not be a meteoric rise? The surrounding ridicule echoed incessantly, drawing everyone's gaze toward Jiang Ning. Upon closer inspection, it was evident she was merely a waste at the high stage of the chi refinement period, eliciting a myriad of expressions from the onlookers. Did this person not realize that the minimum requirement to partake in the sect's assessment was the foundation establishment stage? Jiang Ning turned her attention to the leader of the mockery, and upon seeing him, she couldn't help but smile. How truly the fates entwine. As the saying goes, a dog cannot change its nature. The one belittling her was none other than Yuan and his two sycophants. How audacious his tongue remains. Did she somehow share a peculiar fate with the bronze mask? It was evident that he did not recognize her identity. Yet he still chose to provoke her. One could hardly deny this was a curse of fate. I wondered why I could hear barking in a place filled with people. It turns out it was you lot. Jiang Ning crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow in calm defiance. This person, she would consume anything, but not suffer losses. Anyone who looked down upon her was merely projecting their own inadequacies. It had nothing to do with her. Yuan had been experiencing a string of misfortunes. First, he lost the magical beast he coveted. Then he encountered a madman who provoked a fire rhino, forcing him to expend all his treasures to escape. Subsequently, he faced the troublesome Jiang Yuan, losing face before the sure siblings. Now, seeing Jiang Ning, a waste he could easily crush with a single hand, especially one so beautiful, how could he not feel envy? Just as he was about to vent his frustration, she dared to retort, "Did you just call me a dog?" Yuan questioned his own ears. A mere chi refinement stage. Where did she find such audacity? Jiang Ning shrugged, her gaze frosty, laced with a hint of disdain. "I didn't point at you and say so. You took it upon yourself to interpret it that way. It seems you possess some awareness of your own identity. However, I recall that Lingyun Sect only recruits disciples. When did they start accepting gatekeepers?" Jiang Ning's words, though not particularly powerful, were laden with insult. Why Yuan, already fuming, found his eyes turning red at her retort. "Such a brazen mouth. Do you know who our leader is? The last person who dared to insult our leader has grass taller than you on their grave." Tang Zhe, who had grown up alongside Yuan and was his #1 lackey, naturally chimed in to support his big brother. Faced with the predatory gazes of the trio, Jiang Ning remained unfazed, even elegantly cleaning her ears. "Keep it down. I'm not deaf, I can hear you." Don't think I can't say it to your faces. If you can't hear clearly, I can carve it on a stone tablet for you. At this, someone in the crowd burst into laughter. And soon, a wave of amusement swept through the onlookers, who chuckled at the spectacle. Arguments were commonplace, yet a woman so sharp-tongued was a rarity. Each occurrence was a fleeting treasure. You seek death, Yuan trembled with rage, instinctively gripping the sword at his waist. Just as he was about to make a move, Tang Zhe timely restrained him, whispering in his ear, "Boss, we can't fight during the sect assessment. This wench is deliberately provoking you. Don't fall for it." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, boss. She's merely at the chi refinement stage. Once the assessment concludes, won't you have your chance to deal with her? Don't act impulsively." Yuan took a deep breath several times, barely managing to suppress his anger before releasing his grip on the sword. "Wench, your heart is truly venomous, but I won't fall for it. After the assessment, just you wait." Yuan's gritted teeth only garnered Jiang Ning's merciless laughter in return. She rolled her eyes in exasperation, slowly uttering the two words, "Coward." This individual was indeed a peculiar case. His boldness bore no relation to his arrogance. In Jiang Ning's words, he was both pretentious and timid, hardly worth worrying about. Seeing that she had already extended an olive branch, yet he completely disregarded it, Yuan was left utterly exasperated. "You're impressive. Why don't you just sign up at Lingyun Sect directly? Isn't it because you know your strength is lacking, so you come to Lingyun Sect to take a chance? Such trash. What right does she have to speak? With his strength, as long as nothing unexpected occurred, entering the inner sect of Lingyun Sect should be a foregone conclusion. How dare this woman have such audacity? Did she not possess any self-awareness regarding her abilities?" Unfazed by the ridicule, Jiang Ning maintained her tranquility of mind. Dante asked, "It's just the confidence of being preordained." In the past, when she expressed her desire to join Lingyun Sect, they all laughed at her. However, she later proved them right through her actions. Indeed, she once dreamed of joining Zishuan Sect, yet now, she found it unworthy. With Jiang Yuan present, anyone who dared to join would meet an untimely end. Why Yuan? Is this person insane? Does she not understand the concept of shame? Is her face merely a decoration on her head? The sect leader has arrived. With a voice resonating through the skies, the argument was abruptly interrupted, and all eyes turned toward the elevated platform. Three figures soared in on swords from the distant horizon, their postures straight and strikingly cool, their robes billowing in the wind, a sight to behold. Wow! Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the trio. This was simply too cool. Were the circumstances not so inappropriate, she would have loved to whistle at them. However, she was soon nearly deafened by a cacophony of voices. "Is the sect leader. The sect leader has come. Ah, look, it's senior brother Muchuan. Su Ruafei, I love you. Second senior brother is mine. Don't you dare compete with me." The appearance of the three transformed the sect's initiation ceremony into a grand fanfare. Jiang Ning's lips twitched. Indeed, beauty equates to justice. Regardless of their master's strength, it was still second senior brother who garnered the most adoration, though it seemed he was surrounded entirely by infatuated admirers. Today was a momentous occasion. Chu Tian had even meticulously groomed his beard, exuding an ethereal demeanor. Muchuan donned a new sect robe, his expression solemn. Only Su Ruafei remained in his usual red attire. When he wasn't smiling, he carried an air of restraint. Chu Tian surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on his most cherished disciple. Just as he was about to smile, he caught sight of her cultivation level and instantly furrowed his brow. "What is going on?" he asked discontentedly, turning to Su Ruafei. "Didn't I instruct you to take her out for training? How come her cultivation is still so low? With all your treasures, couldn't you spare something for your little junior sister? Must you be so stingy?" Chu Tian's dissatisfaction was evident. His second disciple was commendable in many respects, yet he lacked the tenderness to cherish the delicate. He had initially thought he treated Jiang Ning well, gifting her a storage ring right away, only to find that his expectations fell short. Chu Tian was oblivious to the contents of the storage ring Su Ruafei had given Jiang Ning, believing it to be empty. Otherwise, he would have been seething with jealousy. Faced with his master's scrutiny, Su Ruafei felt wronged but remained silent. It appeared that his master was completely oblivious to the character of this little disciple. Otherwise, he would not have made such comments. Why would she need his treasures? With her audacity, she would charge at the heavens if they descended. Even if the demon king appeared, she would dare to rip off a horn. Since his master had wronged him, he would refrain from revealing that Jiang Ning might be a beast master, denying him the chance to be pleased. Muchuan had only recently learned from the master that he had accepted Jiang Ning as a disciple. Upon seeing her now, he was still taken aback. How did she become his junior sister simply by receiving a spirit beast? It was quite perplexing. The three settled upon the high platform, each lost in their thoughts. To outsiders, they appeared inscrutable. Despite Lingyun Sect's low ranking, it boasted the formidable Chu Tian, a master on par with the sect leader of Lingyun Sect, and the stunning Su Ruofei, renowned as the continent's most handsome man. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square surged with excitement. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Chu Tian raised his hand, instantly silencing the throng. What followed were the obligatory opening remarks, encouraging everyone to give their utmost during the sect's entrance assessment. Leaving Jiang Ning in a daze, reminiscent of the drowsy feeling one experiences while listening to a principal's admonition at school. Fortunately, Chu Tian soon noticed his little disciple was on the verge of dozing off and quickly wrapped up his opening speech. Transitioning to the main event. Now, I declare the entrance assessment officially begins. As Chu Tian's words resonated, 4 elders emerged from the shadows, each bearing a stone pillar as they ascended the high platform. This marked the first segment of today's entrance assessment, the aptitude test. Cultivators on Qingyuan continent were categorized into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the 5 natural forces. Typically, the most common affinities were fire or water, while only a rare few possessed mutated spiritual roots, such as ice or lightning. Those with mutated roots often exhibited significantly superior talents compared to ordinary ones, making them highly sought after by sections. Families with some degree of power would usually test their children's spiritual roots at a young age, subsequently nurturing their talents accordingly. However, individuals like Jiang Ning, who were unable to cultivate from a young age, naturally had never undergone such tests. Yet, a persistent question lingered in her heart. Perhaps today would finally provide the answer. As the stone pillar was hoisted aloft, everyone held their breath, their gaze fixed upon the imposing 5-meter-tall structure. Each aptitude test resembled a grand execution scene, where those who had never participated felt a tumult of anxiety, fearing that their talents might be deemed too paltry and subject to ridicule. They were even more concerned about failing the assessment altogether. Chapter 23. The aptitude test. Of course, there existed an exception, such as Jiang Ning, who was purely curious. From the moment she first inscribed talismans at the inn, she sensed a certain affinity towards the forces of nature, yet without prior exposure, she could not ascertain it. This time, she was determined to uncover the truth about her own body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the elder responsible for the explanation stood beside the stone pillar, detailing the testing method. The first task of the sect assessment was to evaluate everyone's aptitude. Soon, each participant would simply place their palm into the recess of the stone pillar, which would illuminate in a color that signified their innate potential. The colors corresponding to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were gold, green, white, red, and yellow, respectively. The ice affinity was represented by silver, and the lightning affinity by purple. The testing stone featured a total of 9 nodes, symbolizing the strength of one's aptitude. Those with an aptitude below 4 nodes would be immediately eliminated. Mutated spiritual roots could directly qualify for entry into the inner sect, while others who passed would proceed to subsequent tests. Upon hearing the elder's words, anticipation surged among the crowd. As the atmosphere reached a palpable tension, the elder paused briefly before continuing. Please line up and approach one by one for testing. I wish you all good fortune. Everyone assumed that the aptitude test was the simplest hurdle. However, in reality, it was the most crucial. Aptitude was intangible and immutable, a harsh reality that could not be altered by mere diligence. The test proceeded swiftly, with some rejoicing and others lamenting. Within an hour, nearly a third of the participants had already been eliminated. As Jiang Ning's turn approached, the individual ahead of her, Yuan, turned back. Taunting, waste, the aptitude test is about to commence. I'm eager to see if your talent matches your boastful tongue. Jiang Ning replied. If you're truly so bored, perhaps you should find a stick to sharpen your teeth. Who are you to concern yourself with me? This individual clung to her like a stubborn plaster, his tenacity beyond mere description, as if he were a sentient glue trap. Jiang Ning stepped back, her actions a clear expression of disdain. Remarkably, Yuan did not react with anger. Instead, he wore a smug expression, tauntingly proclaiming, "Let us see how arrogant you can be for a while longer. After the test, you will understand the chasm that separates you from true talent. Should you find yourself so humiliated that you wish to vanish, perhaps I might lend a hand." His expression was infuriatingly smug, as if he could already envision himself triumphantly overshadowing Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning sighed, casting her eyes skyward. Delusions of grandeur were indeed a malady in need of remedy. As their exchange unfolded, it was soon Yuan's turn to undergo testing. With a disdainful huff directed at Jiang Ning, he strode confidently onto the platform. He dramatically waved his hands in the air, fully embracing the facade of arrogance, as he placed his hands into the recess. A vibrant green light erupted, ultimately stabilizing at the sixth node amidst the gasps of the crowd. Though a sixth node was not an extraordinary talent, as a wood affinity, he was indeed a promising candidate for alchemy. One of the observing elders immediately noted Yuan's name in his ledger. The scion of the Yu family from Xian Yu Kingdom was indeed a commendable prospect. Once Yuan concluded his assessment, it was Jiang Ning's turn. As she stepped forward, the three individuals atop the platform felt a surge of nervous anticipation. Particularly, Chu Tian was genuinely curious about the extent of his young disciple's aptitude. Though he often criticized Jiang Ning's abilities, her rapid advancement over merely 2 months was unprecedented in his experience. Jiang Ning approached the platform, first offering a smile in Chu Tian's direction, before calmly placing her hand in the recess. Yet, as seconds ticked by, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the testing stone remained unresponsive, as if it were malfunctioning. The vast square fell into an oppressive silence, an atmosphere thick with anticipation. Finally, someone broke the stillness, questioning, could it be broken? Yuan crossed his arms, suddenly invigorated, declaring, even if the testing stone were to malfunction, I suspect this person lacks any talent whatsoever. Surely, they have resorted to some unscrupulous means to elevate their strength. They must be a nefarious practitioner. Yuan seized upon every opportunity to malign Jiang Ning, oblivious to the growing displeasure of the three eminent figures present. To label someone as a nefarious practitioner was among the most egregious slanders. Those of righteous standing abhorred such accusations, having toiled diligently in their cultivation while nefarious practitioners employed treacherous methods to usurp others' abilities. On the Qing Yuan continent, the discovery of a nefarious practitioner would incite a collective effort to eradicate them. Did this man think he could simply malign his young disciple with mere words? Chu Tian was truly incensed. How audacious to slander openly at the assessment site. Given that this is your first offense, consider this a warning. Should you dare to speak without evidence again, your qualifications for the assessment will be revoked. Chu Tian's fury manifested as he struck down with a palm, causing Yuan to stumble. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His unexpected action left the crowd in stunned silence. No one dared to utter a word. With the sect leader personally intervening, who would dare voice dissent? The elders, too, paused in their actions, bewildered. It was well known that the sect leader had always maintained a benevolent demeanor, never taking the initiative to discipline a disciple. What could have prompted such a drastic departure from his norm? Only the elder who had noted Yuan's name in his ledger, after a brief moment of contemplation, discreetly struck through Yuan's name. This situation felt far from straightforward. Despite Yuan's resentment, he dared not confront Chu Tian directly, instead wiping the blood from his mouth and defiantly apologizing. Disciple acknowledges the error. Just as he concluded his apology, a sudden commotion erupted at Jiang Ning's position. A brilliant golden light surged skyward, piercing through the clouds. Before the crowd could react with exclamations of astonishment, vibrant streams of green, white, red, and yellow, 5 colors in total, intertwined like a rainbow, spiraling upwards in a dazzling display. 1 node, 2 nodes, 3 nodes, 9 nodes. As someone counted the nodes, their voice trembled with disbelief. The crowd descended into chaos, their expressions akin to those witnessing a ghost, fixated upon the stone pillar that had surpassed 9 nodes. Surely, the testing stone must be malfunctioning. No one was willing to acknowledge another's excellence. They preferred to stubbornly insist that the testing stone was faulty rather than concede that Jiang Ning's aptitude was extraordinary. Yet, the truth lay bare before them. Whether they chose to believe it or not, they had to accept it. Upon witnessing the transformation of the stone pillar, Chu Tian completely lost his composure, springing to his feet. An aptitude encompassing all 5 elements. What kind of genius was this? The last individual to surpass 9 nodes in an aptitude test was Su Ruofei, yet he was merely a fire affinity. In comparison to Jiang Ning, who possessed capabilities across all 5 elements, Su Ruofei appeared far less remarkable. Chapter 24, A Walking Treasure Trove. Possessing all 5 elements signified a wealth of options and strategies. It was exceedingly rare for individuals to master even 2 or 3 elements, let alone all 5. Such a physique had not graced the continent in nearly a millennium. They could choose professions according to their desires, and even cultivate multiple professions simultaneously, as long as they had the energy. Naturally, those with such an aptitude were inherently gifted, and had no cause for concern in this regard. Learning that his young disciple was indeed a master of all 5 elements left Chu Tian utterly astounded. Ha! Let that old purple-headed fellow come boast about his little disciple. Can he compare to mine? I truly have an eye for talent. Having discovered this gem early on, Chu Tian thought, brimming with pride as he glanced at the nonchalant Su Ruofei and the adorably clueless Mu Chuan, feeling a pang of discomfort at the disparity between them. You two, treat your little junior sister well from now on, do you understand? She is now the hope for the sect's resurgence. Regarding Jiang Ning's earlier assertion of leading the sect onto a glorious path, Chu Tian was now wholeheartedly convinced. However, before that, it seemed he would need to pay a visit to the old purple-headed man to resolve the matter concerning the bounty. If he refused to comply, he would resort to force until he did. If that failed, he would drag along someone named Zhang Yuan to see who could outlast whom. After all, wasn't it merely about spirit stones? His second disciple had plenty. Suddenly called out, Mu Chuan and Su Ruofei exchanged glances, each recognizing the unmistakable sense of resignation reflected in the other's eyes. Master, isn't this favoritism a bit too blatant? Just because the little junior sister is your biological disciple, does that mean we are merely the stepchildren? However, upon witnessing Jiang Ning's aptitude, Mu Chuan felt genuine happiness for her. He recalled the first time he encountered her. A pitiful figure unable to cultivate, bloodied and clearly bullied. Yet she retained a kind and righteous heart, helping him reclaim his spirit beast. Perhaps this was why she had drawn the ire of the Lingyun Sect? Rest assured, Master, I will protect our little junior sister. Mu Chuan was the first to express his opinion, and he had a favorable first impression of this junior sister. Otherwise, he would not have gifted the precious elixir refined by the third junior brother to Jiang Ning. Upon seeing Mu Chuan's stance, Chu Tian slowly shifted his gaze and threateningly glanced at Su Ruofei. Su Ruofei replied, Master, am I not your most beloved disciple? Chu Tian retorted, Get lost. The shock that enveloped the crowd went unnoticed by Jiang Ning. She only knew that she should be capable of cultivating across the 5 elements. But was this a blessing or a curse? It was no wonder she felt perplexed. After all, in her understanding, those who focused on a single discipline often achieved remarkable success. She did not wish to become someone who dabbled in everything yet excelled at nothing. If she was to do something, she aimed to do it to the best of her ability. Observing the elder beside her, who was already dumbfounded to the point of forgetting to take notes, she voiced her curiosity. Elder, what does this mean? The elder, upon hearing her inquiry, abruptly closed his gaping mouth and gazed at Jiang Ning as if she were a rare treasure. The other 3 elders also took out their notebooks, eager to write down her name. By the way, what is your name? One elder inquired, lifting his head with a swish. Jiang Ning. Ah, Jiang Ning, good child. This means your talent is to cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously. This is a genius-level talent that rarely appears in a millennium. Wait, did you say your name is Jiang Ning? The elder's voice trembled as it echoed in his throat. Not only the elder, but everyone who heard Jiang Ning's name also became agitated. She is Jiang Ning? The one on the bounty list? Impossible. Weren't there claims that Jiang Ning could not cultivate? Are you foolish? How could someone who cannot cultivate injure a direct disciple of the Lingyun Sect? Hold on. I have a portrait of Jiang Ning. I must see. One disciple scrambled to find the image, which he had purchased at a high price, believing it could alter his fate. No wonder he found her somewhat familiar. The moment the portrait was unveiled, everyone who recognized Jiang Ning's appearance gasped in unison, as if the air in the square had been drained. It was indeed her. A walking treasury of talent. In an instant, the gazes directed at Jiang Ning transformed. Shi Ning and Shi Yin, who had completed their talent tests earlier, recognized Jiang Ning right away, but due to the distance, they did not approach to greet her. Upon realizing that this Jiang Ning was indeed the Jiang Ning they knew, the siblings felt as if they had been struck by a heavy blow. However, compared to the astonishment of the crowd, Jiang Ning appeared remarkably composed. Once she learned of her favorable talent, she calmly descended from the high platform. Chu Tian pondered how this little disciple was indeed steady-minded, unperturbed by external circumstances. Jiang Ning's thoughts were quite the opposite. Sure enough, no matter where a genius roams, they remain a genius. The irresistible charm I possess. According to the elder, this talent should be extraordinarily good, so what is there to worry about? Next, please, the elder, just emerging from the astonishment of their sect potentially possessing a genius, continued to preside over the assessment in a daze after Jiang Ning stepped down. Standing behind Jiang Ning was a robust young woman, easily weighing over 200 pounds. Clearly, She was also taken aback by Jiang Ning's talent. While she admired Jiang Ning, she became so engrossed that she failed to notice the steps beneath her. Nearly stumbling to the ground, "Be careful," and a swift motion, Jiang Ning reached out to steady the woman as they brushed past each other. The woman's hand rested on Jiang Ning's arm, her face instantly flushing with embarrassment. "She smelled so delightful, thank you." The woman's voice was barely audible. Had it not been for Jiang Ning's keen hearing, she would not have caught it. Jiang Ning released the woman's arm, smiled at her, and returned to her position. This was the first time Huang Ling felt the kindness of a stranger. Throughout her life, due to her size, people around her either mocked or scorned her. This was the first time someone had offered her assistance. Huang Ling sniffled, her throat tightening with emotion. When Huang Ling stood before the stone pillar, she felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. The elder, not showing any disdain for her physique or her hesitation, instead smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's all right, just place your hand on it. There's no need to feel pressured." The elder believed Huang Ling was intimidated by Jiang Ning's earlier success, which had set a high bar for her, unaware that Huang Ling was merely nervous under the gaze of so many people. Huang Ling nodded deeply, finally taking a deep breath and resolutely placing her chubby little hand into the groove. Chapter 25. Encountering the traffic light lady again. Earth element, 5 segments. Not bad. Next, a talent neither strong nor weak, merely average, yet at least she passed the first test. Upon hearing the results, Huang Ling's anxieties dissipated immediately. She cast a grateful glance toward Jiang Ning below the stage. Had it not been for her, she would have been utterly humiliated today. If she had fallen in front of all these people, she would have wished for death. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled by Huang Ling's sudden gratitude. Was it merely for her earlier assistance? That wretched girl has indeed come to Lingyun Sect. Not far from Jiang Ning, a pair of spiteful eyes remained fixed on her. From the moment she ascended the high platform, she had been recognized by none other than the traffic light lady, a figure who harbored deep resentment towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning perceptively sensed the piercing gaze fixed upon her and instinctively turned to look back. "Oh, what a coincidence." Jiang Ning cheerfully waved a greeting. She didn't know many people here, and the traffic light lady counted among them, though in the latter's eyes, she was likely considered an enemy. The traffic light lady had not expected Jiang Ning to greet her, and her beautiful features twisted slightly in distaste. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together, and fools associate with swine. You, with your miserly, impoverished, and scheming disposition, are well suited to be friends with such a fat pig. If I were you, I'd simply find a rope and end it all to spare myself the humiliation of living. What a disgrace to your family." Bai Qi was quite confident in her appearance. She despised anyone who looked better than her, while simultaneously loathing those who were less attractive. How could someone so unappealing even dare to show their face? Especially after witnessing the intimate exchange between the two. Regardless of their relationship, she felt the need to insult them both. Her words pierced Huang Ling's heart like 1,000 daggers, shattering the confidence she had just begun to feel after passing the assessment. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Huang Ling's lips quivered downward uncontrollably, as if she were on the verge of tears, her voice thick with emotion. If there had been a crevice in the ground, she would have gladly burrowed into it. Seeing her flustered demeanor, the elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. However, as she was a junior, they refrained from saying much, shaking their heads helplessly. The behavior of the mayor's daughter from Lingyun town was indeed troubling. Huang Ling, already insecure, now felt the disdainful gazes of those around her. The mocking words she had heard throughout her life seemed to echo in her ears once more. "Fatty, just die already. You're as fat as a pig. What an embarrassment. Eat less. Look at how bloated you've become. You reek, it's unbearable." Huang family produces the big yellow pig, the fat and clumsy yellow pig. Huang Ling's chest tightened, her vision blurring with tears. All she wanted was to escape this place. But as she took a step forward, disaster struck. Due to her obstructed vision, she missed the step entirely, sending her tumbling through the air. "It's over. It's over." Huang Ling's heart sank, feeling as if her life had turned bleak. Just when she thought today would culminate in utter humiliation, a hand suddenly appeared, firmly catching her. Huang Ling opened her tightly shut eyes and recognized the person who had saved her. It was Jiang Ning. In that moment, Huang Ling felt deeply moved, on the verge of tears. Jiang Ning steadied her and, sensing her embarrassment, shielded her behind her own form. Huang Ling clutched Jiang Ning's clothing tightly, and Jiang Ning comfortingly patted her hand before casting a disdainful glance at Bai Qi. I fail to comprehend why someone who turns food into waste would mock another who transforms it into flesh. Is it simply because of your runway-like figure? Bai Qi, unable to grasp the meaning behind runway, recognized from Jiang Ning's expression that the comment was certainly not complimentary. How can you speak so disgustingly? Do you have no shame? With so many people around, discussing waste in such a manner? How utterly repulsive. Indeed, a vulgar and lowly individual. Bai Qi had never encountered such a shameless person in her life, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Yet Jiang Ning, who had never lost a verbal spar, stood unfazed. Having grown up as an orphan, she had fought with beggars for territory and scavenged food from wild dogs, enduring hardship to survive. How could she possibly fear a pampered young lady like her? Disgusting. Did you not excrete before your breakthrough period? Upon mentioning her lordly father, Bai Qi's face finally resumed its smug expression, gazing at Jiang Ning as if she were a mere slave crawling beneath her feet. Yet, with a single retort, Jiang Ning shattered her self-satisfied demeanor into 1,000 pieces. You should inquire about your father from your mother. Why are you asking me? Do I resemble your mother? Bai Qi. Having encountered Jiang Ning's audaciousness before, Bai Qi was still rendered speechless, her body trembling in anger, sharp-tongued. This is merely the first assessment. With your abilities and her physique, you won't even pass the third round. Just wait, I will not let you off easily. Bai Qi, fully aware of her inability to counter Jiang Ning, resolved to eliminate them in the third round. Those who pass the first assessment, as long as their strength isn't abysmally poor, are virtually guaranteed a spot among the outer disciples, as long as these two wretches remain in the sect. She has countless ways to make their lives miserable. What does it matter if they possess talent? A genius is only a genius once they have matured. Until then, they are as good as worthless. Bai Qi's thoughts were not unfounded. The earth element primarily serves as defense, lacking the offensive might of metal, the agility of water, or the lethal force of fire, rendering it more of a supportive role. In a real confrontation, the advantages of the earth element are minimal. Moreover, with Jiang Ning's strength merely at the initial stage of the Qi refinement realm, Bai Qi dismissed them entirely. Just wait and see. When the time comes for them to be humiliated, don't cry. Jiang Ning maintained an air of indifference, which only fueled Bai Qi's ire, wishing fervently to tear that smug face apart. We shall see who survives, you or I. Chapter 26. Tricked by Su Ruofei with the first assessment concluded. Only 1/10 of the candidates passed the test, yet even so, there were still over 100. However, compared to the thousands typically recruited during the Zixuan Sect's assessments, this was quite sparse. Among them, only 2 possessed the rare mutated spiritual roots. As expected, they were indeed scarce. The elder, holding the freshly acquired list, cleared his throat and announced, "Congratulations to all who passed the first assessment. Those who have successfully completed the talent test are now officially outer disciples of Lingyun Sect. We shall now proceed to the second assessment, strength evaluation." The elder clapped his hands, and immediately someone came forth to remove the testing pillar, swiftly replacing it with a mirror-like artifact. "What is this?" Jiang Ning inquired, puzzled, of Huang Ling, who had been standing beside her since earlier. The mirror-like artifact was adorned with numerous densely packed golden runes, which upon closer inspection, appeared to be in motion. Jiang Ning exclaimed in wonder. Huang Ling, having rarely ventured outside, nonetheless knew a thing or two about the world beyond. Having even heard of Jiang Ning's name, perhaps she was unaware due to her previous inability to cultivate. This is the strength testing mirror of Lingyun Sect. Anyone illuminated by its light will have their name, strength level, age, and cultivation duration displayed. No need for combat. One's strength is laid bare for all to see. The Lingyun Sect's assessments prioritize tranquility, allowing one to comprehend all pertinent information without bloodshed. Does that mean there are no secrets left? Jiang Ning, astonished, quickly cast a pleading glance towards Su Ruofei on the high platform. What now? Will my concealed cultivation be exposed with such intelligence? Su Ruofei briefly exchanged glances with Jiang Ning before looking away. And she soon heard his voice in her mind. Do not worry. If necessary, I will intervene. Reliable. Jiang Ning surreptitiously gave Su Ruofei a thumbs up. Indeed, her second senior brother was dependable. In critical moments, he was the one to rely on. A mysterious smile curled on Su Ruofei's lips. The order of the second assessment would be determined by the results of the first, and as the only genius with comprehensive talents, Jiang Ning naturally went first. She gingerly approached the platform, fearful of being illuminated by the mirror. The elder observed her awkwardly dodging the mirror's rays, unable to restrain himself from advising, "You need to stand in front of the mirror for us to ascertain your strength." "What are you hiding from?" At this moment, Jiang Ning positioned herself where the mirror's light could not reach, standing tall and flicking her hair, declaring with a haughty demeanor, "I seldom look into mirrors. After all, as you can see, I'm so stunning, I fear I might be blinded by my own beauty." The elder. Goodness, after presiding over assessments for so many years, he had never encountered anyone so brazen. Truly, those who disregard their own face become invincible. Is this the unique trait of a genius? The elder's mouth twitched in exasperation as he urged, "Hurry up, there are many more awaiting their turn." Had Jiang Ning not been the most gifted among the candidates, likely to be taken under the sect leader's wing, he would have forcefully placed her before the mirror. Jiang Ning felt apprehensive, but steeled her resolve to stand before the mirror. As her reflection manifested, a strange occurrence unfolded. The golden runes surrounding the mirror sprang to life, swirling around Jiang Ning. All present held their breath, the tension palpable as they yearned to confirm whether the rumors about Jiang Ning's inability to cultivate were true. To their utter astonishment, a red figure suddenly leapt from the high platform, landing beside Jiang Ning. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, he obscured their view. The red figure enveloped them, only faint golden light seeping through. Su Ruofei performed a subtle gesture, and the runes shifted direction, as if the program had been altered, slowing their pace. At this moment, Jiang Ning remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, surprised to ask, "Is that all? So simple?" "Indeed," Su Ruofei replied with a hint of amusement. After uttering this, Su Ruofei lowered his hand, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Ning before the mirror. However, when Jiang Ning beheld the expressions of the female disciples below, her smile abruptly froze. She had been betrayed by Su Ruofei. Indeed, at that moment, all the female disciples were inwardly screaming, their faces contorted in disbelief. Though it was but a fleeting moment, they barely registered what had transpired before Su Ruofei withdrew his hand. Yet, it was Su Ruofei, the most handsome man in the land. Why had he taken the stage? For Jiang Ning, what had they just witnessed? Among the 34 female disciples who passed the first assessment, more than half cast unfriendly glances at Jiang Ning. To label their glares as unfriendly was an understatement. Their gazes were imbued with malice, as if they wished to flay Jiang Ning with their eyes. Jiang Ning, feeling the weight of their terrifying stares, felt her scalp tingle, gritting her teeth and murmuring, "My dear second senior brother, is this how you choose to help me?" She had initially thought that with Su Ruofei's prowess, he could effortlessly assist her in cheating from the sidelines. Had she known it would come to this, she would have refrained from asking for his help. Was he not simply inviting animosity upon her? Did her second senior brother not realize his popularity in Lingyun Sect? How could Su Ruofei be unaware? He did it on purpose. With a casual flick of his folding fan, Su Ruofei flashed a charming smile, nearly causing the female disciples below to swoon. Leaning close to Jiang Ning's ear, he whispered, "After you frightened me so many times in the Dark Moon Forest, am I not allowed to trick you once? Give it your all. With so many sparring partners, I believe your progress will be rapid. Just don't let your senior brother down." What could be more conducive to growth and flourishing in an environment brimming with adversaries? Su Ruofei felt a swell of self-satisfaction. Truly, he was an excellent senior brother. Satisfied, Su Ruofei gracefully returned to his seat. His words were so softly spoken that only the two of them could hear. And given their close proximity, onlookers perceived their interaction as intimate. Chapter 27. Wei Huaishu Jiang Ning. Woe is me, Su Ruofei is mine. Jiang Ning, I despise you. I declare, from this day forth, we are sworn enemies. Upon returning to the high platform, Su Ruofei felt an immense sense of satisfaction. It was a rare delight to witness that fearless little junior sister's face devoid of hope. It was simply quite gratifying. He lounged in his chair, reclining nonchalantly, idly fanning himself, every gesture dripping with charisma. Below, the crowd erupted in a mix of infatuation and curses directed at Jiang Ning. Chu Tian's forehead pulsed with veins. Unable to restrain himself from delivering a slap to Su Ruofei's nape, voicing a question from the depths of his soul. "Are you out of your mind? Before my little apprentice even enters the sect, she has already become the public enemy of all the female disciples. What madness has seized Su Ruofei? Has the third brother possessed you?" Su Ruofei had anticipated his master's reaction and dodged the hand before it could land. Having heard of the extraordinary talent of Jiang Yuan from the Zishuan sect, one might wonder if there exists a swifter method to elevate the skills of the junior sister. Just wait and see. Once the assessment concludes, the challenge letters will surely flood in. Su Ruofei had already devised his strategy and responded accordingly. Chu Tian chuckled, acknowledging the truth in Su Ruofei's reasoning. Yet based on his understanding of Su Ruofei, he could tell that the latter would not act out of pure kindness. What you are contemplating and what you profess should align. Should any misfortune befall your junior sister, I shall not spare you. Su Ruofei smiled elegantly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. At that moment, the runes on the mirror coalesced into words, revealing themselves to the onlookers. Name: Jiang Ning. Age: 16. Cultivation level: high stage of the Bagu period. Training duration: 2 months. By my word, she has truly only trained for 2 months. What inhuman talent is this? It became apparent that Lingyun Sect had indeed not deceived them. She had previously been deemed a waste. She must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Otherwise, such rapid advancement in cultivation would be inconceivable. So it follows that she must possess some treasure. Jiang Ning rolled her eyes in exasperation. It was evident that she had become the object of others' aspirations. Fortunately, she had enlisted Su Ruofei's assistance in concealing her true cultivation level. Otherwise, the ensuing commotion would have been even more explosive. Of course, not everyone was coveting Jiang Ning's potential treasures. Many merely cast respectful glances in her direction. Regardless of one's talent, without diligent effort, it amounts to nothing. Achieving her current prowess in merely 2 months speaks volumes of Jiang Ning's hard work. As she descended from the platform under the scrutiny of various gazes, she felt no fear of what might transpire next. Enemies? She would confront each one individually, and if 2 came, she would face them both. As long as they dared to provoke her, she would not shy away from a little sport. The subsequent individuals to take the stage were of mediocre talent and average cultivation, remaining among the outer disciples. That was until a young boy captured Jiang Ning's attention. He appeared to be of a similar age to her, diminutive in stature, and bore the pallor of malnutrition. His garments were tattered and stained with blood, the oversized robe enveloping him comically, rendering his hands nearly invisible. Unperturbed by the murmurs surrounding him, the boy kept his head bowed. Ascending the platform with a certain stiffness, Jiang Ning's gaze followed him closely, a sense of unease stirring within her. There was something distinctly off about him. She could not pinpoint precisely what it was. Yet he emanated an aura of dissonance. Upon standing before the mirror, his information swiftly materialized. Name: Wei Huaishu. Age: 16. Cultivation level: initial stage of the foundation establishment period. Training duration: 1 year. Well, another genius? Wei Huaishu's emergence drew the crowd's attention away from Jiang Ning. Had it not been for her, his talent alone would have astonished them for a century. Talents arise every year, yet this year seems particularly abundant. Why can't I be counted among them? Someone lamented, while others jested, expressing their envy and resentment. To claim one was not envious would be disingenuous. After all, they had toiled for over a decade to reach the foundation establishment period. While Wei Huaishu had accomplished it in just a year, shattering their confidence in their own capabilities, in comparison to a monster who had cultivated for merely a year and reached such heights, their own achievements suddenly felt trivial. When did even the entrance assessments of Lingyun Sect become this competitive? Chu Tian, his excitement palpable, stroked his white beard, musing that perhaps this year, Lingyun Sect would not finish at the bottom. Before descending, Wei Huaishu cast a glance in Jiang Ning's direction. Their eyes met, and an involuntary shiver coursed through Jiang Ning. What kind of gaze was that? It resembled the insatiable desire of a hunter spotting its prey. Yes, desire. Yet, Jiang Ning's instincts whispered that this craving was not merely for the bounty on the earth ranking, but rather an unsettling interest in her as a person. It was deeply disquieting. Moreover, that gaze seemed far too mature for one of his age. It resembled that of a lecherous old man. Indeed, it was akin to the gaze of an old pervert beholding a young girl. By the time Jiang Ning sought to scrutinize him further, Wei Huaishu had already averted his gaze, continuing forward with an air of oblivion, as if the encounter had been a mere figment of her imagination. Wei Huaishu's presence unsettled Jiang Ning. She resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. There was something amiss about him. Next up was Bai Qi. The strength assessments continued, and Jiang Ning redirected her focus to the upcoming evaluations. Thanks to Su Ruofei's cunning maneuvering, it was highly unlikely that these individuals would become her beloved companions. Since they were destined to be adversaries, it was imperative to know oneself and one's enemy to achieve victory in every battle. Ultimately, only 60 candidates passed the second round of assessments, with those who had cultivated for over 10 years, aged 20 or older, regrettably remaining as outer disciples. Only Jiang Ning, in the Bagu period, stood as the sole exception. After all, her training time was remarkably brief. Prior to the sect's evaluations, Chu Tian had already proclaimed that one disciple would be selected as a personal disciple from among those who passed. Consequently, everyone speculated that this coveted position would likely be filled by either Jiang Ning or Wei Huaishu. However, they held little hope for Jiang Ning. Despite her impressive talent, she bore the burden of the Earth Rankings bounty on her head. Chapter 28. Eliminate them all. They were prohibited from attacking Jiang Ning within the sect, but let us not forget that the bounty extended to the entire continent, including the formidable Golden Core and Divine Transformation experts. Should they choose to act, Jiang Ning could find herself without a place to rest in an instant. Unless she remained in Lingyun Sect forever, it seemed that Wei Huaishu had the upper hand. Some had already begun contemplating how to curry favor with Wei Huaishu. As the crowd awaited the commencement of the third round of assessments, Yuan stealthily approached Bai Qi, having witnessed the earlier altercation between Bai Qi and Jiang Ning. He, adhering to the principle that an enemy's enemy is a friend, approached Bai Qi directly. If you wish to deal with Jiang Ning, perhaps we could collaborate. We can split the bounty evenly. What do you say? Lingyun Sect forbade disciples from dueling privately, permitting only challenges. However, Yuan sought to discreetly eliminate Jiang Ning, ensuring that no one would know the bounty had fallen into his hands. Although he had a temper, he was not foolish. If others discovered he had claimed the bounty, he would be no different from Jiang Ning at present. Thus, he sought an ally, even if it meant sharing half the reward. A compromise he could accept. Bai Qi, already harboring disdain for the unattractive, instinctively recoiled upon encountering Yuan's mask-like visage, covering her nose in disgust as she retreated. Halt! What are you? Stay away! Bai Qi's disdain was genuine, and her words were sharp and piercing, effectively immobilizing Yuan. The sting of her words echoed through the crowd, drawing the attention of those nearby, including Shi Ning. Shi Ning had been keenly observing Yuan, seeking an opportunity to repay the debt for her brother's sword. Upon hearing Bai Qi's remark, she erupted into laughter, as though she had stumbled upon a treasure on the road. Brother, I doubt Yuan has ever endured such humiliation in his life. If it were me, I would never wish to enter Lingyun Sect again. As a direct descendant of the Yu family, no one had ever dared to openly insult Yuan. To participate in a sect assessment, only to be repeatedly ridiculed, was enough to drive someone of his temperament to madness. In stark contrast to Shi Ning's amusement, Shi Yan observed Yuan's furious departure with a flicker of concern in his eyes. In the future, it would be prudent to maintain a distance from Yuan. It has come to my attention that the patriarch of the Yu family is on the verge of becoming the third fourth-tier alchemist on the continent. When that occurs, even the Zishuan sect will have to show some deference to the Yu family. It is advisable to avoid provoking individuals who are so petty and hold grudges. By the way, do not forget to remind Jiang Ning when you have the chance, lest she becomes a target of Yuan's retribution. Understood, brother. As soon as the second round of assessments concluded, Shi Ning sought out Jiang Ning to relay Shi Yan's words to her. Is the status of a fourth-tier alchemist truly that prestigious? Jiang Ning inquired, her understanding of such matters rather limited. Previously, the Jiang family had stifled her potential, deliberately keeping her from engaging with cultivation and affairs of the continent, leaving her woefully uninformed. Fortunately, Shi Ning was already accustomed to Jiang Ning's ignorance and promptly explained. The Yu family was once a mere inconspicuous clan, but it was the elevation of the patriarch to a third-tier alchemist 2 decades ago that significantly raised their status. Presently, there are only 2 fourth-tier alchemists across the entire continent, Elder Hong of the Zishuan sect and Elder Su of the Jueqing sect. Should the patriarch of the Yu family successfully advance this time, their standing will soar, and the Yu family will enjoy unprecedented favor. Both the Shi and Yu families reside in the Xinyu kingdom, with the Shi family traditionally holding greater influence. If the patriarch of the Yu family becomes a fourth-tier alchemist, the dynamics of their statuses will undergo a radical transformation. After hearing Shi Ning's words, Jiang Ning fell silent for a considerable time. Shi Ning, assuming Jiang Ning was intimidated, hurriedly reassured her, but you need not worry. Yuan likely remains unaware that it was you who masqueraded as Zhang Yuan to mock him. Given the trivial nature of today's conflict, it shouldn't escalate to a life-or-death situation. Yet Shi Ning overlooked the fact that, beyond this minor skirmish, Jiang Ning was still burdened by the allure of the earth-ranking bounty. Alchemists are perpetually in need of spirit stones, high-quality alchemical furnaces, and spiritual herbs, each of which holds considerable value. With the earth-ranking bounty still in play, it is only a matter of time before Yuan crosses paths with Jiang Ning. However, Jiang Ning's thoughts were not on these matters. With a slight furrow of her brow, she remarked, 20 years, to ascend just 1 tier. Is becoming an alchemist truly that arduous? Shi Ning responded. What tone is that? After all I've explained, your only concern is this. What did you expect? The progression of professional practitioners differs from that of cultivators. For cultivators, as long as their spiritual energy suffices, they can ascend. Yet, these professionals require talent, financial backing, continual trials, and familial support. Without such, their growth is stunted, rendering all efforts futile. Take someone like Jiang Ning. If she were to lose the protection of the Lingyun Sect, she would face relentless pursuit. No one wishes to witness the rise of a genius unless that genius is themselves. Chapter 29. Team formation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning ceased to dwell on the patriarch of the Yu family and instead inquired, "What is the third round of assessments for the Lingyun Sect?" Jiang Ning felt instinctively that matters could not be so straightforward. Otherwise, why would her master send her second senior brother to escort her down the mountain for training? In such a vast sect, how could they assess a disciple's true capabilities without practical evaluations? The offspring of prominent families could easily elevate their cultivation through elixirs and spiritual treasures. Such advancements would not be detectable through superficial tests. Jiang Ning could grasp such an elementary principle, and naturally, the Lingyun Sect would also recognize it. Thus, the third round of assessments must indeed pertain to real combat. When the third round was mentioned, a trace of seriousness appeared on Shi Ning's face. A total of 60 individuals remained after the second round, with 48 staying in the outer sect. Out of the 60 who passed, only 20 would become inner sect disciples, while the rest would remain in the outer sect. The criteria for evaluation is based on the number of magical beasts one slays. On stage, the elder was explaining the rules of the third round to the other disciples. 1 point for the core of a first-tier magical beast, 10 points for a second tier, 100 points for a third tier, and 1,000 points for a fourth tier. The more points one accumulates, the greater the likelihood of becoming an inner sect disciple. However, one must also consider their own capabilities. Challenging a fourth-tier beast is ill-advised, and if encountered, the recommendation is to flee immediately. The elder's words elicited laughter among the disciples. While the points for fourth-tier beasts are high, one must also have the means to survive. The assessments of the sect are a matter of life and death. Fourth-tier beasts possess the strength of the golden core stage. Beasts like the fire rhinoceros and gale wolf present a certain death for those at the foundation establishment stage. Even for those capable of challenging beasts beyond their tier, such attempts are rarely made. The third round can be described as a true test of survival. Noting that the audience grasped the message, the elder continued, "Besides slaying magical beasts, there is another method to earn points: seizing the tokens of others. Each token records the scores from magical beasts slain by the individual. By taking another's token, their points will be transferred to you. Do you understand?" The cultivation world is inherently a place of survival of the fittest, and the sect is certainly not a haven for nurturing lambs. One must take what is theirs. Ultimately, it is the results that matter. The process is inconsequential. However, in consideration of our shared brotherhood, while seizing tokens is permissible during the assessment, it is strictly prohibited to take lives. Is that clear? Clear. The disciples responded with vigor, their spirits high, the collective voice resounding. The elder nodded in satisfaction and began distributing the tokens. Upon receiving her token, Jiang Ning followed the elder's instructions and inscribed a mental imprint, only to discover her score was a disheartening 0. Now, I declare the third round of assessments to commence. As the words left his lips, the disciples surged forth like untethered wild horses, racing down the mountain. The third round allows for team formations, yet few are inclined to do so. Particularly, those of greater strength are reluctant to share the points that rightfully belong to them. However, Jiang Ning viewed matters differently. Strength in numbers is advantageous, and great achievements stem from unity and cooperation. Valuable lessons drawn from her 9 years of compulsory education. One must trust the wisdom of our ancestors. How about we form a team? Jiang Ning proposed to the 3 individuals beside her. Huang Ling, who had been following Jiang Ning like an accessory, felt a sense of security as long as Jiang Ning was present. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's suggestion, she eagerly raised both hands in agreement. Sure, I'm in. Shi Ning and Shi Yin, both practitioners, had no objections either, nodding in agreement. The dark moon forest was expansive, and as they descended the mountain, the presence of other disciples had long since vanished. The duration of the third round would span half a month, and they understood the principle of the early bird catches the worm, already envisioning that the magical beasts had likely been claimed by others. Should we venture further afield? Shi Ning proposed. Jiang Ning shook her head, confidently raising her hand. In the next moment, a towering figure appeared before them, casting a shadow over the group and sending a gust of wind that nearly toppled them. This is, Shi Yin instinctively shielded Shi Ning behind him upon catching sight of the gale wolf. Huang Ling immediately grasped Jiang Ning's sleeve. Jiang Ning quickly reassured them, there is no need to fear. This is my contracted magical beast, Little wolf, greet everyone. As the Gale Wolf made its debut before Jiang Ning's friends, it prepared to deliver an impressive entrance, only to be interrupted by Jiang Ning's casual introduction of Little Wolf, which stifled its grand roar before it could escape its throat. This greeting is not what I intended. With such a mighty and imposing physique, calling it Little Wolf seemed rather ludicrous, did it not? What were these three to warrant such an introduction? No, that will not do. I never expected Jiang Ning, your contracted beast, to be a fourth-tier Gale Wolf. Ning's smile faltered as she gazed at the colossal creature, filled with envy. Generally, the offspring of prominent families do not easily forge contracts with magical beasts. Most possess limited mental strength and can only bind a single beast, often waiting until their own strength increases before attempting to contract a higher-tier beast. Few, like Jiang Ning, manage to contract a fourth-tier beast at such a young age. High-tier beasts are notoriously unruly. Even with the assistance of elders, the risks of failure are substantial. A failed attempt can result in mild damage to one's mind or, in severe cases, lead to insanity, an outcome they dare not risk. Amidst their envy, they felt a surge of confidence regarding the upcoming assessment. With the esteemed Little Wolf at their side, they would at least be spared the arduous task of hunting for magical beasts. After a brief coordination of roles, Jiang Ning stowed the Gale Wolf away. Its presence alone would likely frighten off any magical beasts before they even approached their lair. Guided by the Gale Wolf, the four made their way toward the nearest nest of first-tier wind ant beasts. Despite its low rank, the wind ant beast is numerous. Each ant is no larger than a palm, yet a single nest can contain thousands. Even within the forest, they are not to be trifled with. Ning and Yin, you two, being fire-type practitioners, will be responsible for luring them out. Ling, you will find a way to restrain their movements. Then it will be time for the hunt. All right. Oh, what? The three looked at her, bewildered. Jiang Ning made an okay gesture and explained, this is our signal to indicate we can proceed. Understanding her cue, the three mirrored her gesture. Okay, let's go, Jiang Ning declared boldly, and the three set forth with determination on their quest to annihilate the ant army. Chapter 30. Ruthless annihilation of the wind ant army. A gentle breeze swept through, marking a bustling day for the wind ant beasts. The worker ants are tasked with cutting the food, which is then carried back to the nest by the smaller soldier ants for the queen, who is poised to lay her eggs. Just as everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion, a sudden calamity struck. A fierce flame descended from the heavens, incinerating several worker ants into mere ashes. Instantly, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. The ant colony erupted in chaos, baring their teeth and rushing towards the flames, while other wind ants swiftly scurried back to their burrows to relay the news. Upon witnessing the appearance of the wind ant beasts, Jiang Ning couldn't help but grimace in distaste. Hiss! These little creatures are downright hideous. The features of the palm-sized wind ant beast were grotesquely pronounced, as if it had amalgamated the most unsightly traits known to mankind, rendering it appallingly ugly. Beside her, Ning remarked, it's just a magical beast. Why should it look good? This thing can't even be used as a pet. Why does Jiang Ning's perspective always differ so drastically from the norm? Is her viewpoint perpetually so unconventional? Ling also found the wind ant beast repulsive, especially the two long fangs protruding from its mouth, covered in barbs that sent shivers down one's spine. If bitten, it would surely result in grievous wounds. The group conversed nonchalantly, ostensibly to buy time. Before long, they awaited the return of the wind ant beast that had gone to summon the ant army. The sight was overwhelming, a dense mass of them covering the ground, sending chills down one's spine at just a glance. Upon seeing the prey gathered, Jiang Ning excitedly licked her lips and narrowed her violet eyes. Brothers, showtime, the trio replied. We don't understand. Just do it. Yin was the first to charge forward, unleashing a blast of explosive air that flowed like molten lava. Where the flames passed, charred corpses were left behind. Ning, not to be outdone, drew her spirit sword, trailing her hand along the blade, igniting it in a brilliant blaze. The searing fire sword carved a deep gash into the ground, claiming yet another dozen wind ant beasts. Jiang Ning blinked in envy and then retrieved her own formidable weapon, gingerly caressing the unassuming ice-blue blade, contemplating. Why don't you transform too? How incredibly cool that would be, Blue Blade. As a divine artifact. This was the greatest insult it had endured since its inception. Its master thought it inferior to a mere sword. A sword can kill, but not be humiliated. Today, it would demonstrate what true divine power entailed. With a resounding chime, a brilliant blue light erupted skyward, and in the next moment, The dagger transformed into a long sword, its radiant edge aimed directly at the gathering of wind ant beasts. Awesome, Jiang Ning unabashedly praised. The blue longsword seemed inspired, intensifying its efforts. Without waiting for Jiang Ning's command, the blue light surged into the heart of the wind ant beasts, slicing through them as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Sweeping through in no time, cold gleams flashed and blood splattered. This scene left the other three in stunned silence, halting their actions, their mouths agape as they gazed at the rampaging longsword, particularly Shi Yin and Shi Ning. Both hailing from a family of weaponsmiths, possessed an innate sensitivity to weapon grades. Yet, no matter how they scrutinized it, they could not discern the true level of Jiang Ning's sword. Seizing the moment of their distraction, a few wind ant beasts charged forward, nearly biting Shi Ning's calf. Fortunately, Huang Ling noticed and activated her spirit energy, softening the earth beneath the wind ant beasts, trapping most of their bodies in the mud, thus preventing Shi Ning from injury. Shi Ning, regaining her composure, cast a grateful glance. Thanks. Huang Ling flushed, quickly replying, it's nothing, as long as you're unhurt. Shi Yin also chimed in. There are too many wind ant beasts. Do not get distracted. Let us deal with them first. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was reveling in commanding her long sword, thoroughly enjoying the carnage. The wind ant beasts recognized that this human was not to be trifled with and attempted to converge upon her in a bid to eliminate her. However, they soon discovered they could not even approach her. One wind ant beast got near Jiang Ning, only to be met with a stunning flying kick, sending it and its companions tumbling like skewered candied hawthorns, crashing several meters away, dazed and disoriented. While Jiang Ning relished the thrill of battle, the light on the blue longsword began to dim with the passage of time. Jiang Ning shook the sword. Is the duration so short? Is this what they call a month of charging for just an hour of use? At the moment the sword's spirit energy was entirely depleted, it shrank with a soft thud. Reverting to a dagger in Jiang Ning's hand, the light on the blade extinguished. Master, blue blade can assist you no further. Jiang Ning sensed the dagger's reluctance, meticulously wiping away the bloodstains before carefully storing it away. Wind ant beasts, tremble, for I shall now get serious. The bloodthirsty instinct within Jiang Ning surged as the scent of blood filled the air. She retrieved a golden staff from her storage ring, channeling the essence of a dark night reaper, leaving a trail of decapitated wind ant beasts in her wake. Jiang Ning's strikes were swift and decisive, devoid of any fancy maneuvers, just sheer head-busting force. As blood burst forth, her veins surged with exhilaration. In no time, she was drenched in crimson. This was Huang Ling's first time venturing far from home. She had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle before. Yet, unexpectedly, upon seeing Jiang Ning's ruthless slaughter of the magical beasts, she felt not fear but admiration. Truly, her idol was magnificent. Acknowledging her own lack of speed and realizing that her presence might complicate matters, potentially forcing the others to divert their attention to protect her, she decided to find a large tree to hide behind and provide support. The wind ant beasts, with their 8 nimble legs, scuttled rapidly. With Huang Ling's assistance, as soon as the wind ant beasts began to crawl, they found their footing sinking into the softened earth, hindering their movements significantly. Soon, one beast noticed Huang Ling lurking in the shadows and, with a couple of shrill cries, a squad of wind ant beasts flanked her position. When Huang Ling became aware, Shi Ning had already cleaved through with her fiery sword, resulting in a devastating toll. Thank you. Huang Ling wiped the cold sweat from her brow, her smile more akin to a grimace. Even though the wind ant beasts were relatively easy to slay, the relentless onslaught was depleting Shi Ning's spirit energy. Before long, the four regrouped, each bearing signs of fatigue on their faces. Yet the wind ant beasts remained as numerous as ever, seemingly endless. Jiang Ning, what should we do? If this continues, we won't last much longer. The wind ant beasts, though not strong, overwhelmed them with sheer numbers. Even if they attempted to outlast them, it would surely lead to their demise. The four stood back to back, each nursing their wounds, appearing somewhat ragged. Jiang Ning recognized that this approach was unsustainable. Before they could even secure their points, they might perish themselves. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. The queen? Jiang Ning smacked her forehead, realizing she had overlooked the most crucial element. The queen was the leader of the entire ant colony. Once she was dealt with, the remaining ants would scatter like a disbanded army. Without hesitation, she declared, you all hold them off. I will confront the queen. Shi Yin cautioned, be careful. The queen is protected by soldier ants. Stay safe. Jiang Ning weighed the golden staff in her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips as she winked mischievously. Don't worry, I'll bring back good news. With the staff hoisted, she departed, and upon sensing her intent, the ant colony was taken aback, attempting to pursue her, only to be fiercely blocked by the other three. The wind ant beast's nest, having been ravaged by the prolonged battle, lay in disarray in no time. Jiang Ning located the queen at the rear of the battlefield. The queen stood a meter tall, a red protrusion glowing ominously on her forehead. Surrounded by a swarm of robust soldier ants, the queen's hideous visage bore a fierce and vigilant expression. Upon spotting Jiang Ning, the soldier ants surged forward, shielding their sole queen behind them. The 16-year-old girl clad in black, her ink-black hair swirling in the wind, exuded an aura of impending doom. Moments later, Jiang Ning made her move. Amongst a throng of first-tier magical beasts, she unleashed her full power. Equivalent to that of a third-tier magical beast, catching the wind ant beasts off guard and allowing her to reach the queen's vicinity. Just as her staff was about to strike the queen's head, a beam of sword light suddenly slashed down towards Jiang Ning. If she dodged, the queen would escape. If she didn't, she would surely be injured. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning gripped her staff tightly and, summoning all her strength, hurled it at the queen's head. Simultaneously, she propelled herself rapidly in the opposite direction. A crisp sound of impact echoed as the queen's head was struck, and Jiang Ning executed a graceful flip in midair. Landing smoothly, the sword light aimed at her, predictably, missed its target. Damn it, can't you aim properly before you swing? Such a golden opportunity wasted. I didn't want to. Who knew she would be so perceptive? I was being cautious, yet she still sensed me. Who would have thought someone could retreat while under attack? Jiang Ning was truly a peculiar one. Since they had been discovered, the trio had no intention of remaining hidden and stepped forward. Among them emerged three figures, 2 men and 1 woman. Coincidentally, one of them was Wei Huaishu. Wei Huaishu's somewhat gloomy gaze slowly swept over Jiang Ning, making her feel as though she had been pierced by a knife. An uncomfortable sensation. Another man, with gaunt cheeks and originally delicate features, revealed a fleeting glimmer of murky malevolence upon seeing Jiang Ning. He did not appear to be of good character. The woman accompanying them bore a bland expression, her slender brows and eyes etched with a sharpness that spoke volumes of her disdain. Clearly, their intentions were far from benevolent. The assessment had barely commenced, yet these individuals were already attempting to seize the tokens. Wasn't that rather premature? Typically, the crucial moments of the third round of assessments unfold in the final days. Was it not a tad hasty for them to act so early? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's remarks, the refined-looking man let out a cold snicker, shaking his head in disdain. Are you truly this naive or merely foolish? Compared to your identity as a disciple of Lingyun Sect, I am far more interested in the value your life could provide me. Spare us the idle chatter. If you simply comply and accept your demise, I assure you, I will make your passing less painful. What do you think? Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, retorting, do you honestly believe I would be grateful for such words? Was there something amiss with this man's mind? Unfazed by her provocation, he regarded her with a look of contempt, as if everything was under his control. You must have already exhausted your spiritual energy. Even if we do not intervene, these wind ant beasts will be enough to tear you apart. It would be far less painful to perish at our hands. Why engage in such futile struggles? With the arrival of the three, coupled with the ant queen's injury, the wind ant beasts momentarily clustered around the ant queen, refraining from attacking. They seemed to be spectators, awaiting the spectacle of self-destruction. Jiang Ning rolled her eyes, donning a standard fake smile. In the past, the world was vast, making it difficult to encounter a lunatic. Now, however, the realm of cultivation felt so small, as if all the deranged individuals congregated around this Lingyun Sect assessment. Enough with the idle talk. If you wish to claim my charming head, you must first demonstrate your strength. You have the capability to take it yourself. The man was taken aback by Jiang Ning's insistence on maintaining her bravado. Igniting his ire, Huaishu, you go first. Once you eliminate Jiang Ning, the identity of a direct disciple will undoubtedly be yours. Suddenly thrust into the limelight, Wei Huaishu's eyes narrowed dangerously, and Jiang Ning keenly discerned a palpable intent to kill emanating from him. Oh, quite the display of authority, aren't we? The man's smug smile froze on his face, and in the blink of an eye, before he could comprehend who had attacked him, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed forward. His female companion could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow before following in his footsteps. TSK, I thought you would kill them. You don't seem like the indecisive type, Jiang Ning observed, utterly unsurprised. She had long suspected that Wei Huaishu was not as harmless as he appeared, capable of turning against his allies. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that he would show mercy and spare their lives. Detecting Jiang Ning's mockery, Wei Huaishu merely smiled coldly, unconcerned. The token carries each person's aura. Should its owner perish, those old geezers from Lingyun Sect will arrive post-haste to exact vengeance. There's no need to rush. This was the first time Jiang Ning had heard Wei Huaishu's voice, a young boy whose speech bore an old-fashioned gravitas that was rather unsettling. So, what exactly do you intend to do? Jiang Ning furrowed her brow in impatience. With the conversation having reached this point, she was disinclined to remain under scrutiny. It was best to be forthright, since Wei Huaishu had stated he would not kill her. It implied he had no intention of taking her life. Yet, that very notion irked her further. It is often said that one fears not the thief, but rather the one who covets. She would rather he simply sought to eliminate her. Chapter 32. I knew you desired my body. Ahead, the trio led by Shiyan was engaged in a fierce battle, while behind them, Jiang Ning and Wei Huaishu found themselves enveloped in a brief silence. The atmosphere was so still that even the wind ant beasts sensed the undercurrents of tension, too fearful to move. What I desire is quite simple. Wei Huaishu's voice was low and hoarse, laced with a hint of malevolence. I want you. The brevity of his statement elicited a look of realization from Jiang Ning, her beautiful face alight with understanding. I knew you were coveting my body. She had surmised correctly. This individual was indeed a pervert. Upon hearing her words, Wei Huaishu's expression twitched uncontrollably. He was thousands of years old, and to suddenly be accused of desiring a young girl's body was an utter humiliation. What nonsense! I merely wish to possess your body. Is there really a difference? Jiang Ning shot back defiantly. Aware that Jiang Ning was adept at verbal sparring, Wei Huaishu chose not to engage further in pointless banter. He let out a soft huff, his voice tinged with a smile yet laced with an underlying threat. Do not think I am unaware. This body is not truly yours. You are but a borrowed soul. If you are willing to relinquish this body to me, I promise to help you find a more suitable vessel. How does that sound? The 16-year-old boy's tone was deep and hoarse, calm yet ruthless. Wei Huaishu extended a pale, slender hand, devoid of warmth, towards Jiang Ning. Should she agree, he would abandon this current shell without hesitation. Although this body possessed decent talent, it paled in comparison to Jiang Ning's. As a formidable demon immortal, he naturally sought the finest vessel for his possession. At that moment, he had nearly succeeded in entering this body, only to be unexpectedly ousted by a stray soul that collided with him, forcing him out. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to inhabit a dying boy's body temporarily. He had long coveted Jiang Ning's form, and after finally waiting for the opportune moment, he was incensed that a mere girl had stolen the chance from him. With this thought, a crimson light flickered in the demon immortal's eyes, and his fury surged. Were it not for the obstruction posed by Jiang Ning, he would not have encountered such troublesome complications. Will you hand over this body, or not? Should you continue to resist, I shall not hesitate to seize it by force. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning finally grasped the situation. So, you are not truly Wei Huaishu? She had suspected all along that she was not some celestial being, and such an occurrence could not solely pertain to her. Indeed, there were others. Suddenly, it felt as though a door to a new world had swung open for Jiang Ning. Rather than perceiving Wei Huaishu as a threat, she felt an odd sense of familiarity. Wei Huaishu. Whether I am Wei Huaishu or not is inconsequential, for I shall soon become Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning. That sounds rather peculiar. Just as she prepared to refuse, a soft, childish voice echoed in her mind. Master, allow him to enter. It was Xiaoxin. Jiang Ning was not well versed in the intricacies of soul possession, only aware that it was an exceedingly insidious and malevolent forbidden technique. She remained bewildered as to how she had arrived in this place. If she allowed this ancient creature to enter her body, what if he refused to leave afterward? Sensing her unease, Xiaoxin's voice exuded an air of confidence. Do not worry, master. He is but a fragment of a soul. Allow him to come. Xiaoxin has a way to resolve this. Perhaps due to Xiaoxin's unwavering tone, Jiang Ning found herself inexplicably trusting. Then I shall place my faith in you, Xiaoxin. Rest assured. With a peculiar smile, Jiang Ning grasped the cold, almost lifeless hand before her. The mere thought of competing with an ancient monster for control of her own body sent a thrill coursing through her. The demon immortal awaited Jiang Ning's decision, and at the moment their hands made contact, his excitement surged, his entire soul ablaze. Now was the moment. Without a hint of hesitation, at the instant their hands touched, he vacated Wei Huaishu's body and entered Jiang Ning's sea of consciousness. Being a dark cultivator, he had no intention of honoring his promise to find Jiang Ning another body. His true objective was to consume Jiang Ning's soul, thereby not only amplifying his own spiritual power but also ensuring that anyone privy to his secrets would vanish from existence. Just as the demon immortal reveled in his triumph, he suddenly sensed something amiss. This place. Why did it evoke a sense of both familiarity and fear? Within Jiang Ning's soul, a miniature version of herself gazed in awe at the flickering old man's spirit before her. Oh, why don't you have any feet? How old are you? Why do you look so ancient? Isn't it said that cultivators have methods to maintain their youthful appearance? An old man wishing to possess the body of a 16-year-old girl, yet claiming he was not a pervert? Jiang Ning had not ceased her chatter since the moment she laid eyes on the demon immortal, leaving him on the brink of explosion. He was not one who could easily seize another's body. Every time he deployed the forbidden technique, it left him weakened for quite some time. Enough. Why are you not afraid of me? He was a demon immortal, a man who had nearly become a demon lord. This audacious girl dared to critique him without a hint of fear. It was utterly outrageous. Enraged, the demon immortal's spirit surged, and he charged towards Jiang Ning, as though intent on devouring her whole. Jiang Ning did not flinch, just as the demon immortal's soul power was about to crash against her. A small, crimson head suddenly peeked out from behind her. Hello there. Old demon immortal Xiaoxin's voice was as sweet and innocent as its appearance. Resembling a fluffy plush toy, Jiang Ning adored it to no end. However, while she was enamored, the demon immortal was anything but. At the moment the cautious figure made its appearance, the demon fairy reacted as though someone had stepped on its tail. Its very soul bristling with alarm. How could you be here? Help! Let me go! Just moments ago, it had been arrogant and domineering, akin to some insufferable creature, but upon seeing the cautious figure, it desperately clawed at Jiang Ning's spiritual barrier. Wailing and sobbing for release, tears and snot flowed freely, a pitiful sight indeed. Behind them, Jiang Ning cradled the cautious figure in her arms, squatting on the ground, gazing in bewilderment at the wretchedly crying demon fairy. Slowly lowering her head at so, what exactly did he do to you? What kind of trauma could reduce a master to tears at the mere sight of it? This fear, seemingly ingrained in its very bones, could not be feigned, and moreover, she did not perceive this demon fairy as one prone to pretense. The cautious figure, with its glossy little eyes darting about, nuzzled Jiang Ning's palm sweetly, casting a glance full of threat and warning at the demon fairy still scratching at the wall, and pointed a toe at it, speaking in a soft, mellifluous tone. The cautious figure did nothing at all. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Suddenly pointed at, the demon fairy nearly fainted at the sight of the cautious figure adorably nestled against Jiang Ning's leg. Its entire being jolted, sending a wave of spiritual spikes cascading through it. Chapter 33. The trembling demon fairy had truly lost its composure. How could it bear witness to this little imp acting so endearingly? The demon fairy's teeth chattered as it shrank into a corner, trembling in fear. Its appearance almost pitiful. Just a moment ago, it had been a boisterous, arrogant elder, and now it resembled a quail, huddled in fright. One could hardly help but wonder what atrocious act the cautious figure had committed against it. Seeing this, Jiang Ning tilted her head, contemplating the demon fairy's life, and decided to first tuck the cautious figure away. She had many questions to pose, and with the cautious figure lingering, she feared the so-called demon fairy might be so frightened it would lose its wits. Now that it was absent, why not sit down and converse? Jiang Ning plopped down onto the ground, patting the empty space beside her. The demon fairy dared not refuse, floating obediently to Jiang Ning's side, contemplating for a moment before inching away a bit. Finally settling down with trepidation. After seating itself, before Jiang Ning could ask anything, it blurted out impatiently, "Are you its master?" Having uttered this, it promptly slapped itself hard across the face. Wasn't that a pointless question? Who but a master could command the heart demon's obedience? The demon fairy only knew that the previous master of the heart demon had perished on the very day the celestial emperor ascended. And it never anticipated that within mere centuries, the heart demon would choose a new master. An insignificant human girl at that. Indeed, no ancient beast like the heart demon could be coerced into a contract. It must willingly select its master. In the past, the heart demon's master was a formidable figure, daring to challenge the demon palace's lord. For offending only the demon lord was a minor concern. But to offend that little ancestor, that would spell disaster. It would not be an exaggeration to say the entire demon clan would rise against him. Thinking of the heart demon, the demon fairy winced in agony. Were it not for it, how could it have failed every single tribulation, ultimately being struck down by a lightning catastrophe? Every time it attempted to transcend, the heart demon would manifest. It was enough to drive one to madness. Just hearing the name heart demon was terrifying. A mere hair from it could induce a cultivator to give rise to a heart demon during tribulation, resulting in failure point. One could say that even if the heart demon did not rank among the 4 great fierce beasts, its existence was the most feared by cultivators across the realm. The heart demon's avatars were scattered across various planes, their presence akin to the heavenly Taoist tacit approval, creating obstacles for cultivators beyond the golden core stage. Offending the heart demon? Forget about advancing in this lifetime. It was nothing short of a dream. However, few were aware that the heart demon was a beast. Most believed it was merely a manifestation of their inner turmoil during tribulation, utterly oblivious to the fact that it was the handiwork of that little imp. After painstakingly preserving its soul through secret arts, it had descended to this lower realm. How could it possibly encounter it again? What a wretched fate this was! The demon fairy wore a face of despair, suddenly feeling that its entire life was a precarious tightrope walk. Even in death, it continued to live in fear. With this thought, it could not help but burst into tears. Woe is me, who have I wronged? Jiang Ning. How pitiable! Unsure of how to console the creature, Jiang Ning was moved by the sheer depth of its sorrow. Ultimately speaking up, do not weep. If you are truly distressed, I can summon the cautious figure to talk with you, the demon fairy. Its sobs abruptly ceased. What kind of cruel-hearted individual is this? Indeed, how could the master of such a fiend be benevolent? The demon fairy lowered its head, casting furtive glances at Jiang Ning's face. How could it perceive anything in this human that might attract the heart demon? Aside from a modicum of talent, it was perplexing. Seeing the demon fairy finally quiet down, Jiang Ning seized the moment to inquire about what she wished to know. Since you are aware I inadvertently entered this body, do you know of any way for me to return? It is not that Jiang Ning found this place undesirable, but after living in her original world for so many years, with classmates and family, it was simply impossible to sever those ties. The demon fairy had not anticipated Jiang Ning would pose such a question, incredulously responding. Since you have already usurped another's body, it implies your original form is deceased. Where do you wish to return? Upon hearing such a definitive statement, Jiang Ning felt a profound sense of disappointment. It seemed that returning was indeed impossible. Observing Jiang Ning's crestfallen expression, the demon fairy suddenly realized that if it could appease this girl, it might avoid future torment from the heart demon. With this thought, it feigned an air of profound mystery, speaking with an enigmatic tone. Actually, if you truly desire to return to your former place, it is not entirely out of reach. Upon hearing there might still be a chance to return, Jiang Ning's interest was piqued immediately. What must I do? The demon fairy chuckled softly, leaning closer to Jiang Ning as it whispered. It is simple enough. As long as you can cultivate to the great ascension stage and successfully transcend, you will gain the ability to tear through the fabric of reality. At that point, you could traverse various planes at will. Going wherever you please, Jiang Ning had a basic understanding of the cultivation levels in the Qingyuan continent, which were Qi refining stage, core formation stage, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, divine transformation stage, each phase further divided into 4 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. But what on earth was this great ascension stage? How could you not even know this? Noticing Jiang Ning's bewildered expression, the demon fairy felt a wave of confusion. This human was not only weak, but utterly ignorant. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable, given that they were in the lower realm, and it felt somewhat elevated in stature. These matters pertain to the higher planes. Since you wish to know, it is simple. Just take me as your master, and I shall impart all of this knowledge to you. What do you say? The demon fairy was quite pleased with itself. Once it became Jiang Ning's master, the heart demon would surely treat it with utmost deference. Imagining the heart demon's respectful demeanor toward it, the demon fairy couldn't suppress the grin that crept across its face, nearly stretching to its ears. Jiang Ning, do you take me for a fool? She could call herself a fool, but others could not. If you are unwilling to share, that is fine. I can simply ask the cautious figure. However, as a punishment for your silence, you shall remain here to keep the cautious figure company for the foreseeable future. As she spoke, Jiang Ning stood up, brushing off her clothes as if preparing to leave. At her words, the demon fairy was instantly alarmed, grabbing hold of Jiang Ning's skirt. Ancestor, Please spare me, to be left alone with the heart demon. The very thought was too horrifying to imagine. Chapter 34. Wei Huaishu joins the team. Are you willing to speak now? Jiang Ning looked down at the demon fairy with an icy expression. Sometimes, one could not converse gently with such a creature. The adage of bullying the weak and fearing the strong perfectly described the demon fairy. It plopped down onto the ground, finally realizing it had no power to resist, and resignedly divulged everything it knew. In the Qingyuan continent, the highest cultivation one could achieve was the divine transformation stage. Beyond that, one would be guided by the heavenly Tao into the higher realms. Commonly referred to as the six realms. In the higher planes, there existed even loftier levels. The divine separation stage, fusion stage, void stage, great ascension stage. As for what lay beyond the great ascension, there were the transcendent stage and the divine sovereign stage. But only the demon sovereigns of the demon clan and the divine sovereigns of the divine realm possess such power. Without millennia of cultivation, one could scarcely hope to attain it. The demon fairy's continuous stream of words seemed to open a door to a new world for Jiang Ning. And in that moment, the cultivation system of this world became clearer to her. Once the demon fairy finished speaking, Jiang Ning posed her next question. You claim to be a demon fairy. Does that mean you are of the demon clan? The demon clan, regardless of location, bore a notorious reputation, synonymous with evil and villainy. Yet for some reason, Jiang Ning felt an intrigue toward the demon clan. She found their unrestrained nature far more appealing than the hypocritical righteousness of the so-called just sections. The demon fairy assumed Jiang Ning held a disdain for the demon clan, but it had some pride and did not deny its identity. Indeed, I am the most powerful demon fairy in the demon clan, second only to the demon sovereign. Countless demons tremble at my name. Then how did you meet your demise? As soon as Jiang Ning's words left his lips, the dialogue of the demon immortal came to an abrupt halt. Indeed, how could he, possessing such formidable cultivation, have perished? The demon immortal cast a resentful glance at Jiang Ning, her animosity palpable, as if it were a tangible force, causing her entire soul to dim. The aura surrounding her spirit was entwined with ominous black threads. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. Is it related to Shao Xian? From the moment the demon immortal saw Shao Xian, terrified to the core, she had surmised that this matter was most likely connected to him. Was Shao Xian truly that formidable? Immersed in the awe of Shao Xian's might, Jiang Ning was entirely oblivious to the fact that his utterance only intensified the resentment emanating from the demon immortal. Unlike Jiang Ning's exhilaration, the demon immortal felt utterly insulted. Surely, this world harbors no love. Why is it always he who suffers? Sensing the demon immortal's despondent mood, Jiang Ning hastily suppressed his uncontrollable smile. Yet, the suppressed grin escaped the corners of his eyes, further piercing the demon immortal's heart. Now that you have learned all you wish to know, may I be released? Jiang Ning realized he could not continue in this body, and it would be prudent to return to that youth's form for a while longer. Upon hearing the demon immortal's words, Jiang Ning suddenly remembered that outside awaited Wei Huaishu's body. Did you not say that once a person loses their breath, the elders of Lingyun Sect would detect it? Wei Huaishu had been outside for so long. Would he not be discovered? Moreover, the wind ant beast still lurked outside. Had Wei Huaishu not already been devoured? The demon immortal's expression was indifferent, carrying a sense of acceptance after suffering a great blow. Fear not, when I encountered him. He was gravely injured and on the brink of death. It was I who protected his soul. With my soul power nurturing him, he shall not perish for a while yet. However, if I do not return soon, it may be a different story. Jiang Ning was surprised that such a situation could occur, two souls sharing one body, and immediately gave a thumbs up. I never expected you to be so kind. The demon immortal let out a cold laugh, mocking Jiang Ning's naivety. He was not kind. Rather, he was concerned about being discovered while occupying Wei Huaishu's body. In the past, he would not have feared this. But now, as merely a soul, it was wise to proceed with caution. Jiang Ning was not a benevolent figure either. To be precise, had the demon immortal not occupied Wei Huaishu's body, he would have been dead long ago. Seeing the demon immortal had completely relinquished his claim over her body, having such a compliant and resourceful companion by her side was indeed advantageous. Jiang Ning crouched down before Wei Huaishu, and at the moment he grasped Wei Huaishu's hand, the demon immortal's soul scurried back. Upon returning to Wei Huaishu's body, the demon immortal felt an inexplicable sense of peace, even a desire to weep from the safety he felt. Slowly, the demon immortal opened his eyes, and upon doing so, he saw Jiang Ning crouching before him, his countenance radiant with joy. The demon immortal felt as if he might spit blood in frustration. "What do you want now?" The intent to stir trouble in Jiang Ning's eyes was unmistakable, impossible to ignore. Yet, he felt powerless to resist. This suffocating feeling was one he wished to escape. Even after uncovering the truth, Jiang Ning remained intrigued. Who would have thought that within the body of such a young boy resided an ancient spirit? "I have no agenda, merely a desire for you to join our team. Rest assured, I guarantee your success in the third trial," Jiang Ning declared with grandiose bravado, as if it were a tremendous favor to the demon immortal. The demon immortal mused, if he were to act independently, passing the trial would likely be easier. Yet, Jiang Ning possesses something I fear. Thus, I reluctantly acquiesce. In truth, he was also curious about how Jiang Ning managed to subdue a creature like the heart demon. The wind ant beast had been immobilized since the demon immortal entered Jiang Ning's consciousness. After the two reached an agreement and swiftly dispatched the surrounding beasts, they hurried to rendezvous with Shi Yin and the others. Upon the death of the ant queen, the wind ant beasts scattered like birds, abandoning their formation and some even fleeing in disarray. The trio, before their stamina was entirely depleted, managed to achieve a satisfactory score. As they slumped to the ground, they beheld the radiant figures of Jiang Ning and Wei Huaishu approaching, incredulity etched on their faces. "How is this possible?" Shi Ning rubbed her eyes, doubting her vision. How could Jiang Ning be with Wei Huaishu? These two were the frontrunners among the direct disciples, expected to be rivals. She wished to caution Jiang Ning about Wei Huaishu, as she sensed an unsettling aura about him. An instinctual feeling stemming from her fire affinity. Yet, as she prepared to speak, Shi Yin tugged at her hand, shaking his head. Jiang Ning's actions were undoubtedly purposeful. There was no need for further explanation. Whenever Jiang Ning acted, Shi Yin felt 100% reassured. She was not foolish enough to harbor potential dangers close by. Chapter 35. Sect Leader. Something is amiss. Shi Ning closed her mouth, realizing Jiang Ning must have her reasons. As long as Wei Huaishu bore no ill intentions, allowing him to accompany them was acceptable. The scores were commendable. Upon checking their tokens, Jiang Ning had amassed 746 points. Shi Yin 220, Shi Ning 680, while Huang Ling lagged behind with only 370. The lowest was Wei Huaishu, with a mere 110 points. Upon seeing the scores, excitement flickered across their faces. This time, they truly owed much to Jiang Ning. Had they sought to hunt fourth-tier beasts for points, it would have been far more arduous. Shi Yin gazed at Jiang Ning with heartfelt gratitude. Hunting a fourth-tier beast yielded merely 1,000 points. Even with their lives on the line, each would only receive 250 points. Had he and his sister acted independently, they would undoubtedly have sought to challenge third-tier beasts. Compared to the 1 point from a first-tier beast, the allure of 100 points from a third-tier beast was undeniable. This misconception plagued many. Yet, even if they exerted themselves to obtain a beast core, it would only be worth 100 points. The difficulty would surely escalate, injuries would be more frequent, time wasted, and points scarce. What could be easier than hunting first-tier beasts? With this experience in mind, the group spent the following days challenging low-tier, gregarious beasts, reaping abundant rewards. It was not that they could not challenge high-tier beasts. Rather, low-tier beasts offered greater value. Jiang Ning reasoned simply. Challenging high-tier beasts served the purpose of honing skills. But this was an assessment. They had plenty of time for training. Why engage in it during an evaluation? If they could not even pass the assessment, what would be the point of training? For assessments, one must naturally choose the quickest method to accumulate points. Within Lingyun Sect, Chu Tian and several elders were observing the fluctuations on the score leaderboard. They had established the rules themselves and were well aware of how the scoring system worked. When someone suddenly gained 100 points, they knew that individual must have hunted a third-tier beast, making them a focal point for observation. However, in recent days, several individual score changes had taken them by surprise. Absurd! To employ such underhanded tactics to acquire points was utterly cunning. Elder Zhao, responsible for tallying scores, was infuriated upon witnessing the sudden score increases, instantly recognizing Jiang Ning's Group S method. This is exploiting loopholes. This is underhanded. He was tasked with enforcing the sect's rules and despised such rule-bending disciples, viewing their actions as a blatant affront. Chu Tian, aware of Elder Zhao's temperament, naturally defended his young disciple. Did we not discuss avoiding loopholes before the assessment? If there is a gap in the rules, what harm is there in exploiting it? That is simply clever thinking. Clever thinking. I see nothing but trickery. Instead of focusing on enhancing their strength, they resort to such dubious methods. What future achievements can they hope for? Elder Zhao scoffed, regarding their actions with utter disdain. Such remarks did not sit well with Chu Tian. It was not only Jiang Ning and her companions who conceived such a strategy. The question was, why were they the only ones bold enough to act on it? Should this not indicate their audacity and willingness to break from convention? Such disciples should be a source of pride. Elder Zhao remained coldly indifferent, stating, I know you intend to accept Jiang Ning or Wei Huaishu as your direct disciples, but consider carefully before choosing someone who resorts to such trickery. Recalling Su Ruofei and Yan Shi, whom he had once favored, Chu Tian felt a surge of frustration. Could the Lingyun Sect not secure a few ordinary direct disciples? Chu Tian simmered with irritation. But Elder Zhao was as unyielding as a stubborn rock. No one could alter his perspective. Chu Tian grew weary of the debate, confident that in the end, only the scores mattered, as long as Jiang Ning and her group maintained their performance. Entering the inner sect would be a certainty. Elder Zhao cast a puzzled glance towards the fuming Chu Tian, noticing an unusual expression on his typically stern face. Sect leader, something seems amiss. Chu Tian? What do you mean? Elder Zhao, deep in thought, remarked, I sense you harbor a different sentiment towards this Jiang Ning disciple. Have you perhaps already decided to accept her as a direct disciple? Chu Tian neither confirmed nor denied it, stroking his beard with an arched brow. What do you think? Elder Zhao merely disapproved of their cunning tactics, yet he could not deny Jiang Ning's remarkable talent, one he had never witnessed before. As long as you are happy. Moreover, did he have the right to refuse? In the blink of an eye, 10 days have elapsed since the assessment commenced, and the gaze of everyone has shifted from the beasts to their fellow disciples. The final days have arrived, marking the time for seizing tokens. By now, each individual possesses a considerable number of points in their tokens, and it is evident that robbing others is the quickest way to accumulate scores. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Ning and her companions have encountered 2 waves of challengers, resulting in predictable outcomes. They were outmaneuvered. Continuing down this path is not a viable solution. Should we not seek a place to hide for a few days until the assessment concludes? Huang Ling, having been on edge for several days, wearily spoke after warding off yet another wave of attackers. She was indifferent to whether she could enter the inner sect. She felt quite content with her current score. Even if she were to become an outer disciple, she would be satisfied. The scores of the others were substantial enough to guarantee their entry into the inner sect. She harbored no concerns. Shi Yin and Shi Ning did not dissent. Their scores were ample, and in the final days, it would be wise to solidify their strengths. After enduring the trials of combat, they had all made some breakthroughs. It was time to stabilize their cultivation. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. The group found a concealed cave, taking turns to guard while the others seated themselves on the ground, beginning their cultivation. Jiang Ning squatted at the cave's entrance, chewing on a spiritual herb with a touch of boredom. Accustomed to a life of strife, the sudden cessation felt somewhat disorienting. However, her boredom was soon dispelled. Jiang Ning, I've been searching high and low for you. Upon spotting Jiang Ning at the cave's mouth, Yuan's voice rang out with uncontainable excitement. Jiang Ning looked up, recognizing an old friend, and promptly rose to greet him warmly. Ah, what a coincidence. Have you come to bring me points? Yuan, your tongue is truly insufferable. Yuan's expression twisted in frustration. This Jiang Ning always had a knack for provoking him with her words. Jiang Ning clapped her hands nonchalantly, dismissing his ire with a wave. No worries. As long as you don't have a tongue as sharp as mine. What do you want? Chapter 36. Yuan rendered ineffective. Stop pretending to be oblivious. You re all alone now, and we have 3 people here. Hand over your token willingly. Upon realizing that Jiang Ning was by herself, Yuan boldly threatened her. Eye in his eyes. Jiang Ning posed no threat whatsoever. Regardless of her points, his primary objective was to reclaim his dignity after being humiliated by her. Wei Yuan had no intention of killing Jiang Ning during the assessment. He merely needed to enter the inner sect, where he would have ample opportunities to deal with her discreetly. His immediate goal was to prevent Jiang Ning from entering the inner sect and becoming a favored disciple of the sect leader. Jiang Ning retrieved the token from her waist, flaunting it before Yuan and his companions, a playful smile dancing in her dark eyes. Want it? Then come and take it. When Jiang Ning aimed to provoke, every expression radiated defiance, inciting Yuan's fury to a boiling point. With a greedy gaze fixed on the token, Yuan sneered, surround her. Laugh while you can. Soon you will have no reason to smile. Though Jiang Ning's strength was limited, she possessed an uncanny aura that rendered her formidable. Wei Yuan had already devised a strategy with his subordinates to ensnare Jiang Ning. The two were to distract her while he seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Once Jiang Ning was incapacitated, the token would be his for the taking. As the two approached, Jiang Ning exhibited no fear, calmly reattaching her token to her waist. The battle was imminent, Attack, at Yuan's command. The two charged at Jiang Ning like arrows released from a bow. The scions of noble families certainly possessed some skill. As they struck, Jiang Ning felt an overwhelming force closing in on her. Intent on obliterating all in its path, she dodged the first blow, but the second quickly followed. Jiang Ning continued to evade, appearing somewhat beleaguered, yet no attack managed to land upon her. Yuan watched as Jiang Ning danced around his strikes, and several opportunities to launch a surprise attack slipped through his fingers. Instead, he found himself motivated by a desire to toy with her. Even a genius is merely a mouse scurrying for cover when cornered. Having discerned the patterns in their attacks, Jiang Ning raised her hand, and a golden staff materialized in her palm. The girl in black stood resolutely against the wind, her garments billowing, brandishing the dazzling golden staff with an air of authority. A storage ring. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the staff, Yuan's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that his attempt to seize the token would yield such unexpected spoils. Jiang Ning, surrender both the token and the storage ring. Yuan resolved to take matters into his own hands, stepping forward uncontrollably towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning chuckled softly, a smile gracing her lips. If you want it, come take it yourself. Her interest in toying with Yuan had waned. The commotion from their skirmish would soon attract others, making it unwise to linger, blinded by greed. Yuan foolishly called his two companions back. Advancing towards Jiang Ning, he intended to mock her before engaging, but to his shock, Jiang Ning, who had maintained a defensive stance until now, suddenly launched an offensive. Caught off guard, Yuan received a punch directly to his dantian. His body flying backward like a limp noodle, crashing into a large tree before slowly sliding to the ground. That strike drew upon nearly all of Jiang Ning's strength, compounded with Yuan's lack of preparation. It shattered his dantian, even causing cracks in his formidable spiritual roots. Blood spewed from Yuan's mouth, his face ashen, unable to utter a single word. Boss, are you all right? How are you holding up? Tang Zhe was the first to rush to Yuan's side, retrieving a small vial of medicine from his robe and administering 2 pills to him. The other individual placed his sword defensively in front of Yuan. Wary of Jiang Ning. Once Yuan's breathing steadied, Tang Zhe rose, his sword pointed furiously at Jiang Ning. You vile woman, how could you resort to such treachery during the sect's assessment? Aren't you afraid of being expelled from the sect? Tang Zhe was genuinely enraged. With Yuan so gravely injured, how could they possibly explain this to the Yu family? If the Yu family sought retribution, both of their families would suffer. Our boss is the scion of the Yu family. Jiang Ning, your days are numbered. Having been threatened so many times before, Jiang Ning now found herself somewhat immune to Tang Zhe's intimidation. She waved the token she had just pilfered from Yuan, erasing his spiritual imprint and infusing it with her own essence, a mere 300 points. I thought you would be more formidable. However, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. I shall begrudgingly accept it. Jiang Ning, having gained an advantage, feigned innocence, completely disregarding the ravenous stares from the 3 men. Having taken the medicine, Yuan regained some composure, immediately sensing the spiritual energy within him leaking uncontrollably, causing him to panic. Jiang Ning, what have you done to me? He felt suspicion rising within him, yet he dared not voice it. Observing his self-deception, Jiang Ning decided to embrace her role as the villain. You're fine. You just rendered ineffective. Rendered ineffective? And that's all? The mere thought of his condition caused Yuan to lose his breath, rolling his eyes back as he fainted completely. With Yuan's token lost and his life hanging by a thread, Tang Zhe realized he must act quickly to avoid the impending consequences. Jiang Ning, prepare to meet your end. Tang Zhe brandished his sword, exuding a fierce aura. However, having already discerned his fighting style, Jiang Ning had the advantage. Tang Zhe, a wind element practitioner, relied on speed. Yet, in the eyes of Jiang Ning, who had contracted with the Gale Wolf, Tang Zhe's speed was insufficient. With one strike, she knocked the sword from Tang Zhe's grasp and then delivered a blow to his knee. The sound of cracking bone resonating, accompanied by Tang Zhe's anguished scream. Ah, Jiang Ning, aren't you supposed to be in the qi condensation stage? Tang Zhe stared at Jiang Ning in disbelief, realizing at that moment that they had all been outwitted by her. She could not possibly be in the qi condensation stage. Jiang Ning smiled innocently, batting her eyelashes. I am indeed in the qi condensation stage. Could it be that the Lingyun Sect's assessments are flawed? Blame yourselves for being so weak. Do not seek other excuses. As Tang Zhe attempted to swallow a healing pill, Jiang Ning would not allow him that luxury. Like the wind, she darted past him, leaving only an afterimage in her wake. When he looked down again, damn. Where's my medicine? Right here, Jiang Ning shook the small vial in her hand before brazenly pocketing it, displaying no hint of shame for taking another's belongings. Jiang Ning's gaze fell upon the last remaining standing adversary, a bright smile spreading across her face. "Will you hand over your token willingly, or shall I take it myself?" The man. Did he still have the opportunity to resist? Chapter 37. I won't tell. Jiang Ning, having successfully collected 3 tokens, Jiang Ning turned back towards the cave. As for what would become of Yuan and his companions, it was of no concern to her. Upon re-entering, Wei Huaishu opened his eyes. "Have you resolved the matter?" Wei Huaishu sat there with an air of gravitas, his appearance betraying no trace of youth aside from his face. Jiang Ning. It is indeed quite challenging to reconcile the youthful visage with the wisdom of an old man conversing with her. It feels so dissonant. The issue is resolved, but I fear we must vacate this place. Given the nature of Yuan and his companions, they will surely make it known that their tokens have been taken. It is unwise to remain here for long. She is currently a coveted figure, both in terms of her prominence and her tokens. Noticing that Wei Huaishu had awakened, Jiang Ning turned around to rouse the others. While Jiang Ning busied herself with notifying the rest, Wei Huaishu extended his mental energy outward. The closest group to them was none other than Yuan and his companions. Yuan was being cradled by the only remaining standing lackey, while another, with a leg broken by Jiang Ning, could only hop along beside them. Devoid of medicinal pills, they had no choice but to resort to this rudimentary method of descending the mountain, which bore a touch of pity mixed with absurdity. "Girl, you seem to have gotten yourself into trouble." As he observed the scene, Wei Huaishu's voice suddenly rang out with a malicious glee, causing the heads of everyone in the cave to swivel in unison towards him. However, their attention was not on the word trouble, but rather on their surprise at his unusual verbosity. Wei Huaishu rarely spoke, and when he did, he chose his words sparingly, as if 2 words were the utmost he could muster. It was a rare occasion to hear him utter a complete sentence, which felt as though he deemed it beneath him to converse with individuals of their caliber, as if they were unworthy of his golden words. How utterly aloof and pretentious. "What did you just call her?" Ning furrowed her brow, pointing at Jiang Ning. If she heard correctly, Wei Huaishu had just referred to Jiang Ning as girl. Only her grandfather called her that at home. And Wei Huaishu was merely 16. Wasn't he taking liberties with Jiang Ning? Wei Huaishu, unaware of the underlying tension, assumed she hadn't heard him clearly and repeated, "Girl." His tone was so natural, so composed, and so self-evident that he believed there was nothing inappropriate about addressing Jiang Ning in such a manner. Little did he know, "Jiang Ning, I believe this person might be a pervert. Keep your distance from him," Ning whispered, pulling Jiang Ning aside. Over the course of their interactions, the group had learned some fresh terms from Jiang Ning, and now they uttered them without a hint of awkwardness. Ning spoke in a hushed tone, fearful of being overheard by Wei Huaishu. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Huaishu's mental prowess had already allowed him to eavesdrop on their entire conversation. How dare they insinuate he was mentally unstable? Had they gone completely awry? Just as he was about to chastise this ignorant woman who dared to speak ill of him behind his back, he heard Jiang Ning's response, nearly stumbling in shock at her audacity. "He is indeed a pervert, but no need to worry. I'm a natural predator of perverts. If he dares to lay a finger on you, just come find me. I have ways to deal with him." Ning nodded earnestly. "Yes, it's all on you. I trust you." Huang Ling, overhearing, exclaimed, "Protected by Sister Ning? I want that too." Yin stood nearby, watching the commotion with a smirk. "Wei Huaishu." Jiang Ning was aware that Wei Huaishu could hear their words and raised an eyebrow at him. This person was only obedient due to the lingering threat of her power. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, he would be the first to betray her and might even sell them out without hesitation. She wasn't oblivious. She knew he had lured those 2 groups of people along the way. Was he attempting to eliminate her through the hands of others to escape his own coercion? How naive! She was determined to keep him close and continue to dominate him. For such a cunning individual, Jiang Ning would never open her heart to him, nor would she grant him any semblance of kindness. Upon hearing the veiled threat in Jiang Ning's words, Wei Huaishu ceased to resist and fell silent. Very well, he was the sole injured party in this world. After all, Jiang Ning held the heart demon he feared most in her grasp. The terror of the heart demon lay not in its strength, for no one had ever witnessed it in action. Its power remained a mystery. Its horror resided in the fact that once it chose to fixate on an individual, it would inflict a protracted torment throughout their life. It wouldn't deliver immediate harm or suffering, but would relentlessly wear them down as long as they lived and aspired to greater mastery. The higher the cultivation, the more formidable the heart demon became. The stronger you were, the stronger it grew. Even more terrifying was the fact that heart demons were numerous. Nearly every realm bore their traces. The most frightening was that they could never be entirely eradicated. Wei Huaishu shivered. He could not provoke it. Not at all. Wei Huaishu scoffed in a fit of humiliation and anger, then turned on his heel. Striding out of the cave with an air of arrogance, he could no longer tolerate lingering in that cave. As for the matter he had sensed with his mental energy earlier, Wei Huaishu smirked wickedly. He wouldn't disclose it to Jiang Ning. When trouble eventually came knocking, he would relish seeing how she would respond. Just as the group exited the cave, another band of individuals arrived. "Miss, the people here have already left," reported a disciple-like figure who rushed into the cave, surveying the surroundings before addressing Bai Qi, who stood at the entrance. Bai Qi wrinkled her nose in disdain, finding the cave unbearably filthy. Only someone like Jiang Ning could endure such an environment. "I am not blind. Can I see there's no one here? If you know there's no one, why aren't you hurrying to find them? Standing here waiting for me to search?" Over the past 10 days, Bai Qi had accumulated several lackeys through her status and wealth, securing her position as a prospective inner court disciple. This score was inconsequential to her. What truly mattered was that girl named Jiang Ning. Yet these useless fools had spent over 10 days searching a mere stretch of forest without locating her. What a bunch of incompetence! At that moment, Bai Qi longed for her captain, Su Yu. If only he were here. Bai Qi stroked her chin, pondering. Perhaps once she established herself in Lingyun Sect, she could bring Su Yu along. Meanwhile, Su Yu, comfortably sipping wine in a tavern in Lingyun town down the mountain, nearly choked on a peanut he tossed into the air. Cough, cough, cough. He gasped as the peanut lodged in his throat, tears streaming down his face after a violent bout of coughing. The sensation of narrowly escaping death sent chills down his spine. As if something unclean had set its sights on him. Rubbing his goosebumps, he tossed a silver coin onto the table before striding out of the tavern. Something ominous was about to unfold. He needed to seek an extended leave from the city lord and escape for a while. Chapter 38. The Yu family's 4th-rank alchemist. Congratulations to everyone for returning safely. This assessment has concluded. I will now call the names of those who may follow Elder Wang to receive your outer sect disciple attire and tokens. First, Li Tianhe. As the time for the 3rd round of assessments came to a close, the once crowded square was now left with only a disheveled 60-odd figures. It was evident that everyone had put forth their utmost effort for points. After the elder read through the list of outer sect disciples, some rejoiced while others lamented. Sister Ning, I passed into the inner sect. Huang Ling exclaimed excitedly, throwing her arms around Jiang Ning before quickly realizing and releasing her grip, her face flushing with embarrassment. I am sorry. I was just too thrilled. I never imagined I could pass the inner sect assessment. Sister Ning, thank you. Tears welled up in Huang Ling's eyes again. Before coming here, she had never thought her talents would allow her to become an inner sect disciple. She would have been content merely being an outer sect disciple. It was all thanks to Sister Ning that she had received so much assistance along the way, enabling her to smoothly enter the inner sect. Huang Ling pouted, her eyes shimmering with tears. Jiang Ning replied, There's no need for such gratitude. It was also thanks to your support that everyone succeeded. You were excellent. Just train hard, and you are no less than anyone else. Don't belittle yourself. Huang Ling was a passionate and innocent girl, a truly good person, but she lacked confidence. Jiang Ning resolved to take her out more often to broaden her horizons. In Jiang Ning's view, she held no absolute likes or dislikes. To paraphrase a saying she had heard before, those who followed her were virtuous, while those who opposed her were malevolent. Those she cherished would be sheltered under her wing, while those she did not care for, whether they lived or died, who would be concerned? If living wasn't for her own happiness, then what was the point of an eternal life filled with endless years? On the other hand, since being labeled a pervert, Wei Huaishu had relaxed his demeanor. If he was to be a pervert, so be it. He had no need to adhere to the rules of the righteous sect. Observing Huang Ling's sentimental demeanor, Wei Huaishu crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. Don't cry now. When others weep, it's an enchanting sight. But when you do, it's like a torrential downpour shaking the earth. In the past, he had self-proclaimed the identity of a devilish immortal, enduring ridicule from many. He was the grandmaster of mockery. Huang Ling, having been comforted by Jiang Ning, immediately felt her spirits plummet upon hearing Wei Huaishu's taunts. If you don't want to be treated as a mute, then just stay silent. Huang Ling was self-conscious, but after this assessment and their days of interaction, she had grown somewhat familiar with them. Although she didn't understand why Wei Huaishu seemed so timid around Jiang Ning, His demeanor made her instinctively less fearful of him. Wei Huaishu shrugged nonchalantly, intending to say more, when he caught the warning gaze from Jiang Ning. Fine, he would keep quiet. However, actually, you're right. You should indeed thank Jiang Ning. What does this situation imply? It signifies that personal strength is not what matters. Who you associate with and which group you align with are what truly counts. Wouldn't you agree? Wei Huaishu had unknowingly moved beside Jiang Ning, his expression impassive but his tone laced with flattery. The words spoken by Wei Huaishu were less directed at Huang Ling and more a monologue meant for himself. Through their time spent together, he increasingly felt that Jiang Ning's identity transcended that of an ordinary human woman. How could an average girl compel a heart demon to submit? It must be remembered that the former master of the heart demon was nothing short of a prodigy. And then there was the fourth-tier Gale Wolf. Although its strength was somewhat diminished, it undeniably radiated a potent aura of the demon race. One instance could be deemed a coincidence, but two surely could not be mere happenstance. Moreover, the mere thought of his conjecture sent shivers of excitement cascading through Wei Huaishu's body. If Jiang Ning truly was that person, even if it meant subjugation, he would follow her. No one was privy to the schemes swirling in Wei Huaishu's heart. After the outer disciples were escorted away by Elder Wang, who oversaw the outer sect, only 20 individuals remained in the square. Jiang Ning did not spot Yuan or Tang Zhe among the ranks of the outer disciples, suggesting they had chosen to withdraw. For Yuan, the identity of an outer disciple was hardly worth his notice. Furthermore, given his now damaged spiritual roots, whether he could cultivate again remained uncertain. In such circumstances, who would have the inclination to attend the grand ceremony of joining the sect? Shi Yin also noticed Yuan's absence. Having heard from Jiang Ning about Yuan's incapacitation, he felt a twinge of concern. He had just received news from his family that the elder of the Yu clan had successfully passed the fourth-tier alchemist examination, making him the third fourth-tier alchemist on the continent. With Yuan's roots destroyed, he would require a fourth-tier spirit restoration pill for repair. Once Yuan's spiritual roots were restored, he would likely be the first to seek retribution against her. Previously, their grievances could be dismissed as minor skirmishes, stemming from Yuan's desire for the bounty on Jiang Ning's head. However, the situation had changed. With Yuan's downfall, the conflict transformed into a vendetta between Jiang Ning and the entire Yu family. As the most cherished junior of the Yu patriarch, Yuan bore a striking resemblance to him. Were he to learn of the indignity suffered by his favored descendant, the patriarch, in his current state of inflated pride, would not let the matter rest. Moreover, with the Yu family just having produced a fourth-tier alchemist, this was the perfect moment for them to assert their dominance. Jiang Ning, marked by the bounty on the ground ranking, and with enmity towards them, was undoubtedly the most suitable target for establishing their authority. Jiang Ning glanced at Shi Yin, who she had always known to be a rather composed individual, showing none of the traits of a mindless sycophant as depicted in the narrative. If she could alter Shi Yan's fate, could she not also reshape the ultimate destiny of Lingyun Sect? She had grown fond of this place. Should anyone attempt to disrupt her newfound peace, she would not hesitate to create chaos. As for Yuan and the Yu family, they were but trifles. Was the Yu family truly formidable? Let us not forget that she had the Jiang family backing her. She owed her gratitude to the Jiang family, whose years of nurturing an image of indulgence towards Jiang Ning had deeply entrenched itself in the hearts of the people. Even if the Jiang family claimed to sever ties with Jiang Ning, who would believe it? If the Yu family sought to trouble her, they would first have to contend with the Jiang family. After all, for such a large clan to directly target a mere child in her teens would be most disgraceful. If the Yu family had any sense of honor, they would not approach her directly but instead seek to create trouble for the Jiang family. With time having passed, her dear parents should have successfully placated the major clans. It was time to give them something else to occupy themselves with. One must not be idle. What if the Jiang family grew stronger during such times? Chapter 39. The task Lingyun Sect is comprised of 5 mountain peaks. Chutian, Muchuan, Suruafei, and Nianxi each occupy one, leaving the peak closest to the sect master to be bestowed upon Jiang Ning, the newly appointed direct disciple. Jiang Ning's score in the third assessment was a remarkable 3,700 points, marking not only the highest score of this session but also the highest in the history of the grand ceremony. The title of direct disciple was indeed well-deserved. It seemed that the third assessment would soon be thrown into disarray. Upon learning this outcome, Elder Zhao did not object. He simply gazed skyward, letting out a sigh imbued with an indescribable emotion. With the addition of such a singular and daring individual, it appeared that Lingyun Sect would not remain tranquil for long. The sect master certainly had a unique approach. While others recruited direct disciples who were at least ordinary, look at those he had chosen. 1. Mu Chuan was hardly present in the sect, roaming the continent in pursuit of spirit stones, thus tarnishing Lingyun Sect's reputation of poverty in the eyes of outsiders. Another, Su Ruofei, remained perpetually on his mountain peak, reeking of alcohol whenever he made an appearance. He possessed an appealing appearance, yet to outsiders. It seemed that Lingyun Sect only gathered decorative vases, and then there was Nian she rather than diligently cultivating. He spent his days peddling fortunes in Lingyun town, frequently drawing the ire of others towards the sect. What on earth was happening here? Jiang Ning was no stranger to Lingyun Sect. After organizing her belongings, she exchanged a few words with Chu Tian before descending the mountain alone. Once they joined the sect, they would have several days to acclimate before commencing formal cultivation, and during this time, Jiang Ning intended to remain in Lingyun town. Upon reaching Lingyun town, her first order of business was to seek out the most chaotic street. She recalled Su Ruofei mentioning it before and decided to explore. Aware of her status as the top of the bounty list, Jiang Ning took some precautions to disguise her strikingly beautiful features, transforming them into merely a pleasing visage, which indeed garnered little attention. On the street, several beggars lay sprawled on the ground, while groups of disreputable characters loitered about, casting furtive glances at passers-by. Such ruffians are ubiquitous, which is why it is said that the town's lord specifically forbade them from roaming beyond this street. A rather wise decision. These individuals had no legitimate means of livelihood, often resorting to unsavory activities. As Jiang Ning pondered whom to approach, a small hand tugged at her sleeve. She had already noticed the boy, appearing no older than 8 or 9, and assumed they would merely brush past one another. Yet he unexpectedly held onto her. "Beautiful sister, do you have a task to release?" The boy looked up with a flushed, innocent face, bearing a hint of frailty. Jiang Ning knelt to meet his gaze. "Oh, you can accept tasks?" It was no wonder Jiang Ning expressed skepticism. The boy was far too young and scrawny, appearing rather untrustworthy compared to the surrounding youths. Observing the doubt in her eyes, the boy grew anxious and hurriedly explained, "Please don't underestimate me. I have several older brothers who can take on tasks. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see them if you are unsatisfied. You can always return to find someone else." The boy's panicked explanation left him pale with excitement. He was unaware of the task Jiang Ning intended to issue, yet they had not received a task in quite some time. If they failed to earn money soon, his mother and brothers would struggle to afford their medicine. This sister was exceptionally beautiful, and her demeanor was gentle, which gave him the courage to approach her. Jiang Ning, struck by the boy's hopeful gaze, was suddenly reminded of a memory. There had once been a boy who looked up at her with an equally innocent face, brimming with anticipation, before she could fully grasp the boy's features. The memory flickered away, and she found herself unable to recall it. Seeing Jiang Ning's silence, the boy assumed she was unwilling, and his spirits plummeted. He slowly released her hand, disappointment etched across his face. Just then, a warm, soft hand gently grasped his small one. "All right, then take me to see." Jiang Ning was not overwhelmed by a surge of compassion. Rather, the boy's plight reminded her of her own past. Before being adopted, she had scavenged on the streets, often met with disdain from those who found her dirty, either chasing her away or beating her. In those moments, she wondered why there were so few kind-hearted individuals in the world. The fortunate dined on sumptuous meals, discarding leftovers rather than offering her a morsel. The boy's look of disappointment mirrored her own from those days. The boy, upon hearing Jiang Ning's response, could hardly believe his ears. His eyes widened in astonishment. You mean it?" Jiang Ning smiled and playfully tapped his round little nose, saying, "Of course it's true, but we must agree beforehand that you must complete my task properly." "Absolutely, absolutely," the boy exclaimed, excitedly tugging Jiang Ning's hand as they headed toward his home, his steps noticeably lighter. Jiang Ning held the boy's hand, carefully probing with her spiritual energy. Indeed, she had sensed something off about the boy from the moment they met. He had no cultivation, clearly indicating he had not practiced. Yet, within him flowed a minuscule strand of spiritual energy, wreaking havoc upon his meridians, which was the source of his frailty. What kind of person would inflict such harm upon a child? It was as if they sought to torment him to death. Jiang Ning remained composed. Until she uncovered the truth of the matter, she preferred not to meddle unnecessarily. Soon, the boy led her to his home. His residence was quite distant, nearly on the outskirts of the city, with few houses scattered about, all spaced far apart. The site of the dwelling was so impoverished that calling it bare walls would be an understatement. It was as if a mouse had visited once, requiring immediate delivery of a bag of rice the next day to prevent starvation. Jiang Ning pushed open the half-closed wooden door, which creaked ominously. Nearly giving way, startled, she quickly steadied herself. The boy offered an awkward smile and quickly said, "It's all right. It always does that. My older brother said he would fix it once it completely breaks." Jiang Ning initially pondered how exceedingly lazy a family must be to wait until the door was broken before repairing it. However, upon stepping into the courtyard, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The courtyard was expansive, featuring only 4 thatched cottages constructed from straw, with the most striking element being the 8 neatly arranged medicinal stoves. Behind the stoves, 4 emaciated individuals lounged on sun chairs, soaking up the the sound of her arrival. They all turned their gazes towards the entrance. The first to speak was a middle-aged woman with sunken cheeks and a pallid complexion. She wore an ill-fitting linen robe that accentuated her gaunt frame, as if a gust of wind might render her to pieces. Her gentle brows and soft gaze were filled with affection as she looked at the boy. "Is Xiaowu back?" she inquired, her voice warm and serene, indicative of refined upbringing. Xiaowu was indeed the boy's name. He eagerly pulled Jiang Ning over to introduce her to his brothers and mother. "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, mother, this beautiful sister has come to issue a task, and I brought her back with me. Beautiful sister, these are my second brother, third brother, fourth brother, and my mother." In his excitement, Xiaowu momentarily forgot his mother's lesson to introduce the guests first. Realizing this, he quickly proceeded with the introductions. Jiang Ning observed the 4 ailing individuals before her, mentally labeling them as Patient 1, Patient 2, Patient 3, and Patient 4, though her mission did not require violence. She wondered if it was rather hasty to entrust them with such a task. Noticing Jiang Ning's contemplative expression, the middle-aged woman extended her hand, and Xiaowu promptly placed his hand in hers. "Mother, what do you need?" The woman gently tousled Xiaowu's hair, forcing herself to speak through her fatigue. "Go fetch a stool for the sister, and then gather some firewood from the back mountain to boil water for her." Xiaowu obediently nodded, brought over a stool, and then slung his small backpack over his shoulders to head to the back mountain. He understood that his mother wanted to speak privately with the beautiful sister. And though he had grown up, he was willing to play the part of the child as long as it pleased her. It wasn't until Xiaowu's figure disappeared completely that the woman returned her gaze to Jiang Ning. Her expression tinged with regret. "My dear, I sincerely apologize for Xiaowu's thoughtlessness. He has wasted your time." She coughed lightly. Jiang Ning seated herself across from the woman, noting how each of her words required several breaths, making it exhausting to listen. "It's all right. Xiaowu is quite charming. May I ask how you are addressed?" "Just call me Lady Han," she replied. "Lady Han," Jiang Ning echoed, falling silent as she faced the palpable suffering within the courtyard. At a loss for words, she was not particularly adept at offering comfort. Sensing Jiang Ning's discomfort, Lady Han's eyes brightened with a faint smile. "Dear girl, there is no need for formality. Since you have seen our situation, feel free to leave. We truly lack the means to undertake your task, and Xiaowu will understand." Although the other 3 men displayed some reluctance in their eyes, they remained silent, disappointment evident in their demeanor. They too wished to accept the task, but their frail health rendered them incapable. Xiaowu's brothers did not appear to be too old. The eldest seemed around 15 or 16, while the second and third looked to be around 10. Perhaps their illness made them appear younger than their actual age. Noticing Jiang Ning's gaze upon her sons, Lady Han, who had not conversed with outsiders in a long time, felt a desire to engage in conversation. "They are all my sons, afflicted by the same peculiar illness that I suffer from. You must have noticed, even Xiaowu." Her voice, once strong, now betrayed a hint of despair. What could be more disheartening for a mother than witnessing all her sons fall gravely ill? Jiang Ning could not help but feel a pang of compassion. She retrieved 2 healing pills that she had taken from Tang Zhe and offered them to Lady Han. "These are healing pills. I am unsure of their efficacy, but they should provide some relief." Upon seeing the pills, Lady Han instinctively refused. "This is too much. Such precious pills. We are strangers, my dear. You really shouldn't." "It's fine. Please take them. I acquired them at no cost," Jiang Ning insisted, recalling her own upbringing. Having lost her adoptive mother 3 years after being taken in, she was left with a house and enough savings to support her education. The thought of her late mother made her heart ache. Without giving Lady Han a chance to protest, she pressed the pills into her hand, fixing her gaze upon her with a determined expression, as if she would not relent until the woman consumed them. Lady Han contemplated giving the pills to her sons, but Jiang Ning stood up and distributed 2 pills to each of them. "Now you may eat." Such generosity left not only Lady Han but also the 3 boys completely astounded. They stared blankly as the pills were placed in their mouths. The moment the pills descended into their throats, they transformed into a warm current that coursed through their limbs, eliciting sighs of relief from all 4. Indeed, This feels much better. Thank you. Mist, we are unaware of your mission, but if there is any way we can assist, we shall certainly do our utmost. Recognizing the depth of her kindness, Lady Han felt compelled to help Jiang Ning in return. Jiang Ning, unreserved, stated her objective plainly. I merely wish to enlist your assistance in spreading some news throughout the town. But given your condition, the four struggled to rise, let alone undertake such a task, and Jiang Ning held no illusions. She simply wished to spare Lady Han further concern. To her surprise, upon hearing her words, Lady Han's eyes glimmered with newfound vitality. Ah, it is this matter. Worry not, we can manage it. Are you certain? Jiang Ning replied skeptically. Lady Han's health appeared to improve slightly, her complexion gaining some color and her spirits lifted. With a light chuckle, she assured, rest assured, Xiao Wu's eldest brother works as a storyteller in the city. While I cannot guarantee anything else, he is certainly the most suitable for spreading news. Jiang Ning was taken aback by the serendipity of the situation. When Xiao Wu returned, he found Jiang Ning and Lady Han deep in discussion, just as Jiang Ning was preparing to take her leave. Beautiful sister, how come you are still here? He exclaimed, then bit his tongue. Shaking his head, no, I misspoke. Beautiful sister, are you truly entrusting the task to us? Seeing both Jiang Ning and his mother nod in affirmation, Xiao Wu leapt with joy. This is fantastic. I must share this good news with my elder brother. With that, he dashed out. Lady Han called after him. Hold on. Make sure to tell your brother to return home tonight. Just say that I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, I'll be back in a flash. Xiao Wu was overwhelmingly excited, vanishing in an instant. That child? Lady Han chuckled, shaking her head with a look of fondness. Forgive me for the laughter, my dear. Xiao Wu has been somewhat unruly as I have not kept a close watch over him since childhood. Lady Han remarked, though her expression bore no trace of reproach. Jiang Ning smiled gently, not taking offense, and turned to produce 100 taels of silver. This is the reward for this mission. I hope the news can spread throughout Lingyun town within 2 days. For Lady Han's family, who had no cultivation, silver was essential for their daily sustenance. 100 taels would suffice for their medicinal needs for quite some time. However, Lady Han felt unworthy of accepting such a generous sum after Jiang Ning had already provided them with so much help. My dear, you have already aided us greatly. I cannot possibly accept this silver. As she attempted to return the money, Jiang Ning firmly placed the silver on her lap and took a few steps back. Consider it a gift for Xiao Wu. He is still a child and should not bear such responsibilities. Lady Han was well aware of this, yet a bittersweet smile crept onto her lips. At this juncture, to refuse would seem ungrateful. She clutched the heavy bag of silver tightly in her hands, the veins on her frail hands standing out prominently. Thank you. Jiang Ning nodded and turned to leave the courtyard. She recognized that the family's condition mirrored Xiao Wu's symptoms. While she understood the cause, she felt powerless to remedy it. Seemed she would need to consult her master upon returning to the sect. The following day, Jiang Ning enjoyed a restful sleep at the inn, awakening refreshed. Though her cultivation level had rendered her beyond the need for food and rest, she still relished the pleasures of fine cuisine and lazy mornings. Such was the joy of life. After rising, she applied a subtle makeup that would not draw attention, ensuring no flaws remained, before proceeding to the tea house where Lady Han had mentioned her eldest son worked. Finding a corner table, she ordered some pastries and tea, listening intently. The speaker on stage appeared to be in his early 20s, clad in a dark blue long robe, slender in build, with a hint of sickly pallor gracing his cheeks. Indeed, he bore the unmistakable traits of the Han family's affliction. Jiang Ning refrained from inquiring about Madame Han's family or the father of her child, for she was not the type to meddle in others' affairs. Nor did she harbor any inclination to expose someone's wounds. The woman accompanied by a child typically signifies either widowhood or a state akin to it, neither of which is a favorable circumstance. On the stage, a young man wielded a wooden folding fan, and at a particularly impassioned moment, he unfurled it with a flourish, prompting an immediate chorus of applause from the audience. Once the clamor subsided, Han Ada continued with an air of mystery. Have you ever wondered why Jiang Ning of Lingyun Sect was unable to cultivate for 16 years while at the Jiang family? Yet upon leaving, her prowess soared as if she had ingested an elixir. Do you know the reason? Perhaps she truly did consume a magical potion? A voice rose from the crowd, inciting a raucous response. Jiang Ning clearly observed Han Ada signaling to the audience, prompting the question, and she instantly comprehended the ruse. This individual was merely a pawn on stage. Han Ada shook his head, his folding fan swaying gently, wearing an expression of profound enigma. Nay. If true elixirs existed in this world, they would not befall a frail woman, powerless as a chick. The true cause lies with Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan? The newly accepted direct disciple of the sect leader of Lingyun Sect? The audience, captivated by gossip, was instantly intrigued. What connection could there be between Jiang Ning's inability to cultivate and Jiang Yuan? Seeing the crowd stirred, Han Ada ceased to play coy and snapped the fan shut. Surely you all know that Jiang Ning was favored in the Jiang household from a young age. How could her elder sister, Jiang Yuan, possibly be content with that? Would you be? Naturally, they would not. They have all heard whispers of Jiang Ning's favored status. Even those unfamiliar with her story have sought to uncover the truth after Jiang Ning was placed on the bounty list. It is disingenuous to claim they're not envious of her pampering. Now, imagine Jiang Yuan's feelings. From a young age, she began to employ Jiang Ning's heart's blood to nourish spiritual artifacts. Heart's blood is the essence of life. Without it, Jiang Ning could not cultivate. Jiang Ning's inability to cultivate drew increasing favor from the Jiang family. Jiang Yuan's jealousy intensified, creating a vicious cycle. This is the entire truth behind Jiang Ning's inability to cultivate. Han Ada shook his head in feigned sorrow, speaking with such conviction. Yet, there remained skeptics in the audience. If the Jiang family dotes on Jiang Ning so dearly, why would they publicly sever all ties with her and cast her out, leaving her to be hunted? It must be said, Han Ada's mind was as quick as lightning. Upon hearing the doubt, he swiftly devised a retort. He looked at the questioning man with an expression of gentle reproach. Shaking his head regretfully, "My good fellow, a sharp mind is a valuable asset, indeed." Before the man could rise in indignation, Han Ada raised his hand to interrupt. Do not forget Jiang Yuan's current standing. She is the direct disciple of the sect leader of Lingyun Sect. How could a mere family contend with the foremost sect? Moreover, do you truly believe that Jiang Ning, on her own, could achieve such rapid advancement in her cultivation? Nay, nay. The Jiang family's treasury, it was said to be plundered by Jiang Ning, but in truth, it was a deliberate act on their part. With those treasures at her disposal, Jiang Ning could secure her footing wherever she went. Such years of favor cannot simply vanish overnight. It is all an illusion crafted for the world to see. Upon hearing this, even Jiang Ning nearly succumbed to the urge to stand and applaud. What a masterful distortion of truth! She knew full well that these words were not of her own crafting. She had merely provided a brief overview the day prior. Yet Han Ada had managed to unravel the intricacies with such clarity. Jiang Ning raised her teacup to her lips, concealing a smile that threatened to escape. Han Ada's discourse was nothing short of exceptional. He not only convinced others of the Jiang family's affection for her, but also shifted all blame onto Jiang Yuan, thereby exonerating her while tarnishing Jiang Yuan's reputation. Not all would be swayed by such rhetoric, yet Jiang Ning, accustomed to the sway of public opinion, understood that when lies are repeated often enough, they become truth. No one cared for the veracity of the matter. As long as they heard it, the tale would circulate. By the time Jiang Yuan attempted to clarify matters, her reputation would already be sullied. Jiang Ning's fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound, her demeanor languid. She smiled, reveling in Jiang Yuan's folly. Chapter 42. Umitba, to maintain her faade for over a decade at Lingyun Sect. Cultivating a saintly image must be exhausting, especially when she cannot freely express her true nature. Unlike her, who requires but a mere 100 taels of silver, an amount Jiang Yuan deems beneath her, to dismantle the perfect persona Jiang Yuan constructed over many years. Perfect, she eagerly anticipated Jiang Yuan's reaction upon hearing this news, imagining her fury. If Jiang Yuan realized she was the true protagonist, even if she were guilty of countless sins, she would ultimately find herself under the sect leader's wing of Lingyun Sect. Would that knowledge drive her to madness? On stage, Han Ada's voice continued to wail in lament for Jiang Ning. A frail woman, who has grown up enveloped in love, what treacherous thoughts could she possibly harbor? For so many years, we have been deceived. Han Ada's voice was captivating. He understood the art of rhetoric, knowing precisely when to speak to stir the emotions of his audience, as if he genuinely empathized with Jiang Ning's plight. Under his impassioned narration, sympathy for Jiang Ning blossomed among the crowd, many expressing indignation on her behalf. Who would have thought Jiang Yuan was such a person? Previously, she was lauded as gentle and reserved. Yet it was all a facade. Beneath her beautiful exterior lay the heart of a viper. Indeed, how could one harm their own flesh and blood? What kind of sect leader would accept such a disciple? What intoxicating elixir did Jiang Yuan feed him, to treat a pitiful girl with a bounty on her head in such a manner? As the patrons of the tea house simmered in righteous outrage, there always existed those who reveled in dissent. A rugged man slammed his hands on the table, the clamor of his large blade echoing as he vehemently retorted. Humph! I suspect that Jiang Ning must have practiced some nefarious technique to achieve such rapid advancement. Otherwise, even with treasures, who has ever cultivated so swiftly? Moreover, her tarnished reputation is not a recent development. Do you truly believe these words? A reputation is not built in a day, nor is it destroyed in a day. If Jiang Ning were innocent, why would such tales circulate? Why not others like Wang Ning, Zhou Ning, or Zhao Ning? It must be that there is something inherently wrong with her. The audience shifted their gazes between the belligerent man and Han Ada. Caught in a web of indecision, both arguments bore merit, and they found themselves at a loss as to whom to believe. As the crowd began to waver, Han Ada recalled his mother's admonition, that young lady was their benefactor, and he must handle this matter with utmost care. Your words suggest that you have met Jiang Ning before. Have you not heard the saying that rumors can be misleading? The diner retorted defiantly, his voice cold. I have not met her, yet a fly does not land on a seamless egg. Why do others not speak ill of her? Yet she is the target, and it seems you speak with such clarity. Have you encountered her? Han Ada deftly sidestepped the trap within the man's words, ignoring the implication of personal acquaintance, and countered. What nonsense is this? By your logic, if I were to declare you a dog from tomorrow onward, would you truly become one? Laughter erupted throughout the tea house. Indeed, Jiang Ning was the true victim. How could one accuse a victim of guilt? It was Jiang Yuan who had rendered her unable to cultivate, banished her from home, and subjected her to relentless pursuit. Were they in her position, they would have harbored deep resentment long ago. Yet Jiang Ning, she had conducted herself with utmost discretion, never once disparaging the Jiang family or Jiang Yuan before anyone. Conversely, Jiang Yuan's first act upon entering Lingyun Sect was to issue a bounty for Jiang Ning. Such character speaks volumes. Jiang Ning had likely been disheartened, seeking refuge in Lingyun Sect, perhaps merely yearning for a place of safety. Truly a pitiable situation. Jiang Ning nearly choked on her tea at Han Ada's words, managing to compose herself just in time. This young man, if he had been in her era, with a keyboard in hand, he would have dominated the world. He was utterly merciless in his retorts, and she found it delightful. She resolved to pay him more. Who would have thought that a mere 100 taels of silver could yield such unexpected results? Jiang Ning was thoroughly satisfied. The diner, being a rough sort, was no match for Han Ada's verbal prowess. Infuriated by being called a dog, the diner leaped to his feet, seizing the large blade from the table. Ready to strike at Han Ada. How dare he insult me? I shall end your life. The diner's reaction was so sudden that no one anticipated such fervor. By the time they reacted, he was already at the stage's edge, the long blade poised above Han Ada's head. In that critical moment, Jiang Ning rose, grasping a teacup from the table and hurling it at the blade. Naturally, her aim was to shatter the diner's weapon. Yet at that very moment, the cup, once thrown, visibly slowed in its flight. Jiang Ning attempted to channel her spiritual energy, only to be astounded to discover that the surrounding spiritual force had become viscous, causing the movements of everyone within the tea house to slow in tandem. What is happening? Jiang Ning murmured softly, managing to maintain a semblance of calm. While she had steadied herself, the others who perceived the gravity of the situation were far from tranquil. This is bad. He must have arrived. Run. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling tea house was transformed into a scene of chaos, with patrons scattering like startled birds, their hurried retreat rendering them almost invisible. Their speed was akin to fleeing from a cataclysmic flood. Jiang Ning, who is this person? What immense power do they possess? Is it too late for me to flee? In the tea house, only Han Ada, Jiang Ning, and a few bewildered diners remained, each face displaying a look of utter confusion. What just transpired? Among them was the burly man who had earlier raised his knife to strike Han Ada. The man's blade had been deflected by Jiang Ning's teacup, and he glared menacingly at her. Do you wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Jiang Ning, oblivious to the danger, casually returned to her seat. In response to the man's inquiry, she boldly confessed. Yes, that was indeed me. Just because someone spoke the truth, you wish to resort to violence? I merely stood up for justice and offered assistance. The burly man, now infuriated, retracted his long knife, pointing its tip directly at Jiang Ning. Since you wish to meddle, I shall strike you first. Do not presume that I will spare you simply because you are a woman. I shall not hesitate to kill. Just as Jiang Ning contemplated teaching him a lesson, an unexpected voice resonated throughout the tea house, like a celestial chant drifting from afar. Amitabha, Chapter 43. The Arrival of Ningxie Monk. The few remaining individuals in the inn turned to the source of the sound. The newcomer stood with his back to the tea-house's entrance, seemingly cloaked in a golden aura of Buddhist light. Particularly striking was his bald head, which gleamed brightly as the young monk entered the tea-house. The patrons could finally discern his features. He appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, possessing red lips and white teeth. His delicate and fair visage reminiscent of a mythical sprite. Clad in pristine white monk robes, he exuded an ethereal grace. The young monk raised his right hand before him while holding a string of prayer beads in his left, radiating an air of serene detachment. Umitba, benefactor, anger will not resolve your issues. Rather, it will harm your own well-being. It would be wise to lay down your weapon and attain enlightenment. Come, hand me the knife. The monk wore a tranquil smile, extending his right hand towards the burly man. After a brief moment of surprise, the man quickly redirected his long knife towards the suddenly appearing monk. You foul monk. Who do you think you are? Do you also wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? The burly man, who had been relatively calm until now, felt his temper flare. After all, he had already been interrupted by an unassuming woman, and now a monk dared to stand in his way. Did they truly believe he was so easy to intimidate? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Regardless of whether others intervened, he resolved to eliminate this foul monk first. The burly man raised his long knife, shouted, and charged directly at Nianqi. The burly man was robust, with a fearsome appearance. As his blade neared Nianqi, he felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Clearly, this knife had tasted blood before. Umitba, such a vile weapon must be destroyed. Nianqi raised his hand, and a beam of golden light emanated from his palm, effortlessly seizing the long knife that was about to touch his brow. Let go! The burly man exclaimed in alarm, exerting all his strength to withdraw his weapon. Yet he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, the knife seemed to be firmly rooted in the monk's grasp, refusing to budge. If you do not release it, do not blame me for being impolite. He attempted to intimidate Nianqi into relinquishing his hold. Nianqi, very well, but in the next instant, with a series of crunching sounds, the long knife shattered into several pieces, falling to the ground. Why Xian Tai blade? The burly man crouched down, attempting to salvage his knife. For it had been custom forged by a weapon master and had accompanied him for over 30 years. An irreplaceable treasure. Upon realizing his efforts were futile, the burly man's eyes turned crimson with rage as he glared at Nianqi. You seek death. The burly man was not without skill. Otherwise, he would not be so brazen. Surrounding him, a powerful aura surged, causing the very air in the tea-house to tremble, sending tables and chairs flying in all directions. Yet, Nianqi, with a youthful and exquisitely delicate visage, merely wore a faint expression of pity, shaking his head in regret as he uttered a chilling phrase. The malevolent energy surrounding you is far too potent. It would be best to eliminate it. That moment, the ominous feeling that had previously enveloped Jiang Ning resurfaced. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be constricted, slowing everything down. The burly man could scarcely comprehend how Nianqi had acted before he felt the monk's hand resting upon his head. The moment Nianqi's hand made contact, a wave of intense resentment surged into him, swiftly purified by the Buddhist aura within. This resentment was the manifestation of the countless lives he had taken. Only by slaughtering innumerable innocents could such dense malice be generated. The last trace of pity vanished from Nianqi's expression. He was inherently imbued with Buddhist light and was particularly sensitive to malevolent, evil and vengeful energies. Purification. As those two emotionless words escaped his lips, the burly man's face contorted into a grotesque mask of rage. Umitba, benefactor, your sins are profound. May you strive to be a better person in your next life. With that, Nianqi emotionlessly released his grip, and the burly man collapsed to the ground as if his very soul had been extracted. Jiang Ning's heart raced, and she quickly glanced at the man now lying on the floor. Grinning foolishly, he had drool trickling from his mouth, his eyes glazed as he stared at the ceiling, giggling like a child. Jiang Ning, this man is toxic? What kind of sorcery is this? Not only Jiang Ning but also the onlookers involuntarily stepped back a few paces, fearing that if the monk disapproved of them, he might purify them as well. He looked like a celestial being, yet his methods were so ruthless. The air fell into a brief silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Nianqi had merely passed by, sensing the murderous intent within, and had thought to investigate. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, he turned to leave. However, just as he pivoted, he suddenly glanced back at Jiang Ning. his exquisitely handsome face displaying an expression of utter confusion. How strange, despite appearing to be an ordinary person, why did I sense an overwhelming malevolence emanating from them just now? Yet when I attempted to probe further, that aura vanished, truly peculiar. Jiang Ning's objective had been achieved. The news had spread well. Casually tossing a bag of silver towards Han Ada, who was still in a daze, she stealthily followed Nianqi. For she had begun to piece together the identity of this individual, and she wished to confirm her suspicions. After leaving the tea house, Nianqi ventured into a secluded alleyway. Unfamiliar with the area, Jiang Ning did not hesitate to follow him. Benefactor, do you have something to discuss with this monk? Once the two reached the alley, and finding it deserted, Nianqi paused, inquiring into the empty air. Realizing she had been revealed, Jiang Ning poked her head out from behind a wall, greeting him in a friendly manner. Hi, are you Nianqi from Lingyun Sect? Nianqi scrutinized Jiang Ning closely, confirming he did not recognize her. He initially assumed she was seeking vengeance, so he advised, Benefactor, you are no match for this monk. It would be best to abandon your hatred and enjoy the beauty of life. Jiang Ning, what kind of nonsense is this? I am not. I saw her enter the alley. We must hurry. A cacophony of hurried footsteps, mingled with voices, approached from the alley's end. Nianqi listened intently, a smile gracing his lips. My apologies, I misunderstood you, Benefactor. You should attend to your own matters first. I am a monk, not one to shield others from calamity. Chapter 44. Watching the commotion from the wall without granting Jiang Ning the opportunity to reveal her identity, Nianqi seized the moment she was distracted and vanished from sight. Jiang Ning. Just as my second senior brother said, the champion of meddling is quicker to escape than anyone else, truly a paradox. While she grumbled, those pursuing her had already caught up, surrounding her completely. Haha, Jiang Ning. We have been searching for you everywhere. It is truly surprising that you dared to descend the mountain alone. Jiang Ning observed the group of over a dozen individuals encircling her, her mind racing. Instantly, a look of fear washed over her face as she hugged her arms, shivering uncontrollably. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Jiang Ning. The leader of the group, seeing she refused to acknowledge her identity, remained unfazed, a cold smile spreading across his face. Whether you are Jiang Ning or not is irrelevant. If we kill the wrong person, so be it. With a bounty on your head, how dare you descend the mountain alone? Did you think such a rudimentary disguise could fool our eyes? Upon hearing the leader's words, the assassins around him revealed greedy expressions. This is Jiang Ning. If they kill her, they will strike it rich. Jiang Ning attempted to fight back. Jiang Ning possesses such striking beauty, and yet, here I am, looking so ordinary. How could I possibly be mistaken for Jiang Ning? Don't you agree? Jiang Ning, unabashedly extolling her own virtues, displays a heartfelt sincerity. Nianqi, who had not strayed far, sensed once more the overwhelming aura of malevolence just as he was about to depart. He pivoted on his heel and retraced his steps. Concealing himself in a corner not far away, he squatted down without a hint of decorum. Upon hearing the name Jiang Ning, a brief pause marred his expression. Even though he had not returned to the sect for the initiation ceremony, he was aware that he had gained a little junior sister. Was this her? So timid. With such lacking prowess, what could have drawn Master to her? Yet, considering that she was indeed his junior sister, Nianqi remarkably refrained from leaving, choosing instead to remain and observe. If his junior sister truly found herself in peril, he could always intervene later. If Master were to discover that he had left when he knew she was in danger, he would find himself bound to the sect for the next year, unable to fulfill his aspirations of enlightening the masses. In an instant, the assassins opposite showed no inclination to engage Jiang Ning in a mere performance. They charged directly at her. As they had proclaimed, they would rather mistakenly slay 1,000 than let a single target escape. Having long heard tales of Jiang Ning's cunning and ruthless nature, they resolved to strike first, seizing the moment before she could react. Just as a fierce battle loomed, Jiang Ning was about to draw her staff when she heard a cautious warning. Your third senior brother is lurking behind the wall. Watching the commotion, Jiang Ning swiftly retracted her motion to wield the staff, turning to evade an attack from behind and dashed toward Nianqi without a moment's hesitation. Nianqi, noticing this, don't come over. It's too late. Jiang Ning caught sight of Nianqi and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved vigorously, calling out, Third senior brother. I'm over here. Come save me. They want to kill me. Nianqi responded, Umitba, a monk must not take life. Just then, a projectile aimed at Jiang Ning struck Nianqi squarely on the head, leaving a vivid mark on his fair skin. Nianqi grimaced, Junior sister, you should retreat. This is a matter between your senior brother and them." Nian Shi elegantly leaped down from the wall, his graceful descent making it hard to believe he had been squatting there moments ago in such a rather unseemly manner. Indeed, this was the signature entrance of Lingyun Sect. The assassins, now frenzied, cared not for titles of third senior brother or second senior brother. Anyone who obstructed their mission to eliminate Jiang Ning was merely an obstacle. Deserving of death, a throng surged towards Nian Shi. Jiang Ning rubbed her hands together, eager to witness her senior brother's prowess. She was curious how such an ethereal and refined individual could evoke such terror in the second senior brother, who reacted as if he had seen a ghost at the mere mention of his name. However, before she could witness Nian Shi's skills, she felt her hand grasped firmly, and then they were off in a desperate flight. Nian Shi, pulling Jiang Ning along, sprinted through the alley with an abandon that suggested he had no ties to her. The wind whipped against Jiang Ning's face, leaving her in a daze. What was happening? She found herself utterly perplexed. After a considerable effort to evade their pursuers, Nian Shi finally released her hand. His fair visage bore no trace of the exertion they had just endured, not even a bead of sweat. In stark contrast, Jiang Ning, having not engaged in such primal exertion for quite some time, leaned against the wall, panting heavily. "Ba, one must not engage in close contact with the opposite sex. Junior sister, I beg your pardon for any offense earlier." Nian Shi, having grown up without any contact with women, felt his cheeks flush, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor among the monks of Lingyun Sect. Jiang Ning cast a cold glance at his hand, feeling a tightness in her chest. Was this truly how he chose to save her? Engaging in a brawl with those men would have surely been less exhausting. Sensing Jiang Ning's palpable frustration, Nian Shi murmured, hadn't he planned on saving you anyway?" He could sense that Jiang Ning was not without strength, particularly given that she must possess formidable artifacts. She hardly needed his intervention. He simply hadn't expected her to be aware of his presence, especially since he had concealed his aura. Jiang Ning and Nian Shi exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Jiang Ning asked, "Why didn't you kill them? You don't seem like the type to exhibit mercy." This third senior brother was perplexing. If he were kind-hearted, he wouldn't have so readily rendered a stranger into a fool. If he were cruel, then why was he unable to strike down those who sought to kill him? This was indeed a conundrum. Nian Shi, noticing her fixation on the notion of killing, felt compelled to knock her on the head as a warning. To his surprise, Jiang Ning instinctively dodged, her face a mask of terror. "Don't you dare touch my head." She still vividly recalled how that rogue had turned into a fool after a mere tap on the head. Although he was her third senior brother, he was still a dangerous one. Attempting to touch her head? Absolutely not. Nian Shi sighed. "This junior sister? There are too many of them. I cannot purify them all." Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he responded to Jiang Ning's previous query. His purification required a significant expenditure of spiritual energy, and while those adversaries were indeed imbued with malice, it was not overwhelming. The Buddhist tenet advocates for mercy. He was not a relic, after all. He couldn't possibly purify every individual he encountered, could he? Chapter 45. Is the third senior brother's talent to incite hatred? At the main hall of Lingyun Sect. Upon hearing news of Jiang Ning's peril, Chu Tian smashed the table beside him with a resounding clap. That wretched old purple-haired man had already learned that Jiang Ning was his disciple. Yet he still refused to rescind the bounty on her head. Su Ruofei, keep watch over the mountain gate. I must confront him and demand an explanation. Chu Tian rolled up his sleeves, exuding an air of someone ready to confront an adversary. After deciding to accept Jiang Ning as a disciple, he had already sent word to Zixian to cancel the bounty. Was his request merely falling on deaf ears? Had the sect master of the first sect grown so arrogant? Su Ruofei, sitting at Chu Tian's right, casually secured a strand of his long, dark hair with an ancient jade hairpin, a few rebellious strands cascading down his forehead, enhancing his strikingly handsome features and nonchalant demeanor. Recalling the haughty demeanor of the sect master of Zixian, Su Ruofei shook his head, unhesitatingly dousing his master with cold water. "Master, do you truly believe that the sect master of Zixian would cancel the bounty simply due to your request?" Not only did he not believe it, but no one else would either. As the strongest individual on the continent, Zixian had both the confidence and strength to remain unthreatened and unyielding. Furthermore, given the existing rift between his master and Zixian, it was unlikely the latter would rescind the bounty simply because his master sent a message. Chu Tian was well aware of this. But he merely chuckled coldly, already formulating a countermeasure in his mind. If he cared so much for that little disciple of his, why couldn't he issue a bounty of his own? Su Ruofei? When did Master become so audacious? And besides, was he certain he could afford the hefty price of a bounty? After all, Zhang Yuan was a direct disciple of Zixian. Even if there was a bounty, few would dare lay a hand on her. Su Ruofei's assessment was accurate. Zhang Yuan's current status was extraordinary. How could a direct disciple of Lingyun Sect compare to one from Zixian Sect? One was the first sect, while the other was the 18th. It was common knowledge which one was deemed easier to eliminate. Chu Tian was not oblivious to this either, and no matter, as the saying goes, under heavy rewards, there will surely be brave souls. As long as the reward is sufficient, even if I declare I want to eliminate that old man Zixian, someone would dare to take up the challenge. Wouldn't you agree? Chu Tian regarded Su Ruofei with a benevolent gaze, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Su Ruofei. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Master, since you already have a plan, I shall take my leave. Su Ruofei stood, eager to escape the ominous atmosphere surrounding him. Wait, at that moment, Chu Tian called him back. Su Ruofei, steeling himself, turned. Master, is there something else? Chu Tian inwardly rolled his eyes. His eldest disciple was penniless and destitute, while the second disciple was wealthy yet miserly. With such peculiar disciples, why was his fate so lamentable? After all, Jiang Ning is your junior sister. Her life is currently in jeopardy. As her senior brother, shouldn't you do something to assist her? Su Ruofei's heart raced with alarm. His master had indeed set his sights on him. What exactly does master wish for me to do? A sly smile crept onto Chu Tian's face, his tone grave. If that old purple-haired man refuses to rescind the bounty, then the reward for my own bounty will need your careful consideration. Su Ruofei, truthfully, he believed that with a junior sister like her, even if his master did nothing, she would likely remain unscathed. After all, her contracted beast was the Gale Wolf. Unless a Zixian elder personally intervened, no ordinary cultivator could hope to harm her. However, Jiang Ning had never disclosed this information, clearly intending to keep the Gale Wolf as her trump card, so he refrained from mentioning it times. I find myself truly curious. Growing up in the Jiang household, even if the affection bestowed upon me was but a facade, it ought not to have left my junior sister feeling so insecure. Making every effort to conceal her true nature, if there were genuine needs, master should feel free to confide in his disciple. After all, she is my junior sister, merely a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things. Su Ruofei is indifferent as long as master does not insist on having me remain by her side as a protector. That suffices. Having inadvertently caused Jiang Ning distress last time, he cannot shake the feeling that she is now plotting her revenge against him. Having reached an amicable agreement, Chu Tian departed to negotiate with Zixian. As he left, his silhouette bore an air of melancholy, reminiscent of a valiant warrior departing for the battlefield, never to return. Su Ruofei's thoughts drifted to the peach blossom wine he had recently brewed as he returned, fanning himself leisurely. Meanwhile, in Lingyun town, junior sister, have they caught up with us? Nianqi inquired innocently, her clear, unworldly black eyes blinking at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, feeling utterly disenchanted, pushed the bamboo basket covering her head, spitting out the vegetable leaves from her mouth. If given the choice to tear someone apart at this moment, she would unhesitatingly choose to rend her third senior brother. Must we truly proceed in this manner? Jiang Ning lamented that had she known the encounter with her third senior brother would be so exhilarating, she would never have acknowledged him. She had thought her own life was already a valuable commodity. With so many desiring her head, little did she realize, after meeting Nianqi, she finally grasped the true meaning of a minor sorcerer meets a greater sorcerer. Who would have imagined that a seemingly innocent little monk could possess so many enemies? Was her third senior brother's talent truly a source of resentment? Umitba, do not fear, junior sister, why third senior brother has managed to evade capture for so long. He is quite adept at hiding. As long as you stick with me, I assure you, you shall remain unharmed. Nianqi smiled gently, nearly provoking Jiang Ning to land a punch on his serene visage. You dare say such a thing? Those people are pursuing us with deadly intent. Can't we confront them instead of hiding? Junior sister, your aura is far too heavy. This is not advisable. Violence is ultimately not the solution, for as the saying goes, when will grievances ever cease? Do not act rashly. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, repeatedly telling herself, I am not angry, I am not angry. No, she was indeed furious. I have only heard of those who kill being pursued in kind. How is it that they can attempt to kill me while I cannot retaliate? Jiang Ning had always been a self-serving individual. She saw nothing wrong with this. Pleasing oneself, she believed, was the most important pursuit. Those grand ideals of love and compassion held no appeal for her. She simply wished to live freely and fiercely. If she were to act like her third senior brother, worrying about others while being hunted down, she would rather perish. She could not bear such a burden. Nianqi, taken aback by her junior sister's obstinacy, wondered why she could not grasp the reasoning junior sister. The reason they pursue us ultimately lies with ourselves. This is the so-called cause and effect. Every action has its consequence, and our retribution is their pursuit. Jiang Ning's forehead throbbed. The bounty for our capture was issued by the Lingyun Sect. What does that have to do with me? Did you not injure Jiang Yuan? Jiang Ning fell silent. Observing her lack of response, Nianqi smiled once more, resembling a monk about to recite scriptures. You see? Had you not first injured Jiang Yuan, how would the Lingyun Sect have issued the bounty? This is the essence of cause and effect. Everything is predestined. Jiang Ning clutched her head in agony. Let this wretched third senior brother vanish from my life? And what of you? Since you claim everything possesses cause and effect, what prompted those pursuing you? Jiang Ning slumped against the basket behind her. Feeling exhausted, she could not fathom how a seemingly serene monk, albeit a bit loquacious, could attract such a multitude of enemies. He did not even take lives. As Jiang Ning broached the subject, Nianqi's expression morphed into one of rare confusion. On this matter, I too find myself perplexed. Nianqi nodded, his round head bearing the look of utter bewilderment. Jiang Ning scoffed. You, a sage of the world, perplexed? You can expound upon myriad philosophies, yet find yourself confounded? With every era comes its own sage, filled with skepticism, understanding, and sympathy towards Su Ruofei, all the while smiling. Nianqi gazed skyward through the gaps of the vegetable basket, his demeanor transforming into one as ethereal as a wisp of cloud drifting across a tranquil expanse. My senior brother merely performed a few purifications for their family and friends. Those souls are steeped in sin. Without purification, they are destined for boundless hell, enduring trials and tribulations to cleanse their spirits of malice. Why, then, do they refuse to believe this is for their own good? Jiang Ning exclaimed, Help! If my third senior brother remains unscathed, who shall perish instead? One moment he turns individuals into fools, and the next. Their families express gratitude? No conflagration in the world could rival the chaos wrought by him. What kind of naive nonsense is this? She had come to believe that her third senior brother's survival was indeed due to his remarkable ability to evade danger. Yet, were there not merely a few pursuers? Surely it should not escalate to such proportions. The number of those chasing them had nearly encompassed half of Lingyun town. If you would be so kind, might you enlighten me as to the identities of those you purified? Jiang Ning inquired, her smile strained, teeth gritted. She sensed that matters were far more complex than her third senior brother had implied. Having committed herself to this perilous journey, she needed to know who her enemies were in order to prepare adequately. Nianqi, as expected, did not disappoint her. He began to recall meticulously, for those who sought his counsel were usually significant figures. And soon he had compiled a list of names. It is not an extensive list. Purification is a taxing endeavor, and I can manage only one individual every fortnight. Among them are the head of the Qin family from the Xianyu kingdom, Elder Feng from the Jiang Sect, the young master of the Zhou family from the Qili kingdom, and a few others, totaling over 10 names. As Jiang Ning heard the first name, her hand instinctively clenched. By the time she reached the last name, she felt a numbing sensation. You know what a face devoid of hope looks like? Just look at Jiang Ning's countenance now. The Qin family from the Xianyu kingdom, she had heard her companions mention them. They were the foremost talisman family in Xianyu, with the head of the family possessing unparalleled talismanic skills, unmatched by more than 3 individuals across the continent. Well done, third senior brother. Such a formidable entity has been rendered a fool under your influence. Who would dare to challenge the Qin family? Furthermore, Elder Feng from the Jiang Sect, one of the 5 elders, renowned for his ruthless swordsmanship, was a terror across the continent. Excellent. He too has been transformed into a fool. The Jiang Sect may have a temper, but if it were me, I would have already led a charge against the Lingyun Sect. And then there was the Zhou family from the Qili kingdom, whom Jiang Ning knew all too well, being second only to the 3 great families. Although they did not hold much standing on the continent, the young master was still the future heir of the family. What difference did it make turning Jiang Yuan into a fool? No wonder they were pursuing her third senior brother with such fervor, more diligently than they pursued her. When it came to fortune-telling, they paid in gold, while Su Ruofei demanded lives. Jiang Ning could not help but give Nianqi a thumbs up, genuinely admiring him. Well done. Third senior brother, you shall live on. Who could possibly surpass you in survival? It was no wonder that Master and the second senior brother wore expressions of profound exasperation upon hearing mention of the third senior brother, particularly Master, who seemed to age a decade at the mere thought of him. With such a disciple, who would not feel the weight of the world? At this juncture, Jiang Ning had come to understand her three senior brothers within the Lingyun Sect. In summary, the eldest brother was the most earnest. Though he rarely lingered in the sect, he was at least trouble-free. The second brother was a homebody, resolutely remaining in the sect unless absolutely necessary. The third brother was an enigma, neither fitting comfortably within the sect nor outside of it. Within the sect, his incessant chatter could drive one to madness. Outside, his actions could instill terror. He was the one who indulged in the pleasures of life, while Master and the second brother bore the burden of cleaning up after him. Each had their own merits, yet none seemed inclined to devote their energies to cultivation. It was no surprise they ended up in such dire straits, in order to ensure her continued presence in the Lingyun Sect. Jiang Ning resolved that the current situation must change. She could no longer allow her three senior brothers to indulge in such reckless behavior. Third senior brother, now half of Lingyun town is pursuing us. Since you harbor no desire to kill, perhaps we should return to the sect. Within the sect, at least Master can provide some protection. If force cannot resolve the issue, we can rely on the second senior brother's wealth. Surely, they would not dare to launch an all-out assault on the sect. Such an act is forbidden within the Qingyuan continent. Jiang Ning's proposal was sound, yet to her surprise, it met with Nianqi's firm refusal. No. Why not? Jiang Ning gritted her teeth, her fists clenching. Bah. Before descending the mountain this time, I set myself a goal. I must purify 5 individuals before returning to the sect. I still require 2 more. As Nianqi held up 2 pristine fingers before her, Jiang Ning could no longer contain herself, landing a punch squarely, bang. Nianqi fell to the ground in response. Jiang Ning briskly dusted off the grime from her hands. Without uttering a word, she lifted the vegetable basket and hoisted the person away. If reasoning failed, then force would prevail. A strong fist is an undeniable truth. Chapter 47. How could you leave him in such a state? Upon returning to Lingyun Sect, Jiang Ning first sought out Chu Tian, only to find him absent. She then made her way directly to Su Ruofei with her burden. The celestial mountain adorned with jade still depicted the image of handsome men indulging in wine. However, Jiang Ning had no time to admire the scenery before her. With a swift motion, she unceremoniously dropped the unconscious Nianqi onto the ground, calling out in a tone laced with melancholy to the despondent man. Second senior brother, Su Ruofei, tilting his head in preparation to savor a sip of fine wine, was startled by Jiang Ning's voice, causing him to choke as the drink went down the wrong way. Coughing violently, his face flushed crimson. Witnessing this, Jiang Ning felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the moment. You dared to deceive me? It's absurd. How could I hear my junior sister's voice in broad daylight? Wasn't she supposed to be down the mountain? I hadn't heard, she returned. Su Ruofei merely glanced back at Jiang Ning, but in the next moment, he sprang up from the jade seat, standing upright. The effects of the alcohol and the haze of drunkenness evaporated instantaneously. How did you bring him back? The sight of Nianqi left Su Ruofei in utter despair. What on earth has transpired between these two? Couldn't he enjoy this hard-earned peace? Do not ask how he recognized Nianqi from just a silhouette. That gleaming bald head was unique in the world. As Su Ruofei turned to flee, Jiang Ning was quicker, stepping forward to grasp the back of his collar. I is fortunate you're here. Second senior brother. You must see third senior brother. I accidentally knocked him out, and he hasn't woken since. Jiang Ning blinked innocently, appearing utterly harmless. It was merely a light punch. Was third senior brother truly that fragile? Hours had passed, and despite all her efforts, he remained unresponsive. The unconscious Nianqi posed no threat to Su Ruofei. After a couple of kicks to confirm he was still out cold, Su Ruofei nonchalantly turned back to his precious jade seat. With one leg bent and his elbow resting casually on his knee, he haughtily declared, Enough. Whenever junior sister displays such an expression, the responsibility for this incident is undoubtedly hers. Accidentally knocked him out? Why not say you accidentally glanced at him and he fainted? Jiang Ning, undeterred by the exposure, placed her hands on her hips defiantly. Do you expect me to believe that? Su Ruofei retorted. Do you think that by saying this now I would be convinced? Despite the bickering, they refrained from making light of their junior brother. As the second senior brother, Su Ruofei genuinely cared for his third junior brother. After all, having cleaned up after him so many times, it felt like nurturing a young sapling. He could criticize its crooked growth, but no one else could claim its lack of straightness. Seeing Yanqi face down on the ground, Su Ruofei kindly flipped him over with his foot. Upon doing so, he gasped sharply. "What have you done to him?" His eyes widened in shock. He had been unaware of the extent of the damage until he flipped him over. Su Ruofei now saw that his third junior brother's once handsome face was marred beyond recognition. Nianqi's fair skin was particularly susceptible to even the slightest force, leaving red marks. Now, his cheeks were mottled with handprints, swollen to the point of nearly bleeding. It appeared he had injured his nose when Jiang Ning had thrown him down, and he was now covered in dirt and blood. What were those deep marks beneath his nose? Were they some newfangled hidden weapon? Su Ruofei stood abruptly, a chill running through him. Goodness! He repeatedly tapped his fan, circling around Jiang Ning several times, his gaze akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a rare treasure. This was no ordinary junior sister. She was clearly the nemesis of third junior brother. A savior for Lingyun Sect, he resolved that in the future, he must never trick this junior sister again. Her methods were truly ruthless. Just watching made his face ache. Previously, because third junior brother frequently caused trouble outside the sect, their master had exhausted every means to bring him back, but third junior brother's stubbornness made him impervious to persuasion. How foolish he had been not to think of simply knocking him out and carrying him away. How convenient that would have been. Jiang Ning, feeling uneasy under Su Ruofei's scrutinizing gaze, quickly redirected the conversation. "Don't concern yourself with who struck him. First see if there's any way to wake him up." Strangely enough, she had truly only delivered one punch. Although she had exerted a bit more force than intended, surely, as a cultivator, third senior brother shouldn't he have sustained any serious injuries, right? Su Ruofei took Nianqi's hand, inspecting it closely. After a long moment, his brow furrowed deeper. Third junior brother, it appears something is indeed amiss. Jiang Ning had always known Su Ruofei to be calm and carefree, but this was the first time she had seen such a serious expression on his face. Second senior brother, what's wrong with third senior brother? Is it serious? Su Ruofei, not only serious but also visibly concerned, nodded gravely. It is quite serious. The Buddha light within him has been compromised. Buddha light? Is there really such a thing? Jiang Ning felt bewildered. She had always thought of Buddha as a mere faith, never realizing that such a thing existed in the world. What is the use of Buddha light? She inquired. Is it the power third senior brother uses for purification? At the mention of purification, Su Ruofei's expression turned pained, as if recalling an unbearable memory. Yes, that is indeed Buddha light. It counteracts the malevolent energies and dark auras of sinister beings. If utilized properly, it serves the purpose of purification as Nianqi mentioned. Though powerful, Nianqi is still young, and his command over the Buddha light has not yet reached a level of mastery. If he encounters an exceptionally potent dark aura, it can backfire, devouring the Buddha light within him instead. If even Nianqi cannot purify this individual, it indicates that the person is extremely dangerous. Junior sister, please recount to me everything that transpired before Nianqi fell unconscious. And whom you encountered. Su Ruofei's concern deepened. Could it be that the forces of the demonic clan had discovered Nianqi's presence here and sought him out? Su Ruofei's demeanor shifted, exuding the fierce aura of a leader. Should those individuals harm the innocent in their pursuit of him, he would not stand idly by. Lost in his thoughts, Su Ruofei failed to notice Jiang Ning's growing anxiety at his words. Could it be? Was it truly because of her? Third senior brother often remarked that she exuded a malevolent aura, and she had previously dismissed it as jest. After all, she had never taken a life in this life or the last. How could she possess such an aura? But now, Chapter 48. A plethora of talismans. However, it must be said that third senior brother's ability to hide was truly remarkable. Thus, during the days they evaded pursuit, the only contact with third senior brother had been with her. No group could locate them. Ultimately, it was highly likely that the cause lay in that one punch she had delivered to third senior brother. Worried that something might truly be amiss with Nianqi, Jiang Ning recounted everything that had happened since she descended the mountain without omitting a single detail. After she finished her tale, Su Ruofei fell silent. He sensed that Jiang Ning harbored some secrets, yet the nature of those secrets was something even she might not fully comprehend at this moment. Asking would yield no fruit. You need not worry. Third junior brother is not in any immediate danger, merely weakened for a while. For the next month, you should refrain from going down the mountain. The Chiefing's secret realm will open in a month, and all the top disciples from various sects will attend, including Zhang Yuan. You must focus on your cultivation during this time. The Lingyun Sect would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to target junior sister. Once inside the Chiefing's secret realm, they would be separated, and contract beasts could not be summoned. They must enhance junior sister's practical abilities as much as possible within this month. Their junior sister cannot be bullied by others. What is the chiefing's secret realm? Jiang Ning asked, puzzled. Su Ruofei, having witnessed her ignorance before, felt a sense of familiarity in her lack of knowledge. The chiefing's secret realm is a spatial secret realm on Qingyuan continent that appears once every decade. It is rich in spiritual energy, 100 times that of the outside world. Even merely finding a place to cultivate within would suffice to enhance one's cultivation significantly in just 6 months. Moreover, due to the abundant spiritual energy, treasures abound within, presenting numerous opportunities. However, opportunity is often accompanied by danger. The secret realm is fraught with unknown perils, and the teleportation arrays within are random. This means that once you enter, you may not find yourself among the members of Lingyun Sect. Should you encounter individuals from Zishuan Sect, exercise caution. Contract beasts cannot be summoned within the secret realm, and you must rely solely on your own strength. Once we enter the secret realm, we will seek an opportunity to reunite. This was information that should have been conveyed to Jiang Ning long ago, but since she had rushed down the mountain after speaking with their master, he had not found the chance. Today, with her present, Su Ruofei decided to share what he knew and had personally experienced. Jiang Ning nodded eagerly, her spirit ignited, brimming with anticipation, a realm filled with opportunities and wonders. How thrilling it sounded. However, to prevent any unwitting individuals from disrupting her cultivation, she resolved to prepare some small gifts for everyone. What a courteous and kind-hearted person she is. Second senior brother, I shall take my leave now to continue my training. Goodbye, Jiang Ning declared, lifting her foot to depart with a decisive grace that momentarily caused Su Ruofei to forget there was someone else lying on the ground. Mimicking Jiang Ning, he raised his right hand and waved. But as the words goodbye escaped his lips, his hand froze mid-motion. Oh no, third junior brother. Su Ruofei immediately extended his hand in a gesture of concern towards the mountain's descent, calling out, junior sister. Your senior brother, from below, a distant and somewhat indistinct voice replied. No, it is your junior brother. Su Ruofei smiled wryly, realizing he had miscalculated. Time for cultivation always seemed to slip away swiftly. Sometimes, one could close their eyes and open them again to find a fortnight had passed. Jiang Ning had cultivated for a mere half-month. For the remainder, she confined herself to her room, tirelessly drawing talismans. It was prudent to be prepared, for one should never engage in battles without proper readiness. These were venerable traditions that must not be discarded. Resolutely, she dedicated herself to this task in the span of half a month. Jiang Ning meticulously crafted 500 formidable talismans, each name resonating with explosive potential, depleting her final vestiges of spiritual energy. Just for the stinking you for 10,000 years talisman, she had drawn 100 copies. She intended for those who sought to trouble her to enter fragrant and exit foul. Once they entered the secret realm, those who sought her would surely have an unforgettable experience. These talismans had yet to undergo any experimentation, aside from the first self-detonating one. The thought alone was exhilarating. If they yielded satisfactory results, she could set up a stall to sell them upon her return to the sect. She had never heard of such talismans being sold in the market. Perhaps they could even turn into a bestseller. As the month drew to a close, Jiang Ning's cultivation stabilized at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, with an unspoken inclination towards breaking into the golden core stage. She chose not to rush, deciding to postpone her advancement until after entering the secret realm. Ascending to the golden core stage would create considerable commotion, and her current identity was already sufficiently conspicuous. Adding the unprecedented title of a 16-year-old golden core would undoubtedly transform this secret realm experience into her personal battlefield. Concealing her cultivation at the initial foundation establishment stage, Jiang Ning arrived at the gathering place indicated by her second senior brother. In the square, 3 senior brothers, one clad in black, one in red, and one in white, waited, accompanied by 3 large avian magical beasts. Behind them stood 2 familiar figures, Wei Huaishu and Bai Qi junior sister. You've arrived, Mu Chuan greeted warmly, having not seen Jiang Ning for quite some time. Su Ruofei wore a sour expression, clearly displeased at the prospect of leaving the sect. Nian Shi regarded Jiang Ning with an odd expression, as this was their first encounter since Jiang Ning had injured him. The air was tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was adept at social interactions and effortlessly overlooked the uncomfortable atmosphere. Hello, senior brothers, she greeted with a sweet smile, which appeared particularly profound in Nian Shi's eyes. Umitbach, junior sister, you carry a heavy aura of malice. Upon your return from this secret realm, would you allow me to purify you? Jiang Ning, Su Ruofei, Mu Chuan, The three exchanged a silent glance before simultaneously exclaiming, "Get lost!" Shi leaned back, attempting to protest, but no buts. "Do you believe that if you dare lay a finger on junior sister, master won't strike you 8 times in a single day? Do you not think life is too bitter and wish to seek out the underworld?" Mu Chuan advised kindly. Shi sighed, casting a disappointed glance at Mu Chuan and Su Ruofei. "Alas, times have changed. I am no longer your most cherished junior brother. But fret not, Jiang Ning is also my junior sister. I shall not purify her as I would others. I am not that kind of person." The three wore expressions of disbelief. "No, you are. Shi, what of the most fundamental trust between individuals?" Chapter 49. By Qi's opening remarks, "Where is master? Is he not coming?" Jiang Ning surveyed the surroundings but saw no sign of Chu Tian, feeling puzzled. Before leaving, Chu Tian had instructed Su Ruofei not to inform Jiang Ning about his plans to visit Zixian. Claiming he wanted to surprise her, in reality, Su Ruofei knew that master was simply afraid of failing and embarrassing himself in front of his little disciple. It was true that master cared for his disciples, but he also valued his pride. Nevertheless, who could blame him for wanting to maintain his dignity as the most reliable disciple of Lingyun Sect? "Master has matters to attend to and will not be joining us this time. He instructed us to be cautious." Upon learning that master had business, Jiang Ning thought little of it and boarded the nearby flying magical beast with the three of them. Each sect had its own domesticated flying magical beasts, and Lingyun Sect's were these grand birds. She sat atop the avian creature, feeling the refreshing wind brush against her face. Jiang Ning stretched lazily. Suddenly, the bird soared closer, nearly sending her tumbling off with a flap of its wing. Grabbing onto the feathers beneath her, she turned to glare at the assailant. Yet again, it was Bai Qi. "What is wrong with you?" Jiang Ning questioned, having barely managed to stabilize herself. Why was this person so persistently troublesome? She could understand Wei Huaishu's presence for the cultivation experience. After all, he had magical prowess and was the most gifted disciple in the sect aside from her. Bai Qi, however, was here because of her lordly father? Bai Qi stood upright on the bird, her feet seemingly glued to the bird's back, exuding an air of superiority. As a direct disciple of Lingyun Sect, she lacked any semblance of decorum. If others from different sects were to witness this, they would undoubtedly mock Lingyun Sect for its lack of discipline. Bai Qi began speaking with an air of superiority, as if she looked down upon the entire world. "Jiang Ning, what? Has master passed the position of sect leader to you before leaving?" Jiang Ning plopped down comfortably, relishing her position. With so many people displeased with her, what did Bai Qi matter? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Bai Qi furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend how Jiang Ning could utter such rebellious remarks without a hint of concern. Did she not fear the sect leader's wrath? Of course not. The sect would never pass the leadership to me. Jiang Ning, do not speak nonsense. Oh, getting flustered. Are we? Jiang Ning leaned back, resting her hands behind her head, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Qi. Since the sect had not bestowed the leadership upon her, why was she meddling so much? This Bai Qi, did she not tire of her own life? She envied those better than her and looked down upon those inferior. While strict with herself, she also sought to impose her dissatisfaction upon others. Was she not merely inviting trouble upon herself? Bai Qi grew increasingly flushed with anger from Jiang Ning's retorts, her face beet red. She attempted to retort, but Jiang Ning had already closed her eyes, lying back and humming an unknown tune, refusing to engage. Frustrated, Bai Qi turned away, scanning the remaining individuals before finally fixing her gaze on Su Ruofei. She had heard of Nian Shi's reputation as a peculiar individual who delighted in turning people into fools, and she dared not approach him. As for Mu Chuan, she had heard he was the one who brought Jiang Ning into the sect, suggesting they shared a close bond. Thus, her only target left was Su Ruofei. Having heard that Su Ruofei was aloof and indifferent towards everyone, he would surely disapprove of Jiang Ning's behavior, which tarnished the sect's image. If she could sow discord between them, it would be ideal. Regardless of Lingyun Sect's past, now that she was a disciple, it must uphold a pristine reputation. Otherwise, how could she bear the shame? Bai Qi directed the flying beast carefully to hover beside Su Ruofei, entirely shedding her earlier wild demeanor. Then, she gracefully landed beside him. Su Ruofei sat atop the avian creature, casting a dispassionate glance at the uninvited woman. The moment she landed, he pulled out a square piece of white cloth from his storage ring, tossing it down to lay 2 meters away from him. Fortunately, the flying beast was of considerable size. Even so, the cloth nearly brushed against the creature's rear. "Stand there," Su Ruofei said, extending his slender finger toward the white cloth atop the bird's backside. His expression and tone revealed no disdain, yet for some reason, an unmistakable air of contempt lingered. Jiang Ning, perched on the magical beast behind, was nearly doubled over with laughter. Of all people, why did Bai Qi choose to provoke the second senior brother? His pursuit of beauty was even more fervent than hers. Though he appeared approachable, the truth was, among all the brothers, he was the least accessible. This was Bai Qi's first close encounter with Su Ruofei. She had always seen him from a distance and knew he was handsome, but she had not anticipated him to be so extraordinarily captivating. Dressed entirely in red, he bore no trace of the world's trivialities, and when he raised his gaze, he seemed like a celestial being. Transcending the mundane, Bai Qi was momentarily entranced. Forgetting to react, Su Ruofei cast a sidelong glance at her. His gaze was exceedingly gentle, yet in this unexpected moment, the underlying chill in his eyes felt like a sharp dagger, sending shivers down Bai Qi's spine. "Good," she muttered, her feet moving uncontrollably towards the white cloth. Finally standing upon it, Su Ruofei appeared satisfied. "What is it that you desire?" he inquired, his voice as cold as ever. Bai Qi originally intended to report Jiang Ning, but upon catching sight of Su Ruofei, her words evaporated, leaving behind only a gaze brimming with adoration. "Second senior brother, I am Bai Qi. We are all from the same sect. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. My father is the lord of Lingyun City." Bai Qi's voice dwindled to a whisper, her face reddening as if it were about to bleed. Exuding an aura of shyness, Su Ruofei, however, rhythmically tapped his fingers against his knee, seemingly oblivious to her words. He had encountered many women like Bai Qi before, each enchanted by his boundless charm. Yet none had managed to maintain their composure upon beholding his divine countenance, except, of course, for his junior sister. Indeed, Bai Qi's reaction was deemed entirely normal. After spending so much time with Jiang Ning, he began to suspect that his universally appealing visage might be losing its allure. Standing atop a magical beast with Bai Qi, Su Ruofei felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Since there was nothing amiss, he decided it was best to return. With a slight lift of his hand, Bai Qi felt as though both she and the fabric beneath her feet had taken flight, only to find herself back on her own flying beast moments later. Following this, Su Ruofei performed a cleansing spell, tidying the area where Bai Qi had stood, which provided him with a measure of comfort. Chapter 50. Encountering Zhang Yuan again, sisterly affection back on her magical beast. Bai Qi continued to savor the nuances of Su Ruofei's every expression and smile. She felt as though her steps were unsteady, her heart racing fervently, even harboring an impulse to scream without regard for her image. "Ah, second senior brother is just too gentle." Not only did he personally escort her back, but he also gifted her a piece of exquisite silk. Could it be that second senior brother has feelings for me? With this thought, Bai Qi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she delicately tucked away the precious piece of fabric. This time, when venturing into the secret realm, she vowed to be the first to find second senior brother. After half a year, she firmly believed that her beauty and status would surely make him utterly devoted to her. After all, she was the daughter of the lord of Lingyun town. No one could refuse her. Not even Su Ruofei. 2 days later, the group arrived at the entrance of the chiefing's secret realm, where elders from various sects had long awaited their arrival. Jiang Ning and her companions arrived neither early nor late. Yet they undeniably constituted the most captivating assembly. Mu Chuan maintained a low profile, even donning the most inconspicuous black attire. Upon dismounting from his magical beast, he quietly positioned himself behind the elders. Unless one was acquainted with him, they would hardly notice his presence. In stark contrast stood Su Ruofei. Compared to the reserved and steady Mu Chuan, Su Ruofei resembled a flamboyant peacock, reveling in the cheers and accolades of the crowd. The moment he touched down, he flicked open his folding fan, complemented by a devil-may-care grin that rendered many female disciples weak in the knees, clutching their companions for support. It's Su Ruofei. He looked at me. Nonsense. He was clearly gazing at me. The mere thought of spending half a year with Su Ruofei made one girl daydream about names for their future children. Thinking of having children with Su Ruofei? Good luck waiting in line. As Su Ruofei made his entrance, a throng of infatuated admirers surrounded him, resembling a pack of wolves ready to pounce. The elders of Lingyun Sect appeared weary, jostled about in the melee. After deflecting an unknown number of hidden weapons launched amidst the chaos, Jiang Ning could no longer contain her frustration. "Second senior brother, if there's ever a fire, please do not attempt to rescue anyone." Jiang Ning gritted her teeth, her tone icied. Su Rufei turned in confusion, questioning the meaning of her words. Because you're too hot? You'll only stoke the flames, Su Rufei. What on earth is going on in that little head of yours? All right, senior brother will have them disperse. Indeed, his junior sister had finally recognized his allure. Was she beginning to feel jealous? From now on, he would simply have to cherish her more. Before Su Rufei could usher the female disciples away, they were summoned back by their respective masters, who felt embarrassed by the scene. In an instant, the entrance of the chiefing's secret realm erupted with a cacophony of reprimands and excuses, descending into utter chaos. However, the elders had grown accustomed to this. Ever since Chu Tian had taken Su Rufei under his wing, the hearts of their female disciples had soared. They had no doubt that, should Su Rufei beckon them to betray their sect, they would do so without a moment's hesitation. Curse that Chu Tian. His tactics were truly underhanded, employing the allure of a handsome man. What a dirty trick! Amidst the crowd, a delicate figure had been fixated on Jiang Ning since her appearance. Her gaze inscrutable. Jiang Ning sensed this chilling stare and abruptly raised her head to look. Jiang Yuan had not yet concealed the hatred flickering in her eyes when Jiang Ning caught her gaze, causing her to momentarily panic. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Why should she fear a mere waste? A person she had dominated since childhood. What could possibly come of someone with a decent talent? Jiang Yuan soon resumed her guise of innocence, her face lighting up as she gazed at Jiang Ning. Had one not known her true nature, one might have believed her expression reflected that of a long-lost sister. Jiang Yuan was fond of playing the part of the victim. How fortuitous that Jiang Ning relished treading the paths of others, leaving them with no escape. Sister, it is such a joy to see you. I have missed you dearly. Jiang Ning parted the crowd, striding confidently toward Jiang Yuan, extending her hand. In the midst of Jiang Yuan's bewildered expression, she quickly embraced her, releasing her just as swiftly. Jiang Yuan was genuinely taken aback. Jiang Ning, had she lost her memory? Their relationship could not possibly be so amicable, could it? What she failed to notice was Jiang Ning, after releasing her, disdainfully hiding her hands behind her back, vigorously rubbing them against her clothing. Were it not for the need to affix a talisman to Jiang Yuan, she would never have embraced her. Jiang Yuan, momentarily dazed, nodded in silence, feeling lost as her words were preempted by Jiang Ning. Leaving her somewhat perplexed, Jiang Ning continued to play the role of the innocent flower, pouting her lips in feigned distress, querying pitifully, Sister, why do you look so displeased upon seeing me? Do you not miss me? It must be said that the feng shui of Lingyun Sect was indeed nurturing. Originally imbued with a saintly aura, Jiang Yuan, upon joining Lingyun Sect, seemed to amplify that air of purity 1,000-fold. Clad in a pristine white gown, her hair simply styled, devoid of ostentation, she radiated an aura of innocence that stirred a protective instinct in others. Yet it felt overly contrived, evoking a sense of revulsion. Jiang Yuan's lips quivered. She too wished to express that she missed Jiang Ning, but upon witnessing the mischievous smirk on Jiang Ning's face, she found herself unable to voice it, even feeling the urge to strike her. How could she so effortlessly utter such words of longing after severing her own tendons? Was this person devoid of shame? Wei Huaishu had somehow gravitated to Jiang Ning's side, sporting an antiquated expression as he boomed. Jiang Ning, this is your fault. If she doesn't miss you, why must you pressure her? If she truly regarded Jiang Ning as a sister, would she have allowed a bounty to be placed on her head? Most onlookers had been focused on Jiang Ning, but upon hearing Wei Huaishu's proclamation, they began to connect the dots. Indeed, if Jiang Yuan genuinely thought of Jiang Ning as a sister, how could she permit such a decree? In that moment, the rumors Jiang Ning had spread began to take effect. Instantly, the gazes directed at Jiang Yuan brimmed with skepticism. This Jiang Yuan seemed far from the gentle and benevolent figure portrayed in public discourse. Jiang Yuan sensed the scrutiny of the crowd, her teeth grinding in frustration. That foolish Jiang Ning, when did she become so articulate? She harbored suspicions that the rumors she had heard were, in fact, the handiwork of Jiang Ning. Ninger, you jest. How could my sister not miss you? The bounty was the master's decision, and I did advise him against it, but he dotes on me and refuses to let me suffer any grievances. Once this trial concludes, I shall certainly persuade the master to revoke the bounty. Chapter 51. With such a constitution, perhaps cultivation is not for you with over a decade of nurturing her saintly persona. Jiang Yuan effortlessly drew Jiang Ning back to those days filled with unarticulated grievances. Regardless of how much time had elapsed, merely recalling those days would stir an inexplicable heaviness in the heart. Even if she had not personally endured them, The memory she possessed allowed her to empathize deeply. Observing Jiang Ning's silence, Jiang Yuan assumed she was once again at a loss for words. A smug smile gracing her lips. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Ning would always serve as her stepping stone, forever beneath her heel. Even if she could cultivate, what of it? She remained as foolish as ever. In a heartbeat, Jiang Yuan resumed her sisterly facade, taking a couple of steps forward, extending her hand as though to grasp Jiang Ning's. However, at that very moment, unnoticed by anyone, a subtle violet glow flickered around her. As the light dimmed, Jiang Yuan felt as though she had stepped on something, causing her to tumble directly toward Jiang Ning. Jiang Yuan's face drained of color. This sudden turn of events was utterly unforeseen. Who would have thought that a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator would trip over her own feet? Jiang Ning stood before Jiang Yuan, and while everyone anticipated her instinctive reaction to catch her, to their astonishment, Jiang Ning leapt aside. She simply jumped away. With a thud, the sound echoed, and silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes turned toward the now disheveled Jiang Yuan, who had fallen in a most undignified manner. And the nimble Jiang Ning, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding scene, as the fiery pain radiated through her body, Jiang Yuan seethed, "Damn you, Jiang Ning. You must be cursing me." However, this was not the most embarrassing moment. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to shift the blame for her fall onto Jiang Ning, she suddenly saw Jiang Ning raise her hands high, and an ominous premonition surged within her heart. "Indeed, sister, I know you resent me for accidentally hurting you, but it was not intentional. I have suffered greatly due to the bounty on my head for so long. Haven't you calmed down yet? Why do you wish to frame me?" Jiang Yuan had truly fallen, her arm crashing against the stone, causing her immense pain. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is framing you?" Jiang Yuan's eyes glimmered with barely contained fury. Nearly breaking her composure, she had not uttered a word. How had it become an accusation of intending to frame her? Although she had entertained such thoughts, she had not yet voiced them. How could that wretched woman possibly know? Could she read minds? Jiang Ning, observing Jiang Yuan's expression, discerned her thoughts. She scoffed internally, believing she was merely repaying Jiang Yuan for the misdeeds she had inflicted upon her in the past. Yet Jiang Yuan could not bear it. The days ahead were long. She would ensure Jiang Yuan thoroughly experienced the suffering she had once endured. Jiang Ning, lacking other redeeming qualities, was indeed petty, vengeful, and unforgiving. She had no right to forgive Jiang Ning. She would live her life splendidly, ensuring the culprit, Jiang Yuan, could not continue to live happily in her old ways. Jiang Ning suppressed her cold smile, raising her hands in a seemingly urgent explanation to those surrounding them. "You all saw it. I did not touch her. She fell on her own, sister. If you have such a frail constitution, perhaps you should abandon the pursuit of immortality." At this, Jiang Ning pouted, wearing a guise of sincere suggestion, nearly infuriating Jiang Yuan to the point of explosion. Indeed, having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, she still managed to fall flat on the ground. Was this not framing? Jiang Ning's words drew laughter from the crowd. Given her constitution, it would indeed be better to give up on becoming an immortal. Did this not bring shame upon their sect? Jiang Yuan, confronted by the mocking gazes of the crowd, felt a burning humiliation that made her wish to sink into the ground. Those present were all distinguished members from various sects, direct disciples, and naturally looked down upon Jiang Yuan's pretentious demeanor, acting one way to her face and another behind her back, at this moment. No one thought to help her, leaving her to wallow in her embarrassing state on the ground. Everyone was joyfully watching the spectacle unfold. When Yun Xian noticed that something was amiss, he rushed over first, gently assisting Jiang Yuan to her feet. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Yun Xian anxiously checked if Jiang Yuan had sustained any injuries, his demeanor unmistakably doting. Upon seeing Yun Xian, Jiang Yuan could no longer contain her emotions. Her eyes instantly turning red with grievance. "Senior brother, I'm fine. It's not Ninger's fault. It was my own carelessness." Witnessing Jiang Yuan's unchanged bad habit of taking the blame, Jiang Ning rolled her eyes in exasperation. This person truly was something else. Yet, to her dismay, there were fools who fell for her act. Yun Xian, unaware of the events transpiring nearby, upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words and noticing Jiang Ning closest to her, immediately fixed a fierce glare upon Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, how could you repeatedly harm your sister, who is innocent? Your wicked heart deserves punishment." Yun Xian no longer bore the facade of propriety he had shown when he first met Jiang Ning. Now, His eyes were filled with concern solely for Jiang Yuan, as if nothing else mattered. Jiang Ning stroked her chin. Had the wheels of fate begun to turn so swiftly? Ultimately, Yun Xian had indeed chosen this path of infatuation. Yun Xian drew his sword, pointing it at Jiang Ning, ready to strike. Anyone who dared to bully his junior sister deserved death. However, at this critical juncture, a folding fan swiftly unfurled, interposing itself between the two. It was Su Ruofei. The training has yet to commence, and your temper flares already? Yun Xian, do you think there is no one in Lingyun Sect? Su Ruofei stood before Jiang Ning, firmly blocking her figure. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, he seemed to ask Yun Xian if he had eaten today. Yet his eyes radiated a palpable danger. I observe that your aura is dark, indicating calamity within 3 days. Do you require my assistance to avert this misfortune? Nian Shi, with his handsome face, stood compassionately beside Su Ruofei. Yun Xian, if you wish to bully my junior sister, you must first pass through me. Mu Chuan brandished his massive purple-gold hammer, positioning himself to Su Ruofei's left. Jiang Ning gazed upon the 3 towering figures shielding her, inexplicably feeling a pang in her nose. It felt as though a small sun had been pressed into her chest, warming her heart while causing a slight ache. These individuals, who clearly could not best Yun Xian, still stood resolutely before her to protect her. To say she was not moved would be a lie. Regardless of how powerful the Zishuan sect might be, in this moment, she vowed in her heart, she would undoubtedly protect her 3 senior brothers, allowing no one to harm them. Chapter 52. You can't buy misfortune or deception. As the confrontation threatened to escalate, Jiang Yuan wished to avoid amplifying this embarrassing affair and gently tugged at Yun Xian's sleeve with her delicate hand. Senior brother, it's all right. It was truly my fault for falling, not Ninger's. Before Yun Xian could respond, she turned to Jiang Ning, feigning a pitiful tone. Ninger, since the last incident, our parents have been ill from worry because of you. Although they are angry, they still care about you. After all, blood is thicker than water. They no longer blame you. If you have time, you should visit them. Jiang Yuan understood how deeply Jiang Ning harbored resentment towards the Jiang family after learning the truth. Otherwise, she would not have acted so ruthlessly. Jiang Ning was impulsive. Jiang Yuan believed that by saying this, she would provoke Jiang Ning's rebellious spirit, prompting her to publicly utter words of disrespect. After all, Jiang Ning had always been this way. She did not believe she could change so drastically in such a short time. If Jiang Ning publicly argued with her, it would solidify the image of her arrogance, allowing Jiang Yuan to comfort and persuade her, thus salvaging her reputation. Was it not always like this? No one ever believed Jiang Ning's words. They only believed their own. Yet, this time, Jiang Ning's response was entirely unexpected. She did not play by the rules. Oh, how delightful. Jiang Ning smiled sweetly, her expression radiating willingness. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, asking blankly, what do you mean? Jiang Ning peered out from behind Su Ruofei. Her expression one of feigned sympathy directed at Jiang Yuan. Sister, I truly mean it. Perhaps we should abandon the pursuit of immortality. Not only can your legs not obey you, but your hearing seems impaired as well. Did you not ask me to visit our parents? How could you forget your own words so quickly? Or is it that your words were mere pleasantries, and you do not genuinely feel that way? Jiang Yuan. For a moment, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to refute Jiang Ning's claims of impaired hearing or to address the accusation of her words being insincere. Jiang Ning's face was obscured by her senior brothers, leaving others unable to see. Standing in the safest position, she provocatively displayed a mischievous expression towards Jiang Yuan. She was doing this on purpose. As for the Jiang family, those who wished to return could do so. She would certainly not. However, agreeing to it wouldn't be detrimental. Who could say if she would actually return? Why argue with someone harboring ulterior motives and intent on causing you harm? Was it not childish? Nonetheless, appearances had to be maintained, as the Yu family was keeping a close watch on her. She needed to continue to uphold the facade of a good relationship with the Jiang family. Jiang Yuan had not anticipated that Jiang Ning would become so shameless, leaving her momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the sound of a deep, ancient drum reverberated, instantly drawing everyone's attention to the entrance of the Qifeng secret realm. After 3 drumbeats, the secret realm would officially open. Given your apparent danger, we should meet at the exit after entering. If you encounter any peril, hide first. Understood. Su Ruofei expressed concern that Yun Xian might retaliate against Jiang Ning and suggested they convene before proceeding together. However, coordinating a meeting would prove challenging. The terrain within the secret realm was complex, and the teleportation locations were random. Sometimes, one might not see their fellow disciples for half a year due to bad luck. Yet, for Jiang Ning, this was an exceedingly simple task. She pulled out a thick stack of talismans from her waist and generously handed a bunch to each of the 3 senior brothers. These are talismans I drew during this time, called 1,000 miles of connection. Regardless of the distance, they will sense each other's presence. With these, we can quickly locate one another. Jiang Ning extracted 4 talismans from the stack and affixed them onto herself and her 3 senior brothers. Wei Huaishu, with a sneaky demeanor, approached, extending his hand with an innocent expression. I want one too. Jiang Ning shot him a glare but still placed a talisman on him. Beside them, Bai Qi scoffed, shameless, Wei Huaishu. I'm willing. If you want to keep your dignity, then don't take the talisman, Bai Qi retorted. I've never heard of such a talisman. Its effectiveness is uncertain, so I won't take it. Whoever wants it is a dog. Bai Qi, that insufferable man. As the talismans were affixed to everyone, a crimson glow flashed, transforming into red threads that tied around their wrists before vanishing. After explaining the usage of the talismans, Jiang Ning left a trace of each person's aura on the red threads. This will suffice. Once we enter the secret realm, the red threads will guide us to one another. Is it truly that miraculous? Not only had the 4 never encountered such an extraordinary talisman, but even the other disciples from various sects waiting to enter the secret realm had never heard of it. Is this real? Is there truly such a talisman? What is its name, and why have I never heard of it before? The speaker is Bai Shan, the 3rd direct disciple of the Lingyun Sect, a talisman master himself. He has never encountered such a trivial talisman. Nonetheless, it must be said that this type of talisman is indeed quite practical in secret realms. This fellow cultivator, I am Bai Shan from the Lingyun Sect. Do you have any spare of these talismans? Might you sell me a few? Bai Shan is a gentle and refined young man, exuding an innate warmth and upbringing that instantly endears him to Jiang Ning. Yes, how many do you require? However, these talismans are rather expensive. Are you certain? Bai Shan, how expensive? 200 high-grade spirit stones, and you won't be at a loss or deceived. Upon hearing 200 spirit stones, Bai Shan was first taken aback, then nodded earnestly. Such a miraculous talisman must indeed be worth that much. I would like 5 with that. Bai Shan directly produced a spirit stone card from his storage bag and handed it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning accepted it, smiling brightly. Thank you for your patronage. As my first customer, I shall gift you an additional talisman for your wishes to come true. Should you wish to purchase talismans in the future, do seek me out. Bai Shan, holding the 6 talismans in his hand, felt the abundant spiritual energy within them. They did not seem counterfeit. Thank you. You are a good person. To gift such precious talismans so readily. Jiang Ning is surprisingly generous. Little does he know, Jiang Ning is secretly amused. The total cost for these talisman papers and inks was less than 100 medium-grade spirit stones, having recouped her investment with just 1 talisman. This transaction is remarkably profitable. At that moment, the drums sounded for the 2nd time, and as Bai Shan affixed the talismans onto his fellow disciples, those who were still observing began to feel reassured. Bai Shan is a distinguished talisman master among the younger generation. If he believes in Jiang Ning's talismans, it signifies their genuine utility. Jiang Ning, I also want 2. Jiang Ning, give me 3, soon. Jiang Ning's hands were overflowing with spirit stone cards. Her smile radiant. Do not rush, one at a time. I still have. In the ranks of the Zixuan sect, Lin Feng turned to Yun Xian and said, Brother, shall we also purchase a few? Chapter 53. The fate of the Zixuan sect's direct disciples. Lin Feng is the 3rd direct disciple of the Zixuan sect's leader, making him Jiang Yuan's 3rd senior brother. With a refreshing short hairstyle, a hint of youthful innocence graces his face, and when he smiles, 2 dimples appear, revealing small tiger teeth at the corners of his mouth. He is a clean and pure youth, akin to the fresh spring snow. As he spoke, Jiang Ning noticed him immediately. Su Ruofei stood beside her, introducing the identities across from them. That is Lin Feng, a direct disciple of the Zixuan sect, ranked 3rd. You have already met Yun Xian. The other is Lu Ci. All 3 possess peak foundational cultivation. Particularly, Lu Ci is a cultivation fanatic, rumored to be a potential candidate for becoming the first cultivator on the continent to advance to the Golden Core stage before the age of 20. The Golden Core stage represents a watershed for cultivators, marking the transition into mastery. Some individuals lacking talent may never reach this stage in their lifetime. Yet, despite hearing such high-level cultivation and talent from Su Ruofei, Jiang Ning felt no envy. Rather, she felt a sense of indifference. Well, when it comes to narcissism, who can surpass the 2nd senior brother? If one wishes for him to praise someone, it would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Jiang Ning gazed at the spirited disciples of the Zixuan sect, recalling their fates in the book. Aside from Yun Xian, The one who met the most tragic end was Lin Feng. Before Jiang Yuan's arrival, Lin Feng was the youngest and the beloved of the Lingyun Sect. Fortunately, his heart was pure, and he did not harbor jealousy upon Jiang Yuan's arrival. Instead, he cherished this junior sister. Yet, this simple and sunny youth met a tragic fate during an expedition with Jiang Yuan, where she, in a bid to save herself, pushed him into an abyss. Although cliffs in novels often do not claim lives, the bottom was filled with toxins and inhabited by a peculiar old man. After rescuing Lin Feng, the old man subjected him to inhumane transformations, using his body to nurture various poisonous creatures, even amputating his limbs and replacing them with those of a venomous beast. When Lin Feng reappeared a year later, he had become a grotesque creature, neither human nor ghost. Ultimately, in tears, Lin Feng charged onto Lu Ci's sword, ending his own life. After his death, Lu Ci recognized him by the birthmark behind his ear. Of course, Lu Ci's fate did not fare much better. As a cultivation fanatic, before Jiang Yuan entered the sect, he focused solely on cultivation. After her arrival, his attention was divided between cultivation and his little junior sister. After inadvertently causing Lin Feng's death, his heart was shattered, and he could no longer concentrate on his cultivation, leading to a steep decline in his abilities. Eventually, Jiang Yuan drained him of his last ounce of value. Forcibly extracting his spiritual root and utilizing a secret technique to devour it in his final moments, he expressed gratitude to his little junior sister for granting him release, unaware that the true instigator of it all was his seemingly innocent little junior sister. Tisk, indeed, it was a wise choice to keep my distance from Jiang Yuan from the very beginning. Those who draw near to the protagonist seldom meet a good end. Jiang Yuan is the type who, in pursuit of her goals, would sacrifice anyone, even those who treat her well. After receiving the nod of consent from his senior brother, Lin Feng eagerly approached Jiang Ning with his spirit stone card. Jiang Ning, I want 4 talismans. Lin Feng is indeed an adorable young lad, flashing a smile that reveals 8 dazzling white teeth, his eyes sparkling with innocence. Gazing at his pure and unguarded smile, Jiang Ning found herself momentarily entranced. It is difficult to imagine that such a delightful youth would eventually become so monstrous. All are proud children of heaven. Who could bear such a fate? Jiang Ning? Lin Feng called again, waving his hand in front of her. Jiang Ning snapped back to reality, glanced at the spirit stone card in his hand, then at Jiang Yuan, and casually replied, not enough. Sympathy aside, business is business. When it comes to profit, even she fears herself. Lin Feng, the adorable one? A talisman costs 200 high-grade spirit stones, right? I want 4. Here are 800 high-grade spirit stones. So what is lacking? Are you planning to raise the price on the spot? Do not slander me. When did I ever claim that a talisman costs 200 high-grade spirit stones? Jiang Ning replied coolly, sensing that the time was nearly up, kindly reminding him. The secret realm is about to begin. If you wish to buy, you should hurry. Once this village passes, there will be no such shop. Lin Feng's face flushed with anger. How could this woman be so brazenly deceitful? But you just said that 200 high-grade spirit stones wouldn't lead to a loss or deception. Right. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Naturally, you only heard the first part. There is also the latter part. Put together, it means 200 high-grade spirit stones won't lead to a loss or deception because it requires 500 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng. No wonder my junior sister loses her composure whenever she mentions Jiang Ning. Who wouldn't go mad? As the time approached, Lin Feng turned back and immediately caught sight of his junior sister's eager expression. All right, I will buy 2. The spirit stone card given by his senior brother contained 800 spirit stones. Adding 200 of his own would be just enough to purchase 2. He decided to give them to his senior brother and junior sister, as his junior sister was still weak from her previous injuries, and his senior brother could protect her. Observing that Jiang Ning had not moved, Lin Feng's heart sank again. In a way, no way, are you going to play tricks again? If you try to trick me again, I might really get angry, Lin Feng huffed, glaring at Jiang Ning with wide eyes. How far will this Jiang Ning go? If she dares to change her mind again, then he will not buy any more. Lin Feng stood with his hands on his hips, angrily glaring at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning snatched the card from his hand, smiling. Thank you for your patronage. Here are your talismans. Holding the 2 talismans he had just obtained, Lin Feng felt a mix of warmth and frustration. Though he had acquired the talismans, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He resolved to keep his distance from Jiang Ning in the future. This person was too annoying. Lin Feng approached eagerly but left feeling disgruntled, taking away 2 talismans while leaving behind 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Just from his departing figure, one could sense his grievance. After the disciples of the Lingyun Sect completed their talisman purchases, they stood beside the Lingyun Sect, observing the scene with a mix of sentiments. It seems the rumors of discord between the Lingyun Sect and the Zishuan Sect are indeed true. It is not merely a matter of poor relations, but rather one of enmity. Does the Lingyun Sect not fear retaliation from the Zishuan Sect? Dong, the ancient bell told once more. And the previously tranquil air transformed into an ethereal vortex, drawing in everything that approached. Junior sister, we shall meet in the secret realm. After sending Jiang Ning into the secret realm, Mu Chuan and his companions followed closely behind. Entering the secret realm one after another. Chapter 54. Entering the secret realm, death ground as the light and shadow before her flickered. When Jiang Ning opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in an unfamiliar land. Ugh, upon landing, she clung to a nearby rock, retching violently down no matter how much time passed or how high her cultivation. Her tendency to get dizzy in such situations remained unchanged, however, with her level of cultivation. It shouldn't be this severe. Once Jiang Ning regained her composure, she began to survey her surroundings. Upon seeing the environment, it felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her heart sank. No way, no way, what are the odds that I would encounter this? Jiang Ning wandered aimlessly for 2 laps. Her eyes met with a desolate landscape, a realm of silent, lifeless mountains stretching endlessly. Towering boulders lay scattered about, devoid of any greenery. Not even the remnants of dried foliage were present, only the stark, bare stones in varying heights and peculiar shapes. Jiang Ning pondered. Could it be that this one in a million chance has truly befallen her? Should she regard it as a stroke of good fortune, or a cruel twist of fate? Prior to the opening of the secret realm, her 3 senior brothers had enlightened her regarding its conditions. The realm was divided into 5 distinct areas: Spring Realm, Summer Realm, Autumn Realm, Winter Realm, and a place known as the Dead Zone. The Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter realms represented the cyclical shifts of the seasons, where dangers intertwined with opportunities and spiritual energy flourished abundantly. However, the most inscrutable aspect of this secret realm was undoubtedly the Dead Zone. Not only was it shrouded in mystery, but as the elders warned, it could remain closed for centuries. There, no spiritual energy existed. It was barren and harbored untold, terrifying dangers. Previous disciples who had ventured into the Dead Zone and managed to escape all fell into madness. Thus, the Dead Zone was steeped in terrifying rumors, its true horrors remaining a mystery to all. Jiang Ning attempted to channel her essence into the red line on her wrist, which flickered twice before shattering. Jiang Ning, no spiritual energy, and I cannot use talismans. Why does this sensation feel so familiar? Were it not for her cultivation still intact, Jiang Ning might have doubted whether she had been sent back to her homeland. Since she was here, she resolved to make the best of it, taking one step at a time in search of an exit. Jiang Ning was not one to easily bemoan her fate. Yet even the vigilant companions in her contract space, the cautious and the swift, had fallen silent here. This profound solitude, as if she were the sole inhabitant of the world, weighed heavily upon her. Wandering aimlessly amidst the endless stones, she lost track of time until, parched and weary, she finally heard the sound of voices. In that instant, Jiang Ning was nearly overcome with joy. She was not particularly loquacious. Yet at that moment, she longed for conversation. Cautiously, she maneuvered behind a large rock, peeking out to observe the speakers. Until she discerned their identities, she would not dare to take risks. She wondered where the young lady had hidden herself. 5 days had passed, and if they could not find her soon, would the master not be furious enough to strip their skins? You say the young lady, but isn't marriage and childbearing a universal expectation? What woman does not marry and bear children? Yet she insists on claiming to be part of some non-marriage, dink, double income no kids, group. Ever since the young lady fell into the water and awakened, her mind seems to have been altered. Hush, did not the master say never to mention that again? Do you wish to lose your head? Well then, let us hurry and find her. Ah, the lady they speak of. Could she be from the same hometown? Non-marriage, dink. Such terms do not exist in Qingyuan continent. Jiang Ning scrutinized the 2 individuals, discovering they bore no trace of spiritual energy. They appeared to be mere mortals. That simplifies matters. Just as the 3 prepared to depart, Jiang Ning boldly stepped forth. Excuse me, are you in search of someone? The 3 servants were startled by her voice, turning their heads in unison. However, as soon as they recognized Jiang Ning, expressions of joy lit their faces. Jiang Ning, I have an unsettling premonition. Indeed. Once they discerned her features, they rushed towards her as if they had spotted a long-lost relative. their faces painted with astonishment and elation. "Young lady, where have you been these past few days? We have searched high and low for you. Indeed, you left home without a word, and the master has been distraught. Young lady, please return with us. If you just appease the master, he will surely forgive you." Listening to the incessant chatter, Jiang Ning felt utterly bewildered. Had she inadvertently encountered the lady they referred to? Jiang Ning touched her face in disbelief, pondering how her visage could be considered anything but unique. It was one thing to resemble the original Jiang Ning, but how could this unidentified lady also bear an uncanny likeness? Observing the expressions of the three, she pointed to her face, questioning, "Are you certain I am the young lady you speak of?" Servant 1. "I nearly forgot. Since the incident in the water, the young lady has lost many memories. It is far too dangerous for you to be out here. You should return to the estate with us. What do you think?" Everything in the dead zone was an enigma to Jiang Ning. Choosing between the unknowns of solitude and the unknowns of company, she decisively opted for the latter. "Very well, I shall accompany you back." Her sole desire at that moment was to escape this desolate wasteland. Upon hearing the young lady's willingness to return, the servants visibly relaxed, their expressions revealing surprise. Today, the young lady seemed particularly amiable. Ever since her awakening, she had been intent on fleeing, and even when they found her, she resisted going back with them. This was indeed a rarity. Following the three down the mountain, Jiang Ning noticed a peculiar rhythm to their steps. She observed carefully, maintaining pace with them, while contemplating how to extract information. "You say I am your young lady. Then tell me, what is my name, and what is my identity?" Fortunately, the trio had grown accustomed to the young lady's recent oddities and found nothing amiss. "The young lady is the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, and the master is the clan leader. You are, of course, our young clan leader." Young clan leader? The term rolled around in Jiang Ning's mind, suddenly revealing a peculiar thought. If she were the young clan leader, why would she be expected to marry? Chapter 55. The Betrothed. Even without having been a young clan leader before, Jiang Ning understood the implications of the title. A young clan leader was the future leader of the clan. Such a person could hardly be easily wed. Moreover, from their tone, it seemed that the so-called master was quite eager. The servants, upon hearing Jiang Ning's inquiry, displayed no change in demeanor, perceiving the matter as entirely natural. "What of it? The master has decreed that a young lady should stay at home, supporting her husband and raising children. The reason you were appointed as young clan leader was due to the master having no sons. Now that the second young master has arrived, you are merely fulfilling your duties as a woman." The notion of a woman's mission, supporting a husband and raising children, from these two phrases alone, Jiang Ning could ascertain that there was a profound bias against women in this society. On the way back, Jiang Ning fell silent. She meticulously memorized the surroundings for future reference. After approximately an hour of travel, she finally spotted a town-like settlement at the foot of the mountain, letting out a sigh of relief. She genuinely feared she would have to endure half a year in this desolate wilderness. Even the kindest souls would go mad. The town exuded an ancient charm, with few pedestrians on the roads, each greeting Jiang Ning with simple smiles as they passed. "Ah, the young lady has returned. With the wedding approaching, are you feeling anxious? Yin Heng is a fine young man. You will enjoy a life of endless blessings once you marry him." Jiang Ning chose to ignore the comments around her. Wearing a face of indifference, blessings, would one truly desire such blessings? Soon, they arrived at the ancestral residence of the Jiang family. Though it lacked the grandeur of the Jiang family in Qingwen continent, it was still quite substantial and extravagantly adorned within this town. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Jiang Ning immediately sensed a stifling atmosphere, as if a storm were brewing. After being led into a room by the servants, they exited, closing the door behind them. Inside were four individuals. Seated prominently in the center was a tall, imposing middle-aged man, his stern gaze fixed upon her with evident ire. The deep furrow between his brows suggested a man accustomed to seriousness. To his right sat a middle-aged man and woman, accompanied by a young man. This assembly did not bode well. Jiang Ning clicked her tongue, suddenly finding the situation rather intriguing family intrigue. She had never played such a game before. How exhilarating! Observing Jiang Ning's unexpected smile, Jiang Hongtian was seething with rage. "So you do know how to come back. Why not perish out there instead?" Jiang Hongtian slammed his palm on the nearby table, causing the cups to tremble violently. It was clear he was genuinely furious. As she still could not ascertain the circumstances surrounding her, Jiang Ning decided to play along with these individuals for the time being. Perhaps there were hidden layers yet to be uncovered? Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, regarding the middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to her, and inquired, "You? are my father?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongtian felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His face turning crimson in front of the in-laws. This rebellious daughter was uttering such absurdities. "You wretched girl, you do not even recognize your own father? If you continue to roam about, will you forget your own surname as well?" Jiang Hongtian stood abruptly, seizing a bamboo strip from the table, intending to strike Jiang Ning. However, Jiang Ning had already confirmed that these individuals were mere mortals. A simple bamboo strip did not incite fear in her. As she raised her hand, attempting to grasp the bamboo stick, a searing sensation shot through her arm, striking her with an intensity that seemed to pierce her very skull. Jiang Ning was momentarily dazed. What on earth was happening? Instinctively, she launched an attack towards Jiang Hongtian, but her strike was repelled as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall, thwarted by an unseen force before it could even reach him. Jiang Ning. Refusing to be deterred, she continued her assault on Jiang Hongtian, only to have each attempt thwarted without exception. Jiang Ning felt utterly despondent, as if a tiny figure within her was furiously stamping its feet and clawing at the walls in a fit of rage. How could the heavens be so cruel? Her spiritual power had become utterly useless in this place. Unbeknownst to her, her actions appeared to others as though she were merely flailing her hands at the air, resembling a fool. What was even more disheartening for Jiang Ning was the realization that not only could she not utilize her spiritual energy against these ordinary individuals, but they seemed to possess a strength akin to spiritual power when they struck her, their seemingly mundane attacks rendering her unable to evade. Good heavens, she suddenly began to comprehend why those who ventured into perilous situations could be driven to madness. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's face turn ashen, Jiang Hongtian assumed she had finally decided to behave and ceased his movements, tossing the bamboo stick aside with disdain. Such a useless implement. Now that she had returned, it was time to prepare adequately. The day of the wedding was merely half a month away. Should I catch you sneaking away again, I shall break your legs. We still need to discuss the details of the marriage. Yin Heng, please escort her outside. Yes, father-in-law. Jiang Yin Heng obediently replied, and Jiang Hongtian looked at him with eyes full of admiration and satisfaction, before turning to Jiang Ning with an expression of disdain. If only you possessed half the obedience of Yin Heng, I would be eternally grateful. It is a stroke of fortune that Yin Heng wishes to marry you. You are truly oblivious to your blessings. At that moment, Jiang Ning's mind was consumed by the fact that her spiritual energy was rendered useless, akin to possessing a wealth of gold bars only to discover that the currency in this realm was worthless muck. With a dazed expression, Jiang Ning followed Jiang Yin Heng out of the room, leaving the space for the three adults. Jiang Yin Heng led her to the lakeside, where they settled in a pavilion by the water. "Ninger, may I ask why you suddenly no longer wish to marry me?" His gentle inquiry interrupted Jiang Ning's thoughts, and she looked up in confusion. "What did you say?" It must be said that the young man before her was strikingly handsome. Yet, there was a time and place for admiring beauty, and this was certainly not it. Jiang Yin Heng, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Ning's distraction, smiled warmly and repeated, "I asked, why have you suddenly decided against marrying me?" With that, he reached out as if to pat her head. Ever since meeting her third senior brother, Jiang Ning had deemed her head a no-fly zone. No one was permitted to touch it. Without a second thought, she dodged his hand. Jiang Yin Heng's expression fell, clearly wounded. "Who are you? Why should I marry you?" The sharpness of Jiang Ning's words cut deeply, and a flicker of hurt passed through Jiang Yin Heng's eyes before he quickly regained his composure. He almost forgot that Ninger no longer remembered their past. "Then allow me to recount our history." Chapter 56. One son and one daughter. A perfect harmony. Little did he know, Jiang Ning was quite keen on this idea. This situation was different from before. Last time, she at least retained some memories, but now she was truly a complete stranger, utterly in the dark. She was in urgent need of information about this place. "Go on, I'm listening." Jiang Ning swiftly composed herself, sitting up straight and adopting an attentive demeanor. Now it was Jiang Yin Heng's turn to be taken aback. "Ninger, are you finally willing to listen to me?" He recalled how, upon awakening, Jiang Ning had reacted to him as if he were a ghost, accusing him of causing her demise. How could he, who loved her so dearly, ever harm her? The previous incident had merely been an unfortunate accident. A glimmer of hope ignited in Jiang Yin Heng's eyes. As long as Ninger was willing to listen, it was a promising start. For the next half hour, Jiang Yin Heng recounted their shared past. And for Jiang Ning, it was nothing short of astonishing. It was difficult to assess. From Jiang Yin Heng's words, she learned that they had been childhood sweethearts, growing up together. Indeed, this individual, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her and shared her name, had been her betrothed since childhood. Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder if one of the conditions for this transmigration was to possess the name Jiang Ning. They had been promised to each other as children, and Jiang Ning had always identified herself as Jiang Yinheng's wife. While such arrangements were commonplace in their small town, when Jiang Ning learned that her near drowning had been the result of Jiang Yinheng's desire for her to become a capable and dutiful wife, it left her utterly flabbergasted. She struggled to comprehend, aghast at the thought of the esteemed young master employing such a trivial test to gauge her worthiness as a spouse. How could he expect her to catch fish with her own hands, when they had an entire household of servants at their disposal? Furthermore, this Jiang Yinheng, could a reasonable person truly use this as a measure of a woman's virtue? It was evident that neither of them was particularly sane. In Jiang Ning's eyes, they were both fools, one seeking to assert his authority through such a despicable ploy, while the other yearned to express her affection through submissive acts. They were both misguided. Jiang Ning fell silent, unsure of how to respond to such a notion of love. If she had to articulate her thoughts, perhaps she simply did not understand love at all. She wondered if Fei, from years past, had shared her sentiments. Observing Jiang Ning's lack of hostility towards him compared to her initial reaction upon awakening, Jiang Yinheng grew bolder, even beginning to describe the idyllic life he envisioned for them post-marriage. I know you fear pain, so once we are wed, we need only have 2 children, a boy and a girl, perfectly complementing one another. Jiang Ning, utterly speechless. A boy and a girl. Why not just hang yourself and create a more vulgar character? Jiang Ning was at her wit's end. Who had given him such unwarranted confidence? If expressions could manifest physically, her forehead would surely be lined with dark clouds. Is Ninger unwilling? If that is the case, we could merely have one son. That way, our family legacy will be secured, and your parents can rest easy. Stop. Jiang Ning could no longer endure his ramblings. To safeguard her mental well-being, she decisively raised her hand to interrupt Jiang Yinheng. All right, your sentiments are well expressed, but please refrain from repeating them. She feared that if she continued to listen, she might not be able to restrain her fists. Ninger, silence. I am Jiang Ning, and you may henceforth address me as either Jiang Ning or Miss Jiang. How could a seemingly respectable person provoke such a gut-wrenching feeling merely by uttering her name? It was as if a wave of greasy discomfort washed over her, in a wonder that individual had sought to flee upon awakening. Faced with such a patriarchal family and an oily fiancé, who would willingly choose to remain and bear him a son and a daughter, merely to fulfill a notion of harmony, having gathered sufficient information, Jiang Ning had no desire to continue the conversation. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she declared, I still have much to ponder. Please do not seek me out during this time. I wish to be alone. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's unmistakable dismissal, Jiang Yinheng's expression froze, and just as he was about to inquire what had upset her, he watched as she hastily stood up and turned to leave. Behind her, Jiang Yinheng's gaze burned with intensity. Jiang Ning paid him no mind. She had never been one to sacrifice her own feelings for the sake of others, whether deemed selfish or heartless. This was her first experience of being human. Why should she choose discomfort for the sake of another's happiness? Wandering aimlessly through the Jiang family ancestral home, Jiang Ning occasionally encountered a servant or two, all of whom regarded her with peculiar glances. Just as she contemplated seeking someone to clarify her bewilderment, a flamboyantly dressed little girl suddenly leaped into her path, arms outstretched like a tiny bandit blocking her way. Jiang Ning, didn't I warn you not to come back? Are you foolish or deaf? Who was this little brat? Jiang Ning lowered her head, amusement dancing in her eyes as she observed the girl, barely reaching her waist, with cherubic cheeks and a spoiled demeanor. She couldn't help but laugh. The little girl was indeed fierce, yet undeniably adorable, resembling a pampered little turkey. Jiang Shu, upon seeing Jiang Ning's return, was initially incensed, but when she heard the laughter, her annoyance turned to irritation, her voice dripping with venom. Jiang Ning, I am speaking to you. What are you laughing at? You lack respect. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning slapped the girl on the head, causing her to clutch her skull in shock. You, have you lost your mind? How dare you hit me? The girl's expression was animated, and had she not been so spoiled, she would have been a true beauty. A wicked smile crept onto Jiang Ning's lips as she approached like a cunning wolf. Jiang Shu, is it? I am your elder sister. What's wrong with giving you a little tap? Do not speak. For the little girl's head is soft and fluffy. She wishes to ruffle it just a tad. Jiang Shu, infuriated, dashed away several paces until she stood in a spot where Jiang Ning could not reach her. Pausing only then, Humph, do not presume that I am oblivious to your little schemes. It is merely your reluctance to part with the position of the young clan leader that makes you hesitate to marry Brother Hung. However, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. The future leader of the Jiang family can only be my brother. Do not even entertain the notion. Chapter 57. I instructed you to monitor her. Not to serve her. Who would care for that? She wouldn't even want it if offered. What charm does this desolate place possess compared to the vibrant world outside? Jiang Shu and Jiang Jianren are twins, with Jiang Jianren destined to succeed Jiang Ning as the young clan leader. Indeed, power is coveted most fervently in the most backward and feudal of regions. Merely 8 years of age. This child has already begun to covet authority. After warning Jiang Ning, Jiang Shu, still feeling uneasy, crossed her arms defiantly, tilting her chin up as she coldly declared, "Since you have returned, prepare yourself to be wed. Should I discover any further attempts to flee, do not blame me for being ungracious." Despite her petite stature, Jiang Shu's threats held a certain weight. Her fierce demeanor was quite formidable. It was evident that she had engaged in such behavior many times before. After speaking, she commanded the 2 burly maids behind her, "You are to keep a close watch on her. If she escapes, I shall have my father take off your heads." "Yes, Mississippi." After warning Jiang Ning, Jiang Shu extended her arm haughtily towards a nearby maid. The maid, well practiced, crouched down and lifted Jiang Shu into her arms. "Let us go find brother." As Jiang Shu departed, she left behind 2 imposing maids who fixed their steely gazes on Jiang Ning. They did nothing but stand a few meters away, producing a bag of sunflower seeds from who knows where, munching away while keeping a watchful eye. For someone like Jiang Ning, whose mother had passed away early, and who received little affection from her father, with siblings who showed her no respect, it was clear that despite her status as a mistress, she was not worthy of their time or effort to flatter her. Noticing the disdainful and contemptuous expressions on their faces, Jiang Ning finally understood the peculiar looks she received from the servants. They were aware that the position of the young clan leader would soon be out of her grasp and had begun to choose sides. It was only natural, given that she was merely a girl and the offspring of Jiang Hongtian's former wife, that she would be overlooked in this household. Moreover, it seemed that Jiang Ning had never been particularly assertive, making it understandable that she could not manage the servants. However, did they think they could trap her with just these 2? A smirk played at the corners of Jiang Ning's mouth, showing no concern for Jiang Shu's words. If she truly wished to flee, no one could stop her. "Miss, what do you intend to do?" As Jiang Ning began to move, the 2 maids immediately discarded their sunflower seeds, frowning and blocking her path with an air of displeasure. Their sharp and caustic expressions made it seem as though they were the true mistresses of the Jiang household. Jiang Ning cautiously extended her hand to test the waters, only to find, as before, that her spiritual power could not inflict any substantial harm upon the 2. "Very well, I shan't further humiliate myself. I wish to return to my room," Jiang Ning stated calmly. The maids displayed signs of irritation, one pointing a robust finger ominously at Jiang Ning's back. "Are you truly that foolish? Your room is behind you. Forgive my bluntness, but it would be wise for you not to entertain any other notions. I am a simple person. Since I have been commanded by the 3rd Miss to watch over you, should any harm come to you, do not hold it against me." The implication was clear. She was merely following orders to keep an eye on Jiang Ning. And if she were to injure her, the master would not hold her accountable. Beneath the drooping eyelids lay a sense of arrogant satisfaction, relishing the power to trample upon their mistress. Jiang Ning licked her back teeth. Their attitudes were insufferably smug. She had never been one to suffer in silence, and if she could not directly teach them a lesson, she could certainly do so indirectly. As the maids prepared to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard after chastising Jiang Ning, she subtly shifted the bench back with a flick of her finger. "Oh my!" Jiang Ning's eyes brightened. It seemed this method could work. At the same time, she keenly observed several thorny plants growing in the courtyard. They cannot blame her for this. Ouch, my behind. Upon hearing the anguished cries of the 2, Jiang Ning contentedly ran her fingers through her hair. It was indeed true that one should not bottle up their anger. The pleasure of releasing it immediately was quite delightful. Ignoring the furious shouts of the 2 behind her, Jiang Ning stepped into her room, slamming the door with a loud thud, in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed since Jiang Ning arrived at the Jiang residence. During this time, she keenly observed an influx of watchful figures outside her room. Besides the 2 sent by Jiang Yuan, unfamiliar faces had also appeared. These individuals continually swept back and forth within her courtyard, both inside and outside the walls, to the point that the grass beneath them was nearly worn bare. Jiang Ning set up a reclining chair in the courtyard, topping it with a thick cushion, and comfortably lay back. Since she could not cultivate, she might as well enjoy herself. Her principle was to resolutely avoid overthinking and exhausting herself with internal conflict. Hey, you two over there, do you still have any sunflower seeds? Since the last incident with the thorns, the two maids found it excruciating to sit down. Each movement sent sharp pangs through them. They had clearly seen the bench, so how could it suddenly turn into a prickly ball? Initially, they thought Jiang Ning was peculiar after waking up from her fall into the water, but now, having returned from her escapade, she seemed even more bizarre. The two maids, still haunted by their previous experience, dared not act too brazenly and obediently presented her with sunflower seeds. Reclining comfortably in her chair, Jiang Ning cracked seeds while basking in the sun, looking utterly at ease. When Jiang Shu and Jiang Jianren came to find Jiang Ning, this was the scene that greeted them. Two maids stood beside Jiang Ning, offering her sunflower seeds, while their assigned servants encircled her, clearing away the shells she spat out. Damn it, I sent you to monitor Jiang Ning, not to serve her. What are you doing? Jiang Jianren strode into the courtyard and kicked one of the servants squarely in the shin. Although the 8-year-old boy lacked significant strength, his imposing presence was quite intimidating. The servant, deeply engrossed in his task, was taken aback by the sudden kick and nearly crumpled to the ground upon hearing the furious voice. My lord, Jiang Jianren shot a glance at Jiang Ning, who lay lazily on the recliner, regarding him with curiosity, and his anger surged uncontrollably. How dare they? Were they not informed that Jiang Ning had been dealt with? Why was she here again? Get out, all of you! Jiang Jianren kicked the servant's leg again. The servant clutched his bruised shin, feeling utterly wronged. In a crowd of so many, why was he the only one injured? Once the servants had retreated, Jiang Jianren's expression morphed entirely, his gaze towards Jiang Ning brimming with malice. Jiang Ning, return to me what you have stolen. Chapter 58. Sworn by Jiang Hongtiano. What an unexpected turn of events! Jiang Ning shot upright, raising an eyebrow as she patted the empty space beside her, warmly beckoning Jiang Jianren to sit. Come, let us discuss what I have allegedly stolen from you. What could be so significant that it would cause you such distress, requiring the dismissal of all the servants? Jiang Ning pondered. Perhaps this item could be the key to her departure from this place. Given her extensive experience with various game rules, any item mentioned by an NPC might very well be a clue to progression. Observing Jiang Ning's eager expression, Jiang Jianren's face contorted slightly, his fury escalating. Jiang Ning, are you mocking me? This detestable Jiang Ning had robbed him of his position as the young clan leader in their youth, and now she had the audacity to steal from him again. How could she maintain such a brazen demeanor? It was infuriating. If their father discovered the item was missing, he would undoubtedly mete out severe punishment. The thought of this caused Jiang Jianren's face to betray a flicker of fear. After all, he was still just a child. No matter how bold he might be, the threat of his father's wrath loomed large, particularly when it came to his culinary skills. Clearly, this was a highly important item. Jiang Ning narrowed her eyes and murmured to herself, "This would be easy. If you wish to reclaim your possession, all you need do is inform me of its purpose and assist me with a small favor. I shall gladly return it to you. What say you?" With an expression of indifference towards the item, Jiang Ning's demeanor was initially infuriating to Jiang Jianren, who thought, how can you act so nonchalant while having stolen from me? However, upon hearing her proposal, he was left utterly bewildered. Wait, your father hasn't informed you of its purpose? Jiang Ning blinked, pondering whether he should divulge this information. Of course, upon realizing that Jiang Ning genuinely lacked knowledge, Jiang Jianren's confidence surged. Father mentioned that item is meant to be passed on to the young clan leader, which indicates he never held you in high regard. He scrutinized Jiang Ning from head to toe, scoffing. But since you are to be wed now, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. The tome chronicles a technique bequeathed by an immortal. Mastering this method would allow one to traverse the depths of the stony mountains with ease, uncovering the treasures hidden within. At this juncture, Jiang Jianren became aware of his verbal misstep, shooting an angry glare at Jiang Ning, his frustration bubbling over. Enough with the nonsense. I've already divulged its purpose. However, to learn the contents of this book, one must be personally taught by the clan leader. Therefore, even if you were to steal it, it would be of no use to you. You would never master it. Now, might you return the item? If my father discovers this later, he won't hesitate to punish me. Suddenly, Jiang Ning recalled the peculiar points her servants had guided her through when they took her down the mountain. So that's it. No. Jiang Ning waved her finger in front of Jiang Jianren's eyes, her expression exuding a mischievous defiance. We had an agreement, and you still owe me a favor. she continued in a leisurely manner. Jiang Jianren, feeling exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair, perplexed by Jiang Ning's incessant irritation today. Why are you such a nuisance? What else do you want? His face soured with impatience. If it weren't for the fact that his belongings were in Jiang Ning's possession, wouldn't he have the patience to endure her idle chatter? Ignoring the tantrum of the young child, Jiang Ning leaned closer to Jiang Jianren's ear, and in the face of his disdainful gaze, she spoke slowly. It's quite simple. If you help me leave the Jiang family, I will return the item to you and vow never to return. How does that sound? Upon hearing her words, Jiang Jianren's expression turned skeptical. Why do you insist on leaving? Brother Hung treats you well. Don't you rather like him? What is wrong with marrying him? Or do you wish to return and continue our rivalry? With this thought, Jiang Jianren became wary. His mother had always told him that if he aspired to become the clan leader, the greatest obstacle would be Jiang Ning. Her recent erratic behavior of leaving home presented a perfect opportunity, as his mother had already dispatched individuals to hunt her down. Just as those men returned to inform him that they had dealt with her, Jiang Ning came back the very next day. Once he retrieves his property, he would settle accounts with those men. How dare they deceive him? They were truly courting disaster. Jiang Ning recognized that given her recent peculiar actions, her credibility was rather low. Since a gentle approach was futile, she resolved to be blunt. Deceiving a child was something she could undertake without a shred of guilt. If you truly refuse to assist, it's no matter. I can't leave the Jiang family, and I might as well marry there. However, once wed, I shall strike Jiang Yinheng daily, morning, noon, and night. Anytime I see him, until one day he can no longer endure it and casts me aside. Then I shall return and vie for the position of clan leader alongside you. Jiang Ning spoke with a placid tone, a hint of a cruel smile gracing her lips as she mentioned striking Jiang Yinheng. Both Jiang Jianren and Jiang Shu felt a chill run down their spines. That look in her eyes was utterly terrifying. The Jiang Ning they once knew was not like this at all. How had her brief absence transformed her into such a violent and ruthless individual? Brother, what should we do now? Do you truly intend to believe her words? Jiang Shu grasped Jiang Jianren's hand, pulling him closer and whispered in his ear. Jiang Jianren was at a loss, yet he understood that he had no choice but to heed Jiang Ning's demands. Very well, I shall acquiesce. However, you must promise me that before you leave, you will return the item. Jiang Ning raised her chin and nodded. Of course. However, I have hidden it away. You may send someone to follow me, and once I ascertain my safety, I will reveal where it is concealed. Then it's settled. What if you dare deceive me? Jiang Jianren inquired, his unease palpable. Jiang Ning paused for a moment, then suddenly clapped her hands, her tone resolute. If I deceive you, let Jiang Hongtian be struck by lightning upon leaving, fall into a pit while using the restroom, and choke to death while eating. Jiang Jianren. That's quite vicious. Very well, I trust you. Jiang Jianren relented, for this was a patriarchal society, and no matter how deranged or audacious Jiang Ning became, she would never jest about her own father. With a friendly accord reached, the next step was to ensure Jiang Ning could leave unnoticed. Tomorrow morning, I will relocate all the servants near your courtyard. You shall then depart via the same route you took when you fled last time. I escaped through a dog hole last time, which has since been blocked off, hasn't it? Jiang Ning replied. Recalling Jiang Yinheng mentioning it, blocked? Will you not simply reopen it? Is your intellect so lacking, Jiang Ning? One must admit, her new mind was indeed quick. Who would have thought that she had escaped through a dog hole on 2 occasions? Chapter 59. Where is the remnant soul? In the quiet of night, the entire Jiang family lay in a deep slumber. Creak. The faint sound of a door opening went unnoticed by anyone. Clad in black, Jiang Ning stealthily left her courtyard, shrouded by the cover of darkness. It was a night ripe for vengeance. Heh heh. Jiang Ning's long hair danced in the moonlight, and she licked her lips, forming a malevolent grin. This night, as her final evening in the Jiang family, she intended to leave an indelible mark on the man who had once struck her with 2 bamboo rods. She was not one to forget grievances easily. Strangely, the members of the Jiang family seemed to be sleeping exceedingly deeply tonight. The following morning, a blood-curdling scream shattered the tranquility above the Jiang residence. As Jiang Hongtian and Madame Jiang emerged from their chambers, clutching their freshly shorn locks, one fuming with rage and the other weeping. Who did this? Meanwhile, the perpetrator had already vacated the Jiang family, striding confidently toward the foot of the stone mountain. Gazing upon the expansive rocky landscape before her, Jiang Ning couldn't help but muse, who would have thought I would return here? For she realized that in this desolate place, aside from the Jiang family's stronghold, there was no other destination available. If the means of leaving were not found within the Jiang family, then they must surely lie within the stone mountain. Miss, now that you have left the Jiang family, shouldn't you return the young master's belongings to me? The servant regarded Jiang Ning with displeasure, grumbling to herself that she should have surrendered the item upon exiting the estate. Now, having accompanied her for so long, she would surely return to face the master's ire. Jiang Ning, with a solemn demeanor, nodded in earnest agreement. Indeed. She then casually pointed to a location on the mountain, instructing the accompanying servant, I have hidden the item there. You may retrieve it yourself. The servant had not the slightest inkling that Jiang Ning might deceive her, rolling her eyes before trudging up the mountain, muttering about how they could have resolved this sooner without all the fuss. Truly absurd. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt her last shred of guilt dissipate. Once the servant ascended the mountain, Jiang Ning swiftly turned on her heel, striding away with determined steps down a different path. She had never seen that book. Where could she possibly conjure it from? A simple apology would suffice. When the servant realized she had been duped, there was no trace of Jiang Ning to be found nearby. The servant? Jiang Ning wandered aimlessly among the rocks, her mind retracing the steps she had previously observed, validating her suspicions. After traversing a distance, she was elated to discover that her thoughts were indeed correct. The stones around her shifted in response to her footsteps. Though the movements were subtle, careful observation revealed the truth. No wonder when she had wandered the mountain before, she could not find her way down. It all made sense now. So, could it be that this place was a vast array? Furthermore, a deceptive one that confounded the eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only now come to this realization. If that were the case, then the book Jiang Jianren spoke of must be the key to leaving this place. It seemed the priority was to locate the true Jiang Ning to uncover the method of escape. That book must surely reside with the genuine Jiang Ning. With determination, Jiang Ning lifted her skirt and promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly closing her eyes to extend her spiritual awareness. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 50 meters, found it. Jiang Ning's eyes flew open, and she sprang to her feet, striding towards a location less than 100 meters away. She sensed a presence here, yet, upon reaching the spot, she was left utterly dumbfounded, for there was no sign of Jiang Ning. The aura she had sensed was merely a remnant soul. Another remnant soul? Frowning, Jiang Ning circled the ephemeral spirit in the air, curiously poking it with her finger, nearly dispersing the already faint form. Alarmed, she quickly withdrew her hand and infused a modicum of spiritual energy, managing to maintain the remnant soul's shape. It was even more diminished than the previous spirit. Jiang Ning couldn't help but twitch her lips, bemused. She truly had a knack for attracting remnants. The last spirit had only lacked feet. This one was in a far worse state. Half of its form was insubstantial, rendering its features indistinguishable. Only the garb suggested that it was a woman. Jiang Ning felt an eerie intuition. This person was highly likely to be the genuine Jiang Ning. Don't question it, for it was simply a woman's sixth sense. Well, can you hear me? Jiang Ning asked tentatively, her voice barely above a whisper, fearing that even the slightest sound might disperse this lingering spirit. Upon hearing her voice, the remnant soul slowly turned its head, revealing a face with features distorted and blurred. Jiang Ning. You really don't have to turn around. However, the fact that the entity could hear her indicated that it still possessed some semblance of consciousness. This was undoubtedly a piece of good news for her. Just as she was about to inquire whether it was indeed Jiang Ning, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Whoosh! What had previously appeared to be a fragile soul, easily dispersed by a breath, abruptly surged forth, transforming into a streak of light that instantly penetrated Jiang Ning's body. Jiang Ning. No way. Again. Does she really seem so easily bullied by souls? Is her body truly that enticing? Regardless, she decided to assess the situation first. Jiang Ning swiftly entered her sea of consciousness, yet the bizarre occurrences did not cease there. She discovered that this situation was entirely different from the previous occasion when a demonic spirit had invaded her body. Where was the remnant soul? Where had it gone? Why was it nowhere to be found? Before Jiang Ning could locate the remnant soul, a piercing headache suddenly assailed her, and her mental energy surged in an instant. Her sea of consciousness churned, and the mental fluid, symbolizing her mental power, cascaded down like a torrential rain, ceaselessly washing over her consciousness, an overwhelming force soaring within her mind. The boundaries of her sea of consciousness were gradually expanding. Jiang Ning clutched her head tightly, rolling on the ground in agony. An increase in mental power was favorable, Yet such a violent surge was undoubtedly alarming. What on earth was happening? Just as she felt herself on the verge of fainting, a gentle and affectionate call softly reached her ears. A Ning, chapter 60. The cunning Su Ruofei and Ning. Was that calling her? Jiang Ning's mind was hazy, and the voice felt so tender, it made her nose tingle, reminding her of her adoptive mother. Then, a thick fog seemed to rise before her. Within the fog, Jiang Ning vaguely glimpsed a familiar silhouette. It was a young woman clad in silver light armor. Wielding a blue long sword, exuding an air of grace, it appeared she had just emerged from a brutal battle. Her long hair flowed freely, her body drenched in blood, her attire in tatters, yet she still radiated an unforgettable aura of dominance. In the next instant, a sword suddenly emerged from the fog, striking down the woman's head without warning. The moment the head fell to the ground, Jiang Ning clearly saw the face of the individual. It was unmistakably her own face. Those violet eyes, akin to resplendent gems, fixed their gaze upon Jiang Ning, causing her to scream in terror. She jolted awake. Goodness, what a vividly realistic dream. Jiang Ning had no time to comprehend her surroundings. Rubbing her throbbing head, still feeling a lingering dread. Was there anything more terrifying than witnessing one's own decapitation? Wait, why did she feel that the person in her dream was indeed herself? Jiang Ning touched her neck. Feeling as if her own had been severed at the moment, she saw the dream figure's head being chopped off, a pain echoing through her as if she had lived it herself. Was it truly just a dream? If it were, why did it feel so real? Jiang Ning moved her stiff limbs, only to realize she was completely soaked, as if she had been pulled from the depths of a river. Suddenly, the scent of rich floral fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Floral fragrance? Jiang Ning leaped from the ground, exhilarated to discover that she had escaped from the death trap. Surrounding her were dense clusters of flowers, an array of unfamiliar blossoms blooming around her, nearly bringing the stone-hardened Jiang Ning to tears of joy. She seized a nearby large purple-red flower and inhaled deeply the exquisite aroma of nature. How she had managed to escape the death trap was a mystery. This must be the summer realm. She needed to quickly reunite with her fellow disciples. Jiang Ning was not one to dwell on matters. Since she had escaped, how she did so was of little consequence. As for the remnant soul, the truth would eventually reveal itself. Overthinking was futile. She touched her wrist, noting that the red thread had snapped. Rendering the talisman useless, it seemed she would have to rely on fate to reunite with her companions. However, first, she needed to find a place to bathe and change clothes. She was drenched in sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. Jiang Ning extended her mental energy outward, hoping to locate a nearby lake, but what she discovered startled her. Previously, her mental energy could only probe a radius of 200 meters. But now she could distinctly sense presences even 500 meters away. Good heavens, could it be the remnant soul? Regardless, bathing came first. Jiang Ning soon arrived at the lakeside, where the water was shallow, reaching only to her waist. Now that she had control over the aura within 500 meters, she was unafraid of prying eyes. Jiang Ning swiftly stripped off her clothes and jumped into the water. She quickly washed away the sweat from her body, changed into clean attire, and emerged from the shore. Admittedly, even though she knew no one was nearby, bathing under the broad daylight still left her feeling rather exposed. Refreshed, Jiang Ning stretched her limbs by the water's edge, gazing at the distant, unknown forest, her spirit ignited. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, here I come. Spring realm, bang, crash. Ah, Su Ruofei, you deceitful scoundrel. Lin Feng clutched his injured arm, glaring indignantly at Su Ruofei and Mu Chuan, his expression dark. They had agreed to a one-on-one duel, yet Mu Chuan had the audacity to launch a sneak attack while he was engaged with Su Ruofei. Was there no shame? This is the art of war. Who told you to only purchase 2 talismans? Su Ruofei maintained his usual air of arrogance, unperturbed even in the secret realm, leisurely fanning himself. Originally, they had no intention of attacking Lin Feng, but since he insisted on following them, they had no choice but to teach him a lesson. You are spouting nonsense. Clearly, Jiang Ning set me up first, and now you are resorting to sneak attacks. Are all of you from Lingyun Sect devoid of honor? Honor? Su Ruofei raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Would honor allow you lot, with your pretentious demeanor, to become the top sect? If they truly valued such superficiality, they would have trampled the Zishuan sect long ago, rather than languishing at the bottom for so many years. While lacking in honor may sound unpleasant, it is indeed liberating. You can act as you please, do whatever you desire. Not to mention, if it were anyone from the Zishuan sect, they would have died countless times for the same actions. Su Ruofei wore an expression that dared anyone to challenge him, infuriating Lin Feng to the point of fury. Meanwhile, the three seemed utterly oblivious, continuing their conversation without a care. Su Ruofei, relishing the spectacle, said, "Third junior brother, do you see how heavy the killing intent is around him? I heard your purification target for this month hasn't been fulfilled. Yet must be quite amusing for a direct disciple of the Lingyun Sect to turn into a fool." Nianxi, shaking his head disapprovingly, interjected, "Though he may be a bit impulsive, his killing intent isn't that severe. He won't reach the purification stage, Mu Chuan, just kill him. It would eliminate a threat for our junior sister." Lin Feng, hey, I'm still here, can't I die? Lin Feng assessed his own strength, realizing that if it came down to a direct confrontation, he certainly could not match the three before him. It wasn't that he was vastly inferior. Rather, they simply did not play by the rules, resorting to underhanded tactics, utterly embarrassing the righteous. Today, he would not entertain them any longer. Once I locate my senior brother, I will seek revenge. With that, Lin Feng took off. The three watched him flee, sharing amused smiles but not pursuing him. They just let him go. Mu Chuan gazed thoughtfully at Lin Feng's retreating figure, the purple gold hammer spinning in his hand, his demeanor far from his usual naive self. Su Ruofei waved his fan dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Chuan. "So what do you propose, if you really kill him? The Lingyun Sect will not let this slide. Don't forget your identity. After hiding for so long, do you wish to be discovered by those people?" Mu Chuan's expression soured, his brow knitting slightly. "For some reason, I've been feeling as if they are nearby lately." Su Ruofei wore a mischievous grin, remaining silent. He certainly wouldn't inform Mu Chuan that those individuals had indeed arrived and that he had already encountered them. Would revealing this to Mu Chuan not diminish the fun? Nianxi, with a perplexed expression, pondered what these two were playing at. Chapter 61. A chance encounter with the Heartless Sect's direct disciple for the time being. It would be best to locate the junior sister. It had been over half a month, and he was concerned for her safety. Mu Chuan was anxious about Jiang Ning. Too many sought her demise. And with no news of her, he suspected she might have been captured before they could reunite. In contrast to Mu Chuan's worries, Su Ruofei remained relatively unconcerned. "Fear not, even if she encounters Yun Xian. Our junior sister is more than capable of handling it. She won't be in danger." He had not forgotten how their junior sister had cleverly deceived Yun with that token, later discovering it belonged to Yun Xian. However, judging by Yun Xian's demeanor upon seeing Jiang Ning, he surmised that he had yet to realize the token was in her possession. How intriguing! Such a cunning individual, who could possibly gain an advantage in her presence. Regardless, it is imperative to locate the person first. In the summer realm, Jiang Ning rested her chin upon her hands, utterly engrossed in the sight of the Millennium Spirit flower, the blue nightingale blossom. On the verge of blooming, the blue nightingale blossom resembles a bird, its petals unfurling like outstretched wings, hence its name. This flower is exceedingly rare, taking a century to take root, another century to sprout, yet another to grow its stem, and a full century to form its buds. It requires no less than a millennium to bloom. Jiang Ning had only read about the blue nightingale blossom in the scrolls of the Jiang family. Never did she expect such a wondrous plant to truly exist in the world. However, she was unaware of its potential uses, as the texts provided no clarity. Yet, as a spiritual plant, its greatest efficacy undoubtedly lies in its medicinal properties. Her third senior brother, an alchemist, could surely benefit from it. While Jiang Ning patiently awaited the bloom, a group of individuals approached, drawn by the flower's fragrant allure. Upon hearing their voices, she turned to see a tall young man at the forefront. His sharp features and sword-like brows complemented by piercing eyes that swept over her with a hawk-like intensity. His appearance should have exuded masculine vigor, yet he was adorned with makeup, emanating a distinctly effeminate aura. Behind him trailed three companions, two men and a woman, dressed in remarkably audacious attire. Without exception, their faces were heavily made up, resembling those of cross-dressers. Although Jiang Ning found it perplexing, she chose to respect their choices. After all, the desire for beauty is universal. "Are you also here to seek it?" she inquired, gesturing toward the blue nightingale blossom, her demeanor friendly as she stepped aside to grant them space. "It seems we must wait. It will not bloom for at least another hour." Jiang Ning never believed that all the world's treasures should belong solely to her. Since they had all come, it was only fair to wait together. Once the flower opened, they could compete based on their own merits. Creating a disturbance now would only attract unwanted attention, and any harm to the flower would be most unfortunate. However, The understanding nature Jiang Ning exhibited was perceived by the four as nothing short of blatant humiliation. "What do you mean, Jiang Ning? Are you under the impression that this flower is yours?" A gaunt man stepped forward from behind the young man, his eyes painted with deep green shadows, his expression decidedly unfriendly. Jiang Ning's face briefly contorted in response. How glaringly offensive! If only she could establish a beauty class at the Heartless Sect, she would surely profit immensely. It was no wonder she could discern their identities. Such peculiarities were unique to the disciples of the Heartless Sect across the entire continent. Seeing Jiang Ning's expression, Yang Ping was incensed. He launched a dark projectile from his hand, hurtling toward Jiang Ning's heart with blinding speed. Sensing the impending threat, she executed a roll, narrowly avoiding the weapon as it grazed her face and struck the massive tree behind her. The tree emitted a cracking sound as the fissures spread from the point of impact, ultimately enveloping the entire trunk. Such a vicious attempt on her life. How ruthless! Yang Ping scoffed. I never expected that someone at the initial stage of foundation establishment could evade my dark projectile. You possess some skill. Yang Ping, undeterred by Jiang Ning's evasion, leisurely retrieved another projectile. Toying with it nonchalantly, Jiang Ning, observing his flamboyant gesture, felt an irresistible urge to snap his fingers. Jiang Ning then stood up, casually brushing off the grass that clung to her clothes, and returned Yang Ping's taunt with indifference. How surprising! A high-level foundation establishment practitioner unable to land a hit on someone at the initial stage. Perhaps your abilities are not as formidable as you claim. The identical words, spoken from Jiang Ning's lips, dripped with scorn. Yang Ping, accustomed to his dominance within the sect, had never encountered such brazen mockery before. And his anger surged. Jiang Ning, you're already in a perilous situation. If I were you, I would humbly kneel and plead for mercy rather than flaunting your bravado. It was no surprise that they recognized Jiang Ning. Aside from Mu Chuan, the notoriously impoverished disciple of Lingyun Sect, they, as favored disciples, had always received the best from their sect and families. Not everyone was swayed by the meager bounty listed on the bounty notice. Yet, even if they dismissed Jiang Ning's paltry reward, she was still a member of Lingyun Sect. The enmity between Lingyun Sect and their Heartless Sect was profound. It was said that Elder Wu had encountered that loathsome monk, Nianxi, at the foot of the mountain, intending to toy with him, only for things to spiral out of control. Such memories were best left unspoken. In any case, having found Jiang Ning alone, this was their opportunity to teach Lingyun Sect a lesson. And today, they would ensure she paid for Nianxi's transgressions. Jiang Ning, well acquainted with the unmistakable malice radiating from the group, simply rolled her eyes coolly, her expression one of mock confusion. You? Are you all tigers? I hardly see any ferocity here. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. The sound, laced with derision, ignited Yang Ping's fury. What a sharp-tongued wench, today. I shall see if your strength matches your bravado. Yang Ping sheathed his dark projectile and drew a fiery red whip from his waist. With a fierce crack, the whip struck the ground, creating a deep trench. The surrounding air seemed to ignite, radiating an intense heat. Jiang Ning raised an approving thumb at Yang Ping, genuinely remarking, "Indeed, the whip suits you perfectly." While she had witnessed whips being wielded before, she had never seen one used with such flamboyance. As Yang Ping flicked the whip with his delicately poised fingers, his body twisted in a serpentine manner, resembling a fiery serpent come to life. So theatrical. Chapter 62. Is it her fault that her opponent is so inept? A man such as yourself, why choose a whip as your weapon? Do you believe it complements your effeminate demeanor? Jiang Ning cast a disdainful glance at Yang Ping and the whip in his hand, shaking her head in exasperation. Jiang Ning possessed a keen talent for humiliation. Her demeanor was one that begged for reprimand. Yang Ping was seething with rage. Due to his delicate appearance and fair complexion, he had been nicknamed Pretty Boy within his family. It was only upon joining the Heartless Sect, where everyone shared such eccentricities, that he felt slightly less unique. Yet, he despised being called effeminate. This loathsome wench had a knack for striking where it hurt. Jiang Ning, I had no intention of killing you. But you have brought this upon yourself. Yang Ping gritted his teeth, furious beyond measure. Jiang Ning, growing impatient, nonchalantly dug at her ear. Are you going to fight or not? Why all the chatter? If you intend to strike, do so swiftly. The flower is about to bloom. Yang Ping's inner turmoil screamed for revenge against Jiang Ning, and he lashed out with the whip, its fierce trajectory aimed squarely at her face. The air crackled with the force of the strike. Though Jiang Ning feigned indifference, she readied herself with cautious precision. Every disciple taken in by the second most prestigious sect was no mere novice. Jiang Ning skillfully dodged the oncoming whip while simultaneously taunting, "Missed again. I told you, your prowess is lacking, and yet you refuse to believe it." Yang Ping was nearly choked with fury at Jiang Ning's words, exposing a critical opening in his defense. Seizing the moment, Jiang Ning grasped the incoming whip, exerting her strength. "Give it here." Yang Ping stared at his empty palm, overwhelmed by a wave of humiliation and rage. His chest heaving with indignation. "Jiang Ning, do you only know how to evade? Have the courage to face me directly?" he bellowed, his voice a low growl, as if he yearned to slay her on the spot. Jiang Ning regarded the volatile Yang Ping with a slight smirk, her expression a blend of mischief, languor, and derision. "Is this your challenge to me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Ping replied, "Indeed, I challenge you. Are you afraid?" Jiang Ning cast a disheartened glance at the other members of the heartless sect who lingered near the blue nightingale blossom, refraining from intervening, their expressions a mix of confusion and sympathy. The three onlookers were puzzled until they discerned Jiang Ning's intent. Turning back to Yang Ping, she stated, "You are at the high stage of foundation establishment, while I am at the initial stage. You dare to challenge me? Have you no shame?" The realization dawned upon them. Indeed, they had only ever heard of those who challenged across ranks. Never had they encountered someone challenging downward. This was clearly an act of bullying. Yet, the crucial detail remained. Jiang Ning displayed no hint of being victimized. Yang Ping, having momentarily overlooked this fact, was now consumed by rage, his eyes burning with humiliation. Was there anything more disgraceful than losing your weapon in a fight? Should word of this event spread, how could he ever maintain his standing in the heartless sect? "I will fight you." Yang Ping's voice thundered, and without his whip, he resorted to the hidden projectiles he carried, throwing them with unrestrained malice, intent on claiming Jiang Ning's life. If he did not kill her today, he would be unworthy of his title as a man. Jiang Ning's cultivation level already surpassed Yang Ping's. Even with all his might, the disparity in their ranks was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Unsurprisingly, she evaded him once more. "I told you, you are utterly shameless. If you can't win, you resort to hidden weapons." "Truly despicable," Jiang Ning mocked, a malicious smile plastered across her face before suddenly shifting her tone. "However, since you wish to challenge me, I shall grant you an opportunity. I pride myself on fairness. I adhere to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one dare to provoke me, I shall strike once, then sever a limb, and with a third transgression, they shall become a ghost beneath my blade. Remember this, young man." Upon concluding her words, Jiang Ning's expression turned serious, and in an instant, before the bewildered onlookers could comprehend, she appeared right before Yang Ping. Then, amidst his horrified gaze, a resounding slap echoed as her hand struck his face with force. Yang Ping was momentarily dazed, feeling as if his brain had reverberated from the impact, and then darkness engulfed his vision, a sharp pain surging on his cheek. In that moment, the world around them seemed to freeze. Even the movements of the blue oriole flower, encircled by a few individuals, halted as if it dared not continue. The three members of the heartless sect wore expressions of disbelief. What had just transpired? If their eyes had not deceived them, had a foundation-level novice just struck down a high-level foundation cultivator? Or rather, had they just witnessed a slap? They exchanged glances between Jiang Ning and Yang Ping. Struggling to accept the reality, this Jiang Ning possessed an unmistakable air of the extraordinary. Yet, Jiang Ning did not rely on her cultivation to bully Yang Ping. She concealed her true power solely for self-preservation, not to oppress the weak. When she struck Yang Ping, she had genuinely suppressed her own strength to match that of a foundation-level novice. If her opponent was too weak, could she be blamed? When Yang Ping finally processed the fact that he had been slapped, his expression contorted in rage, his face darkening as if it could ooze black water. "How dare you strike me? I shall kill you." Just as Yang Ping's impotent screaming reached a crescendo, a gentle female voice interrupted him, causing his ferocious demeanor to freeze. Like a child caught misbehaving, he lowered his head and softly called out, "Second sister, second sister?" Jiang Ning turned her gaze towards the woman who had spoken, undeniably beautiful, yet lacking any distinctive or memorable traits. She was the type of beauty that would elicit a gasp upon first sight, only for one to forget her appearance moments later. Moreover, her haughty and sharp demeanor only served to diminish her allure. Before Jiang Ning could speak, Zhang Yingchang took the initiative, her brow furrowed as she questioned, "We are all disciples of the sect. There is no need to humiliate my junior brother. Listen, listen, Jiang Ning retorted with disdain. You remain silent when your junior brother seeks trouble. Yet now you choose to play the compassionate savior? Where was your concern when he was the one causing strife? Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel as though the woman before her was enveloped in a halo of sanctity, a pretentious air of purity illuminating the entire forest. Nearly blinding her. Chapter 63. What business is it of yours? Jiang Ning crossed her arms, scoffing in response. She had never been one to tolerate those who meddled in others' affairs, standing atop a moral high ground to cast judgment. If she lacked morality, then none could impose it upon her. This was Zhang Yingchang's first encounter with someone so impervious to reason, her brow furrowing deeply. One ought not to strike the face. Besides, junior brother Yang Ping was merely jesting with you. Your actions are excessively cruel. Me? Jiang Ning's eyes widened as she incredulously pointed to her own face. You dare call me cruel? Ha! The members of the heartless sect must have lost their minds from practicing their emotionless arts. Jiang Ning approached a nearby tree, extending a finger to lightly touch the trunk, which was nearly as thick as her waist. She hardly exerted any force, yet the tree splintered into countless fragments. Crashing to the ground, is this what you call a joke? She mused. Are these people mentally underdeveloped? If this is considered humor, then I might as well slay them all and declare it a jest. Zhang Yingchang's eyes narrowed dangerously, her irritation mounting as she observed Jiang Ning's lively expression. A sense of unease clawed at her heart, akin to many hands scratching within, leaving her feeling stifled. From the very first moment she heard of Jiang Ning, she had held a deep-seated dislike for her. Why should this debauched waste of space be allowed into Lingyun Sect? Why were her master and senior brother so fond of her? Such favoritism was something she had never experienced within the heartless sect, where the first rule forbade emotional attachments, leaving only a competitive dynamic among disciples. Even among their direct disciples, one could be replaced at any moment, should their strength permit it. She had sacrificed much and harmed many to ascend to her current position. These were grievances she could bear. But Jiang Ning, why did this waste of space receive everything so effortlessly? Upon witnessing the three direct disciples of Lingyun Sect shielding Jiang Ning from the pressure of the Zishuan sect, her jealousy nearly drove her to madness. Why couldn't that person be her? Noticing the sudden surge of dark energy emanating from Zhang Yingchang, Jiang Ning rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What was this? Assuming she was merely seeing things, she rubbed again, only to confirm her sight. Miss Zhang, you appear to be smoking. Jiang Ning innocently pointed at the swirling black mist hovering above Zhang Yingchang's head, its density reaching an extreme. Zhang Yingchang inhaled deeply, feeling humiliated to be participating in the trial alongside someone like Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, enough. Do not prolong this any further. No one is coming to save you. This shall be your burial ground. Jiang Ning felt exasperated. Had this woman's incessant prattling dulled her senses to the point where the truth went unrecognized? Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Jiang Ning's theatrics had thoroughly exhausted Zhang Yingchang's patience. Brandishing her sword, she pointed it at Jiang Ning, shouting, "What have you figured out now?" Jiang Ning's gaze remained fixated on the dark mist above Zhang Yingchang's head, as if it contained some rare treasure. Further aggravating Zhang Yingchang's irritation, Jiang Ning then stroked her chin mysteriously before nodding earnestly. Could this be the ominous energy my third senior brother spoke of? Miss Zhang, heed my words, you may soon face a calamity. Zhang Yingchang, this wretched girl, how could she genuinely believe that anything useful would emerge from her mouth? Jiang Ning, I will kill you. Zhang Yingchang could no longer endure Jiang Ning's nonsensical chatter. Were all the disciples of Lingyun Sect truly deranged? As Zhang Yingchang charged at Jiang Ning with her sword raised, Yang Ping, who had been lingering at the back, covered his mouth to suppress a sob. Overwhelmed with a sense of shared understanding, finally, someone understood his earlier plight. Damn. Clearly, this Jiang Ning was toxic. Zhang Yingchang's strength exceeded Yang Ping's, and as Jiang Ning cautiously defended herself, she kept a watchful eye on the blooming blue oriole flower. A glance revealed it to be on the verge of blooming. What was happening? By all accounts, it should have blossomed by now. Why was it still hesitating? The blue oriole flower trembled under Jiang Ning's gaze, gathering its strength to inhale the surrounding spiritual energy, and in the next moment, puff, it bloomed. The flower had bloomed? Yang Ping's lips twitched as he witnessed the blue oriole flower erupt suddenly and without warning. Hadn't it been predicted to open in a different manner? It appeared almost anxious. Jiang Ning's eyes brightened. Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, she dashed toward the blue oriole flower and yanked it from the ground. I have matters to attend to. I shall not play with you any longer. Farewell, everyone. Jiang Ning collected the blue oriole flower, preparing to make her escape. Noticing Jiang Ning's intent to flee, Jiang Ning scoffed. Leveling her sword in anger, you think you can steal the treasure and run? Have you asked for our permission? Behold my sword. Crash. Silence reigned, an eerie stillness enveloping the forest. In that moment, even the beasts lurking within the woods seemed to have halted their breaths. Yes, Jiang Ning had fallen. Her fall was far more disastrous than Jiang Yuan's. Jiang Yuan had merely tripped while walking, yet Jiang Ning had stumbled while attacking, the weight of her murderous intent amplifying her fall's severity. It was painful to witness, as she lay on the ground, her expression akin to one struck by lightning. Jiang Ning laughed heartily, hands on her hips, gazing skyward. Have you ever heard the saying, every cause has its effect? Your retribution is upon you. I warned you about the darkness gathering upon your brow, foreboding calamity. You did not believe me, and now look what has come to pass. Once we leave this secret realm, do visit Lingyun Sect and seek my third senior brother to purify you. Farewell. Having vented her frustrations, Jiang Ning waved mockingly, striding away with an exuberant gait. Jiang Ning lay on the ground, her face flushed a deep purple, resembling that of a liver. She roared at the stunned onlookers behind her. Why aren't you chasing after her already? Empathizing with her plight, Yang Ping stepped forward, cautiously helping Jiang Ning to her feet. He had intended to offer some words of comfort, reminding her that even the members of Lingyun Sect were at a loss against Jiang Ning. But just as Jiang Ning prepared to take a step, her body once again betrayed her and she toppled forward. Without any unexpected incidents, I found myself in yet another close encounter with the ground. In a moment of carelessness, my entire face collided with an uneven stone, causing blood to gush forth from my forehead. Yang Ping, I want to laugh, but I dare not. I stifle it. Though be fair, Jiang Ning's predictions were quite accurate. My senior indeed faced a calamity involving blood. Could it be that fortune-telling is a compulsory course at Lingyun Sect? Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I swear I will kill you. Chapter 64. The contracted heavenly refining cauldron. Us common folk. How joyous we are today. Jiang Ning hummed a cheerful tune, bouncing along the forest path, utterly delighted. To embark on her first expedition and acquire such treasures left her quite satisfied. Finding a secluded spot, she was about to take out the blue oriole flower for inspection when she was astonished to discover. Where is my flower? The smile on Jiang Ning's face instantly froze. In the storage ring. The place where the blue oriole flower once resided was now completely empty. Not a single petal remained, nor even a leaf. Jiang Ning? Unwilling to accept this strange occurrence, Jiang Ning rummaged through the storage ring, flipping it inside out, yet still found no trace of the blue oriole flower. Was she cursed? Jiang Ning's spirits plummeted. Her flower? No, wait. Throughout her journey, she had not encountered anyone else, and the storage ring was not something easily pilfered. The blue oriole flower must still be within the ring. Seizing a nearby stone, Jiang Ning sat down and began to carefully sift through the contents of the storage ring. To her astonishment, she discovered, second senior brother. Has he gathered treasures from the entire continent? No, wait. Not just from Qingwen continent. Jiang Ning picked up a scroll, its ornate script resembling nothing human, exuding a sinister aura that was clearly not of Qingwen continent's essence. Jiang Ning had always sensed that second senior brother's identity was not merely that of a direct disciple of Lingyun Sect. Now it seemed her intuition was indeed correct. With this thought, Jiang Ning smirked and tossed the incomprehensible book aside. Who cares who second senior brother truly is? All she knew was that he was her second senior brother, just like first and third senior brothers, and from the moment they stood in front of her to protect her, they became those she would shield in return. Just as Jiang Ning was about to scour the treasures within the storage ring, her peripheral vision caught a flash of golden light darting past her. Planning to flee? Jiang Ning was astounded. There were indeed living creatures within the ring, following the direction of the golden flash. Her gaze landed upon a gleaming object that had hidden half of itself among the spiritual artifacts she had previously searched, leaving only its shiny golden rear exposed. Jiang Ning sprang to her feet and approached, bemused as she gently patted the golden little backside. Hey! The heavenly refining cauldron trembled, attempting to burrow deeper. Jiang Ning paused momentarily, and once it finally managed to bury itself completely, she leisurely grabbed one of its legs and pulled it before her. Did you think you could hide from me after I found you? Am I blind? Jiang Ning shook the tiny object, which was roughly the size of her fist, with curiosity, as expected of something second senior brother would collect. This little fellow was resplendent with golden brilliance, adorned with numerous unknown runes that flickered enticingly, truly fitting second senior brother's taste. Holding the small cauldron, she suddenly noticed 3 characters inscribed on its body. Heavenly Refining Cauldron? What a majestic name. Does this mean you can refine even the heavens? Upon hearing her words, the previously struggling little cauldron fell silent. Even, are you being coy? Observing the cauldron's sudden proud posture, Jiang Ning envisioned a scene. A little child clad in a golden belly band, puffing out his chest with a haughty expression. Ha ha ha, she laughed, not only because of the cauldron's antics, but also for another significant reason. A divine artifact. An artifact with a spirit is indeed a divine artifact. Were it not for the disappearance of the blue oriole flower, she wouldn't have known how long it would take to sift through this mountain of treasures. Given the appearance of the heavenly refining cauldron, it seemed to be a furnace. Could this mean she could learn alchemy? After all, she was a genius in all disciplines. On Qingyun continent, the highest-ranking alchemists were at the 4th tier. Yet, even the 4th-tier alchemists of Lingyun Sect and the old master of the Yu family used high-tier spiritual tools for their alchemical work. Never had she heard of a divine artifact's existence on Qingyun continent. If she could use a divine artifact for alchemy, wouldn't the quality and tier of her pills soar to new heights? Forget it. I must contract it first. At this moment, Jiang Ning was still unaware that, with her current foundation-building strength, forcibly contracting a divine artifact would be akin to courting death. Yet even if she had known, faced with such an enticing prospect, she would undoubtedly choose to give it a shot. Cultivating immortality is inherently defiant. If she hesitated and feared every little thing, letting opportunities slip away right before her eyes, then what was the point of her cultivation journey? Without further ado, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged, placing the heavenly refining cauldron before her, her gaze unwavering. Jiang Ning bit her finger, letting her blood drip into the cauldron, closing her eyes to begin chanting the contract incantation. As layers of golden light began to radiate, Jiang Ning felt an immense and destructive force surge into her body in an instant. Puff! Jiang Ning abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, her vitality instantly waning. Moreover, her entire being began to swell rapidly. The spiritual energy she could not absorb crashed against her skin, and before long, her skin tore open, transforming her into a blood-soaked figure. The scene was utterly tragic, yet soon, she struggled to sit upright. Wiping the blood from her lips with determination blazing in her eyes, cultivation is indeed a path against the heavens. Today, I shall contract you. What of the heavenly refining cauldron? What of the divine artifact? I have made my decision. The heavenly refining cauldron trembled slightly, as if it had seen too many weaklings who overestimated themselves. You wish to contract it? First, ensure you have a life to spare. Just as the cauldron prepared to unleash more spiritual energy to burst Jiang Ning apart, it was suddenly taken aback by the flicker of purple light that flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes. Demon, contract, completed, the heavenly refining cauldron. What was that sudden surge of oppressive power? It rendered me utterly defenseless against the contract, it vaguely perceived, as if a remnant soul had appeared. As the familiar voice echoed, Jiang Ning finally succumbed to the overwhelming burden, her vision darkening as she fainted. Jiang Ning dreamt again. In her dream, she stood before a violet palace, where a small boy anxiously clung to her leg. His tone almost pleading. Sister, don't go. Jiang Ning lovingly caressed the boy's head. Be good. I'll bring you celestial fruits from the immortal realm when I return. With that, Jiang Ning turned to leave, leaving the boy alone. His eyes filled with sorrow. Sister, you must come back. Chapter 65. Encountering this wretched cauldron at the very moment the contract was successful, the sky within the secret realm darkened ominously. Thick, black clouds swirled, accompanied by a biting wind that created an unsettling atmosphere. Such a colossal disturbance naturally drew the attention of everyone within the secret realm, and almost simultaneously, they all looked up towards the center of the black clouds. What is that? Could it be the tribulation for ascending to the golden core stage? Someone exclaimed, I think so. Could it be that Yunxian of Lingyun Sect is about to ascend? He has lingered at the peak of the foundation building stage for quite some time. It is about time for his ascension, isn't it? Whoever it may be, can't we just go and take a look? Many harbored such thoughts, being direct disciples of their respective sects, their strengths not far apart. In such moments, someone ascending was hardly good news for them. Almost instantly, everyone in the secret realm rushed towards the direction of the summer domain. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Jiang Ning was equally tense. As the thunder dragon extended its massive head, its purple golden eyes crackled with lightning, locking onto Jiang Ning, and the heavenly refining cauldron felt a pang of distress. Stupid woman, how reckless. Do you not assess your own strength before forcing a contract? Now look where you are. If you get struck by lightning, I won't save you. Gradually, a small boy with a tiger-like head emerged from the cauldron, clad in a golden belly band, with arms resembling lotus roots propped on his hips. Pouting in complaint, never had it encountered such a weak human, and yet this person had become its master. How embarrassing for the cauldron. Though the heavenly refining cauldron verbally declared indifference, it expanded its form, transforming into a three-legged cauldron, vigilantly watching the thunder dragon above. It prepared to shield Jiang Ning as soon as she was reprimanded, for if the newly contracted master met her demise so soon, the artifact community would undoubtedly spread tales of its cursed fate. Although its previous masters had all met tragic ends, it was the heavenly refining cauldron, almost becoming a cauldron of doom. That powerful man must have heard the rumors and casually discarded it after acquiring it. Right? It is truly a vexing predicament for Ding. Its standing within the circle of divine artifacts has plummeted significantly due to the untimely demise of its master. This feeble human is someone it must protect at all costs. The diminutive figure, clad in a belly band, hovers in the air above Jiang Ning, braving the biting winds with an expression of solemnity as it defiantly confronts the thunderous dragon in the sky. Just as the Lingyun Sect prepares to bear the brunt of the impending storm, a flash of blue light heralds the sudden appearance of Blue Blade beside it. Lingyun Sect? They exist in the same realm? So it cannot possibly be unaware of Blue Blade's aura, but, Blue Blade? How have you transformed into this? Not only has your spirit been shattered, but even the artifact's form is failing to hold? What kind of formidable individual could achieve such a feat? No, no. Lingyun Sect jolts awake, terror-stricken as it gazes at Jiang Ning, who lies on the ground, fully healed and rosy-cheeked, blissfully asleep, nourished by spiritual energy. It gulps audibly. Blue Blade emerged from this woman, which means it is bound to her as well. This is not a case of it being the master of the artifact. Clearly, this woman is the one who dominates the divine artifact. Isn't she? The realization sends Lingyun Sect into a spiral of despair. However, matters take a turn for the worse. Suddenly, a red figure appears beside Jiang Ning, affectionately rubbing its fluffy little face against hers before swiftly transforming into a cold, fierce beast. Lingyun Sect is taken aback, retreating a couple of steps, its heart racing. A heart demon? If it had a mouth, it would surely be quaking in fear right now. Is this for real? What status does this human hold? To possess both of these beings at once? Yet, it realizes this woman does not merely command divine artifacts. She evidently holds sway over ferocious beasts as well. The heart demon, a unique existence that transcends the boundaries of various realms, had refrained from revealing itself until now, not only to recuperate but also to allow its master to undergo proper training. Little did it expect to encounter this troublesome Ding. Protect the master. You shall resolve the troubles you have stirred. The heart demon casts a glance at the thunderous dragon above before warning Lingyun Sect. Lingyun Sect, hey, what do you mean by troubles I have stirred? It's this woman who foolishly sought to contract me, bringing forth the thunderous dragon. What does that have to do with me? Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, you seem to be injured, don't you? I am a divine artifact. I fear not your fur. Lingyun Sect arrogantly shakes its legs, making a face at the heart demon. After all, it is currently at the pinnacle of its power as a divine artifact and shall not be easily subdued by these two half-baked entities. Not a chance. However, fine. Once the master awakens, I shall have her remove the two horizontal strokes from your heaven character, transforming you into the human refining Ding, so you may experience the transition from divine artifact to instrument of punishment. The words, though spoken lightly, brim with menace. The heart demon has a knack for manipulating emotions, and it knows how to exploit the vulnerabilities of proud artifacts like Lingyun Sect. Indeed, as soon as the heart demon finishes speaking, an image flashes in Lingyun Sect's mind of itself venturing out bearing the three characters human refining Ding. It might as well cease to exist. That sounds utterly unimpressive. Why was it named Lingyun Sect in the first place? Was it not for the sake of flair? If it truly becomes the human refining Ding at this thought, it feels as though the very essence of the Ding is sinking into despair. No, 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 rest assured. I shall protect the master. Lingyun Sect hurriedly waves its little pudgy hands. Reputation matters not. It must steadfastly guard the heavens today. In the sky, The massive purple-golden eyes of the thunderous dragon flicker back and forth among the three entities. Appearing somewhat bewildered, the heart demon, an old acquaintance, whenever it detects the aura of a heart demon on someone undergoing tribulation, it knows it can unleash its full might, striking until obliteration. Moreover, there are two divine artifacts. What a formidable assembly! If memory serves right, this is merely a thunder tribulation for the golden core stage, eighteenth. Surely it cannot warrant such grand commotion. It is beginning to suspect this is a thunder tribulation for the divine transformation stage. The golden core ascension consists of 9 thunder tribulations, each imbued with the might to cleanse and refine. Those who endure them shall undoubtedly reap great rewards. Yet, these 3 down below, it is clear they will not allow it to strike with such ease. With a thunderous roar, the dragon reverberates throughout the entire secret realm. Chapter 66. Multipurpose card. What is happening? Why has the sky cleared? No more thunder. Could it be a failed tribulation? Surely not. Yun Xian cannot possibly fail, for he is the chief disciple of the Lingyun Sect. Although the identity of the person undergoing tribulation remains unconfirmed, everyone has tacitly accepted it to be Yun Xian. Only Yun Xian's ascension is something they can come to terms with. Should it be anyone else, they would rather form a team and perish together. Just like that Jiang Ning from Lingyun Sect, if it were her ascending this time, they might as well commit collective suicide. Regardless, we ought to investigate further. The crowd hastens their pace, noticeably quickening their steps. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning is left bewildered as she watches the thunderous dragon prepare to retreat. Is it leaving just like that? It merely struck her once symbolically and then bestowed upon her the combined might of the 9 tribulations? Is this some sort of jest? A warning glance is thrown her way. What? Do you wish to invite it for a meal? Lingyun Sect. Not at all, merely never encountered such an accommodating thunderous dragon before. Of its previous masters, many had met their end at the hands of thunder tribulations. And in those instances, the thunderous dragon had been relentless, as if each strike were a matter of life and death. Even with its aid in deflecting, the sheer force of the lightning often left it powerless. Lingyun Sect casts a cautious glance at the heart demon, feeling a surge of emotion. Could this be the legendary notion that some are easier to deal with? It seems this principle applies to beasts as well. The heart demon, being among the top 5 ferocious beasts, has fallen into such dire straits yet possesses such connections. It is clear to Lingyun Sect that the thunderous dragon spared this woman solely for the heart demon's sake. Envy, jealousy, however. Lingyun Sect gazes contemplatively at Jiang Ning, who is soundly asleep on the ground. What exactly is this woman? At the very moment the thunderous dragon's figure vanishes entirely, a gaping, pitch-black chasm emerges in the sky where it once hovered. Unfathomably deep and eerily peculiar. The shadowy abyss is filled with various toxins and darkness. An elderly man, face lined with wrinkles, hair disheveled and skin parched, bites off the head of a venomous red centipede. Relishing the crunch as he chews, gulping down the centipede's head, the old man rotates his stiff neck, revealing a sinister smile towards the horizon. I have awaited this day for a century. A full century. He. In an unknown palace, a figure clad in black bursts through the door, rushing into a chamber. Elder. Trouble has arisen again. The elder, one hand pressed against a throbbing forehead, does not lift his head, casually inquiring, what calamity has occurred now? Is there anything more pressing than the loss of the holy book? The figure in black tilts his head. Believe it or not, there is indeed. For instance, someone has pierced a hole in the sky above the summer realm? Elder? A slip of his hand causes the elder's head to bang against the table, instantly forming a large bump. Ignoring the pain, the elder springs to his feet, hurriedly moving to the window. Upon looking outside, he indeed sees the vast black hole in the sky. Who did this? The elder, furious, wears a countenance that suggests he is about to devour someone whole. The figure in black has no doubt that if the culprit stood before him, the elder would immediately perform a live dismemberment. How thrilling it is, the thunderous dragon of the golden core stage. Elder. The figure in black's eyes sparkle with anticipation as he gazes at his elder. Let us pursue it. Prepare for a live dismemberment of the thunderous dragon. The black-clad elder slowly turns. But the figure in black hasn't even had time to conceal his trembling hands before the elder captures him. Thud. A fist lands heavily on the head of the figure in black. The elder, furious, bellows, "What absurdity are you thinking? Hurry and find out who has ascended. The thunderous dragon. Where does he even begin to search? Should he pluck someone from among these little ghosts to cultivate into a golden core to lure out the dragon? Besides, even if the thunderous dragon truly appears, what then? Can he rise to the heavens? If he cannot find the dragon, he will vent his frustrations on this ascending little ghost. The figure in black, crestfallen, takes his leave. Once outside the chamber, he sweeps his hand over his attire, transforming his black garb into a flowing azure robe, boldly joining a nearby group as he swaggeringly follows along, after the figure in black departs. The elder stands alone at the window, gazing at the gaping hole in the sky, lost in thought. It is not that no one has ascended within secret realms before, but there has never been such a commotion. The heavens have been breached. Why not just demolish the secret realm while they're at it? The more the black-clad elder thinks, the angrier he becomes, and with a flash, he vanishes from his spot. He must personally investigate who possesses such formidable power. Jiang Ning gradually regained consciousness, her head feeling heavy as if it were stuffed with countless things, leaving her momentarily bewildered as she sat up. Her gaze fell upon a small child sitting cross-legged opposite her, regarding her with an expression of disdain. "Who are you?" Jiang Ning pondered, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this child. "Lingyun Sect. You heartless woman, I just saved you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you don't even recognize who I am." As Lingyun Sect's irritation flared, Jiang Ning sensed its emotions through their contract link, confirming that it was indeed Lingyun Sect. The little creature, unexpectedly, was rather cute. To her surprise, the golden-haired child was quite attractive. Jiang Ning playfully ruffled Lingyun Sect's head, thoroughly delighted. Lingyun Sect, irked, swatted her hand away and warned, "You should leave this place quickly. Just now, you advanced to the golden core stage, and when the thunder dragon departed, it inadvertently created a breach in this secret realm. Many people are heading this way, and trouble is brewing for you." Woman. Just as Lingyun Sect finished its gleeful taunt, the blue blade, which had reattached to Jiang Ning's waist, shot forward to strike at it. "Buzz enough of your prattle," Lingyun Sect huffed, rolling its bare little arms. "Oh, so you want to provoke me, huh? You think I can't handle it?" But before it could finish, Lingyun Sect spotted a red strand of hair floating beside the blue blade, its arrogance swiftly deflating. "You've got some guts." Although Jiang Ning had initially departed from the site of her tribulation, she reconsidered and turned back, retrieving a talisman from her belongings and placing it where she had lain earlier. After completing this task, she stood up and brushed off the dust from her hands, wearing a mischievous grin. The tokens from major sects are indeed quite useful. Chapter 67. Hello, Baishan's senior brother, I must say. That Jiang Ning's talismans are truly impressive. They enabled us to reunite so swiftly. However, I wonder why I've never heard of such effective talismans before. Xiao Duo, the second disciple of Lingyun Sect and Baishan's junior, mused. Unlike other sects that emphasize a well-rounded education in weapon forging, alchemy, talisman crafting, sword cultivation, and body refinement, Lingyun Sect focuses solely on nurturing talisman masters. In fact, one could assert that no other sect on the continent boasts a more comprehensive array of talismans than Lingyun Sect. Yet, Jiang Ning's talismans exceeded their expectations. Not only had they never seen such talismans, but they had never even heard of them. While they were undeniably useful, their applications appeared limited, particularly in this unique secret realm where conventional communication methods were ineffective. Baishan thought of Jiang Ning and recalled her cunning smile when she had tricked Lin Feng, a smile that involuntarily tugged at the corners of his lips, as the son of the sect leader. He was destined to inherit Lingyun Sect, and thus he adhered strictly to the path his father had laid out for him. He envied Jiang Ning's carefree disposition, her ability to do as she pleased. The world is vast and full of wonders. Just because Lingyun Sect has a plethora of talisman varieties does not mean it has collected every single one. As for Jiang Ning, she could only be a friend, never an enemy. If the need arose, he would be willing to lend a hand. Baishan held a favorable impression of Jiang Ning, not merely due to her generous gift of a talisman. He sensed a mysterious aura about her. And given the peculiar nature of her talismans, he was certain she harbored secrets unknown to others. It was unlikely that the Jiang family had bestowed these upon her, nor could they be from Lingyun Sect. She must have a powerful figure backing her. Opposing someone like that would not be wise. The disciples of Lingyun Sect understood what the need meant. Within the entire secret realm, only Zishuan Sect seemed intent on eliminating Jiang Ning. Senior brother, Jiang Ning is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Aren't you overestimating her? Xiao Duo expressed doubt, feeling that Jiang Ning did not appear to be a person of righteous character. Would they be remembered for their kindness should they assist her? Baishan gazed resolutely at the distant horizon. If we encounter someone in need, it is our duty to help that I believe she will remember. Don't question it. It's just intuition. Very well, senior brother. Lingyun Sect was formidable, yet Lingyun Sect was not to be underestimated. They were still willing to protect themselves. Just as they concluded their discussion, they spotted Jiang Ning approaching alone from afar. Jiang Ning noticed them too and waved her arm in greeting. Hi, Baishan. Jiang Ning's smile was captivating, both enchanting and audacious. Even a simple lift of her lips exuded an irresistible confidence. Baishan felt himself drawn into her smile, mirroring her expression as he hurried a few steps to reach her. Why are you alone? Where are your senior brothers? Baishan inquired, noticing she was by herself. Jiang Ning shrugged and wryly replied, My old horse stumbled. My talisman encountered a problem, and the red thread snapped as soon as it came in. Not wishing to delve into the complexities of the dead zone, she detested trouble. Even the most skilled talisman master could experience mishaps. Baishan accepted this explanation with in that case, you should accompany us. Without your senior brothers nearby, you might be in danger if you encounter someone from Lingyun Sect. Jiang Ning looked at the gentle and handsome young man before her and suddenly recalled the plot from her book. Baishan was undoubtedly the foremost talisman master among the younger generation, with a bright future ahead. However, during a trial, he had encountered Jiang Yuan, who had requested to travel together. They soon faced a powerful magical beast. Although Baishan could have handled it alone, Jiang Yuan's compassionate heart compelled her to assist, resulting in her injury. In an effort to protect her, Baishan had been distracted and suffered significant injuries himself. As they sought refuge in a cave to tend to their wounds, Yun Xian, having heard the commotion, arrived to find Jiang Yuan in tears, disheveled. Mistaking the situation, he attacked Baishan without warning, severing his arm. Although the misunderstanding was eventually cleared, Baishan's arm was lost forever. From that moment on, Baishan became sullen, losing his former warmth and brightness. The incident left him with a severe aversion to women, leading him to detest and avoid them at all costs. After Jiang Yuan ascended, among those who eliminated Yun Xian was Baishan himself. Following that, he vanished from Lingyun Sect and disappeared from the continent. Tsk. Jiang Ning observed the warm smile of Baishan and thought he was better this way. The trials described in the book must have referred to this very moment, as her talisman had once again saved someone on the brink of being harmed by the protagonist's halo. Tsk. Such immense merit. All right, then thank you. Jiang Ning naturally accepted with a smile. With the senior brothers' agreement, the others from Lingyun Sect had no objections either. They held no personal grievances against Jiang Ning, and with her vivacious personality and an array of peculiar talismans, they welcomed her presence. Where are you all headed? After deciding to team up, Jiang Ning walked alongside Lingyun Sect's group and inquired. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Duo had sidled up to Jiang Ning, curiously asking, Did you see who the person who ascended was when you came from that direction? Just as Jiang Ning was about to respond, Xiao Duo waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, pretend I didn't ask. Knowing that person might be Yun Xian, how could you possibly approach? Jiang Ning, well said, you certainly know how to make excuses for others. However, Xiao Duo swiftly changed the subject, asking mysteriously, by the way, are those talismans in your possession really drawn by you? I've never heard of them before. When Jiang Ning had given her 3 senior brothers' talismans, they had been astounded by the sheer volume. Each stack was thick, likely containing 100 talismans, and many exuded varied auras, indicating different functions. With such a large quantity, even if their brothers worked tirelessly day and night, it would take them a year to replicate them. How did Jiang Ning manage it? If that's the case, I must recommend a place to you. Speaking of my talismans, I am positively thrilled. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recalled the stall owner in Lingyun Town. You could say he has good luck. The items he finds are either sealed or unusable. But if you consider it bad luck, he happens to stumble upon genuine treasures. Chapter 68. Words fail to clarify once this trial concludes. I'll take you to Lingyun Town for some shopping. My talisman book was sourced from there. As Jiang Ning recounted the day she purchased the book, recalling the stall owner's incredulous gaze as he regarded her. Xiao Duo listened in shock. Wait, what? You mean to say he sold you such an important treasure for just 10 medium-grade spirit stones? Xiao Duo's jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly hitting the ground. Such a treasure. If any of Lingyun Sect's members had encountered it, they wouldn't hesitate to pay 10 superior-grade spirit stones, or even 1,000. What on earth was wrong with this stall owner? Did he truly lack discernment? Xiao Duo felt a pang of bitterness rising within him, contemplating why he could not encounter such a foolish vendor. Indeed, not only that, but he had also gifted me a life-restoring spirit plant. As if he feared he had not treated me well enough. Jiang Ning nodded earnestly, her words causing Xiao Duoduo's heart to ache. He pressed a hand against his chest, halting Jiang Ning's flow of words, imploring, "Stop it. If you continue, I shall wish to abandon this ordeal and return to Lingyun town." "Can one truly terminate their training midway?" Jiang Ning inquired. Xiao Duoduo shot her a disdainful glance. "Of course not. I merely meant it metaphorically. Do you understand?" Xiao Duoduo's desire to engage in conversation with Jiang Ning waned. The more she spoke, the more jealousy consumed him. He feared that if he listened any longer, he might be unable to resist outright seizing what he coveted. Both were spirited individuals, and their banter soon led them to the main group. Indeed, almost half of the people within the secret realm had gathered at the very spot where Jiang Ning had just ascended. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. At the center of this gathering stood Yun Xian, wearing an expression of acute embarrassment as he clutched his token, his face adorned with a look of utter confusion that words could scarcely convey. "Why won't you admit it? Ascending is not something to be ashamed of. When we arrived, your token was right here. Don't tell us you lost it." "Who would believe that?" exclaimed a voice among the crowd. "The esteemed chief disciple of the Lingyun Sect, and you claim to have lost such an important item?" Yun Xian opened his mouth about to explain, but was interrupted by Jiang Yuan's gentle voice. "You are mistaken. The senior brother has been with me all along. It truly is not him." Draped in a flowing white gown, Jiang Yuan appeared immaculate, having been carried by Yun Xian throughout their journey. Her delicate demeanor, akin to willows swaying in the breeze, evoked a sense of sympathy, diminishing the crowd's dissatisfaction with Yun Xian. Observing this, Yun Xian felt a slight relief. However, before he could fully exhale, Su Ruofei's words rekindled his anxiety. Su Ruofei was not inclined to let Yun Xian off the hook so easily. Even if the ascendant was not him, he could not allow his little junior sister to be bullied without consequence. He lightly tapped his fingers against his fan's rib, suddenly adopting a sarcastic tone. "All right, let us not pressure him further. Once this training concludes, there will be the sect competition, and it is well known that those in the golden core stage are not permitted to participate. If he is reluctant to acknowledge it, that is understandable." Jiang Ning burst into laughter upon hearing this calm yet provocative statement. The second senior brother truly excels at causing trouble wherever he goes. How impressive! Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present soured. The previously dissipated anger flared up once more. The outcome of the sect competition would directly influence the distribution of resources among the sects for years to come, making it of utmost importance. If Yun Xian participated, what would remain for them? Su Ruofei, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute, Yun Xian retorted, his fury boiling over as he glared at Su Ruofei. Just as things seemed to calm, this person had to stir the pot. Su Ruofei smiled nonchalantly, completely unfazed by Yun Xian's ire, his demeanor a stark contrast to Yun Xian's rage. Ascending is not a bad thing, yet your insistence on hiding it raises suspicions. Could it be that the Lingyun Sect harbors some ulterior motives? Su Ruofei, enough. Speak any further, and I shall be wary of your tongue, if not for the multitude of onlookers. Yun Xian would have charged at Su Ruofei to teach him a lesson. This insufferable wretch, with a face so charming yet a mouth so vexatious. Su Ruofei shielded half of his face with his fan, revealing only his enchanting peach blossom eyes, a smile gracing his lips, captivating all around. Instantly, Yun Xian ignited the collective ire of the female disciples present. Yun Xian, how dare you speak to Feifei that way? Feifei merely spoke the truth. Why are you so furious? Daring to threaten Feifei? You should be wary of your own tongue. How can one who dares not admit their ascension, lurking like a coward, be so brazen? The situation rapidly escalated into a one-sided condemnation of Yun Xian. Jiang Yuan, eyes reddened, frantically protested, "No, no. It truly is into the senior brother," but her words only fueled the fire. There exists a certain type of woman who despises her own gender yet is infatuated with men. And Jiang Yuan belonged to this category. Enough. You should just be silent. Why must you be everywhere? How can someone so clumsy even walk without falling? Best stay at the sect and not embarrass yourself. Can't you express yourself properly? Who are you performing for, drenched in tears? We are not those blind, foolish men. We see through your charade. The surrounding men, caught in the crossfire, were bewildered, exclaiming, "What have we done to deserve this?" With the battle lines drawn, Su Ruofei elegantly fanned himself, signaling Mu Chuan and Yin Shi to make their escape. In that fleeting moment, a knowing expression crossed his face. If the ascendant was not Yun Xian, could it be the little junior sister? Upon noticing the petite figure leaning against a large tree, arms crossed, grinning at them. Su Ruofei raised an eyebrow, a mix of expectation and surprise washing over him as he recognized her cultivation level. With a soft chuckle, he mused, "This little sister truly never fails to deliver unexpected surprises. Little junior sister, let us depart." Mu Chuan and the others approached Jiang Ning, nodding in acknowledgement before attempting to leave. Yet Yunxian would not allow Lingyun Sect's miscreants to escape so easily. "You lot, halt!" Yunxian soared into the air, breaking free from the encirclement, sword drawn, aiming directly for Su Ruofei's throat. "None of you shall leave today." Chapter 69. Blind, dog eating excrement. Stinky the blade surged with intense fire energy, the surrounding air instantly igniting with heat. Pressured by this wave of warmth, everyone hastily retreated, inadvertently exposing Jiang Ning and her companions to Yunxian's attack. His eyes, aflame with fury, burned red from the fire, filled with a resolute desire to make them pay with their lives, targeting Su Ruofei first. Jiang Ning harbored grievances against the little junior sister, but her deepest hatred was reserved for Su Ruofei. He had always been the favored one, handsome and gifted, smoothly ascending to become the chief disciple of the Lingyun Sect. Prior to Su Ruofei's unexpected emergence, he had been the idol of all the female disciples. Ever since this Su Ruofei appeared, everything had changed. The most unbearable sight was when the little junior sister looked at Su Ruofei with a tenderness he had never received. Today, he vowed to slay this anomaly, proving to the little junior sister who was truly the strongest. How could a mere artifact smith dare to compare himself to the strongest sword cultivator of their generation? It was nothing but a farce. As the sword lunged forward, Jiang Ning instinctively moved to defend herself but was swiftly pulled aside by Mu Chuan. Confused, she looked up at him, wondering if he could handle this alone. Though she had long suspected that her second senior brother was extraordinary, the thought of Lingyun Sect's fate made her hesitant to let him take risks, even if it meant exposing herself. She could not allow her brother to fall into peril. Noticing the worry in her eyes, Mu Chuan ruffled her hair, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not worry. Your second senior brother is not so weak. Just watch closely." Nian Shi, having appeared beside them, fixated her bright eyes on Mu Chuan's hand, resting on Jiang Ning's head alarmed. Jiang Ning swiftly removed Mu Chuan's hand, covering her head defensively. Glaring at Nian Shi, "Don't even think about it." Nian Shi feigned regret. "Ba, in just half a month, the aura around you has intensified. Why does it feel even more potent now? Moreover, this sensation it seemed to carry a hint of demonic energy." A flicker of confusion passed through Nian Shi's eyes. Could it be that the little junior sister had delved into demonic paths in just half a month? Jiang Ning retorted, "You're the one who is intense. Your entire family is intense." At last, Jiang Ning understood why both her master and senior brothers appeared speechless whenever they mentioned the third senior brother. With someone so keen on turning others into fools constantly fixated on her, who could remain sane? Suddenly, she recalled her master's threat to her second senior brother. "If you cannot protect the little junior sister, you might as well live with Nian Shi." How terrifying. What a cruel punishment this was. Her master truly knew how to intimidate. Meanwhile, Yunxian and Su Ruofei were already locked in combat. Though Su Ruofei appeared to be struggling, Yunxian was making no headway either. As frustration mounted from failing to land a blow on Su Ruofei under the watchful eyes of so many, Yunxian's output of spiritual energy surged, unleashing his attacks with reckless abandon upon Su Ruofei. At that critical moment, Jiang Ning's voice echoed in Su Ruofei's ears. "Second senior brother, blind, dog eating excrement, stinky." Now a golden core cultivator, Jiang Ning was capable of transmitting her voice, and it was during this moment that she realized her second senior brother's cultivation had far surpassed the golden core stage after all. During their first descent from the mountain, he had transmitted his voice to her more than once. It is merely that she has yet to realize it herself. With this thought in mind, she understood that the second senior brother was reluctant to reveal his identity, which prompted him to engage in a contest of wits with Yunxian, leading her to devise a countermeasure. If this continued, others would swiftly discern that Yunxian was not the one being promoted, a revelation that Jiang Ning wished to avoid. Upon receiving Jiang Ning's telepathic message, Su Ruofei quickly responded, retrieving 3 talismans from his pocket. With a mischievous grin upon his face, he swiftly affixed the talismans onto Yunxian's body in rapid succession. Then, why can't I see? Pia G. Wow. What is that horrid stench? At the very moment the 3 talismans adhered to Yunxian, he felt as if a shroud of darkness had been drawn over his eyes, causing the light before him to dim instantaneously. Panic surged within him, and as he took a step forward, he tripped over what felt like a stone, twisting his ankle and causing his body to tumble uncontrollably forward, landing face first in a most undignified manner. But that was not the end of it. As he fell, an unbearable, acrid stench erupted from him, permeating the air. Oh no, could it be that Yun Xian has soiled himself? What is wrong with the people from Lingyun Sect? Is tripping while walking now in vogue? How long has it been since he last bathed? This odor, my heavens, I can't endure it any longer. Let us retreat, everyone from Qingshui's sect. Su Ruofei's actions were executed with such swiftness that many did not even catch a glimpse of what he had done. They merely saw him approach Yun Xian and then retreat, leading no one to suspect his involvement. If he possessed such skill, would Lingyun Sect have been oppressed by Zishuan's sect for so many years? However, Bai Shan observed everything with clarity. He was particularly sensitive to talismans, and the moment Su Ruofei produced them, he felt their presence. He distinctly witnessed Su Ruofei affixing something to Yun Xian. Were they those peculiar talismans from Jiang Ning? How intriguing it seems that after this trial concludes, a visit to Lingyun Sect is in order. Xiao Duo, covering her nose and mouth, was nearly rolling her eyes from the stench. Senior brother, let us go. I feel like I might vomit. As she spoke, she exaggeratedly rolled her eyes and pretended to faint, which elicited laughter from Bai Shan. Bai Shan turned to Jiang Ning, who coincidentally met his gaze. And he smiled, giving a slight nod as he said, "Until we meet again." Jiang Ning, one hand covering her nose, waved with the other and muttered, "Goodbye." How could every gesture be so adorably charming? Bai Shan smiled indulgently and shook his head as he departed with several junior brothers. Jiang Ning had never anticipated that such a potent effect could arise from her creation. She had not foreseen its magnitude. After the explosion at Lingyun and last time, she had researched methods to dispel the talismans. Fortunately, the compendium of talismans included ways to negate their effects. However, when she returned to Lingyun town to inquire, she learned that the stench from the previous explosion, being a failed product, had dissipated after only 2 days, far less than her expectation of 5,000 years. This was fortunate. It spared her the trouble of seeking out the victims one by one. Chapter 70. Get Lost. Taking advantage of Yun Xian's moment of existential doubt, the quartet from Lingyun Sect fled with great haste. They did not stop until they reached a safe distance, whereupon they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Who would have thought that the little junior sister's talismans would prove so effective? If they were sold at the market, they would undoubtedly rake in a fortune. Mu Chuan patted the thick stack of talismans at his waist, his eyes glinting with greed. He was in dire need of money. If only they could bring the little junior sister along on future excursions. No, she was not merely a junior sister. She was his very own gold mine, a treasure trove. Mu Chuan's gaze towards Jiang Ning transformed, taking on a rather serious and lecherous air. Jiang Ning. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Ning imagined seeing a long, fluffy tail swaying behind her senior brother, but when she looked again, it vanished without a trace. Rubbing her eyes, she mused, how strange it was that ever since that bizarre remnant soul had mysteriously disappeared from within her. She had frequently experienced hallucinations, yet aside from that, she felt no other ill effects. Thus, she paid it little mind, resolving to ask Wei Huaishu about it once they met, for he had experience in such matters. Just as Mu Chuan was earnestly contemplating the feasibility of this situation, Su Ruofei suddenly inquired, "How did you suddenly ascend?" "Huh? Who? Who ascended?" Mu Chuan and Yin Shi simultaneously followed Su Ruofei's gaze. It was the little junior sister, the one who had reached the golden core stage. Was it truly her? Both were taken aback in a way. How could the little junior sister have advanced so quickly after only just beginning her cultivation? At this rate, would anyone else ever have a chance? Jiang Ning had intended to discuss this matter. They were all of the same sect, and while she could keep secrets from anyone else, there was no reason to hide it from her senior brothers. With a radiant smile, she twirled her right hand, producing the resplendent refining heaven cauldron in her palm. "I must thank the second senior brother. Had it not been for my contract with it, my ascension would not have come so swiftly." The three of them leaned in, peering curiously at the small cauldron in Jiang Ning's hand. Su Ruofei nodded. "Ah, I vaguely recall it. I seem to have picked it up casually. I forgot where I tossed it afterward. So it ended up with you? Huh?" Mu Chuan and Yin Shi exchanged incredulous glances at Su Ruofei's words, jealousy practically radiating from their expressions. "Second brother? What about ours? Being of the same sect, why was there such a disparity? Whatever the little junior sister had, they wanted too." Su Ruofei shot Mu Chuan a sidelong glance and swatted his hand away. "You are the senior brother. I didn't see you giving me a welcoming gift when I joined it." Mu Chuan awkwardly pouted, his finger pointing sheepishly as he mumbled, "It's not that I was poor or anything." Su Ruofei chuckled. It's your own fault for being poor. You ran away from home without taking any treasures with you, believing that old fox of a father. If you dare to leave this house, you are no longer my son, and do not think of taking even a single thing with you. Guess what? He really didn't take a thing. Su Ruofei seriously doubted whether he had left his brain behind at home as well. Having finally dealt with Mu Chuan, Su Ruofei turned to find Yin Shi gazing at him with a look of deep longing. Second brother Su Ruofei rubbed his temples. Aren't you a monk? Why do you care about these worldly possessions? Yin Shi pressed his palms together earnestly. Ba, a monk does not concern himself with worldly possessions, but artifacts are an exception. Moreover, I have only recently begun my cultivation and still crave worldly treasures. Particularly artifacts. Second brother, I too desire an artifact. His every word was focused on artifacts. Goodness, was he planning to outright rob them? Realizing this, Jiang Ning understood what she needed to do. It was time to save the second brother from his plight. She was serious about it. Instantly, she felt her stature grow taller. Speaking of which, senior brother, third brother, it has been quite some time since I joined the sect, and the second brother has already given me a welcoming gift. What about you two? Jiang Ning smiled sweetly, extending her little hand towards the two with unabashed boldness. The two? Why did it feel like they had dug their own graves? Senior brother? Jiang Ning looked at Mu Chuan with a bright smile. Mu Chuan. Searching himself, Mu Chuan lamented, unfortunately, I am utterly penniless. How very typical of Mu Chuan, however, faced with the expectant gaze of the little junior sister, he removed a fox-shaped jade pendant he had been wearing from his waist and placed it in Jiang Ning's palm. Here, keep it. Although it's not an artifact, it contains a forbidden spell capable of withstanding a full-force strike from someone at the god transformation stage. It could save your life in a critical moment. He had no use for it himself, but for the little junior sister, it was a life-saving item. He had nothing else to offer, so he gave her a chance at life instead. After speaking, he cast a provocative glance at Yin Shi. He had given his gift. Now the pressure was on the third brother. Yin Shi, wait, are you all playing such a big game now? The second brother gave away wealth that could rival a nation. And the senior brother directly offered a chance at life. And I third brother? Jiang Ning turned to Yin Shi with a smile that it would be a lie to say she was not moved. While they were all considered brothers and sisters, their time spent together was still short. Previously, Jiang Ning had hardly believed in the bonds between people, especially after witnessing the hypocrisy of the Jiang family, where even those who had coexisted for over a decade could betray you. What could be expected from a group of strangers? Yet ever since arriving at Lingyun Sect, her perspective had gradually begun to shift. Despite the frequent bickering among the senior brothers, she could see that their feelings for one another were genuine, and they sincerely treated her as their little junior sister. This familial-like bond was something Jiang Ning had grown fond of. Yin Shi looked at Jiang Ning's delicate little hand and felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He had never seen his senior brothers so intensely focused on cultivation. It seemed they were here to compete with him. Yet, having spent many years setting up stalls, he had not acquired anything valuable. Instead, his stall had been smashed several times. What could he possibly give the little junior sister? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Yin Shi's eyes lit up, and he earnestly proposed, "Junior sister, how about I purify you just once?" He was genuinely serious, as he believed purification was a sacred act, cleansing the soul and absolving one of sins. He does not perceive the transformation into purity, turning into a fool, as a negative occurrence. That, indeed, represents the most pristine and innocent state in the next life. He is destined to be reborn as a good person. What great virtue! Jiang Ning, Mu Chuan, Su Ruofei, feeling a toothache, get lost. Yin Shi, do not utter foul language. Get lost. Ba, fellow disciples, get lost, the farther, the better. Chapter 71. Why is the junior sister so fickle? If all else fails, I shall present this relic to the junior sister. Seeing the three truly resist, Yin Shi could only retract his thoughts with a wounded expression, producing an oval relic emanating a faint glow from his person. A relic? Jiang Ning looked over with curiosity. She had heard before that such relics are typically formed only when a revered monk passes away. This was her first encounter with one. Concerned that Jiang Ning might not understand its purpose, Yin Shi explained, "This relic contains supreme Buddha light. Simply wearing it will dispel malevolent energies. Moreover, if any sinister force attempts to approach you, it shall be harmed by the Buddha light. You must wear it at all times." Judging by the aura surrounding the junior sister, it is evident she has been tainted by unclean entities. Yet, she refuses my assistance in purification. Thus, I must resort to this method. Wearing this relic should provide some measure of protection. Once I obtain further treasures capable of warding off evil, I shall ensure the junior sister possesses a wholly pure soul. He truly is a thoughtful senior brother, is he not? Surely the junior sister will be touched. With a look of a devoted senior brother, Ningxi held the relic out, awaiting Jiang Ning to take it. However, Jiang Ning gazed at the relic, now just within reach, feeling conflicted. She is merely an external soul. Would the relic even recognize her? What if the Buddha light were to drive her soul away? That would certainly be amusing. Jiang Ning took 2 steps back, her face clearly displaying her refusal. Though the treasure is splendid, one must possess life to claim it. Senior brother 3 truly knows how to torment others. She was aware of his good intentions, yet his kindness perpetually filled her with trepidation. Upon seeing Jiang Ning not only decline his gift but also step back, Ningxi's heart felt as if it had been pierced by a knife. He placed a hand on his chest. Staring blankly as he asked, "Junior sister, are you serious about stepping back?" As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward. Every cell in Jiang Ning's body screamed resistance as she extended her hand in a gesture of refusal. Pleading, "Senior brother, please do not approach, Ningxi. I will come closer, Muchuan, Su Ruafei." Such a pair of senior brothers and sister can sometimes feel quite helpless. Just as Jiang Ning and Ningxi engaged in their playful pursuit, one determined to place the relic around Jiang Ning's neck while the other desperately sought to evade. A voice, noticeably deep and mature, emerged like a savior in Jiang Ning's ears. "If you do not wish for such a treasure, may I take it?" It was Wei Huaishu. Upon seeing Wei Huaishu's arrival, Jiang Ning visibly exhaled in relief. "Wei Huaishu." Jiang Ning waved in greeting, deftly dodging Ningxi's hand in the process. "Wei Huaishu. This person truly possesses an unyielding vitality at all times." The elder felt a twinge of envy. Wei Huaishu glanced at the relic in Ningxi's hand, his gaze glinting with greed. A sacred object from the Buddhist sect. It seems this little monk from Lingyun Sect is not to be underestimated. Wei Huaishu approached Jiang Ning, giving her a barely perceptible nod. Jiang Ning understood this as permission to accept it. Without hesitation, she swiftly seized the relic before Ningxi could react. Tioher, the demon immortal, resembled a living fossil. Albeit one she could trust to some extent, and of course, should he dare to deceive her, he ought to be wary. Meanwhile, Ningxi stared at his empty palm, questioning his existence. Why is the junior sister so capricious? The moment Jiang Ning's hand made contact with the relic, a chilling sensation coursed through her senses. Before she could fully comprehend this refreshing sensation, a sudden searing pain radiated from her palm, startling her into tossing the relic into her storage ring. The treasure is indeed remarkable, but it is too hot to handle. Best to store it away for later examination. After securing the relic, Jiang Ning cast a puzzled glance at Wei Huaishu and her 3 senior brothers, inquiring, "Shouldn't you all be together? How come?" Before entering the secret realm, Jiang Ning had affixed talismans to the 3 senior brothers and Wei Huaishu. Logically, they should have encountered one another quickly upon entering. Why was Wei Huaishu alone? Little did she know that upon asking this question, all 4 nearly simultaneously displayed expressions of disdain. "You ask him. You ask them. Oh, do tell. Is there a story?" Jiang Ning smiled brightly as she sidled up to Wei Huaishu, nudging his arm playfully. "What transpired? Share it with me so I might find joy." Wei Huaishu irritably pushed Jiang Ning away, his face twisted with resentment. The youth of today truly lack respect for their elders. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Mu Chuan and the others not far off, especially those 3 little brats. He had initially anticipated quickly reuniting with Jiang Ning upon entering the secret realm, yet to his surprise, the first encounter was with these 3. Throughout their journey, they had wielded their privileged status to issue commands as if he were their servant. Whenever he refused, they threatened him with their fists. If he had been at his peak, he would never have allowed these youngsters such audacity. Humph, he would have turned their ashes to dust. After hearing Wei Huaishu's explanation, Jiang Ning comfortingly patted his shoulder and curiously remarked, "Since you recognize your age, you ought to temper your temper. However, speaking of which, the 3 senior brothers do not strike me as the type to randomly pick fights. Did you say or do something to provoke them?" Despite their seemingly loquacious nature, when it comes to outsiders, each one adopts a fade of aloofness. They would not deign to issue commands to you. She believed it was uncharacteristic of her senior brothers to act in such a manner without cause. It must be that Wei Huaishu had said or done something to warrant their ire. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's skepticism, a flicker of guilt crossed Wei Huaishu's face, only to be replaced by indignation a moment later. Why should I be the one in the wrong? Perhaps they were the ones at fault. He protested vehemently. Jiang Ning ignored his objections, raising an eyebrow in warning. Those three are my senior brothers. I care not what you were before or what great powers you possess. Should I discover that you have shown disrespect to my senior brothers again, you shall know the consequences. Wei Huaishu. He almost forgot. He was merely a remnant soul that had failed to usurp Jiang Ning's body. How could she possibly side with him? Nevertheless, Wei Huaishu quickly regained his confidence. Having resolved to follow Jiang Ning back to the demon realm, his first step must be to earn her approval. To prove he is a person of worth. Chapter 72. Jiang Ning captured. Let us act without delay. A true man can bend and stretch, and he is no less than a dignified demon immortal. What is face anyway? He shall cast it aside. Very well. Wei Huaishu's sudden change in tone left Jiang Ning bewildered. Regarding him anew, she couldn't shake the feeling that this person was up to no good. Initially reluctant to lower himself, Wei Huaishu discovered that when he shed his pride, it was surprisingly not so hard to accept. Moreover, Jiang Ning had already witnessed his tearful display. What could be more embarrassing than that? With this thought, Wei Huaishu felt liberated. He resolutely thumped his chest, assuring her, "Do not worry. Your senior brothers will henceforth be my senior brothers as well, and I will no longer trouble them, Jiang Ning. They are already your senior brothers. We are all comrades. When will this old fellow realize his current identity? He is now a 16-year-old youth." Jiang Ning suddenly felt. This demon immortal seems somewhat lacking in mental acuity. Did he truly hold a position of unparalleled authority, second only to the demon lord, within the demon race? Jiang Ning harbored profound doubts regarding this notion. By this point, the members of Lingyun Sect had fully reunited. As for Bai Qi, who cares? They were all aware of her repeated provocations towards the junior sister and held no fondness for her. The trials of life and death are born of one's own choices. If she refuses to purchase the junior sister's talismans, she may fend for herself. Though the members of Lingyun Sect appeared rather pleasant on the surface, their hearts were as hard as stone. The fate of an outsider is of no concern to them. The group initially intended to search for spiritual herbs in the spring realm, but with a majority of disciples congregating in the summer realm, it seemed they would not be departing anytime soon. Just as they turned to leave, the ground beneath them suddenly cracked, a deep chasm appearing without warning at their feet. "Be careful." Su Ruofei unfurled his folding fan, which expanded exponentially in an instant, pulling Mu Chuan and Yanxi, the nearest, onto the fan. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning and Wei Huaishu found a safe spot to land. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Su Ruofei inquired, extending his hand towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning gazed at the fissured earth beneath her, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. She shook her head, just about to place her hand on Su Ruofei's, urging him to pull her up onto the fan. When her eyes suddenly widened in alarm, she felt a hand gripping her ankle. Jiang Ning looked down, and upon seeing the source of her distress, she involuntarily let out an expletive. What the hell is this? In the midst of a vast chasm, a withered, skeletal hand was clutching her ankle, and its owner had a pale, ghastly visage marred by a network of grotesque veins, truly terrifying. It resembled a vengeful spirit from folklore. "Ah, I'm seeing ghosts in broad daylight." Jiang Ning was so frightened that every hair on her body stood on end, and at that moment, Su Ruofei grasped her hand. Finding leverage, Jiang Ning began to kick furiously at the hand that held her ankle, as if her feet were powered by a small electric motor. "Let go of me," she screamed. Jiang Ning exerted herself so fiercely that several times she nearly dragged Su Ruofei down with her. Wei Huaishu, standing on the ground, looked up and thought Jiang Ning resembled a noodle being stretched and tossed about, writhing like a maggot. Yet, no matter how hard Jiang Ning struggled, that hand seemed glued to her ankle. Refusing to release its grip in that instant, her scalp prickled with fear. What kind of horror was this? No one had warned her that the world of cultivation contained such abominations. Indeed, while Jiang Ning feared nothing else in the world, she was terrified of spirits. The old man clutching her ankle bore a deranged grin, and he looked nothing like a human. Suddenly, Jiang Ning felt her shoe slip off. Oh no! She had exerted too much force. With a stiff expression, she glanced down and, to her horror, saw the creepy old man leering at her foot, his gaze brimming with perversion. Jiang Ning raised her face, offering Su Ruofei a wry smile. "Second senior brother, remember to come find me." After saying that, she felt a scratch on the sole of her foot. Infuriated yet amused, she let go, and in an instant, the black hand dragged her into the abyss. Before everything plunged into darkness, Jiang Ning had but one thought. Indeed, no one could resist the urge to scratch when presented with a foot sole right before them. that accursed itch. Subsequently, her vision faded to black, and she lost consciousness completely. When Jiang Ning awoke again, it was to the choking scent of something peculiar. She could not quite describe the smell. It was not unpleasant, even carrying a hint of freshly cut grass. Yet it was overwhelmingly strong and had roused her from slumber. Coughing, she opened her eyes to find a hunched, disheveled old man standing before her, stirring a pot of something. The strange aroma was emanating from the cauldron in front of her. Jiang Ning moved her hands and feet, only to hear the clinking of chains. Following the sound, she looked down to discover that her limbs were bound by chains. Gazing at the rusted, blood-stained shackles, she could not help but express her profound disgust. How filthy! And that pot! The edges were caked with grime. Still in use. Was it illegal to wash things in this secret realm? The old man no longer bore the menacing demeanor he had when he first seized her ankle. The red veins on his face had faded, and his complexion had returned to normal. Were it not for his tattered clothing and unkempt appearance, Jiang Ning would hardly recognize him as the same repulsive old pervert that had grabbed her earlier. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's voice, the old man lifted his head, letting out a cackling laugh that it was as if he had not conversed with anyone in ages. When he spoke, his voice sounded like a saw cutting through dry wood. If you were trapped in this dark abyss for 100 years like me, would you care about cleanliness? He cackled. Don't worry, you'll be eating soon. As he spoke, a fly buzzed by, and he swiftly caught it in his hand. Then, with his bony fingers, he squished the insect, its insides plopping into the pot. Jiang Ning watched in disgust, but before her expression could fully twist in revulsion, the old man tossed the fly into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, it was surprisingly crisp. Jiang Ning, ugh. Chapter 73. Which sect do you belong to? This is utterly revolting. Live insects, raw, regardless of the specifics, it was far beyond Jiang Ning's threshold of acceptance. Especially with that pot in front of her. Was he boiling excrement? After the initial whiff of grass, the scent now resembled, well, how could she describe it? Like unwashed pig intestines wrapped around durian and then roasted over a fire? It was a pungent delight. Surely he couldn't consider this pot's contents as food. With that thought, Jiang Ning felt utterly unwell. Senior? I wonder if you brought me here for a reason? Jiang Ning moved her limbs, realizing she bore no injuries, the only inconvenience being her bindings. Whatever had secured her was remarkably sturdy. Since this old man had chosen to bind her, it indicated that he had no immediate intention of killing her. There was still room for negotiation. With this in mind, Jiang Ning decided to abandon her struggles, shifting her gaze to engage the old man in conversation. What do elderly hermits fear the most? Warmth. At this moment, she surveyed the meager dwelling that barely qualified as a house. Aside from the pot before the old man, the only other feature was the bed she lay upon, surrounded by a haphazard pile of jars in the corner. It was not merely simple, it was antiquated, as if it had been in use for ages. Senior, have you lived here long? What are those jars filled with? Why do you reside in such a desolate place? Where is your family? My name is Jiang Ning. May I ask for your esteemed name? Senior, can you hear me? Once Jiang Ning confirmed that he bore no ill intent, she became animated, her mouth running like she had never spoken to anyone before. The old man, having not conversed with anyone in a long time, listened quietly, and he found a strange joy in the chatter of this lively girl. Living beings were certainly preferable to those cold, lifeless poisons. It seemed that even if he didn't leave, transforming this person into what he desired would stave off boredom in the days to come. He stirred the wooden spoon in the pot twice, then gently scooped a large spoonful of the mysterious liquid toward Jiang Ning. Eat. The single word nearly caused Jiang Ning to lose her composure. Eat? Eat this? Are you joking? I refuse. As the unrecognizable substance approached her lips, she recoiled as if confronted by a ghost. One bite of that concoction, and she could forget about cultivating. She would surely ascend to the heavens on the spot. His hand froze in midair as he narrowed his eyes dangerously. His expression icy as he regarded Jiang Ning's rejection. You find it repulsive, Jiang Ning? At that moment, a little voice in Jiang Ning's head was banging against the walls. Please, do you not realize how your creation appears? Must I spell it out so bluntly? Yes, she found it disgusting. Jiang Ning nodded vigorously, nearly straining her neck. Her forthrightness caught Tian Qi off guard. After a brief moment of astonishment, he burst into laughter. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? In the past, those who had come to participate in trials had begged him for mercy after he lured them to the edge of the cliff. Crying for their lives, not a shred of dignity remained. Yet this little girl dared to be so openly disdainful towards him. Was she ignorant or fearless? Tianqi cleared his throat, suddenly less eager to refine her. Jiang Ning understood the concept of pushing boundaries. Seeing that Tianqi was not angry, she immediately became invigorated. Leaning forward once more to inquire, "Senior, do you usually eat these kinds of things?" Unbeknownst to her. This question struck a chord deep within Tianqi. Of course, if he had a choice, he wouldn't be consuming such fare. After all, it had been 100 years since he had eaten anything resembling real food. Since you don't wish to eat, very well. Lingyun's face settled into an indifferent expression as he retracted the wooden spoon and began leisurely stirring the pot once more. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not suddenly feeling benevolent and planning to spare you. It's simply that I know, in the near future, this stubborn little girl will be begging me for something to eat." There was a restriction in this chasm. Regardless of one's cultivation level, survival here required eating and drinking like a commoner, lest one face starvation. The area was perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma, and everything, water, plants, or magical beasts, was laden with poison. Yet to survive, he had no choice but to consume these poisonous substances. The sores on his face, the scars on his body, and the toxins in his blood were all the result of years spent in this place. Reflecting on his early days here, when he was either unconscious or teetering on the brink of it, even a seemingly innocuous flower could harbor deadly toxins. This was the terrifying reality of this abyss. As for escaping, that was out of the question. Had the secret realm not recently cracked open a hole, loosening some restrictions, he would have had no opportunity to briefly venture out and capture someone. Fortunately, after all these years, he did not spend his time idly at the bottom of this cliff. He employed over 1,000 poisonous plants and ultimately concocted an antidote pearl, as long as he wore it. Ordinary toxins could not approach him. It was from that moment on that he truly became the master of this abyss. With this thought, Tianqi couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Ning. He had observed the girl's talents, which were undoubtedly the finest among those who had come for training this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of capturing her alone. If such a person were to be refined by him and turned into his puppet, how would those lofty leaders of the 18th sect react? He was eager to witness that scene, especially the despicable Zishuan and Chutian. The suffering he had endured for 100 years would eventually be repaid in full. With this thought, Tianqi suppressed the hatred on his face, his murky and cold eyes suddenly fixed on Jiang Ning. "Which sect do you belong to?" He had made up his mind. If this girl was a disciple of Zishuan or Chutian, he would surely exhaust all his poisons on her, transforming her into the most malevolent and heartless creature to roam the earth, to slaughter those righteous paths, to eradicate all righteous dogs of the world. Tianqi's voice betrayed no discernible emotion, yet Jiang Ning inexplicably felt that answering this question incorrectly could lead to grave danger. Did he not see the way his eyes narrowed, clearly indicating he was not contemplating anything benevolent? "So, which sect would you prefer me to belong to?" Chapter 74. Speak quickly, release your thoughts. So, which sect would you prefer me to belong to? This brief question left Tianqi utterly bewildered. What did it mean to hope for a particular sect? Your sect is your sect. What concern is it of mine? It's of no concern to you, Jiang Ning thought inwardly, but your expression clearly conveyed that if I answer incorrectly, you would dispose of me immediately. She dared not speak. Moreover, despite her lack of confidence in other areas, she had some understanding of her own unfortunate life. She even had a premonition that if she claimed to be a disciple of Lingyun Sect, this old man would undoubtedly harbor a grudge against them. A supporting character's fate often carries a hint of misfortune. Noticing Jiang Ning's hesitation, Tianqi grew somewhat impatient. If she was unwilling to answer, then let us commence. Commence? Commence what? Jiang Ning tightened her grip on the chains, an ominous premonition surging within her as her mind raced with countermeasures. Just as she had awakened, the Lien Tianding was prepared to help her unshackle the chains. As a divine artifact, it possessed such capabilities. However, she had refused. Uncertain of this man's intentions, if he discovered her storage space and divine artifact, her life would truly be forfeit. Yet, the current situation left no room for her to remain low-key. The old man's cultivation surpassed hers by more than a little, and she could not even discern his level of power, in such a disparity of strength. If her life were in danger, who could afford to worry about exposure? It was a matter of life and death. Lien Tianding, my child, are you ready? Jiang Ning took a deep breath, her gaze ignited with fierce determination. Ready, my lady? The golden little bee nodded, rolling up non-existent sleeves, full of fighting spirit. Finally, it's time to fight. How exhilarating, Lan Ren. Buzz, I'm ready to ready. I will count to 3, and you will all join in. Jiang Ning raised 3 fingers in the contract link. 3, 2, wait. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she abruptly halted the movements of the 2 divine artifacts. Lingyun Sect nearly twisted itself in a fit of exasperation. What now, woman? Jiang Ning grinned mysteriously, recalling a story about survival through storytelling. Lingyun Sect? Lanren. Buzz, what the master says is correct. Then, Jiang Ning discreetly retrieved the smallest storage bag from her storage ring and quietly hung it at her waist, simultaneously filling it with food. Since this old man had not tasted anything good for quite some time, let him experience the profound culture of gourmet food. Wait, senior. I still have something to say. At this moment, Tianqi's face no longer bore the slightest hint of the initial pleasure he felt while listening to Jiang Ning. If not for the purpose of refining her into the perfect vessel, he would have already silenced her with poison. How could she be so noisy? Was her mouth never tired? Babbling like a firecracker. Speak quickly, release your thoughts. Tianqi's patience dwindled to a mere thread. He pulled from his robe a red poisonous snake over half a meter long, exuding black venom, preparing to place it upon Jiang Ning's head. With a single bite, this girl would lose all reason and become his puppet. The thought sent a frenzied glint into Tianqi's eyes. The previous failures, once proud sons of heaven, had all succumbed to his spirit snake. If this girl could withstand it, would that not mean all his brilliant ideas could come to fruition? Seeing Tianqi's deranged demeanor, Jiang Ning's pupils constricted, and she hastily shouted, Senior, I'm about to die. Could you let me have a full meal before my demise? A full meal? Tianqi instinctively glanced at his pot of whatever it was. You want to eat? Jiang Ning, I wouldn't want to die without tasting a morsel. How about I share some food I brought? As a gesture of gratitude, I'll give you half. Jiang Ning generously patted her chest, causing the chains on her wrists to clatter, but Tianqi seemed oblivious. You mean you have food on you? Tianqi's expression stiffened. The reason he had lured disciples of various sects down here was to find some food among them, yet the minimum requirement to enter the secret realm was a foundation establishment cultivator, who had long since ceased eating, who would still carry such burdens. It had been 100 years. He had not tasted the flavor of earthly food in a century. All right, I agree, Tianqi readily consented. At that moment, he simply yearned to savor something fragrant. Jiang Ning felt that the madness in Tianqi's eyes was even more terrifying than before. She retrieved a small package wrapped in oiled paper from her storage bag, peeling it layer by layer like an onion, during which Tianqi's eyes seemed glued to the glossy paper. Gulp. The instant the oiled paper was fully unraveled, an indescribable aroma of meat filled the air. Overwhelming both their senses, Tianqi gulped hard. What is this? Tianqi's voice trembled, reaching out with both hands, yearning to touch the meat strips beside Jiang Ning, yet feeling a pitiful sense of dread that this might be a dream, and that touching it would cause it to vanish. With only one hand free, Jiang Ning picked up a meat strip, bringing it to her nose to inhale deeply. It's truly delightful. So this is what humans eat. Those things you consumed wouldn't even be fit for dogs. Tianqi found it impossible to refute this statement, for what he had created was not only unpalatable to dogs, but to everything that inhabited the abyss. I know you are a person of your word, Senior. Rest assured, as long as you allow me to feast, I will obediently follow your commands and willingly walk to my demise. It's just a pity. Jiang Ning lay languidly on the tattered bed, gazing at the gaping hole in the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, letting out a half-hearted sigh. Tianqi frowned. What a pity. Jiang Ning shook her storage bag, taking a hearty bite of the jerky before replying, It's a shame about the food in my storage bag. I had originally planned to prepare barbecued meat, stir-fried dishes, and scallion-flavored treats. Alas, it seems I shall not be able to enjoy them in the future. As Tianqi listened to these delicacies he had never heard of yet instinctively knew to be delicious, he could no longer restrain himself and lunged toward the meat strips near Jiang Ning. At that moment, tomorrow morning, I wish to savor that barbecue you mentioned. Chapter 75. My name is Jiang Yuan, from Lingyun Sect. The following dawn, the cliff bottom, shrouded in dense fog, no longer bore the same lifelessness of yesteryears. Instead, it was infused with a hint of vibrant life. This is delicious. This is also delightful. What is this? This is simply exquisite. Tianqi, like a child encountering wonders for the first time, relentlessly stuffed his mouth with skewers of meat, his belly round and lips slick with flavor. Jiang Ning, beside him, rested her chin on her hand, one hand skillfully turning the skewers on the rack, her demeanor obedient. It's wonderful that you enjoy the food. But I forgot to ask, what is your esteemed name? Tianqi, in high spirits from the delightful meal, found Jiang Ning more pleasing to the eye and, without much thought, divulged his name. I am Tianqi, previously referred to as Elder Tianqi. Have you ever heard of me? Elder Tianqi? Jiang Ning mused. That name does sound somewhat familiar. Where have I heard it before? Suddenly, she smacked her forehead, recollecting with clarity. No wonder it sounded familiar. Tianqi Elder. Was he not the very person mentioned in the bounty on the Tianbang, who had vanished 100 years ago? She had even made a jest about how they were akin to brothers in misfortune. According to the legends, this Elder Tianqi was not only ruthless and malevolent, but also a mass murderer. He had single-handedly annihilated 2 great sects and brutally slaughtered innocent civilians to create puppets, employing the most cruel of methods. It is precisely for this reason that he has been issued a bounty by all the sects, marking him as the first to grace the celestial ranking since its inception. Rumor has it that the venerable Tianqi ultimately vanished under the relentless pursuit of Zixuan and her master. While a century has passed, many believe that Tianqi has long since perished, yet who could have anticipated that he has been surviving all along within this secret realm? Jiang Ning touched her chest, suddenly feeling a rush of anxiety. Fortunately, she had not disclosed her origins from Lingyun Sect. Upon noticing Jiang Ning's abrupt silence after revealing his name, Tianqi could not help but glance over. The skewers are burnt, he remarked. There was little he could do. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of food, rendering him oblivious to anything else. Jiang Ning, startled by his voice, hurriedly flipped the meat skewer in her hand. Tianqi bit into a piece of meat, savoring its texture, which utterly captivated him. However, Jiang Ning's reaction piqued his curiosity. What is this? Your reaction suggests you have heard of me. Upon hearing Tianqi's inquiry, Jiang Ning wore a serious expression, even nodding with a hint of admiration. Of course. It is unlikely anyone has not heard of your esteemed name, senior. If Su Ruofei were present, he would undoubtedly discern from Jiang Ning's gaze that she was up to something. He would shake his head and lament the misfortune that awaited Tianqi. Unfortunately, Tianqi was not Su Ruofei, nor had he encountered Jiang Ning's mischief, which meant that from this moment forth, he was destined to be at her mercy. Oh! Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, a subtle smile graced Tianqi's lips as he turned to her, eager to continue. He too was curious about how the world had been speaking of him after a century of absence. It was reasonable to assume that few kind words had been shared, yet he remained indifferent, as he relished the fearful expressions of the weak in their final moments, and the obedience of those transformed into puppets by his design. That extreme shift drove him to madness. If given the chance, he would turn everyone into his puppets. Jiang Ning observed the sudden glint of desire in his eyes, indicating that this man was undoubtedly a lunatic. How does one deal with a madman? There is but one answer. Be even madder, Tianqi Sr. I have long admired your renown, and now, to finally meet you in person fills me with overwhelming excitement. Jiang Ning exclaimed as she tossed aside her skewer. Tianqi, about to reprimand her, found his words caught in his throat upon hearing the latter part of her statement. She claimed to admire him. In his lifetime, Tianqi had never truly felt what it meant to be admired, leaving him momentarily dazed and unsure of how to respond. What had transpired in the outside world during his 100-year absence? Was it possible that a person of his stature was now highly sought after? Fortunately, Jiang Ning was never one to let silence linger. Seizing the moment while Tianqi was in a daze, she grasped his withered hands, her excitement akin to that of discovering a rare treasure. Before Tianqi could shake her off, Jiang Ning had already knelt on one knee, her sincerity palpable as she professed. I have heard that your mastery of puppet techniques is unparalleled, a true human marvel. I lack other interests, but I take delight in the art of killing. I humbly request that you impart your knowledge to me. Esteemed senior, Tianqi, good heavens, no wonder she admires him. It turns out she is just as deranged. Yet, having been away from the world for so long, it did not imply that he was foolish. He remained skeptical of Jiang Ning's proclamation. You claim to find joy in killing? As far as I am aware, the 18 sects do not permit such disciples to exist. Those pretentious individuals often impose their lofty moral standards upon others, while their own hands are stained with blood. Which sect do you belong to that allows such audacity? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning recognized her opportunity. The corners of her mouth curled upwards as she raised her head. A face full of admiration and reverence. I am Jiang Yuan, from Zixuan Sect. Zixuan Sect? Indeed. Upon hearing this name, Tianqi's expression shifted dramatically. You are the disciple of that old dog Zixuan? Tianqi abruptly rose from his perch, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. Jiang Ning hastily interjected, Senior, please do not misunderstand. I am merely a spy among the enemy, seeking to destroy a sect from within. What better way to dismantle a sect than to corrupt it from the inside out? Would you not agree? Tianqi, I do not quite grasp it, but it sounds reasonable. Please, continue. Although I am a disciple of Zishuan sect, it is merely a guise. My true intention is to utilize Zishuan sect as cover to engage in unspeakable deeds. Before meeting you, I thought my life would be spent cautiously in disguise. Little did I expect that fate would allow me to encounter you, Senior. Should you teach me your puppet techniques, I promise to turn Zishuan sect upside down and avenge you. Chapter 76. Jiang the Deceiver. Are you truly a disciple of Zishuan sect? Even after hearing Jiang Ning's bold declaration, Tianqi remained somewhat skeptical. He understood the value Zishuan placed on reputation. His disciples were expected not only to possess exceptional talent, but also to be renowned for their virtue. To be accepted as his disciple, both criteria were essential. Yet this glib young girl before him did not seem to meet the standards of Zishuan's disciples. I truly am. Jiang Ning remained unfazed, seamlessly embodying the persona of Jiang Yuan. Tianqi, with a contemplative expression upon his withered face, finally spoke after a moment of reflection. Very well then. Speak a single phrase and I shall believe you. What phrase? Jiang Ning rubbed her fists together, eager to comply. After all, it was just a phrase. It wouldn't cost her anything. It was akin to those who swore that liars would be turned into dogs. Could he truly transform into a dog? To her surprise, Tianqi requested, then say this. My master Zishuan is a hypocritical scoundrel, an old dog, a mad dog, a beast. Jiang Ning, why does this feel like a childish argument? She had insulted people far more creatively in her elementary school days. TSK, in some respects, this Tianqi elder is rather naïve. All right, I shall say it. Jiang Ning stifled a laugh, raising a hand to her ear as she echoed Tianqi's words. Why Master Zishuan is a hypocritical scoundrel. An old dog, a mad dog, a beast. Strangely enough, expressing those words felt quite liberating. For him to issue a bounty on her life, her scorn felt almost trivial in comparison. The indignation on Jiang Ning's face appeared genuine, revealing her true disdain for Zishuan. Observing this, Tianqi began to trust her a bit more. Ultimately, whether Jiang Ning was a true disciple of Zishuan was of little concern to him. Her repeated attempts to thwart his efforts to refine her indicated her cleverness. He had noted everything, merely choosing not to call her out on it. Moreover, he did not believe anyone would dare deceive him, and he was indeed eager to take on a disciple. Jiang Ning perceived the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes and seized the moment, declaring, "You were intent on refining me into a puppet, were you not? However, think about it. Refining a puppet carries risks. Should you fail, you would lose your only leverage to destroy Zishuan sect. Yet, if you choose to teach me the art of puppetry, not only can I assist you in dealing with Zishuan sect, but when Zishuan discovers my true identity, you could stand before him and deliver a resounding slap to his face. Would you not agree?" As Jiang Ning painted this vivid picture, Tianqi could almost envision that very scene, the thrill of vindication palpable. Very well, if you are so keen to learn, then kneel and bow to me 3 times, and I shall accept you as my disciple. Tianqi resumed his seat upon the wooden stump, a look of haughty expectation upon his face as he awaited Jiang Ning's homage. To his astonishment, Jiang Ning resolutely refused. No, I cannot kneel to you. Upon hearing her firm refusal, Tianqi was utterly bewildered. Why not? To desire to learn his puppet techniques without wishing to kneel was akin to mocking him. Just as Tianqi was about to express his irritation once more, Jiang Ning continued, "Surely you are not aware. In the current world, it is customary to present gifts when one seeks to become a disciple. Alas, I am empty-handed and feel quite embarrassed to shamelessly approach someone of your esteemed stature without proper offerings. Perhaps you could wait a while. Once I achieve some success, I will proudly announce to the entire continent that you, Tianqi, are my master." Such fervent declarations rang with conviction, leaving Tianqi in stunned silence. Not only was he taken aback, but even the alchemy cauldron, Xiaoxin, and Little Wolf were rendered speechless within the contract space. Little Wolf, unable to leave the confines of the contract space or communicate with the outside world, nonetheless observed the unfolding events. Initially worried for his master, he now found himself feeling a pang of sympathy for Tianqi. Was it not Tianqi who, bewildered and taken aback, had fallen prey to Jiang Ning's clever ruse? Old man Tianqi initially felt a tinge of anger, yet upon hearing Jiang Ning's explanation, despite having never encountered such peculiar customs from the outside world, he begrudgingly resolved to uphold his image as a senior figure. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem, I am, of course, aware of what you speak of, but I do not concern myself with the trivialities of worldly etiquette. No, that is not true. I do care. Jiang Ning's expression suddenly transformed into one of profound sorrow and indignation. Rising abruptly, she looked down upon old man Tianqi with a grave gaze, inquiring, "Are you content with this? How long have you been trapped in this sunless place? Who knows the extent of your suffering and hardship? Look at you. Your meals are unsatisfactory, your sleep is restless. Who is to blame for all of this? I cannot alter your past, but my master will have me cherish you. I shall ensure the entire world knows that you are the most esteemed mentor of Jiangyuan." What a compelling and irrefutable proclamation it was. Old man Tianqi pondered whether he might be overstepping by insisting on having someone as a disciple. "Please, rise. Given the circumstances, we shall discuss the matter of becoming a disciple later. For now, allow me to assess your talents." Jiang Ning exclaimed. Following Jiang Ning's abduction, Mu Chuan and his companions commenced a thorough search in the vicinity. Whatever treasures, spiritual essence, or rare magical beasts hindered their search, they would be utterly destroyed. Wherever they traversed, it could be described as a barren wasteland, devoid of life. The commotion they stirred inevitably caught the attention of the elder in black robes. Heaven knows he had spent several days searching within the secret realm, yet had not uncovered the identity of the young rascal who had ascended to the golden core stage. He was fuming. Who had the audacity to act so brazenly at this moment? "Stop! Stop at once!" The elder, who originally intended to descend from the heavens and intimidate the trio with his might, upon approaching them, realized each held a magical artifact, precariously probing the boundary of his secret realm. He could not discern what they wielded, but the edge of the realm was evidently becoming unstable. The elder, forsaking any pretense, hurriedly interjected, "I implore you three, cease at once. If you continue to dig, the realm will collapse. As the guardian spirit of the realm, should it crumble, he too would cease to exist." Chapter 77. The black-robed elder is beaten. The sudden appearance of the elder in black caused the trio to momentarily halt their actions. But it was merely a brief pause. Almost simultaneously, they turned to confront him. "Where is our junior sister? Where have you taken her?" Mu Chuan demanded, wielding his purple-gold hammer with directness. Su Ruofei, holding a folding fan, exuded an air of lethal intent from his peach blossom eyes, saying nothing yet radiating danger. Even Nian Shi, a monk, cast a disapproving glare at the elder upon his arrival. "Yes, where is our junior sister?" To abduct their junior sister in front of them could not possibly have been perpetrated by the young disciples who had come for the trial. It must have been some pre-existing force within the secret realm. The elder's presence undeniably corroborated this theory. Faced with their barrage of inquiries, the elder found himself at a loss. "How peculiar that I came to inquire, yet I am suddenly on the defensive. Do not speak nonsense. I do not even know who your junior sister is, nor do I have any reason to abduct her." This was an affront, a blatant insult to his character. Did he appear to be someone who would casually abduct female disciples? Observing that he did not seem to be lying, Su Ruofei was the first to regain his composure. His eyes narrowed, his features exquisite, yet the slight smile at the corners of his lips lent him an air of danger. The elder had never encountered anyone with such striking appearance. He was momentarily rendered speechless in his scant memories of human interactions. He could only recall one individual with such astonishing beauty. Impossible. How could that person possibly descend to such a barren realm? Surely, he was overthinking it. The elder self-deprecatingly smiled, yet the next moment, his smile vanished. Before him, Mu Chuan, seeing the man still able to smile, was instantly filled with rage. "Second junior brother, bring out any treasures you have. I suspect he will not shed tears until he sees the coffin." Mu Chuan elbowed Su Ruofei, his demeanor fierce. Compared to his brutishness, Nian Shi appeared significantly more merciful, with palms pressed together before him. He spoke compassionately. "Umitba, it is wrong to kill. Merely incapacitate." Su Ruofei, observing, thought, each one more ruthless than the last. He cast a glance at the elder, whose expression turned incredulous as he produced a gleaming golden rope. Wrapping it several times around his hands and stretching it, the elder, witnessing him take out merely a rope, felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, even a desire to laugh. "Do you truly know who I am? Do you really believe that a mere rope could?" Before he could finish, his words faltered in disbelief. How could this be? The elder, who was indeed bound, stared at the rope tightening around him, his eyes wide with incredulity. He was merely a spirit. Ordinarily, A common magical artifact could not approach him. Could this be the binding spirit rope? The elder abruptly raised his head, disbelief etched across his features as he looked at Su Ruofei. His voice cracking. The binding spirit rope, that is a divine artifact of the celestial race. Before he could contemplate further, a sudden darkness enveloped him, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind, as the enormous purple-gold hammer collided with his head, smashing him down into the ground. The elder touched his injured forehead and, upon seeing the blood, let out a series of high-pitched wails. What kind of magical artifact is this? How can it injure me? Mu Chuan smiled faintly. If you do not reveal where our junior sister is, I shall claim your life with this artifact, the elder stammered. That is quite a lengthy name. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. It was clear that these three were not here for friendly discourse. Next, it was Nian Shi's turn to intervene. He raised one hand before him, while the other reached towards the elder's head. But just as his hand neared, Su Ruofei swiftly seized his wrist. Third junior brother, what are you doing? We have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of our junior sister. Now is not the time to turn him into a fool. Understanding their expressions, Nian Shi clarified lightly, Fear not, I do not intend to purify him. Merely to search his soul. Search his soul? Merely that? The elder was now thoroughly agitated. What in the world were these bizarre individuals? The binding spirit rope of the celestial race, a mysterious artifact capable of harming spirits, and now, a monk proficient in soul-searching techniques. Were these three specifically sent to torment him? As the trio's scrutinizing gazes fell upon him once more, the elder hastily sought to explain that he had not abducted their junior sister. However, as he opened his mouth, he was met with a mouthful of ragged cloth. Following that, he found himself subjected to an unrelenting barrage of blows. This inhumane beating persisted for a full quarter of an hour, during which they would intermittently cease their assault to inquire about Jiang Ning's whereabouts. Yet, the only response was the elder's stubborn silence. Your defiance is impressive. It seems you truly will not shed tears until you see the coffin, Mu Chuan declared, raising the massive purple-gold hammer, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Gazing at the hammer, which was several times larger than his own head, the elder was stricken with terror, his eyes bulging with fear as his blood seemed to freeze in his veins. In that moment, his instinct for survival overwhelmed all reason. He concentrated all his spiritual energy in his tongue and, with a mighty effort, finally expelled the ragged cloth from his mouth. As the cloth was expelled, the elder could no longer suppress his emotions and burst into tears, weeping pitifully. Woe is me! Is it so easy to be a spirit? Trapped in this secret realm is already dire enough, and now I must endure bullying from these youngsters. Woe is me, I cannot go on. Observing the elder sprawled on the ground, flailing his legs in a fit of petulance, the trio exchanged incredulous glances. Cease your weeping, Su Ruofei warned, frowning. The elder, with a cold snort, retorted, I shall weep? You question me while gagging my mouth. It seems you do not wish to find your junior sister, but rather to beat me, Su Ruofei responded. Have some self-respect. What are you to think that we would specially come to beat you? The elder lamented. The phrase crying without tears seems tailor-made for me. Does your junior sister know how venomous your tongue is? Chapter 78. A sect where even dogs would not go amidst the elder's intermittent sobs. Su Ruofei's patience finally wore thin. He spun the fan in his hand, and the once harmless fan bones transformed into sharp blades, poised at the elder's throat. Since you claim you did not abduct her, do you know if there are others within this secret realm who are not affiliated with the sect? Su Ruofei's eyes were as cold as steel, fixated on the elder, who felt an ominous sense that should he utter another I do not know, he might meet his demise at that very moment. Amidst the oppressive gaze of Su Ruofei, the elder in black struggled to recall the existence of Tianqi. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I've remembered. There is indeed another outsider here. I believe his name is Tianqi. However, I cannot be entirely certain if it is he. The elder's voice dwindled to a whisper, laden with doubt. The cliff bottom was ensnared with restrictions, allowing entry but not exit, if it truly is him. Could it be that the barriers have weakened? That would be dire indeed. The elder's face grew solemn as he cautioned, if your junior sister has indeed been abducted by that strange man, I advise you to abandon your search for her. The man known as Tianqi is a peculiar individual who delights in using bait to entice disciples to the cliff's edge, only to transform them into his puppets using the poisons found below. If he has really captured her, you might as well prepare to collect her remains. He had witnessed the abominable failures of Tianqi's experiments. With their features twisted in horror, their bodies ravaged by venomous creatures, some even having their limbs replaced with those of monstrous beasts. Those who had been altered could no longer be called human. They resembled monsters. To put it plainly, he was an utterly deranged individual. Even he rarely approached that cliff's edge. Were it not for the recent thrashing delivered by these young rascals, he might have almost forgotten that such a person still existed in this secret realm. Upon hearing the elder's words, the three exchanged glances, their expressions growing grave. Mu Chuan remarked, "Surely this cannot be mere coincidence. Tianqi has been missing for a century. How could he possibly appear here now? Perhaps it is just a case of sharing the same name." Su Ruofei countered, "No, considering our junior sister's unfortunate luck, it is highly likely that this is indeed the Tianqi we are thinking of." Nianqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. If they could purify this Tianqi, wouldn't that accrue immense merit? Observing Nianqi's eager demeanor, Su Ruofei wasted no time in dousing his enthusiasm with cold reality. Tianqi was infamous for his treachery and malice, having evaded both their master and Zixuan in the past. You wish to purify him? You might as well be signing your own death warrant. When it comes to venomous words, no one in Lingyun Sect can rival Su Ruofei. Hearing his senior brother's merciless critique, Nianqi wilted, retreating to a corner to sulk and curse their second senior brother with the misfortune of developing acne that would mar his otherwise flawless visage. Mu Chuan, being impulsive, swiftly lifted the elder in black from the ground upon realizing their junior sister might be in danger. The elder, a spirit entity, was as light as a feather, and Mu Chuan held him as one might a fledgling chick. "Lead the way. Take us to the cliff's edge," Mu Chuan commanded. A day had already passed, and he couldn't help but worry about their junior sister's condition. In contrast, Su Ruofei had shed his earlier tension. Tianqi versus junior sister. One could hardly predict who would emerge the worse off. As for their junior sister, well, it was best left unspoken. The elder flailed helplessly, unable to escape, and resignedly lowered his head, saying, "Then please set me down first. I will take you there." Casting a glance at the binding spirit ropes around him, Mu Chuan released him. The moment he touched the ground, the elder jumped several meters away from the trio. Fearful they might produce some bizarre artifact to attack him, Su Ruofei tightened the binding ropes until the elder could no longer bear it and cried out, at which point he was finally released. "You best not harbor any tricks. Lead us quickly." The elder grimaced. "What sort of ruffians have entered this year? I was promised that disciples from great sects would be humble, courteous, and kind." Reluctantly, the elder led the way, desperately wanting to free himself from the binding ropes. Soon, they reached the cliff's summit. Gazing down at the fog-shrouded abyss, Mu Chuan tossed a large stone over the edge, but it fell for what felt like an eternity without a sound. "This cliff is quite deep. Are you certain we are to descend here?" Mu Chuan tugged at the elder's beard, inadvertently pulling out a few strands with a bit too much force. "Ouch," the elder gasped in pain. "You?" He glared, ready to unleash a tirade. Mu Chuan, leaning on his purple gold hammer, one hand on his hip, languidly replied, "What of it?" The elder, exasperated, conceded, Fine. If I cannot provoke you, can I at least avoid your wrath? You have brought me here. Can you now release me?" The elder squirmed, attempting to showcase the binding ropes to Su Ruofei, but Su Ruofei appeared oblivious, ignoring the elder's contorted form. "Are you ready?" Su Ruofei inquired of the others. Both Mu Chuan and Nianqi nodded firmly, gazing resolutely into the dark abyss below, and no matter what dangers or tranquility lay beneath, as long as there was a chance to find their junior sister, they would take the plunge. Then, you all go ahead. Why are you dragging me along?" The elder's screams echoed as Mu Chuan and Nianqi seized him by the shoulders and leaped off the cliff, the sound of his terror mingling with the wind until it faded into nothingness. What sort of people are these? At the bottom of the cliff, upon confirming Jiang Ning's talents, Tianqi was taken aback. A five-element prodigy, he had only heard of such individuals in legends. This was his first time witnessing one firsthand. Observing the swirling five-colored spiritual energy in Jiang Ning's palm, Tianqi's eyes gleamed with a flickering light. Enigmatic and unpredictable. My disciple is indeed the one and only five-element prodigy in the world. Truly, the heavens have smiled upon me. Tianqi envisioned a day in the future when he and Jiang Ning would dominate the realm, and he would proudly proclaim to all, "This individual is my disciple." Zixuan, that old dog, would never suspect that his disciple would come to serve him, would he? If he had previously harbored any doubts about Jiang Ning's identity, witnessing her extraordinary talent dispelled them entirely. Such a gifted individual would hardly seek refuge in Lingyun Sect. Surely, she she would not be reduced to attending the unworthy Lingyun Sect. Chapter 79. I beg you. End my life. At this moment, Jiang Ning, ever the adept foil, could not allow a single word from Tianqi to fall to the ground unacknowledged. After listening to his proclamation, she readily offered a thumbs up. Genuinely praising, indeed. They say a good master breeds an exceptional disciple. Without such talent, how could I trouble you with my inadequacies, right? Having endured much hardship in her youth, Jiang Ning had long perfected the art of conversation, seamlessly adapting her words to suit her audience. Tianqi, oblivious to any inconsistencies, failed to perceive her ruse. Haha, you are perceptive. Come, since that is the case, I shall teach you about poison today. Tianqi was thoroughly pleased with Jiang Ning's performance. His eagerness to teach her the art of puppetry palpable. Puppetry was a forbidden dark art in Qingyuan continent, strictly outlawed. If this girl were to master his techniques, she would forever be bound to his side, forsaking the righteous path. Without further ado, Tianqi led Jiang Ning into his dilapidated abode filled with toxic herbs. Strangely, while he had previously been indifferent to his living conditions, the moment Jiang Ning lavished him with heartfelt praise, he began to scrutinize the dismal surroundings with disdain. Why did it suddenly seem unworthy of him? He and Zixuan were equals in strength and shared a common disciple. Why should Zixuan reside in opulent palaces, indulging in fine delicacies while he was relegated to this dark abyss, living like a pest? This was simply incongruent with his current status. Walking beside Tianqi, Jiang Ning could discern his troubled thoughts just by the look in his eyes, prompting her to smirk. When a person begins to swell with pride, it is often the precursor to their downfall. A beggar may rummage through garbage for sustenance, content in their existence, but if one were to adorn them with fine garments and take them to lavish restaurants, repeatedly assuring them of their greatness and promising a prosperous future, they would never again stoop to scavenging. No, they would rather starve than return to that life. Such is the weakness of human nature. Returning to the dilapidated abode, Tianqi pointed to a pile of jars in the corner and asked, "Do you remember asking me what is contained within?" Jiang Ning nodded. "What is it?" Tianqi casually picked up a jar and removed the lid. As Jiang Ning leaned in to inspect its contents, her stomach churned at the sight of writhing serpents within. "This is a snake," she grimaced, every fiber of her being rejecting the notion. Her aversion to such cold-blooded creatures was profound. In that moment, she longed to pull out her heart and give it a good squeeze. The venerable Tianqi was exceedingly pleased with her reaction. Unlike those previous worthless individuals who, upon seeing the contents of the jar, were reduced to terrified, quivering wrecks, she stood out as a woman of fortitude. All of them were failures. With a smile, Tianqi resealed the jar and then addressed Jiang Ning. "Within this vessel resides the 5 poison serpents. From the moment of their birth, they are imbued with venom, and with my daily feeding of 5 various toxic substances, they have now become embodiments of extreme toxicity. After merely half a year of nurturing, should I refrain from feeding them for an additional month, they will inevitably turn upon one another. The sole survivor will be crowned the king of the 5 poisons. This is the lesson I wish to impart to you today." What is poison, you ask? Understand this. The most potent poison in existence is not the venom itself, but rather your mindset. A common venomous snake, when fed with 5 lethal toxins, can transform into a 5-poison serpent. The metamorphosis of poison is boundless. It all depends on how you choose to combine them. Tianqi spoke with great detail, and Jiang Ning listened with utmost seriousness. Upon finishing his words, she experienced a sudden epiphany. She had never contemplated that poison could be crafted in such a manner. Could it be that talismans operate under similar principles? Come, allow me to introduce you to my treasured creations. Observing the astonishment in Jiang Ning's eyes, Tianqi felt invigorated, as if a surge of energy coursed through him. He was eager to showcase his masterpieces. Jiang Ning followed Tianqi to a nearby cave, and as they approached, a nauseating stench mingled with the scent of blood assaulted her senses. Jiang Ning's expression grew icy. Although she had anticipated that Tianqi's treasures would not be benevolent, the sight that greeted her within the cave nearly caused her to black out, prompting her to strike Tianqi squarely in the face. Clenching her fists tightly, she allowed her nails to dig into her flesh, struggling to suppress the murderous intent rising within her. Jiang Ning was no saint, nor did she possess much sympathy, but she held a profound respect for life. No one had the right to so brutally trample upon another's existence. Inside the cramped cave, 5 grotesque figures lay against the wall, no longer recognizable as human. Some had their arms severed, others had their legs amputated, and some had even had their scalps removed, their bloodied heads infested with blood-red mushrooms. Without exception, their abdomens had been sliced open, and within the mangled wounds, moving forms could be discerned. Jiang Ning could even hear the sound of flesh being torn and devoured. A sickeningly sticky noise that made her stomach churn. Most shockingly of all, they were still alive. Jiang Ning spoke with her head bowed, and due to the dim light within the cave, Tianqi failed to notice her expression. Mistakenly believing she was seeking guidance, "Of course they are still alive," he said, stepping forward to pluck a mushroom from one of the heads, tearing away a portion of flesh along with it. The body stirred, and the blood-tear-filled eyes gazed at Jiang Ning in agony. "Please, end my suffering." Jiang Ning's pupils trembled. Not only were they alive, but they also possessed consciousness? How long had they been trapped here? She asked again, her voice laced with frost. "How long, you ask?" Tianqi's disdainful gaze swept over the 5 wretched beings, ultimately morphing into a dismissive snort. These 2 were captured a decade ago, and the others? Perhaps 20 years? Or 30? I seem to have forgotten. The resilience of these righteous fools is truly remarkable, but once this batch of toxins matures, they will serve no further purpose at that point. We shall return their corpses to their sections. I wonder what expressions their leaders and fellow disciples will wear upon witnessing their current state. Ha ha! As Tianqi spoke with mounting excitement, he licked his parched lips, his eyes gleaming with crimson anticipation. What a delightful spectacle to behold! Chapter 80. The house has been raided. I eagerly await your demise. Jiang Ning could no longer contain her rage. She turned and delivered a powerful punch to Tianqi's face, causing blood to spurt from his nostrils. Drawing the blade from her waist, she swiftly slashed the throats of the 5 figures, mercifully ending their suffering, rather than endure a wretched existence as neither human nor beast. They were better off departing for the next life. Despite the apparent chaos of her actions, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time she had dispatched the 5 and fled, Tianqi was still there, tending to his bloodied nose. "Jiang Yuan," Tianqi's furious voice echoed throughout the ravine, his roar reminiscent of a frenzied beast. Meanwhile, the trio of Su Ruofei, who had just descended to search for her, stood ready. Su Ruofei listened intently to the direction of the sound, calmly fanning away the toxic mists before pointing toward it. This way. Although he was unfamiliar with the individual named Tianqi, he had no doubt about his little junior sister's involvement in any ensuing chaos. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ning, who was desperately fleeing after delivering a blow to Tianqi, her brothers were already searching for her. After striking the elder, she ran for her life, not daring to look back, fearful that a moment's hesitation would lead to her capture. Yet as she sprinted, her vision began to blur, and the moment she halted, the entire world around her transformed dramatically. Huh? Why is that tree leaning? Why are fish flying in the sky? Ha! Has the ground turned to cotton? Jiang Ning's pace slowed, and she began to stagger, resembling someone intoxicated. At that moment, she remained blissfully unaware that she had been splattered with the blood of the 5 individuals she had just slain. As their bodies had been vessels, they were already saturated with potent toxins. Consequently, she too had been poisoned. After taking a few more steps, Jiang Ning ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Just as she slipped into unconsciousness, the sinisterly smiling Tianqi emerged from the shadows. Observing Jiang Ning with an inscrutable gaze, "Excellent, you dare to play me for a fool. Since you refuse to learn, I shall teach you in my own way. I intend to ensure that your life henceforth is shrouded in darkness." Forever reviled by all, he would not kill Jiang Yuan. Once he departed this place, he would proclaim to the world that Jiang Yuan was his disciple. He would ensure that her remaining days were spent in terror, forever deprived of the light of day. This was the price of toying with him. Grabbing Jiang Ning by the leg, he dragged her back to the small hut. When Jiang Ning awoke, she almost believed she had traversed back in time, returning to the moment she had been captured. The same familiar room, the same chains and bed, with the only difference being that Tianqi was not boiling the foul concoction this time. "Senior, it seems we meet again," Jiang Ning greeted with feigned nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. How shameless she was! Tianqi, with a sinister smile, leaned over at the bedside, his breath reeking of decay as he inquired, "Are you happy to see me?" Jiang Ning forced a bitter smile. "How can this man lack any self-awareness? Am I happy? Of course, I am," she exclaimed. "I was merely joking with you, senior. You wouldn't be upset, would you?" Jiang Ning awkwardly laughed, her mind racing as she contemplated how to survive under Tianqi's grasp. However, having been deceived once, Tianqi was now thoroughly prepared and would not be swayed by her empty words. Just as she was about to say something else, Tianqi stood upright and moved to the door, dragging in 4 individuals from outside. Upon seeing the group, Jiang Ning was taken aback. What a predicament this is! She beheld Mu Chuan, Su Ruofei, Nian Shi, and a middle-aged man in black whom she had never seen before. All neatly tethered together by ropes, as Tianqi pulled the rope, the 4 were led in a line. Upon realizing that none of them were injured, Jiang Ning and the others simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. But then Mu Chuan noticed the bloodstains on Jiang Ning, and his heart sank once more. "Little junior sister, are you all right?" he asked anxiously. Fearing her identity would be exposed, Jiang Ning reassured him, "I'm fine," and quickly turned her attention back to Tianqi. "Senior, this entire situation is entirely my fault. If you spare my brothers, I will submit to your will." Upon hearing this, Mu Chuan, Su Ruofei, and Yin Shi were taken aback. "You are Jiang Yuan? Then what does that mean for you, Senior? This is entirely my little junior sister's fault. If you seek someone to blame, let it be me, Yun Xian." Mu Chuan boldly stepped forward, pride evident in his voice as he declared his name. Su Ruofei quickly followed suit. "I, Lu Ci of the Lingyun Sect, am also willing to take responsibility for my little junior sister." Nian Shi, stroking his bald head, offered an apology to Buddha in his heart before saying, "I, the monk Lin Feng, stand firm in my identity. If you seek trouble, let it be with me, Jiang Ning." What a wonderful display of camaraderie. If it weren't for the current circumstances, I would leap from this bed to applaud each of you. Although she had impersonated a member of the Lingyun Sect, she felt no remorse from the moment she witnessed the horrific fate of the 5 individuals in the cave. She had come to the firm conclusion that the elder Tianqi was indeed the very culprit responsible for transforming Lin Feng into a grotesque creature, neither human nor beast. Her inadvertent actions have, in a serendipitous manner, altered Lin Feng's fate. The triviality of masquerading under a false name pales in comparison. Tianqi's motives for capturing them were not born out of benevolence. He was not genuinely intent on aiding them in locating their junior sister. Just moments ago, Jiang Yuan had outmaneuvered him, and now it was his turn. The more profound the bond between the senior siblings, the more exhilarated he felt. What could be more despairing than witnessing the closest individuals being transformed into puppets by their own hands? He yearned to see the expressions of hopelessness etched upon their faces. Ha ha, how thrilling that would surely be. Tianqi, with a perverse delight, suddenly turned his gaze, brimming with a sinister smile, towards Jiang Ning, sending a chill down her spine. "Did you not express a desire to learn my puppet technique? Fear not, for I shall instruct you now, and they shall become your first subjects for experimentation." The entire sect of the Zishuan school devouring one another. Ha ha, should this news escape, I wonder what face Zishuan would have left to claim the title of the world's foremost sect. Such a malicious heart. Yet, for Jiang Ning, what foolish notion was this of fattening the pig for slaughter? She had nearly abandoned her pursuit of the puppet arts, and now they were eager to teach her. Was refusal even an option? This Tianqi was rather foolish indeed. Chapter 81. Learning puppet techniques indeed, the reality unfolded as predicted. The more Jiang Ning resisted, the more insistent Tianqi became on teaching her. His approach was fundamentally rebellious. In that moment, Jiang Ning's heart swelled with joy. The art of puppetry, as its name suggests, entailed erasing an individual's consciousness entirely and imprinting one's own mark within their sea of consciousness, thereby rendering them a puppet. Mastering such a technique required not only formidable mental strength but also constant vigilance against backlash. Should one encounter a stronger adversary with superior mental prowess, the risk of being controlled in return was ever present. Thus, the art of puppetry was not something that could be pursued by just anyone. Tianqi tossed the mental and skill manuals towards Jiang Ning, and as she contemplated how to appear uninterested, he ominously declared, "You have but 1 day to memorize these. Otherwise, your senior brother's life, Jiang Ning. I will memorize it, I will. As long as you do not harm my senior brother, I shall begin immediately." Jiang Ning pursed her lips, feigning concern for her brother's safety while inwardly she worried about her own acting skills, fearful she might burst into laughter. To her surprise, this Tianqi was rather accommodating. Just as she was in need of an escape, he had unwittingly provided one. After discarding the manuals, Tianqi turned to leave the room. As for Mu Chuan and the others, he harbored no concern regarding what schemes they might concoct together. All 4 of them were currently bound by their own mystical iron chains. No one else could release them from the depths of the cliff. Furthermore, he had laid down poison both inside and outside the room. Those toxins served as his eyes, and every move they made was under his control. At this moment, his primary concern was to extract the poison from the 5 individuals that girl had just slain. As for new vessels, he chuckled, for were there not 3 readily available? Once that girl mastered the art of puppetry, her 3 senior brothers would no longer serve any purpose. The instant Tianqi exited the room, Jiang Ning sprang up from the bed. Senior brother, second brother, third brother, and this gentleman in black, are you all right? Jiang Ning's enthusiasm was never contingent upon the individual. Even though she had never met this gentleman in black, she resolutely ensured he did not feel lonely. Jiang Ning began to grasp the peculiarities of the cliff's depths. Had she not just taken a single leap outside? Unbeknownst to her, she had already been poisoned. And she wondered if her 3 senior brothers were experiencing any discomfort. Before she could await their responses, the man in black abruptly lifted his head, disbelief evident in his gaze as he queried, "You can see me?" Jiang Ning tilted her head. "Are you a ghost? The black-clad elder?" "I am not." "Why do you ask, young lady?" Jiang Ning rolled her eyes. "If you are not a ghost, then why can I not see you?" A living person, seated there? Upon speaking, she realized something was amiss. Her 3 senior brothers were bound by chains, yet this gentleman in black was tied with a golden rope. Ah, the opulence of it surely bore the hallmark of her second brother's handiwork. "He is not human?" Jiang Ning covered half her mouth with her hand, softly inquiring of her 3 senior brothers. Su Ruofei nodded, affirming, "Indeed, he is not human," Mu Chuan chimed in. "He is a spiritual entity." "Nian," she added, "a disobedient spiritual entity. The black-clad elder. These little rascals. Once I regain my freedom, I shall certainly find an opportunity to expel them all from the secret realm. They shall never return." Jiang Ning, now not entirely ignorant, had acquired the refining heaven cauldron, and thus was somewhat familiar with the essence of spiritual entities. Upon realizing the man in black was indeed a spiritual being, Jiang Ning promptly lost interest. Both being spiritual entities, she compared her adorable refining heaven cauldron to this disheveled middle-aged man. One must compare to discern worth. No need to linger in stark contrast to Jiang Ning's cautious demeanor. Su Ruofei exhibited a boldness that seemed to transcend notions of caution and situational awareness. Knowing that Tianqi was perpetually watching them, he nonchalantly retrieved a 2-meter-long soft couch from his storage ring and plopped down upon it. The resplendent couch, adorned with countless rare treasures, nearly blinded Jiang Ning's eyes upon its emergence. Even the black-clad elder, accustomed to extraordinary materials, was rendered speechless by Su Ruofei's extravagance. "This is rather excessive, is it not?" Currently, they appeared to be in the position of prisoners. In contrast, the others seemed unfazed, calmly ascending the soft couch and attending to their own affairs. Yu Chuan produced a pack of jerky that Jiang Ning had given him. Sitting cross-legged on the couch while surveying their surroundings and munching contentedly, Su Ruofei, with one leg bent and the other extended, rested a fan over his face, rhythmically tapping his knee. He lounged with the ease of someone enjoying a leisurely tune atop their mountain. As for Nian Shi, he did nothing but sit across from Jiang Ning, gazing at her with an expression of deep concern. Their little junior sister exuded a dense aura of malevolence, and now, with an unknown taint of demonic energy, if she were to learn such dark arts, would she be irreparably tainted? This little junior sister, could she still be salvaged? Alas, what a vexing dilemma. Noting that the 3 had settled into their arrangements, Jiang Ning turned her attention to the manual on puppet techniques. As she perused the text, she was astonished to find that the once obscure and convoluted characters began to coalesce into animated figures before her eyes, their hands and mouths moving in a flurry as they demonstrated the crafting methods of puppetry. Jiang Ning quickly became captivated, as if a person were performing before her, instructing her directly. When she finally emerged from this epiphany, she was startled to realize that 2 full hours had elapsed. Jiang Ning gasped, finding it surprisingly simple. Perhaps she should examine the second volume of the mental manual next. Upon seeing Jiang Ning casually reach for the second manual, Su Ruofei's eyes flashed with incredulity. This time, Jiang Ning's speed was even more remarkable. With her remarkable photographic memory, coupled with her surging mental strength, her ability to retain information now far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. She merely glanced at the manual once, and it was entirely imprinted in her mind. Excellent. Jiang Ning closed the book, a playful glint in her eyes as she turned to her 3 senior brothers. It was time to test the fruits of her learning. Chapter 82. Almost purifying the master so soon? Mu Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He knew his little junior sister was talented, but had she truly reached such heights? Was there no longer any opportunity left for others? Mu Chuan was astounded that Jiang Ning had managed to memorize both manuals in such a short span of time. Before he could fully process his shock, He witnessed Jiang Ning pick up a large jar from the ground with an expression of disdain. Upon removing the lid, she extracted a massive black scorpion. Jiang Ning's hand was enveloped in a layer of golden spiritual energy, renowned for its strength and defense, rendering the scorpion harmless to her. Let us see how you fare first. Jiang Ning regarded the scorpion with an expression of lament. Were there any other creatures here? Excluding humans, she would never choose such grotesque and loathsome insects. However, compared to the slippery and cold venomous snakes, she would prefer the insects. Just as Jiang Ning prepared to act, Mu Chuan called out to her. Little junior sister, you cannot be considering using it for practice, can you? Not only had she memorized the techniques, but she was also poised to begin refining so swiftly. Indeed, the world of geniuses was one that a mere mortal like him could scarcely comprehend. However, this is an illusion scorpion. In addition to its venom, prolonged contact can induce hallucinations. For safety's sake, it is prudent to remove its stinger first. With that, Mu Chuan grasped the stinger at the base of the illusion scorpion's tail. And with what appeared to be minimal effort, the stinger snapped off. Jiang Ning beamed at him, thanking her senior brother. Truly, his extensive experience from his frequent excursions was invaluable, freed from any lingering concerns. Jiang Ning cautiously began to delve into the sea of consciousness of the illusion scorpion with her mental energy, embarking on her first attempt at refinement. Tianqi could hardly have anticipated that she would master it so swiftly. In the short term, she would not be overly preoccupied with the happenings in the room, and time was of the essence. She needed to learn quickly. The contents of this jar were all semi-finished products. And since Tianqi had yet to refine them, they were perfectly suited for her practice. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Ning slowly opened her eyes and placed the scorpion resting in her hand onto the bed. She lifted her left leg, then her right, shook her head, and lay down as she directed the illusion scorpion to perform various movements that seemed impossible for a scorpion. Mu Chuan transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness. Junior sister, is this truly your first endeavor in puppet manipulation? Mu Chuan couldn't help but voice a question that echoed from the depths of his soul. Their clan was already considered intelligent, with no notable learning obstacles. Yet, even he could not achieve what junior sister did. Was it truly possible to grasp something without even needing to think, to learn it after a single glance? What manner of genius was this? While they conversed, Su Ruofei had already begun to engage with the puppet. He playfully nudged the illusion scorpion with his fan, and the scorpion disdainfully pushed against his fan in a manner strikingly reminiscent of junior sister, prompting Su Ruofei to burst into laughter. After a moment, he straightened up and said to Mu Chuan, "You might not know this, but those talismans junior sister gave us, she could draw them all after just one look. What else could she possibly be incapable of?" Su Ruofei felt it was high time for both the senior brother and the third junior brother to experience the astonishment that came from their remarkable junior sister. Indeed, upon hearing this, Mu Chuan was completely taken aback. A myriad of words coalesced into a single thumbs up. Impressive. Nianqi sighed, fatigued from his own sighs. Such an extraordinary junior sister, yet why couldn't she possess a heart of righteous integrity? It was truly a source of consternation for a monk. Jiang Ning, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds, picked up a second scorpion, preparing to continue her refinement. These insects, being semi-finished products with limited intelligence, could easily have their consciousness erased to become puppets. Thus, achieving success with one was hardly noteworthy. She needed to seize the opportunity to experiment multiple times while she had the chance. Half a day's time slipped by in an instant, and the people in the room had shifted from closely observing Jiang Ning to attending to their own affairs, completely disinterested in the line of insects performing their peculiar broadcast gymnastics. Indeed, as junior sister had referred to it, that bizarre routine, which served no purpose for combat and yielded little in terms of training, was dubbed broadcast gymnastics. After successfully refining the first illusion scorpion, it was as if junior sister had unlocked a hidden potential. The subsequent puppet insects not only exhibited a tremendous increase in speed, but also achieved a flawless success rate. None had failed. Observing Jiang Ning's intense focus as she sought out another insect, Su Ruofei couldn't help but chuckle. This junior sister was consistently full of surprises. As Jiang Ning completed the refinement of her final insect, she looked up to find 4 pairs of eyes, not 3, gazing at her with fervent admiration. In Mu Chuan's eyes, his junior sister would always be the best. He admired the row of standing insects and generously offered his praise. To be able to refine so many puppets in one go, even if they were mere insects, was enough to demonstrate the vastness of her mental energy. Such talent would be wasted if she did not study alchemy. Upon returning to the sect, How about letting the third junior brother teach you alchemy? Jiang Ning's eyes lit up as she eagerly nodded. She had always been interested in alchemy but lamented the lack of opportunity. Now, with her senior brother's words, she swiftly turned to Nianxi. Third senior brother Jiang Ning blinked her eyes innocently, causing Nianxi to nearly believe that sand had somehow gotten into her eyes. Very well. Alchemy can cultivate both body and mind. Sometimes one can sit for half a day, which is just right to temper the malevolence that clings to you. Shut it. Upon witnessing Nianxi prepare to launch into yet another lengthy discourse, the three decisively chose to manually silence him. Yuchuan covered Nianxi's mouth with one hand, while Su Ruofei restrained his legs, refusing to relent regardless of his struggles. Ironically, it was Nianxi who was injured. Yet Mu Chuan and Su Ruofei took it upon themselves to comfort Jiang Ning. You needn't mind him, that's just his nature. When he first joined the sect, he even considered helping the master with purification. But it took 2 beatings from the master for him to abandon such thoughts. Jiang Ning listened with wide eyes, her expression a mix of gossip and excitement. Oh, how scandalous! Purification of the master. Jiang Ning could scarcely imagine the scene had the third senior brother succeeded. What would the Lingyun Sect resemble now? However, she was curious. In the eyes of the third senior brother, did any good people remain in this world? Meanwhile, the elder in black, who had been thoroughly overlooked while seated on the ground, wore an expression of grave concern. From the moment the girl successfully refined a puppet for the first time, he sensed a faint whiff of the sacred scripture emanating from her. Could it be? Had she stolen the sacred scripture? Chapter 83. Discovery. The elder's gaze was so intense that it inevitably caught Jiang Ning's attention. She turned sharply, nearly startling the elder into a panic. "What are you staring at me for?" The elder wiped his forehead, where no sweat existed. He was unsure why he felt so guilty. At that moment, when Jiang Ning turned her head, he felt as if he had committed some misdeed, his heart racing in fear at her gaze. But soon, he realized something was amiss. Wait a minute. It was his item that had been stolen. Why was he feeling guilty? The elder straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and began, I was wondering if you have seen a book. Just as the elder was about to inquire about the sacred scripture, he keenly noticed the sudden change in the expressions of the young people around him. Instantly, he clamped his mouth shut. Even as a spirit, he was perceptive enough to recognize that this was not the time to speak. In the silence that followed, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Quick, quick, hurry and put away your cushions. Jiang Ning hastily patted the soft seating beneath them, while simultaneously straining to hear the approaching footsteps outside. Su Ruofei grasped the jar with one hand and disdainfully shoved Jiang Ning's puppet insects back inside with the other, as if resigned to his fate. After managing to fit all the insects back into the jar, Jiang Ning took it from him and pushed it back into the corner of the room. Su Ruofei swiftly folded the cushions away. In mere moments, all this was accomplished with remarkable speed. They ensured that the room's arrangement appeared unchanged when Tianqi exited. Only then did they collectively exhale a sigh of relief. Not long after they restored their composure, Tianqi walked through the door. Upon seeing Jiang Ning still diligently reading and the other 3 bound, his furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He had felt an unsettling apprehension earlier, fearing that the girl might cause some trouble, which prompted him to check on her. As it turned out, his worries were unfounded. But why did he still feel so uneasy? Glancing at Jiang Ning, Tianqi shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Just a little girl, and yet he found himself believing she might bring him trouble. How absurd. What could she possibly do? Just because of that little cleverness? You best not entertain any tricks. My puppets surround us. If anything is amiss, I will know instantly, so don't attempt to outsmart me. Understood? Tianqi, still slightly apprehensive, issued one last warning before leaving. Jiang Ning glanced up from her book and merely responded with a dismissive, humph. Tianqi. Although he felt displeased, it somehow seemed fitting. After casting one last look around the room and finding nothing amiss, he took his leave once more. As his footsteps faded into the distance, Jiang Ning hastily stowed away the 2 volumes of techniques she had been reading, recognizing them as treasures not to be squandered. Having completed her study of puppet manipulation, it was time to contemplate how to escape this place. Senior brother, do you have a way to unlock these chains? Jiang Ning raised her slender wrist, which bore a red mark from the constant pressure of the chains. Upon seeing that mark, Mu Chuan, Su Ruofei, and Nianxi's expressions instantly turned frosty. Jiang Ning had initially thought that if they couldn't unlock them, they could simply have the heavenly refinement cauldron do it for them. However, grasping both ends of the chains, Mu Chuan exerted a force that Jiang Ning couldn't even perceive, and with a sharp crack, the chains snapped into 2 pieces, Jiang Ning. No wonder he wielded a golden hammer as a weapon. He truly possessed great strength, simple yet effective. Jiang Ning had expected her second senior brother to showcase some miraculous strength as well. But when she turned to Su Ruofei, she found him shamelessly extending his hands toward Mu Chuan. Senior brother? Su Ruofei raised an eyebrow, smiling nonchalantly. Jiang Ning. Excellent. This style of avoiding work whenever possible was indeed characteristic of the second senior brother. Once Mu Chuan had freed the three of them from their chains, they had just begun to tiptoe out of the room when Tianqi detected the disruption of the energy he had left in the chains and hurried back. So, you all are indeed restless. You dare to escape? I sense a palpable impatience among you. Before the formidable Tianqi arrives, his thunderous voice has already reverberated through the air. Accompanying this furious roar is a ferocious assault that descends violently upon the group. Dodge! The four swiftly sidestep, yet Tianqi's attack crashes down between them, creating an abyssal pit in the ground, from which billows a noxious, corrosive smoke, causing Jiang Ning's pupils to constrict as their poison embedded within that attack. Has this individual truly been marinated in malice? Not daring to let their guard down, the four quickly huddle together, back to back. The figure of the elder Tianqi flickers into view, and he finally realizes he has been thoroughly outwitted. His gaze now fixated with murderous intent upon the four. Observing their unblemished wrists, he can no longer doubt that it is not he who has captured these youngsters, but rather they have allowed themselves to be ensnared. All in pursuit of that wretched girl. Ah, I shall surely kill you all, Tianqi bellows, and with his fury, a horrifying transformation begins to unfold. His previously withered and aged visage contorts, the veins on his cheeks pulsating violently, turning a deep shade of purplish blue. The engorged veins and arteries stand out grotesquely, even his eyes bulging as if they might pop out at any moment, presenting a sight that Jiang Ning dares not behold. As he transforms, Tianqi's voice becomes more hoarse, reminiscent of a multitude of souls simultaneously inhaling smoke. Cackling menacingly, he declares, "Not a single one of you shall leave here alive today. I will refine you all into my puppets. You seek your own demise." As Tianqi's wrathful voice echoes, a green mist begins to rise around him, coiling like serpents towards the ford. Su Ruofei pulls Jiang Ning behind him, brandishing a folding fan to disperse the encroaching green fog. Yet, as the mist is blown away, it quickly reconstitutes itself. Su Ruofei purses his lips, momentarily at a loss. Given his current cultivation, contending with Tianqi presents a daunting challenge. However, should he release the seal upon himself, it could spell endless turmoil. Just as he wrestles with his dilemma, a figure dashes past, and Jiang Ning stands defiantly before him, not only shielding him but also the other three. But, hey, what are you doing? Let me go! The elder in black garb finds himself inexplicably ensnared by Jiang Ning, realizing only too late that he has been positioned defensively before her. Without a word, Jiang Ning twists his arm, directing him toward the advancing green mist and commands, "Suck." The elder in black. "I am a guardian spirit of the secret realm, not a spirit for inhalation. Get your facts straight." The elder is nearly driven to madness. Every disciple of Lingyun Sect seems devoid of shame. He had done them no harm, yet they had bound him and forced him to lead them in search of their little junior sister. Initially, he had assumed they would release him upon finding her, but instead, they insisted he guide them out of this place. If that were all, it might have been bearable, but what does it mean that he, a guardian spirit, must clear their path of all obstacles? Is this their trial or his? Should he be their servant? Suck? Suck, what nonsense. The elder in black turns his head away, refusing to comply. He is not dough to be molded. What a farce, expecting him to comply. Seeing his obstinance, Jiang Ning remains unperturbed. Leaning close to his ear, she softly inquires, "I recall you had a question for me earlier, did you not? Would you still like to know the answer?" The elder in black. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck him. How could he have forgotten about the sacred text? "Fine. You win this round. I will comply." The elder in black is left speechless, nearly moved to tears. How shameless! Yet little did he expect that even more shamelessness awaited him. Jiang Ning initially intended only to test the waters, but to her surprise, he actually did have inquiries for her. She had been jesting. The elder in black. What a treacherous woman! I'm exhausted and no longer wish for the sacred text. The elder in black is a spiritual entity, invisible to ordinary eyes, including Tianqi's. Observing Jiang Ning speaking to seemingly empty air, Tianqi scoffs and intensifies the poisonous mist. Strangely, however, as the toxic mist reaches Jiang Ning, it vanishes without a trace in an instant. Tianqi's breath catches. He increases the output of the toxic fog. He refuses to believe it. Has he truly lost his mind? As the poisonous mist continues to billow, Tianqi's complexion pales, feeling as if his very essence is being siphoned away, leaving him somewhat enervated. In stark contrast, the elder in black appears increasingly pallid, his once vibrant complexion now ashen. Though he cannot be poisoned, absorbing such a vast quantity of toxins leaves his spirit feeling utterly unwell. Just as he nears his breaking point, Jiang Ning produces a gleaming golden cauldron and gestures towards it, indicating to the elder in black, "You may return the poison to her now." Gazing at the resplendent golden figure floating beside Jiang Ning, the elder in black is nearly driven to the brink of despair. Why doesn't she use her own spirit? The elder in black feels wronged. Just because he is older, he is treated thus, while that chubby little spirit is favored. Jiang Ning embraces her little pudgy companion, stating earnestly, "Because he belongs to me, and I care for him." Her response is so matter-of-fact that the elder in black trembles in indignation. "And you do not care for this old man?" Jiang Ning remains indifferent. "We are strangers. Why should I care for you? Should you form a pact with me, I might reconsider." The elder in black is about to agree when suddenly he halts. This wretched girl had been waiting for him. He will not fall for her tricks. After transferring the toxins to Jiang Ning, he finally succeeds in retreating to the shadows. Keeping his distance from Jiang Ning, he fears being ensnared again. This bottom of the cliff falls under his jurisdiction, and aside from the unpredictable Tianqi, he can manage everything else within the secret realm. For instance, the restrictions at the cliff's base. If they can stall Tianqi, he can create an opening in the restrictions to facilitate their escape. Upon grasping the elder's role, Jiang Ning's gaze towards Tianqi takes on a peculiar quality. Before the elder in black can fully comprehend Jiang Ning's intentions, she suddenly dashes towards Tianqi with alarming speed. "Junior sister?" Jiang Ning's audacious maneuver takes everyone by surprise, yet she remains confidently determined. Even Tianqi, upon witnessing Jiang Ning charging at him without any spiritual power, cannot suppress his laughter as she's so aware of her inferiority that she seeks death willingly. No sooner had Tianqi's words left his lips than his expression shifts dramatically. Indescribable agony erupts from a certain part of his body. "Aya!" Tianqi emits a soul-wrenching scream. Moments earlier, Jiang Ning had swiftly approached Tianqi, unnoticed due to her lack of spiritual energy, which rendered her invisible to him. As he reached out to seize her, she had already lunged forward, driving her knee upward. Annihilation? It looks painful just to witness. Jiang Ning, big brother Tianqi, Aya? After executing her devastating maneuver, Jiang Ning gazes down at the writhing Tianqi, a malevolent smile crossing her face. "You people place far too much faith in your cultivation. Now do you understand the prowess of this lady?" With that, Jiang Ning turns and swiftly retreats, pulling her 3 senior brothers along with her. "Quickly! He won't be able to rise for a while. We must hurry." Yes, indeed. Let alone not being able to rise for a time. Given Tianqi's condition, he is likely incapacitated. Yet they cannot shake the feeling of a chill creeping over a certain part of their bodies. After a painstaking escape from the cliff's base, while Tianqi remains unpursued, the elder in black swiftly repairs the restriction, sealing the breach. However, as he raises his gaze to the ominous void above, a grave expression settles upon his face. While he can mend the restrictions within the secret realm, he is powerless against the damage outside it. Although the gaping hole will not bring about the collapse of the realm, it will remain vulnerable until all participants have exited, at which point the realm will begin to self-repair. Yet for the next few months, the restrictions at the cliff's base will remain unstable due to this breach, and the timing of any subsequent loosening remains unpredictable. His concern does not stem from the safety of the unfortunate disciples, but rather from a disdain for the merciless and ruthless nature of Tianqi. Otherwise, she would not have been led to the cliff's edge and confined there right after entering the secret realm. Leaving the cliff, Jiang Ning felt an overwhelming sense of relief. With an exuberant smile, she turned around, startling the 3 companions who promptly took several steps back, their movements somewhat awkward. "What is wrong with your legs?" Observing their expressions, which seemed to hint at some unspoken troubles, Jiang Ning's lips twitched in amusement. Had she inadvertently left her 3 senior brothers with an excessively fearsome impression? If they were to discern her thoughts, they would undoubtedly nod in agreement and sincerely assure her, "It's all right. Building an image takes time. Jiang Ning has never been perceived as gentle or kind by us." However, they had not anticipated that their junior sister could employ such painfully effective tactics. From now on, offending her would be unwise, frightening indeed. Best to avoid provoking her. Jiang Ning, having successfully intimidated her 3 senior brothers, felt no remorse whatsoever. Instead, she abruptly shifted her gaze to the elder in black attire. "You mentioned you had something to ask me, didn't you?" Jiang Ning was not the type to forget her debts of gratitude. Without the elder in black, they would not have escaped the cliff so swiftly. Moreover, she had her own inquiries to make. It would be most beneficial to consult the elder regarding the conditions in the dead zone. Had she not brought it up, the elder might have nearly forgotten. Cursed be her memory, for he could only recall her ruthless kick. Now that they had departed from the cliff, the elder in black turned his attention to Su Ruofei. "Is it not time to release me?" He shook off the binding spirit rope that had restrained him since encountering these individuals, an indignity even reserved for criminals. Su Ruofei's fingers twitched slightly, and in an instant, the binding rope transformed into a golden streak of light. Returning to his grasp, which he promptly stowed away, the elder in black stretched his limbs. This long-lost sensation of freedom made even Jiang Ning appear somewhat more agreeable. "Have you ever seen a book?" The elder knew Jiang Ning was straightforward and did not beat around the bush. "A book?" Jiang Ning pondered briefly before recalling the tome she had pilfered from Jiang Jianren in the dead zone. "Are you referring to that one, dead zone?" Now it was the elder's turn to express confusion. "What is this dead zone you speak of?" Seeing his genuine perplexity, Jiang Ning elaborated. "It's the desolate mountain adjacent to Jiang Family Town. Or rather, we refer to the entire area, including Jiang Family Town, as the dead zone." This was Jiang Ning's first encounter with the concept of the dead zone, and she was unsure if her understanding aligned with others. Upon hearing her explanation, the elder in black responded, "Dead zone? These disciples are indeed exceedingly bored, whimsically bestowing nicknames upon others' secret realms. It is not a dead zone, but rather a sealed area." The elder in black shook out his hands and suddenly sat on the ground. As if preparing to recount a tale, Jiang Ning, recognizing this, seated herself across from him. Meanwhile, her 3 senior brothers showed little interest in the story and found a spot nearby, leaning against trees and basking in the sun, as if they were on holiday. Once all emotions were settled, the elder began to narrate the tale of Jiang Family Town. It turned out that the elder in black was not a spirit born of the secret realm. Unlike the refining heaven cauldron, the cauldron gained sentience naturally alongside the divine artifact, which is why the little golden figure could manipulate it for alchemy or combat. The little golden figure's attack power matched that of the cauldron itself. However, the elder in black was more akin to a guardian of the secret realm. He could not command the secret realm to attack or move. His role was merely to repair seals and maintain the normal operation of the realm. Even he could not recall how he became a spirit. Nevertheless, he was certain he had once been human. He only knew that his purpose here was to guard a seal. This seal was located within Jiang Family Town. Thus, the town possessed many peculiar rules that seemed uncharacteristic of a secret realm. All were merely to protect the seal from external threats. Yet, he had not anticipated that even in Jiang Family Town, where spiritual power could not be wielded, the sacred book would still encounter trouble. Indeed, the sacred book, preserved and protected through generations of the Jiang family, was the very key to unlocking this seal. Now that the sacred book was lost, should it fall into the hands of the ill-intentioned, the consequences could be dire. What lay sealed was a formidable existence. He could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue should that being be released from its confinement. Jiang Ning's expression grew increasingly grave as she listened. A powerful entity sealed away. Could it be that this formidable entity was the lingering soul within her? In other words, the Jiang Ning who traversed time had inadvertently unsealed it after stealing the sacred book? Good heavens, did she have to act so decisively? Her hands were impressively swift. Jiang Ning felt a wave of concern. If this lingering soul truly was a powerful being, strong enough to warrant the creation of a secret realm for its confinement, how formidable could it be? Currently, it remained hidden within her body. Was she not in grave danger? "I can sense the presence of the sacred book upon you. If you encounter it, it would be prudent to inform me swiftly." Otherwise what?" The elder in black replied with an odd expression, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Otherwise, the seal will be broken. The secret realm will collapse, and we shall all perish." Jiang Ning. This man certainly spoke in an unpleasant manner. "Then, if the seal is truly broken, do you have a means to reseal her?" Jiang Ning asked, harboring a glimmer of hope. The elder in black responded, "If I had that ability, would I still allow you to bind me?" Chapter 86. Encountering the Green Pawn. Jiang Ning. His logic was irrefutable. She found herself at a loss for words. It seemed she could not rely on the elder in black, for the time being. Her only option was to await Wei Huaishu. Wait, where was Wei Huaishu? Jiang Ning paused. Where was Wei Huaishu? Why was he not with you all? This person was supposed to be alive, yet he seemed to vanish like a spirit. How could he simply disappear? She distinctly remembered that when Tianqi had captured her, Wei Huaishu was with her 3 senior brothers. As she mentioned Wei Huaishu, Mu Chuan, Su Ruofei, and Yanqi also wore puzzled expressions. Indeed, where was Wei Huaishu? When had he disappeared? They were not neglecting this fellow disciple. Rather, apart from their junior sister, there was truly no one else worthy of their attention. Seeing the expressions of the 3, Jiang Ning realized they were equally in the dark and rubbed her temples in exasperation. Never mind. She had too many questions, and there was no urgency. She would inquire when they reunited. After learning what she wished to know, Jiang Ning prepared to take her leave. Upon seeing her rise to depart, the elder in black was taken aback. "Are you leaving just like that?" Jiang Ning was astonished. "What, am I supposed to cook you a meal or something?" The elder in black hastily stood up, blocking her path. "That's not what I meant. I want to accompany you." Jiang Ning was now the only one who had encountered the sacred book. Until he located it, he would not allow her to escape his sight. Upon hearing that the elder in black intended to follow her, Jiang Ning felt helpless. "I truly have not seen the sacred book you mentioned. It would be of no use to you." The elder in black, however, seemed resolute, crossing his arms defiantly. "I don't care. Until the sacred book is found, I shall stick with you." Jiang Ning, taking a deep breath. Jiang Ning chuckled softly. "If you wish to accompany me, you must earn your keep. If you want to follow me, you must do something in return, don't you think?" Seeing the sly smile on Jiang Ning's face, the elder in black sensed impending trouble. Yet, as someone who was not fully acquainted with Jiang Ning, he had seldom witnessed the treachery of human nature. He cautiously inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" Jiang Ning grinned mischievously. "Oh, nothing much. I simply want you to use your identity to help me search for treasure." The elder in black. As expected, she was indeed a cunning and treacherous woman. He cast a reproachful glance at the 3 senior brothers nearby, hoping they would intervene on his behalf. However, as he looked toward the 3, they simultaneously averted their gazes in perfect synchrony. "Well, as fellow disciples, I believe we should search for Wei Huaishu instead. It would be unwise if something were to happen, wouldn't it, second junior brother?" Mu Chuan nudged Su Ruofei's arm, adopting the demeanor of a perfect elder brother concerned for his fellow disciple. Su Ruofei nodded calmly. "Indeed, but among us, third junior brother is the most adept at locating people, right? Third junior brother?" Yanqi, lost in thought, murmured, "What am I adept at?" The 2 flanked him, dragging him away from Jiang Ning's vicinity while insisting. Nothing. We haven't said anything." The elder in black. A bunch of lunatics, but what could he do? Even if they were lunatics, they were the only ones who might know the whereabouts of the sacred book. He had no choice but to follow them. Thus, Jiang Ning's group expanded to include one person whom only they could perceive. Since this was a trial, it naturally required a semblance of adventure. After enduring so much, Jiang Ning was finally ready for a genuine treasure hunt. The most knowledgeable individual regarding the treasures within the secret realm is undoubtedly the elder in black. Under the inquiry, or rather, threat, posed by Jiang Ning, he divulged the location of a recent treasure. The 4 of them hastened towards the place he indicated. Before they could approach the site of the treasure, Jiang Ning and her companions were met with several familiar voices. "Aren't you Jiang Ning's dog? Why aren't you following her but wandering off alone? Has she abandoned you? With your lack of intellect and family background, you only deserve to follow Jiang Ning like a mere hound." The harshness of the taunts was striking. Jiang Ning immediately recognized the speaker as the long unseen Bai Qi. The vigor in her voice suggested she had been faring well in the secret realm. Peering from behind a tree, Jiang Ning caught sight of Bai Qi standing among the ranks of the heartless sect, while the individual being relentlessly berated by her was none other than Wei Huaishu. The very person they were seeking, this Wei Huaishu. Though he often seemed to go missing, they invariably discovered him rather quickly. Yet, paradoxically, he had a penchant for vanishing without a trace. Jiang Ning intended to step forward to assist, but was obstructed by a folding fan. "Wait a moment, let us observe first." For some reason, Su Ruofei felt an unsettling aura emanating from the peculiar man who relentlessly pursued his young junior sister. If he could not manage even such a trivial matter, he would have to seriously contemplate whether to permit her continued association with him. Jiang Ning shrugged, choosing to remain where she was, and instead watched the unfolding drama alongside her 3 senior brothers. Wei Huaishu was no ordinary teenager. In this realm, he granted no one but Jiang Ning any semblance of respect. Bai Qi's merciless tirade continued. He remained unfazed and retorted in kind. At least I possess some talent. Unlike you, bereft of talent, looks, and physique, you are nothing but a waste. Wei Huaishu belonged to the demon clan, known for their disregard for mercy and decorum. They acted on impulse, resorting to insults or violence as it pleased them, valuing straightforwardness above all. This was a significant reason why the demon clan was despised by other races, who could endure such a blunt and unrefined group. Ever ready to strike, Wei Huaishu was particularly relentless. Anyone who insulted him would receive a retort before any consideration of strength. It was Bai Qi's first experience of being called a wastrel, especially by someone like Wei Huaishu, who appeared to hail from a humble background. It was impossible for her not to be incensed. I see you are simply envious. At least I come from wealth. My father is the lord of Lingyun town. The mention of her father, the town lord, filled Bai Qi's face with pride. However, her pride only fueled Wei Huaishu's unrestrained mockery. Look at you, reveling in your father's success. His wealth does not belong to you, does it? Your father's title as lord has no bearing on your worth, wastrel. With each iteration of wastrel, Bai Qi finally reached her breaking point. Do not call me a wastrel. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Clenching her whip in one hand and pointing angrily at Wei Huaishu with the other, her face flushed with indignation. During her time in Lingyun town, she had never endured such humiliation. Why was it that upon arriving at Lingyun Sect, these individuals sought to provoke her? Did they not know who her father was? Did they not fear incurring her wrath? How dare they, at that moment? Wei Huaishu had already sensed Jiang Ning's presence. Though he appeared to be a mere 16 years old, his soul had genuinely existed for over 1,000 years, and his spiritual energy vastly outstripped that of these youngsters. As Jiang Ning and her companions approached, he became aware of them. Determined to make a favorable impression in front of Jiang Ning, he resolutely chose the path of self-destruction. I am speaking of you. What will you do about it? Not just you, but all of you. You're all wastrels. With his hands behind his back, Wei Huaishu nonchalantly pointed at them, hurling insults. He did not know the members of the Heartless Sect. But that did not stop him from expressing disdain for their effeminate behavior, as a straightforward man from the demon clan. Are you all deranged? Why would a fine man adorn his face with such exaggerated makeup? Wei Huaishu had seen men who used makeup, particularly from the Ghost clan, who applied powder to mask their pallor. However, their intent was to appear lively and normal, in stark contrast to the absurdity of the individuals before him, merely a visual assault. Yang Ping and his companions had been enjoying the spectacle, anticipating a dogfight, when suddenly, the flames of ire turned upon them. Who are you calling a wastrel? Yang Ping, known for his fiery temper, immediately flared up upon hearing Wei Huaishu's mockery. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to charge forward. Damn Lingyun Sect! Are there no decent folk here? What foul mouths you all possess! With his whip confiscated by Jiang Ning, he had no choice but to brandish his hidden weapons. Ready for action? Meanwhile, observing Bai Qi standing beside him, at a loss for a retort, only added to his frustration. And you? What can you do other than cause trouble? Why don't you just scram? You! Bai Qi exclaimed. Yang Ping snatched the whip from her grasp with no regard for her feelings, pushing her aside. What are you blabbering about? Just watch. This Bai Qi, had she known her own ineptitude, they would never have brought her along. Wasn't he this just adding to their own troubles? Ever since their last encounter with Jiang Ning, they had been unable to swallow their humiliation. They initially intended to confront Jiang Ning for their grievances, but unexpectedly encountered Bai Qi along the way. Learning that Bai Qi and Jiang Ning were at odds, they devised a plan to bring her along, hoping to witness the spectacle of Lingyun Sect members turning upon one another. However, while the imagination was splendid, reality was far from it. Zhang Yingshang's delicate visage was scrunched in impatience, her expression reflecting her irritation as she observed Bai Qi being verbally assaulted by an inconsequential character. Dragging them into the fray, she began to question whether Bai Qi truly possessed the means to contend with Jiang Ning as she claimed. Furthermore, regarding the rather unremarkable, yet evidently emanating an old-fashioned aura, young disciple standing before them, it was hard to believe he could hold his own against Jiang Ning, let alone Bai Qi. Zhang Yingshang seized Yang Ping's wrist, reclaiming the whip from his hand. Second senior sister? Yang Ping queried, perplexed by her intentions. What are you doing, you foolish disciple? Zhang Yingshang replied, exasperated. This is ultimately an internal matter for Lingyun Sect. Why should you, an outsider, involve yourself, since it is their affair? Let them resolve it themselves. With that, she casually tossed the whip back to Bai Qi, stepping back with Yang Ping to allow space for Bai Qi and Wei Huaishu. The members of the Heartless Sect retreated. evidently resolved to observe the unfolding drama. Wei Huaishu paid them no mind, shrugging nonchalantly before suddenly vanishing from sight in that instant. Not only Bai Qi but even the members of the heartless sect wore solemn expressions, their demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Such speed. Not even Bai Qi, let alone themselves, could likely track his movements. What was happening at Lingyun Sect this year? How could someone of such caliber merely be an inner disciple? As the members of the heartless sect realized they had lost sight of Wei Huaishu, tension gripped their hearts, and they formed a circle, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Meanwhile, Bai Qi remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing her frantic taunts. Wei Huaishu, are you a coward? Why don't you emerge and fight me fair and square? Hiding like this is cowardly. Slap. The resounding sound of a crisp slap echoed amidst the heightened tension, startling everyone. Bai Qi covered her cheek, her expression one of disbelief. Wei Huaishu, how dare you strike me? Bai Qi was genuinely taken aback. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to slap her face. Not even Jiang Ning had the audacity to do so. Wei Huaishu, you seek your own demise. With her eyes blazing red, Bai Qi grasped her whip and began to lash out wildly, her fury uncontrolled. Had the members of the heartless sect not been quick on their feet, they would have surely been struck by the wrathful Bai Qi. Hey, whose side are you on? Had second senior sister not pulled him back, Yang Ping would have been caught in Bai Qi's reckless swing, his expression now a mix of annoyance and confusion. Yet, he remained unaware of Bai Qi's character. Her defining trait was, I don't care who you are. I demand equality in punishing all, especially those deemed unattractive. Whipping around, Bai Qi fixed her piercing red eyes upon Yang Ping, her disdain palpable. Shut your mouth, you ugly creature. They were merely allies in search of Jiang Ning. What right did they have to demean her? Were it not for the desire to conserve energy, they would never have allowed themselves to be associated with these grotesque individuals. They repulsed her. Yang Ping. No wonder this Bai Qi preferred to act independently. With such a mouth, she was undoubtedly an unlikable presence even within Lingyun Sect. Chapter 88. Sister's heart is made of durian. Yang Ping was still eager to argue with Bai Qi. But upon meeting the threatening gaze of the second senior sister, he resigned himself with a sense of grievance. Bai Qi finally had the opportunity to confront Wei Huaishu with all her might. As a member of the demon clan, Wei Huaishu had no gentlemanly notions about refraining from striking women. Thus, as soon as he engaged, he unleashed a barrage of merciless attacks upon Bai Qi. Wei Huaishu's strikes were exceptionally cunning. Being a wind element user, he already possessed an inherent speed, and combined with his extensive combat experience, it wasn't long before Bai Qi, whose cultivation level was comparable to his, was left battered and bruised. He inflicted numerous deep wounds that exposed bone, leaving her utterly defenseless. Wei Huaishu descended lightly to the ground, casting a disdainful glance at the four members of the Jiang sect. They were truly a bothersome lot. Were it not for their presence, he certainly would not have spared Bai Qi today. Bai Qi was utterly astonished by Wei Huaishu's ferocity. She had never imagined that this usually taciturn and occasionally sharp-tongued fellow disciple could be so ruthless. Did he truly intend to kill her? The Lingyun sect forbade disciples from endangering one another. Surely Wei Huaishu was aware of this. After exhausting much of his spiritual energy in dealing with Bai Qi, he found himself somewhat fatigued. Despite his former prowess, this body was merely that of a fledgling cultivator with only a year of training under his belt. The strength he currently possessed was merely a result of his solid foundation. Noticing Wei Huaishu's weariness, Zhang Yingchong exchanged glances with the hawk-eyed man leading the Jiang sect. Master brother, this person must be eliminated. He will undoubtedly become a hidden danger for the Jiang sect. Why don't we? Zhang Yingchong gestured to her neck, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. The hawk-eyed man pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us act together. Remember, we must resolve this swiftly. Given that he was a wind user, his speed was formidable, and their combined efforts would increase their chances of success. The four of them moved stealthily, quickly surrounding Wei Huaishu. Their actions could not escape Wei Huaishu's keen observation. He sneered, quietly observing their clumsy positioning. He saw them draw their weapons, clearly intent on attacking. Wei Huaishu suddenly broke into a mischievous grin, his gaze filled with malicious amusement as he looked at the hawk-eyed man. Before the hawk-eyed man could decipher the meaning behind Wei Huaishu's smile, Wei Huaishu bellowed at a thicket nearby. I'm about to be killed, and you're still not coming out? This shout startled the members of the Jiang sect, who instantly became like startled birds, scanning their surroundings warily. Who? Show yourself! Yang Ping shouted angrily at the shadows. Realizing that their cover was blown, Jiang Ning shrugged nonchalantly as he strolled out from behind a tree. Followed closely by Mu Chuan and the others, who didn't spare a glance at the Jiang Sect. With her trademark mischievous smile, Jiang Ning waved enthusiastically at Yang Ping and the others. "Hello there." Her demeanor was infuriatingly provoking. The faces of the 4 members of the Jiang Sect changed dramatically upon seeing Jiang Ning. "When did you arrive?" Yang Ping swallowed hard, his gaze narrowing sharply upon spotting Nian Shi. That bald monk must be Nian Shi, the one rumored to mercilessly turn anyone who provoked him into a fool. Although Yang Ping was bold, he was not foolish. The moment Nian Shi appeared, he discreetly began to retreat, positioning himself as the farthest from Nian Shi among those present, making a hasty escape easier. Jiang Ning casually glanced at the retreating Yang Ping, pointing to where she had just been standing. Feigning innocence, "I was just standing there the whole time. You simply didn't see us. But what are you all doing? It looks like you were about to bully the disciples of the Lingyun Sect with your numbers." After speaking, Jiang Ning turned her attention to Bai Qi, who lay half on the ground, bloodied and unable to speak coherently. "Bai Qi, what happened? Did the Jiang Sect people hurt you so badly?" Bai Qi. If she were to die here today, it would undoubtedly be due to Jiang Ning's distortion of facts. The 4 members of the Jiang Sect, "You're talking nonsense. She was clearly injured by your own people." "What does this have to do with us?" The younger disciple of the Jiang Sect could not withstand the accusation and retorted rudely. Given that they had been watching from the shadows, there was no way they did not know that it was their own people who had injured Bai Qi. Did they really think they could dump the blame on the Jiang Sect? "Dream on." Jiang Ning glanced at the heavily made-up younger disciple, clicking her tongue in mock disappointment. "Look at you, all flustered. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously with that." Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow at Zhang Yingchong, causing her to turn a deep shade of green. Jiang Ning was clearly mocking the words Zhang Yingchong had previously said about Yang Ping merely playing a joke on her. The Lingyun Sect truly was filled with a bunch of selfish and petty scoundrels. Due to the sudden appearance of the Lingyun Sect members, Zhang Yingchong dared not act rashly. The atmosphere grew tense. Wei Huaishu, however, was unconcerned. In front of the Jiang Sect, he brazenly walked back to the Lingyun Sect's group. That moment, when Su Ruofei appeared, Bai Qi, who had been lying on the ground, was completely captivated. Her eyes sparkled with affection and joy as she gazed at Su Ruofei, momentarily feeling as if all her pain had vanished. "Second senior brother, are you here to save me?" Her destined savior, clad in crimson, would surely arrive on colorful clouds to rescue her from peril. Bai Qi's gaze was too overtly expressive, causing Su Ruofei to impatiently retreat behind Jiang Ning. I wished to gouge out her eyes. He detested anything unappealing, especially being coveted by anything unappealing. "I want to kill." Jiang Ning recognized the expression on Bai Qi's face and understood her brother's predicament. With a gleeful pat on his hand, she comforted him. "Don't worry, senior sister will protect you." Unbeknownst to her, the moment Jiang Ning touched Su Ruofei's hand, it infuriated Bai Qi, ignoring her wounds. Bai Qi struggled to sit up and began to berate Jiang Ning furiously. "Jiang Ning, do you have no shame? Engaging with so many men without clarity, are you filthy? I've long heard you wouldn't spare even your own sister's fiancé. You shameless woman." Originally, one would expect Jiang Ning to feel shame upon hearing such words. But she had underestimated her. "My heart is made of durian. Every spike holds a person." "What? Are you envious?" Chapter 89. Bai Qi unleashes herself. Bai Qi was utterly astonished. How shameless could this woman be? How could she utter such brazen words with such audacity? Did she possess no sense of shame? As it turned out, Jiang Ning truly could do without it. What was shame? Could it be consumed as food? Observing Jiang Ning's indifferent expression, Bai Qi felt her anger reaching a boiling point. A sudden surge of pain from her injuries made her gasp sharply. "Hiss! This wretched woman, nothing good ever comes from encountering her." At that moment, a group of people in the distance sensed the unusual atmosphere and began making their way over. From afar, Jiang Ning recognized the leader, and her eyes lit up as she straightened her posture. Truly, fate had a sense of irony. Her tone lifted as if she had spotted something entertaining. Indeed, the person approaching was none other than Jiang Yuan. The group coming over was comprised of members from the Zishuan sect. Jiang Ning glanced at the scene before her. Given the current situation, any ordinary passerby would surely misinterpret it, especially someone like Jiang Yuan, who was overflowing with a saintly heart. Even if someone merely stumbled, she could concoct an elaborate tale of bullying in a wealthy family. If she were to refrain from meddling, it would be out of character for her. As it turned out, Those who know you best are always your enemies. Without waiting to draw closer, Jiang Yuan noticed Bai Qi sitting on the ground, clutching her chest in a wretched state, bloodied and battered. Despite having taken a healing pill, she required time to recuperate. And her visible injuries painted a rather tragic picture. Surrounding Bai Qi were the armed members of the Jiang Sect, their expressions unfriendly, juxtaposed with the calm yet imposing presence of the Lingyun Sect disciples. In the center was Bai Qi, pale from blood loss and radiating an expression of indignation as if she wished to annihilate everyone around her. In such a scene, anyone observing would undoubtedly perceive Bai Qi as the victim. Comparatively, her current state was pitiful beyond measure. Jiang Yuan glanced at Bai Qi on the ground, then at Jiang Ning, who stood across from her with a faint smile. Her eyes flickered as she tugged on Yun Xian's sleeve. "Master brother, it seems someone over there is injured. Let us hurry over and take a look." Yun Xian had already spotted Jiang Ning's group. Seeing that his little junior only noticed the injured person and was oblivious to Jiang Ning, who had once harmed her, he gently patted her head. "All right, such a kind little junior. I must protect her innocence." Having received her master brother's permission, Jiang Yuan quickened her pace towards Bai Qi. She could not let such an excellent opportunity to showcase her kindness slip away, especially with the presence of the Jiang Sect members, as long as she extends a hand of concern and offers a few words of comfort, shifting the blame onto Jiang Ning's reputation. Upon this thought, a faint smile slowly graced Jiang Yuan's lips as she strode confidently forward, bypassing Jiang Ning to reach Bai Qi's side. "What has transpired? Are you all right?" Jiang Yuan reached out to assist Bai Qi from the ground. But who is Bai Qi? She is a fearless and straightforward girl, unyielding in her demeanor regardless of the other's status or identity. Bai Qi was currently seething with anger, and the person she despised the most was none other than Jiang Ning. Followed closely by anyone associated with her, it was common knowledge that Jiang Yuan was Jiang Ning's elder sister. To approach her at this moment was akin to inviting trouble upon oneself. Indeed, the moment Jiang Yuan's hand made contact with Bai Qi, it was met with a swift and ruthless rejection, as Bai Qi vehemently shook off her grasp. "Get lost. What does it have to do with you?" Bai Qi's reaction was so instantaneous that no one had time to react before Jiang Yuan found herself toppled to the ground. Jiang Ning, ha ha ha. Though she knew it was inappropriate, Jiang Ning could not contain her laughter, doubling over in mirth. Her laughter was wide and unabashed, her bent form refusing to straighten for quite some time. "Bai Qi, you are incredible. If only you weren't so detestable, I would truly admire your bold character." Regardless of one's identity or status, if she disliked someone, she would treat them equally. No exceptions allowed. Ha ha ha, Jiang Yuan, whose warm demeanor had met with Bai Qi's cold rebuff, felt her face shift through shades of red and green. A tumult of emotions. She clenched her teeth, utterly shocked that this person could be so ungrateful. The members of Zhixian's sect were furious, while those from Jiang's sect found it amusing yet dared not express it. Only Jiang Ning remained unrestrained. "Ha ha ha, my dear sister. It seems that meddling in others' affairs and harboring ill intentions can indeed lead to retribution. Those like Jiang Yuan, who sought to exploit others' misfortunes to craft a favorable image for themselves, truly deserved such treatment." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, both Bai Qi and Jiang Yuan cast her a sharp glare. After that, Bai Qi directed another glare at Jiang Yuan. Compared to Jiang Ning, she found Jiang Yuan's scheming nature even more detestable. Upon witnessing her junior sister being shoved down, Yun Xian's expression shifted, and he hurried forward to assist Jiang Yuan. "Junior sister, are you all right?" "Junior sister, are you okay?" Bai Qi could hardly bear the nauseating display between the two and mockingly mimicked them before contorting her face as if she had just consumed something vile. "I merely gave her a gentle push. It's not as if I stabbed her. If she is that fragile, perhaps she should just abandon her cultivation and return home to marry her impotent fiancé." Perhaps spurred by Jiang Ning's provocations, Bai Qi, who had previously been cautious in her speech due to her upbringing as a refined young lady, found herself speaking her mind openly. She realized that sometimes unleashing her frustrations brought her a sense of joy. Just like now, as she observed Jiang Yuan curled up in Yun Xian's embrace, her face contorted in a pretentious, nauseating display of victimhood, Bai Qi took a deep breath. Resolving to no longer restrain herself, "It was just a push. Are you made of dough? Or are all of you from Zhixian's sect this delicate? Can't even take a little touch?" She smirked. "What else with that look? Are you going to issue a bounty on me for merely pushing you? Oh dear, how terrifying. Once someone lets loose, they can become unstoppable." Even Wei Huaishu couldn't help but give Bai Qi a thumbs up from the side. Her words were truly exhilarating. Chapter 90. Space Stone Yun Xian could not bear to see his junior sister wronged. She had only intended to help, and yet the disciples of Lingyun Sect had treated her with such disdain. This was utterly intolerable. If I don't kill you today, consider yourself fortunate, but for insulting my junior sister, you should be prepared to lose an arm. Yun Xian spoke in a condescending tone, tossing a dagger to Bai Qi, signaling her to take action. Bai Qi was tempted to rip open the heads of these two from Zixin Sect to see what nonsense filled their minds. Was it all just rubbish? She was already feeling humiliated from being attacked, and now a mock concern was being thrust upon her, demanding she sever an arm. What kind of absurd reasoning was that? The audacity of Zixin Sect was astounding. Making such unreasonable demands seem utterly natural from their lips, Bai Qi's words dripped with sarcasm. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone, including those from Jiang Sect, turned their gaze toward Yun Xian. Even Lu Xi and Lin Feng furrowed their brows in confusion, looking at Yun Xian. Did the senior brother even realize what he was saying? His current demeanor seemed increasingly tyrannical, a far cry from the gentle and refined elder brother he once was. Jiang Yuan had initially hoped to see Bai Qi sever an arm in retaliation for her humiliation. How could she let it go so easily? Yet, upon witnessing the gazes directed at her, she began to feel anxious. What if this led to a misunderstanding, senior brother? I believe she is merely upset due to her injuries. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest? Jiang Yuan tugged at Yun Xian's sleeve, feigning innocence. Senior brother, I am fine. I didn't hurt myself. Look, I'm truly okay. Jiang Yuan stood up from the ground, twirling around to demonstrate her well-being. Yun Xian was not overreacting. He genuinely feared that Jiang Yuan might hurt herself. From the moment they entered the secret realm, or rather, even before that, Jiang Yuan had been somewhat off. She stumbled every few steps, as if she were destined to trip. During the first half-month in the secret realm, Jiang Yuan had practically spent all her time on Yun Xian's back. No one knew what was wrong. As long as she attempted to walk, she would fall. They had suspected Jiang Ning, but could she really be capable of such mischief? With Jiang Yuan's plea, Yun Xian quickly calmed down. He cast a cold glance at Bai Qi, his expression sharp as a blade, his voice frigid. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Yuaner has a soft heart. Should I hear you speak disrespectfully again, be wary of your tongue. Bai Qi rolled her eyes. If there will be a next time? Once I return to Lingyun Sect, I doubt you will have the audacity to seek me out for trouble. Now that you are fine, I shall take my leave. With her injuries nearly healed thanks to the medicinal pills, Bai Qi rose, casting one last glare at Jiang Yuan before turning to depart. She resolved that for the remainder of this trial, she would walk her own path. These people were simply insufferable. Bai Qi left, yet those remaining showed no intention of following suit. The members of Zixin Sect settled onto the ground, as if to make camp. In light of Zixin's presence, the few from Jiang Sect initially felt disadvantaged. However, with Lingyun Sect also present, the dynamics shifted. Both sects were notoriously at odds with one another, and perhaps a conflict might arise, allowing them to reap the benefits. It was wise to observe the situation first. As for Lingyun Sect, they had no intention of leaving. Aren't you all departing? Upon seeing Jiang Ning sit down, Zhang Yingchang cast a meaningful glance at Su Ruofei behind her. I've heard that the second disciple of this Lingyun Sect's master is a weaponsmith. Could it be he has made a discovery? Indeed, they had. However, contrary to Zhang Yingchang's expectations, their realization did not stem from the second disciple, but rather from the elder in black. Just a space stone, Su Ruofei had little interest. But Jiang Ning was captivated. Upon learning of the space stone's properties, she resolutely decided to acquire it. The space stone was hidden nearby, as it concealed itself within any chosen space, making its discovery no simple feat. The three sects sat in a triangular formation, remaining vigilant and at odds until they gleaned any signs of the space stone. Soon, girl, prepare yourself. The elder in black's resonant voice echoed in Jiang Ning's ears, prompting her to perk up her ears attentively, her body taut with anticipation. If anyone in this secret realm possessed the greatest knowledge of treasures, it was undoubtedly the elder in black. As the others from Yun Xian's group sensed the aura of the space stone, Jiang Ning, with the elder's assistance, leaped into the air, seizing the space stone that had unexpectedly appeared in midair with a firm grip. After executing a flawless 360-degree turn in midair, Jiang Ning landed gracefully on the ground. Zixin Sect, Jiang Sect, Jiang Ning. An enraged roar reverberated through the forest as Jiang Ning stuffed the space stone into her storage ring. She paused to glance at them. Jiang Ning, hand over the space stone. Yun Xian stepped forward, his tone laced with threat. Jiang Ning tossed the space stone into her storage ring, dusting off her hands as she regarded Yun Xian with a look of incredulity. Since I obtained it, it belongs to me. Your inability to seize it simply reflects your incompetence. How dare you demand I relinquish something I earned through my efforts? What audacity! Indeed, junior sister makes an excellent point. What audacity indeed! Mu Chuan chimed in. Su Ruofei also stepped forward, arms crossed, leisurely observing. The space stone has already been claimed by junior sister. It's time to disperse. Disperse. Could one who believes that encountering Jiang Ning guarantees misfortune so easily relinquish a treasure that is almost within reach? Especially when it is an exceedingly precious space stone, a vital material for crafting storage rings and bags. Such a substantial piece of space stone could yield several storage bags, even if one were not to create storage bags. Bestowing a storage ring upon the little junior sister would suffice. To disperse them? Unthinkable. Unless you surrender the space stone today, or else. Or else what? Jiang Ning leaned nonchalantly against the large tree behind her, exuding an air of casual indifference. Or will you resort to outright robbery? Zishuan sect against Lingyun Sect, one being the foremost sect in the realm, the other merely one of the 18 sections. With such a disparity in status, do you not possess any sense of shame in challenging us of lower standing? Upon Jiang Ning's utterance, before Zishuan sect could erupt in fury, the heartless sect had already retreated into silence. What a familiar phrase, Jiang Ning. Whom are you indirectly scolding? In the present moment, Yun Xian was untroubled by such principles. In his heart, the little junior sister was paramount. This space stone was intended as a gift for her. What was Jiang Ning to him? Seeing that Jiang Ning refused to relinquish the space stone and continued to speak provocatively, Yun Xian wasted no further words and drew his sword, charging toward Jiang Ning. Today, this space stone would belong solely to the little junior sister. Just as both sides were poised to clash, a thick fog suddenly surged around them, and in the blink of an eye, everyone but Jiang Ning vanished into the mist. What is happening? Senior brother? Second brother? Third brother? Jiang Ning took a few steps forward, realizing that the fog not only obscured her vision, making it difficult to discern the path ahead, but also seemed to possess some kind of restriction. With each step she took, the pressure upon her intensified, as if an invisible force was bearing down on her. The figures of the others had long since vanished completely. Jiang Ning halted her advance and summoned Xiaoxian. As soon as Xiaoxin emerged, it nestled obediently in Jiang Ning's embrace, allowing her to stroke its head without exhibiting any discomfort. The oppressive force had no effect on Xiaoxin. This suggested that the pressure was directed solely at her. Why? Could it be because of the space stone? As Jiang Ning produced the space stone, the moment it appeared, the surrounding pressure surged violently, bearing down on her back and nearly forcing her into an ambush. After a struggle, Jiang Ning finally straightened her back, her annoyance palpable. The sensation of an unseen adversary was quite vexing. Jiang Ning closed her eyes and cautiously extended her mental energy outward, and before long, she detected an unusual fluctuation of energy nearby. Opening her eyes, she fixed her gaze ahead. There it is. Jiang Ning moved toward the source of the energy she sensed. And soon the surroundings transformed, revealing a vast expanse. The fog and forest vanished, replaced by a fiery red pool of lava, bubbling and steaming with intense heat that enveloped Jiang Ning in an instant. Not far off, a volcano was sputtering forth lava, and the air was thick with the scorching heat that seared her lungs. The warmth rising from beneath her feet compelled Jiang Ning to lift her feet alternately, as if they might blister from the heat. Even when she concentrated her spiritual energy beneath her feet to shield against the heat, it proved largely ineffective. Moreover, she could sense that the energy she had detected earlier was concealed beneath this lava. Such a peculiar phenomenon led Jiang Ning to nearly rule out the involvement of any human trickery. One moment she had been in the forest, the next she was here. It was evident she had entered some kind of illusion. Yet, this illusion was remarkably vivid. Jiang Ning picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the lava. With a sizzling sound, the stone evaporated into white smoke upon contact with the molten rock. Jiang Ning's lips curled slightly. Quite domineering indeed. She understood that it must be the work of the guardian beast of the space stone. It was said that every precious treasure is accompanied by a guardian beast. And initially, she had wondered if obtaining this space stone had been too effortless. Now it seemed her concerns had been unwarranted, since it was a beast, and one capable of ensnaring individuals in its own illusions. It must possess some intelligence. Jiang Ning attempted to communicate with It. Do you desire this? Jiang Ning toyed with the space stone in her hand, posing her question to the air. whether it understood her words or not. The once calm surface of the lava pool suddenly churned, revealing a small whirlpool. After a brief moment, the roiling lava began to part, and soon, a white object floated up from the depths of the pool. An egg? Jiang Ning gazed in astonishment at the plump white egg, rubbing her eyes vigorously. It truly was an egg? This meant that a mere egg possessed the ability to create illusions and draw others into them. What kind of egg could this be? Earlier, fearing Xiaoxin would be overheated, Jiang Ning had returned it to the contract space, but now she had no choice but to summon it once more. Master upon emerging, Xiaoxin affectionately nudged Jiang Ning's hand, its adorable demeanor melting her heart. Jiang Ning pointed towards the giant egg that was playfully bobbing in the lava pool, occasionally emitting delighted splashes, and voiced her curiosity. Xiaoxin, do you know what kind of egg this is? Egg? Xiaoxin's attention was solely focused on its master, and it had not noticed its surroundings until now. Upon glancing, it understood the source of its familiar disdain. Xiaoxin's eyes flickered, and after a quick glance at the egg, it promptly averted its gaze. It's merely a fenghuang egg, not yet hatched, of little use. Upon seeing the fenghuang egg, Xiaoxin immediately turned its gaze away in distaste. The fenghuang, a divine beast, was indeed the natural enemy of their fierce creatures. Moreover, what Xiaoxin detested most was the fenghuang's ability to incinerate everything with its divine fire, which was, without a doubt, the sole nemesis of its inner demons. How many of its avatars had been intentionally burned to death by that creature? Aside from the fenghuang, it bore no ill will towards others, to prevent its master from entertaining thoughts of forming a contract. After some contemplation, Xiaoxin presented its reasons for declining. While the fenghuang is a divine beast, it requires immense spiritual power to hatch. The spiritual energy in Qingyuan continent is scarce, judging by its current state. Even after 100 years, it would still be inadequate. Moreover, the fenghuang is picky. Even once hatched, it must reside in areas rich in fire elements, and its minimum sustenance must be top-tier treasures like fire spirit essence, or it would remain a bottomless pit. Initially, when Jiang Ning learned this egg was a fenghuang, she had indeed been tempted. However, after hearing Xiaoxin's explanation, she promptly abandoned the idea of forming a contract. This was no divine beast. It was merely a gluttonous creature. Never mind, never mind. I'm done being afraid. Jiang Ning resolved to free both it and herself. Yet, just as she intended to find an escape route, the fenghuang egg that had been resting in the lava pool detected the presence of inner demons. The round egg shot out of the pool like a cannonball, heading straight for Xiaoxin and Jiang Ning's arms. Observing the molten lava dripping from the egg, wherever it passed, it emitted thick clouds of white smoke, and the ground beneath was corroded into deep pits. Jiang Ning, startled, turned and fled. Ah, don't come near me. Yet, that egg seemed determined to pursue Jiang Ning, not relenting. From within, it emitted a series of giggles, reminiscent of a child's laughter. It seemed the egg was quite pleased. Pleased? As she ran, Jiang Ning raised Xiaoxin in her hands. Perplexed? Why is it so happy to see you? Are you old acquaintances? Inner demon. Old acquaintances? Her? Who would seek an old acquaintance that threatens their life? After mulling it over, Jiang Ning realized the absurdity of the comparison. A fierce beast and a divine beast, they seemed utterly incompatible. Moreover, the fact that one was still an egg added a layer of taboo across species. The disdain from the inner demon was heard by the pursuing fenghuang, causing the egg to momentarily halt midair before erupting in anger. It truly ignited in fury. A wave of heat rushed from behind, forcing Jiang Ning, clutching Xiaoxin, to roll away just in time to evade the searing flames. Now I believe it's not your old acquaintance. Given the intensity of those flames, if it had truly engulfed them, Xiaoxin might be oblivious, but Jiang Ning would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Truly, the fenghuang, the king of flames, was formidable. For a while, the fenghuang relentlessly chased Jiang Ning, unleashing fiery assaults that, just before they were about to strike her, would veer off course and land near her feet. As if deliberately toying with her, before long, Jiang Ning was drenched in sweat, her clothes riddled with holes, utterly disheveled. Exhausted, she collapsed beside a rock and sat down in defeat. As the fenghuang's flames approached once more, Jiang Ning pushed Xiaoxin away, having realized that the fenghuang's target was not her, but rather Xiaoxin. Each time she dodged, it was to protect Xiaoxin, prompting the flames to shift direction. It seemed she had become the superfluous one. Indeed, as soon as she pushed Xiaoxin away, the fenghuang egg halted before it. The next moment, two fiery red, ethereal wings suddenly unfurled from the smooth egg surface, enveloping the heart demon in a tight embrace. An enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. The soft, sweet voice of the adorable creature echoed in the stillness, causing Jiang Ning to feel as if the atmosphere was filled with pink, heart-shaped bubbles. The heart demon, caught in the embrace, wore an expression of utter desolation, feeling as though its fur had been singed and curled. It struggled desperately, exclaiming, "Damn bird! Let me go, or I shall be burned to ashes." The vermilion bird hesitated for a moment before finally releasing the heart demon. Observing the singed patches on its fur, it tilted its head, pondering. Sheen. Sounds rather dim-witted. The heart demon furrowed its brow, its complexion a deep, dark red, truly the kind that resembled burnt flesh. If it failed to recognize the vermilion bird's abnormalities at this juncture, then its years of existence would have been in vain. Beasts like divine and fierce creatures, which are nearly invincible and immortal, would not be allowed to persist without restraint. For instance, beings like the vermilion bird and phoenix undergo a rebirth every several million years, returning to their egg form. Meanwhile, magical beasts perpetuate their memories through inheritance. Whenever they enhance their powers, they regain fragments of their memories. Thus, rebirth, for them, is merely a method of prolonging life, with minimal impact. They will eventually restore themselves to their peak state. However, the appearance of the vermilion bird clearly did not indicate a rebirth. If it were reborn, it should have no memories before breaking its shell. Rather, it seemed more akin to a serious injury that forced it back to its primal form for survival. Who could have inflicted such harm upon the vermilion bird in its prime? Unlike the heart demon, which is a fierce beast and whose master's identity is not accepted by the world, it is only natural for it to be besieged by celestial forces following its master's demise. However, the vermilion bird is a divine creature. Who would wish to see it perish? Sheen. The plaintive tone of the vermilion bird resonated. It was puzzled as to why the heart demon ignored her, and she was equally bewildered as to why her touch caused harm to the heart demon. Large droplets of fire essence cascading from her form. She began to weep, feeling utterly aggrieved. Jiang Ning gazed at the scattered fire essence on the ground, suddenly feeling no pain in her waist, the air no longer scorching, her entire being brimming with vigor. She eagerly began to collect the fire essence beneath the egg, thoroughly enjoying the process. Having long heard that the tears of mermaids could transform into pearls, she was utterly astonished to discover that the fire essence was, in fact, the tears of the vermilion bird. If she were to raise a vermilion bird, would she not strike it rich? Soon, she envisioned leading the Lingyun Sect to the pinnacle of success, triumphing over the Zishuan sect to become the foremost sect on the continent. Surely, that day would not be far off. Jiang Ning could already see a grand path unfolding before her, leading her toward wealth and prosperity. Upon witnessing the vermilion bird's state, the heart demon felt a pang of compassion. It floated down to the ground, casting a shy glance at Jiang Ning. "Master, why don't we take it along?" The heart demon understood its master's nature, known for her frugality. Allowing her to take on the burden of a gluttonous vermilion bird was not a wise bargain. Just as it anticipated Jiang Ning's refusal, she surprisingly agreed without a moment's hesitation. "All right." The heart demon, observing the scattered fire essence, suddenly comprehended how foolish it had been to worry. While its master was indeed stingy, she was even greedier. The vermilion bird, having understood the exchange between the two, tucked its wings away and obediently nestled beside the heart demon. As the heart demon attempted to evade, the vermilion bird inched closer. Each time the heart demon moved away, the vermilion bird would pursue again. Thus, a playful chase ensued between the beast and the egg. Unable to bear the sight, Jiang Ning seized the vermilion bird's egg and nestled it securely in the heart demon's embrace. "It likes you. Hold it." The heart demon felt a sense of unease, sensing that its master's smile was not one of genuine amusement. As it felt the vermilion bird's dependence upon it. This time it did not push it away, but rather felt a soft spot within its heart swell. "Do you recall why you sustained such grave injuries?" The heart demon inquired coldly, holding the vermilion bird's egg tightly. Though its voice was frigid, the grip was genuine, fearful of dropping it. A fleeting memory flickered through the vermilion bird's mind, and it softly replied, "The Celestial Emperor." Its memories were scant, only recalling that someone named the Celestial Emperor had inflicted harm upon it. Now, it was the heart demon's turn to be astonished. The Celestial Emperor had long sought to contract the 4 divine beasts for his own, so why would he resort to violence against the vermilion bird? "Why did the Celestial Emperor strike at you?" Upon uttering this, the heart demon distinctly felt the vermilion bird's entire being radiate warmth. Following that came a response that left it utterly stunned. He harmed Xin. Avenging her. Chapter 93. Sending them to their doom, he harmed Xin, avenging her. Thus, you have become this way because of me? The heart demon's hand trembled, as if a stone had lodged itself in its throat, rendering it speechless. In the past, they had been notorious adversaries, with the vermilion bird having destroyed countless of its avatars. But why was it now attempting to instill guilt within it? Impossible. It was an ancient, fierce beast. Incapable of such emotions, the vermilion bird had sought vengeance on its own accord. What did it have to do with the heart demon? Yet, why did it feel a sense of heaviness and discomfort upon seeing the vermilion bird in its current state? The vermilion bird did not respond this time, and the heart demon felt the egg sink in its grasp. When it looked down, it discovered that the vermilion bird had succumbed to slumber. The heart demon tightened its hold on the egg, its black, glassy eyes dimming. The heart demon still needed to heal. After entrusting the egg to Jiang Ning, it turned and retreated into the contract space to enter seclusion. Its singular aim now was to swiftly return to its peak state, to assist its master in locating the 3 souls scattered upon her fall, to ascend back to the upper realm, and exact vengeance upon the celestial emperor. Additionally, it sought retribution for the vermilion bird, that foolish creature. Knowing full well that it stood no chance against the celestial emperor, yet still longing for revenge. What a fool! The heart demon tossed its head in defiance. Its gaze resolute. It had not anticipated that its master would inadvertently stumble upon one of the souls within this secret realm. Though it was unclear why the soul had yet to merge, it knew the day of reunion was not far off. It too must strive diligently. Upon returning to the contract space, Jiang Ning held the vermilion bird's egg, feeling as though she were cradling a searing hot potato. Would this creature suddenly erupt and reduce her to ashes? Moreover, be careful, that's your own wife. Why are you holding her like that? After calling out for the heart demon in vain, she resignedly tucked the vermilion bird's egg away with utmost care. At that moment, the environment around her underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously searing lava pools and volcanoes vanished, the surroundings once again resembling a forest, with the temperature plummeting. Jiang Ning surveyed her surroundings and found her senior brothers, Wei Huaishu, as well as members of the Lingyun Sect and Jiang Sect, all present. They regarded her with expressions of astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. It was Wei Huaishu who finally voiced the question on everyone's minds. Where have you been? What happened to you? Just moments before. As Yun was about to strike Jiang Ning, her figure had mysteriously vanished before everyone's eyes, only to reappear and briefly distract him in the absence of his target. He then turned his ire towards the 4 members of the Lingyun Sect, accusing them of hiding Jiang Ning, labeling her a coward. His words were laced with scorn. As the crowd regained their senses from Jiang Ning's sudden disappearance and reappearance, they took in her disheveled appearance. In the span of merely a quarter of an hour, Jiang Ning, why did it feel as though she had endured a fierce battle? Where had she been? Noticing the gazes fixed upon her, Jiang Ning looked down at her clothing, now riddled with burn holes, and hastily retrieved a jacket from her storage ring to cover herself. As she did so, Mu Chuan and Su Ruofei perceptively detected the faint aura of a divine beast emanating from her. Exchanging knowing glances, junior sister, this luck must be acknowledged. It truly is remarkable. To encounter a divine beast in such a modest secret realm? The daughter of heaven must indeed possess such fortune. Jiang Ning did not directly respond to Wei Huaishu's inquiry, merely offering him a smile as her answer. Instead, after donning her outer garment, she cast a teasing glance at Yun, who remained in a state of furious gloom. Oh, still upset? Are we? Jiang Ning was well aware of how to infuriate someone with a single remark. Listen, is that even human language? Yun, realizing he could not outmatch Jiang Ning in words, was well aware of her knack for driving people to rage with her incessant chatter. He had no desire to engage further. A shadow of darkness flickering in his gaze, Jiang Ning, I have no intention of engaging in idle talk with you. If you wish to leave here unscathed today, I advise you to surrender the spatial stone. Otherwise, do you truly believe your meager numbers stand a chance against us? The Lingyun Sect had no hope of contending with the Lingyun Sect. Yun was filled with nothing but confidence. Jiang Ning had no desire to confront Yun. He was merely a bit unruly due to recent enchantments by Jiang Yuan. However, it could not be denied that as the chief disciple of the foremost sect, he indeed possessed some genuine skills. Now at the Golden Core stage, Jiang Ning was not afraid. She simply wished to avoid prematurely revealing her cultivation level. If Yun discovered it, it would spell trouble for her. Jiang Ning's gaze swept around, landing on the elder in black robes, and a plan began to form in her mind. Elder in black, please, don't come any closer. Send them to their doom. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement, a beaming expression lighting up her face. Due to the nature of the transmission, apart from Jiang Ning and the elder in black attire, no one else was privy to what Jiang Ning had uttered. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the elder furrowed his brow, revealing a look of disapproval. Although I am a spirit of the realm, the secret realm possesses its own set of rules, which cannot be altered at my whim. Just now, it seems I recalled something regarding the Holy Scripture, yet suddenly it eludes me. Jiang Ning rubbed his temples, wearing an expression that suggested deep contemplation. Observing Jiang Ning's smile, which held a hint of profound meaning, the elder in black remarked. The elder sighed, his voice laced with evident vexation. The secret realm indeed has its own regulations, yet as a spirit of the realm, I can still exert some influence. Jiang Ning, so, shall we commence your performance? Elder in black, hemph. Currently, the elder relies entirely on Jiang Ning's recollection of the whereabouts of the Holy Scripture. Thus, he has no choice but to heed her words. However, this sense of being manipulated fills him with resentment. As he turned his gaze toward Yun Xian and the others, this resentment almost materialized. It was precisely these individuals who insisted on causing trouble, resulting in his subjugation. Since they are so idle and do not contemplate how to properly cultivate, they might as well linger in Jiangjia town. Perhaps it would help them to gather their thoughts and desist from constantly coveting others' possessions. The elder in black waved his hand in exasperation, and in the next moment, Yun Xian and the others felt the light around them dim, their bodies uncontrollably flickering before they vanished with a soft sound. Just before their figures completely disappeared, Jiang Yuan caught a glimpse of Jiang Ning's expression, which was tinged with schadenfreude, causing her heart to skip a beat. Damn it. It's Jiang Ning again. Where on earth did she acquire these unexpected techniques? Chapter 94. Using a knife to kill someone early on. Had she known that Jiang Ning would evolve into this, she should have taken Jiang Ning's life back in the Jiang family. She should have eliminated her long ago. Then, none of these subsequent troubles would have arisen. Yet, it is now painfully clear that it is far too late to realize this. Jiang Yuan could only watch helplessly as her form became ethereal, eventually vanishing without a trace. Jiang Ning, where have you taken the people of Zixuanzong? Witnessing the disappearance of 4 living individuals, particularly the 4 strongest among them, right before their eyes was a considerable shock for anyone. After the Zixuanzong members vanished, the 4 from Jukingzong retreated hastily, distancing themselves from Jiang Ning, as if facing a formidable foid. This woman cursed. Where has she sent them? It is no wonder they suspected Jiang Ning was involved. One moment they were conversing, and the next, they had mysteriously vanished. Who else could they suspect but her? Jiang Ning feigned a cough and, acting bewildered, said, "Oh, indeed. Where have the Zixuanzong members gone?" Given that she had also vanished mysteriously not long ago, her pretense effectively diminished the suspicions of the Jukingzong members. Surely, you cannot be the one behind this? Zhang Yingchang was half convinced, feeling that this matter must be connected to Jiang Ning, yet she lacked evidence. Jiang Ning, of course, could not confess and merely shrugged, denying once more, "If I possessed such abilities, would I still be here competing with you for treasures? I would have eliminated you all long ago." The individuals were sent away by the elder in black. It had nothing to do with her. Jiang Ning's reasoning was so self-evident and logical that Zhang Yingchang, seeing Jiang Ning's expression, which did not betray deceit, gradually lowered her guard. Since the Zixuanzong members are unrelated to you, then, hand over the spatial stone. Zhang Yingchang had harbored a grudge against Jiang Ning for quite some time. Even today, she would not easily let Jiang Ning escape. Regardless of the spatial stone, for someone who constantly sought to provoke her, Jiang Ning would not relent. Very well, if you possess the capability, then come and seize it yourself. Jiang Ning produced the spatial stone, weighing it in her hand with a provocative demeanor. The more others envied her, the more she felt compelled to flaunt it. How infuriating! Observing this, Zhang Yingchang no longer held back and launched herself at Jiang Ning. Aiming for the spatial stone in her grasp, with the Zixuanzong members absent, a mere Lingyun Sect posed no threat. The 4 from Muchuan, knowing Jiang Ning's strength, were unconcerned and comfortably watched the spectacle unfold. The members of Jukingzong were also filled with confidence in Zhang Yingchang, resulting in no one rushing to assist her. Zhang Yingchang initially believed that, with her cultivation level, dealing with someone at the initial stage of foundation establishment would be a piece of cake. However, the moment she engaged with Jiang Ning, she realized her grave error. This individual was exceedingly troublesome. Jiang Ning relished self-challenges. Despite having reached the golden core stage, she enjoyed suppressing her cultivation to the guise of a lower realm, solidifying her foundation. Consequently, while her battles might be somewhat arduous, victory was not entirely out of reach. Jiang Ning's training period was brief, and in Jiang Yingchang's eyes, her attacks lacked method, relying solely on her formidable spiritual power. Nevertheless, despite this, each of Jiang Yingchang's strikes was skillfully evaded by Jiang Ning, much to her annoyance. This exemplifies the terror of being an all-element cultivator. Even if their strength is not remarkable, when a person possesses the agility of the wind element, the ferocity of fire, the defense of metal, the self-repair of wood, and the support of earth, they become an exceedingly troublesome opponent. Unless one can deliver a lethal blow, a fierce battle is inevitable, as is the case now. Suddenly, Jiang Yingchang recalled a patch of spiritual plants she had encountered not long ago. They had nearly been annihilated by a group of fourth-tier magical beasts while attempting to collect the spiritual plants, which forced them to abandon their pursuit. If she could lure Jiang Ning there, with her preoccupation with the magical beasts, would she not eliminate Jiang Ning while simultaneously claiming the spiritual plants for herself, reaping a bountiful reward? With this thought in mind, Jiang Yingchang halted her attacks and provocatively challenged, "Jiang Ning, would you dare accompany me to a certain location?" Based on her understanding of Jiang Ning, she was a very impulsive person. She assumed that her words would elicit a response of course, let's go. Who is afraid? However, if Jiang Ning could be so easily predicted, she would not truly be Jiang Ning. Upon seeing Jiang Yingchang's expression, Jiang Ning discerned that this person harbored ill intentions and promptly shook her head in refusal. Not a chance. Jiang Yingchang, how could this person's response differ from her expectations? Are you afraid? I never imagined there would be something that frightens you, Jiang Ning. Jiang Yingchang teased lightly. Jiang Ning nodded, feeling no shame in admitting her fear. Jiang Yingchang, she was left speechless. Why is this person so unpredictable? No matter how Jiang Yingchang pressed, Jiang Ning simply repeated two words, not going. This infuriated Jiang Yingchang immensely. If so, then do not blame her for being impolite, with her sword aimed directly at Jiang Ning's face. Jiang Yingchang suddenly intensified her attacks, seemingly intent on knocking her down. Jiang Ning had initially been reluctant to go. She sensed that nothing good would come of it, but just then, the elder in black, who had been observing Jiang Ning, spoke up. There exists a patch of spiritual plants guarded by a fourth-tier Gentian who, she likely intends to lure you there. Oh, not be deceived. The elder's intention was to prevent Jiang Ning from going, as she was the only one who might possess knowledge of the Holy Scripture's whereabouts, and he did not wish for her to encounter danger. Yet he did not understand Jiang Ning. Upon hearing of the spiritual plant field, her eyes lit up. A treasure? Then I must go. Jiang Ning strategically retreated, inadvertently pushed further away by Jiang Yingchang's relentless assaults until they soon disappeared from the sight of the others. Wei Huaishu had initially intended to follow, but upon observing that Muchuan and the others were in no hurry, he too remained contemplatively in place. On the other hand, Jiang Ning, under Jiang Yingchang's assault, proceeded in a specific direction and quickly sensed a powerful and robust aura not far from her, a fourth-tier magical beast that equates to a human at the golden core stage. No wonder Jiang Yingchang sought to lure her here, clearly intending to use her as a pawn. Yet, she wondered, who would ultimately meet their demise. Sensing the direction of the magical beast, Jiang Ning turned and deliberately headed toward it. Where there are magical beasts, the spiritual plant field must surely be nearby. Observing Jiang Ning willingly walking into the lion's den, Jiang Yingchang could not help but smirk with satisfaction, halting in her tracks. Let us see if you live or die. Chapter 95. I am you. You are me. Jiang Yingchang intended to wait for Jiang Ning to attract the attention of the Gentian who before she herself harvested the spiritual plants. Was this not fortuitous? Jiang Ning thought along similar lines. Engaging in hate drawing was not a first for her. Jiang Yingchang was neither the first victim nor would she be the last at this moment. Jiang Ning had already spotted a lush patch of spiritual plants growing on the ground. Vast enough to cover a basketball court, the field was filled with various spiritual plants, each estimated to be over 1,000 years old. Those plants, swaying in the sunlight, appeared like golden coins beckoning Jiang Ning to come and harvest them. They swayed their slender waists, as if urging Jiang Ning, "Come, pick us." It was quite tempting. Jiang Ning halted before the spiritual plant field. Bone-biting flower, jade grass, heavenly spirit grass, tailless flower. Upon seeing these spiritual plants, their names suddenly sprang to Jiang Ning's mind, leaving her bewildered. How could she know them when she had never seen them before? However, what perplexed her even more was that upon landing, she discovered the growth conditions of these spiritual plants to be somewhat peculiar. In the basketball court-sized spiritual plant field, the growth of the plants was exceedingly robust. Yet, once one departs from this area, the surrounding flora grows rather unremarkably. It is even challenging to catch sight of a single tree that has thrived for over 5 centuries within this realm of spiritual plants. It appears there exists a distinctive set of growth rules. What could be the reason for this? Can a piece of land truly possess 2 faces? Jiang Ning crouched down, carefully observing both the interior and exterior of the spiritual plant field. When she suddenly noticed a peculiar difference in the color of the soil, the earth within the spiritual plant field was a rich brown, interspersed with hints of purple. Curiously, she scooped up a handful and discovered it was brimming with spiritual energy, which eagerly surged toward her body through her fingertips. In contrast, the soil outside the spiritual plant field was nothing more than ordinary yellow earth. Is it truly a matter of the soil? This was Jiang Ning's first encounter with soil imbued with spiritual energy, and she couldn't help but marvel at the situation. Is the world of cultivators so competitive that even the earth must evolve? This is Lingyun soil. Plants cultivated in Lingyun soil grow at a rate 100 times faster than those in regular soil. In such a spiritually abundant realm, their growth is even more astonishing. Lingyun soil can be placed in the Lingyun, allowing you to cultivate your own spiritual plant field in the future. Suddenly, a voice startled Jiang Ning, for with her current mental acuity, it was inconceivable that she would not sense an approaching presence. She could feel that the only auras nearby belonged to Zhen Hu and Zhang Yingshang, with no one else around. So, what was the source of this unexpected voice? Who? Show yourself. Jiang Ning forced herself to remain calm, her right hand stealthily reaching for the blue blade. The voice lingered for a moment before it softly sighed, tinged with melancholy. I reside within your body, unable to escape. Within my body? Jiang Ning's expression darkened upon hearing this. Are you that remnant soul? Or rather, are you the formidable entity spoken of by the elder in black? Sealed within this realm? The voice certainly belonged to a woman, and it sounded so familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Despite Jiang Ning's apparent indifference toward this unfamiliar remnant soul, the existence of such an unknown threat within her own body was unsettling. Jiang Ning felt the same way. Now that the remnant soul finally showed some reaction, she was overwhelmed with questions she desperately wanted to ask. Who are you? Why have you chosen me? What must I do for you to leave my body? Jiang Ning hurriedly bombarded the remnant soul with her inquiries, and the remnant soul gradually revealed her form before Jiang Ning. This time, Jiang Ning finally glimpsed her face, and to her astonishment, the individual before her bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. Jiang Ning was taken aback, unable to believe her own eyes as she raised a hand to touch her face. Is my visage so commonplace? Not only our names, but our appearances are so easily mistaken. The remnant soul seemed to perceive Jiang Ning's thoughts, her expression one of exasperation. What are you imagining? Even now, you cannot discern that I am you. And you are me? I am you. You are me. Such nonsensical claims, Jiang Ning naturally would not accept easily. Yet, the remnant soul indeed looked familiar, from her attire to the bloodstains on her neck, all reminiscent of a woman she had once seen in her memories. One who bore an identical visage and had her head severed. Seeing Jiang Ning's disbelief, the remnant soul continued. After my fall, my 3 souls departed. They found my spirit and sealed it. Only you, reborn from the 7 souls, can unlock these seals. Once all 3 souls and 7 spirits converge, we shall be resurrected. The remnant soul's words were quite comprehensible, yet when they coalesced, Jiang Ning found herself somewhat perplexed. Are you implying that you are one of the 3 souls? If that is the case, when you entered my body, should we not have merged? Why do you still exist as a separate entity? This was also a cause for Jiang Ning's skepticism. She was uncertain. If she truly merged with this remnant soul, would she still retain her consciousness? If, upon merging, she lost her awareness, how would that differ from being usurped? Furthermore, the remnant soul, though merely a fragment, exuded an unprecedented aura of dominance, leaving Jiang Ning to ponder if she could maintain her consciousness after such a union. The stakes were too high for her to gamble on failure. In contrast, the remnant soul appeared unconcerned by Jiang Ning's apprehension. The purpose of this secret realm is to seal me. Should I merge with you now, the realm would collapse. Your strength is still insufficient. And I am merely a soul with memories. I cannot save you after our merger. Therefore, the matter of merging is not urgent. The immediate concern is that Zhen Tian who has awakened. Now, relinquish your body to me. The remnant soul was quite domineering. She was not negotiating with Jiang Ning. After uttering this command, she directly seized control of Jiang Ning's consciousness, pushing her into the sea of awareness. The moment the remnant soul commandeered Jiang Ning's body, her entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Though she wore the same attire and bore the same face, an air of nobility enveloped her every movement. Jiang Ning's gaze deepened, and a hint of bloodthirst flickered in her eyes. As the depths of her gaze shifted to a pure purple hue, the warm smile she wore concealed a formidable sharpness. The 16-year-old girl clad in black, her ink-black hair billowing as if in a windless void. Her skin as pale as snow and her brows finely arched, now sparkled with a dazzling purple light, a hint of murderous intent coursing through her. Chapter 96. Kill Jiang Ning Shang Excellent. This sensation of being imbued with flesh and blood is truly invigorating. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, calming herself before her gaze turned icy, coldly sweeping toward the direction of Jin Tianhu. That which catches her eye must belong to her alone. Thud, thud, thud. As if sensing the aura emanating from this side, hurried footsteps approached from a distance, followed by a colossal figure that suddenly loomed before Jiang Ning. Roar! Jin Tianhu stood over 3 meters tall, its coat of white fur as stiff as steel, glinting with a lethal sheen in the sunlight. The black king emblem on its forehead underscored its dominion over the forest. Upon spotting Jiang Ning, it let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Jiang Ning staggered back several steps from the force of the sound wave, her right foot firmly planted into the ground. Managing to halt her retreat in the face of the tempestuous roar, Jiang Ning's fighting spirit surged. It had been a long time since she had savored the scent of blood. Today, let you be the first sacrifice to my resurrection. Drawing the blue blade from her waist, she lightly caressed the cold blade, her expression a mix of sorrow and nostalgia. Fear not, those who have taken from me shall one day pay in blood. Clang! As if sensing its master's aura, an overwhelming force surged skyward. The blue blade became enveloped in a torrent of azure flames, and in the next instant, a beam of blue light erupted forth. Slicing toward Jin Tianhu in that moment, the very fabric of the heavens and earth seemed to shift, winds howled. The artifact's emergence heralded a cataclysmic force, as if mountains would crumble and stars would realign, causing Jin Tianhu to nearly buckle under the sudden onslaught of pressure. When it realized that the figure before it was merely a mid-tier human fledgling, its fury reached a boiling point. Roar! Insignificant human, how dare you toy with it? With an unstoppable momentum, Jin Tianhu swiped a massive paw down toward Jiang Ning's head. That paw was thick and robust. If it struck true, it would only result in a splatter of brain matter. Jiang Ning did not flinch, her lips curling into a determined smile as she charged toward the gigantic paw. The blue blade unleashed its full aura. In that instant, it was the legendary artifact that had once fought alongside its master in countless battles. In the moment of contact, Jin Tianhu's massive paw, weighing 1,000 pounds, was severed at the base. Howl! Jin Tianhu's agonized scream echoed, a chilling sound that traveled far and wide. Outside, Jiang Ning Shang, waiting for an opportune moment, trembled instinctively at the sound. What transpired within? Why such a terrifying cry? After a moment of hesitation, her curiosity overtook her, and she stepped forth toward the commotion. She yearned to witness Jiang Ning's demise at the hands of Jin Tianhu, believing it would quench her burning resentment. Time ticked away, the stench of blood permeating the humid air, coalescing into a pale red mist. Jiang Ning was drenched in blood, her purple eyes icy and arrogant. She lifted her hand, gazing at her bloodied palm. The long-lost thrill of carnage ignited a fervor within her. Beneath her feet lay the lifeless body of Jin Tianhu, its eyes forever closed in death. Jiang Ning approached the corpse, reaching into the gaping wound in its abdomen, and soon extracted a beast core roughly the size of a fist. Frowning in distaste, she inquired of the Jiang Ning in her sea of awareness, "What use do you have for such a worthless trinket?" Jiang Ning's mouth twitched. "What do you mean worthless? This is a core from a 4th-tier magical beast. It could fetch a fortune at the market. I have a fondness for such worthless items. Does it concern you? Now, return control of the body to me." Just as the remnant soul prepared to relinquish control, she sensed an aura approaching. This guy, how persistent! The remnant soul felt helpless regarding her 7 soul's lack of resolve. Had it been her, any such pesky spirit lingering nearby would have been dealt with multiple times over. Wait, once I handle this nuisance, I will return your body. As Jiang Ning pondered the nature of this impending trouble, She caught sight of Jiang Ning stealthily creeping from a distance. Her cautious demeanor bore a hint of lewdness. Jiang Ning was initially apprehensive about being discovered by Zhan Tianhu, which prompted her to approach stealthily. However, when she beheld the scene before her, she nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. Was this a misperception on her part? Lying on the ground was none other than Zhan Tianhu. What had transpired here moments ago? In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes, only to be rendered speechless once more by the shocking sight. She would rather entertain the notion that Zhan Tianhu had met his demise through an unfortunate accident than accept the grim reality that he had been slain by Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, you? Jiang Ning yearned to confront her about who had ended Zhan Tianhu's life. Yet the sight of Jiang Ning, drenched in blood, left her at a loss for words. A chilling sense of dread surged from her feet, swiftly enveloping her entire being, particularly upon gazing into Jiang Ning's blood-stained, elongated violet eyes. The unsettling truth dawned upon her. Yet, it was too late. Attempting to flee? Ha! With a derisive laugh, Jiang Ning materialized right before Jiang Ning, seizing her by the throat and lifting her into the air. Jiang Ning's fingers were icy, sticky with the warmth of blood, and Jiang Ning felt as if a slick, venomous serpent had coiled around her throat, rendering her unable to breathe. She desperately beat against Jiang Ning's arm, striving to free herself. However, those hands felt as though they were permanently affixed to her neck, and no amount of struggle could shift them. Jiang Ning's gaze was cold, laced with a hint of disdain. Jiang Ning managed to muster a single syllable from her throat, only to have her neck swiftly snapped by Jiang Ning's single hand. Jiang Ning nonchalantly discarded Jiang Ning's lifeless body beside that of Zhan Tianhu, elegantly retrieving a handkerchief from her garments to wipe her fingers clean. How could you have killed her? The spirit within her consciousness was taken aback, its eyes widening in shock as it sensed a chill creeping up from its feet. She was merely a university student, even after having been in the Qingyuan continent for this long. She had only slain magical beasts at most. Though Jiang Ning was not killed by my hand, it is still my body. Gazing upon Jiang Ning's unblinking corpse, Jiang Ning felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Sentimentality? The spirit observed Jiang Ning with indifference, displaying a dispassionate disregard for the mortality of mere mortals. Your current abilities are insufficient to provoke a feud with the Lingyun Sect, if questioned. Simply assert that she and Zhan Tianhu had turned upon each other. Jiang Ning, you acknowledge that I am not yet fit to contend with the Lingyun Sect? Then why did you slay Jiang Ning? To this, the spirit offered a mere 2 words in response: nuisance. Jiang Ning fell silent. If this entity truly was a remnant of her past life, what manner of person had she been? Chapter 97. Jiang Ning, the feather plucker. The voice of Zhan Tianhu startled the onlookers who remained frozen in place. By the time they arrived, they were met with the sight of Jiang Ning and Zhan Tianhu's corpses, alongside Jiang Ning, who stood bloodied and deep in thought. This is second senior sister, junior sister. A stunned silence prevailed before the members of the Lingyun Sect erupted into a cacophony of exclamations. Jiang Ning, it was you? You killed second senior sister? Yang Ping, who shared the closest bond with Jiang Ning within the sect, felt as though the world had spun out of control upon seeing her lifeless form. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Ning, his heart heavy with anguish. He had never expected that this brief separation would culminate in an eternal farewell. Now, all he desired was to exact revenge upon Jiang Ning for second senior sister. When Mu Chuan and the others noticed Jiang Ning drenched in blood, they hurried to her side, relieved to confirm she was uninjured. Albeit exhausted, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Yang Ping's accusatory voice. Nian Shi handed Jiang Ning a vial of healing elixir, his gaze flickering with complexity in the short time apart. It seemed the demonic aura enveloping junior sister had intensified. Nevertheless, he resolved to ignore it, choosing not to cleanse her. Mu Chuan and Su Ruofei positioned themselves before Jiang Ning, shielding her from the hostile glares of the Lingyun Sect members. Mu Chuan let out a cold laugh, addressing the enraged Yang Ping. From every angle, it appears that second senior sister and Zhan Tianhu perished together. What does this have to do with my junior sister? How could it not concern her? She left with second senior sister, and now that second senior sister is dead, who knows if she ambushed her from behind? Yang Ping's words dripped with venom, as he seemed convinced that Jiang Ning was the one responsible for Jiang Ning's murder. Jiang Ning, maintaining her calm demeanor, casually dug at her ear before responding nonchalantly, "Do you have any evidence?" Evidence? Yang Ping was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ning's unexpected inquiry. It took him a while to regain his composure. You killed our people and yet demand evidence from us? Are you out of your mind? Yang Ping's rage flared as he drew a hidden weapon, directing his fury at Mu Chuan and Su Ruofei, bellowing for them to step aside if they valued their lives. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed dangerously. How dare he suggest her brothers step aside? Had Yang Ping lost his senses? Jiang Ning swiftly appeared before Yang Ping and struck him squarely in the chest with her fist. It was permissible to insult her, but not her brothers. Yang Ping had not anticipated Jiang Ning's sudden assault, and before he could react, he felt a sharp crack, the sound of a rib fracturing. Clutching his chest, he stumbled backward, gasping for breath, pain searing through him as if his chest were being torn apart. Jiang Ning, do not go too far. The members of the Jiang Sect supported Yang Ping. Glaring furiously at Jiang Ning, the members of Lingyun Sect were exceptionally formidable, and they had no desire to instigate conflict over a deceased sister. Unlike Yang Ping, they were not swayed by emotion. The Jiang Sect members were practical. In their eyes, a dead individual who could no longer provide assistance was not worth risking their safety. Moreover, Jiang Ning's survival against Zhen Tianhu and Zhang Yingshang only underscored her peculiar strength. Jiang Ning tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, arching an eyebrow as she gestured toward the two corpses on the ground. What do you think? Is it more probable that I killed both of them? Or that they turned against each other in a fatal confrontation? Is this even a question? To put it bluntly, if Jiang Ning could single-handedly kill both Zhan Tianhu and Zhang Yingshang, we would gladly offer our heads as stools for her to sit upon. However, to suggest that Zhang Yingshang and Zhan Tianhu perished together was to overly flatter Zhang Yingshang's capabilities. The members of the Jiang Sect were well aware of her abilities. While she possessed some talent, she was far from capable of taking down a fourth-tier magical beast on her own. For a moment, silence enveloped the AI. It was likely that, apart from Jiang Ning, no one else knew what had transpired here. Yet, Jiang Ning remained reticent, which only added to the frustration. Regardless of who caused Junior Sister's demise, it ultimately comes down to her being outmatched. We can let this matter slide for the time being. However, I recall that this was once a spirit herb field, correct? Where are the spirit herbs? Spirit herbs? Jiang Ning bit her lip, feigning innocence as she blinked. What spirit herbs? I have no idea. In an effort to prevent any prolonged complications, Jiang Ning had swiftly relocated every last spirit herb and the accompanying Lingxi soil into the refiner's cauldron the moment her soul returned. Not a single speck of soil had been spared. The intent was to leave nothing behind. Did they expect her to regurgitate what she had consumed? Impossible. Jiang Ning shook her head, her expression one of genuine confusion, as though she was truly unaware. While the members of the Jiang Sect could tolerate the murder of Zhang Yingshang, their patience would not extend to the theft of their spirit herbs. Jiang Ning, I advise you to hand over the spirit herbs at once, or do not blame us for allying with other sects to demand them from you. I cannot fathom how you believe that a coalition of sects would leave you with any chance against Lingyun Sect. Jiang Ning retorted, growing increasingly impatient as the disciples of the Jiang Sect continued to drone on. Their faces bore expressions akin to specters, and despite her silence, they persisted in blaming her for their losses. Did they assume she was an easy target simply because she was a woman? Was it her fault that one of their own had died and their spirit herbs had vanished? Did her countenance proclaim her to be a victim of injustice, inviting their false accusations? At this point, Jiang Ning's patience had worn thin. The incessant buzzing of their voices was like a swarm of flies. Grating on her nerves, she was tempted to eliminate them all, unbeknownst to her. Her eyes began to glow with a purple hue. The spirit that had compelled her to kill had done so while still bound to her. Until she comprehended the connection between herself and that spirit, she would not rashly accept the blame. Junior sister, stay calm. Nian Shi, who had been observing Jiang Ning closely, noticed the sudden surge of demonic energy emanating from her and hastily placed a calming pill into her mouth. Umitba, junior sister, remain composed. Killing may yield fleeting satisfaction, but the ensuing remorse will torment you for the rest of your days. Nian Shi's heart raced as he wiped the sweat from his brow. How had he never realized how ferocious his junior sister was? Jiang Ning chuckled at Nian Shi's words, and the murderous aura surrounding her dissipated in an instant. Coincidence, was it not? She could fear many things, but the specter of remorse held no sway over her. If third senior brother wished for her to refrain from taking lives, then she would comply. Jiang Ning's gaze gradually shifted toward the elder in black robes floating in midair. A mischievous smile playing on her lips. The people of Zishuan sect must feel rather lonely. Might I trouble you with a task? Chapter 98. Send the Jiang sect members to their doom. As soon as Jiang Ning uttered these words, The elder in black became utterly petrified, his expression stiffening to an extreme degree. After a brief pause in his breathing, the elder erupted in fury. "Do you take me for a teleportation array? Sending whoever you please at your whim? Even a clay figurine has its temper. If you keep asking me to send people back and forth, it won't be long before the secret realm is emptied out. Do you think this secret realm was prepared solely for your Lingyun Sect? Will it become your private garden henceforth?" Seeing the elder's unwillingness, Jiang Ning merely raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with veiled menace. The elder in black felt as if he might shatter his back teeth from the tension. "You are ruthless." This time, the elder sent the members of the heartless sect away in a fit of rage, pinpointing their location directly atop the stone mountain. Whether they lived or died was of no concern to him. Were it not for their meddling, he would not have found himself threatened by Jiang Ning once again. The members of the heartless sect had scarcely grasped the situation when, in the next moment, they were whisked away. Jiang Ning had visited the dead zone and knew that, despite some suffering, with their strength, Yunjian and the others would be in no mortal danger. She merely wished for them to be quieter. After the figures of the heartless sect completely vanished, Jiang Ning's gaze swiftly turned to the elder in black, her eyes shining with an intensity that was utterly intimidating. "What are you planning to do?" The elder tightened his clothing, feeling an inexplicable dread from Jiang Ning's stare, as though he were a bone being eyed by a dog. Jiang Ning chuckled with an inscrutable smile before asking, "You mentioned that a powerful entity is sealed within the secret realm. If this sealed entity were to escape, what would happen to the realm?" Without a moment's hesitation, the elder replied, "Naturally, it would collapse. The very existence of the secret realm is to seal that entity. If the sealed being is no longer present, the realm would have no reason to exist." "Is that so?" Jiang Ning nodded thoughtfully and inquired once more. "Then, if the secret realm were to collapse, what would happen to you?" The elder found Jiang Ning's curiosity peculiar. Why was she worrying about such matters? However, given the lead she had on the holy book, he spoke candidly. "I am the spirit of the secret realm. If it collapses, I, too, will vanish into thin air." At this point, a flicker of fear inevitably appeared in the elder's eyes. He was uncertain if he would have another chance at life. No one could remain calm in the face of death. Even after all these years, he felt the same. This was precisely why he had gone to such lengths to retrieve the holy book. He did not wish to dissipate into nothingness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning understood. She pulled the elder to one side and whispered in his ear, "Actually, you needn't search for the holy book any longer. Even if you find it, it likely won't be of any use." The elder felt an ominous premonition. "What do you mean by that?" he hesitated to ask, sensing that what Jiang Ning was about to say would not be pleasant. As expected, if one were to hear something favorable from Jiang Ning, it would be akin to gold falling from the sky. In fact, the entity sealed within the secret realm is currently within me. So, you have two choices. You can either attempt to reclaim it, or devise a method to leave alongside the sealed entity. Jiang Ning's reasoning was straightforward. She wished to take the secret realm with her. The storage ring given to her by her second senior brother could only contain inanimate objects. Though it could hold living beings for a short time, it wasn't a long-term solution. Previously, when she had placed the Lingxi soil and spiritual plants in the Lian, would she really have to dig them out every time she refined pills? Imagining the scene of herself preparing pills while desperately digging up soil and plants, she couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. The Lian lacked the extra space to store these items indefinitely. Hence, she set her sights on the secret realm. If she could subdue it, all her problems would be resolved. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the secret realm exceeded that of the outside world. Even without cultivating, the energy surged into her body, making it an ideal place for training. Such a treasure trove would entice anyone, and she was no exception. A glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes. The secret realm would be hers. After hearing Jiang Ning's words, the elder's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. "What did you say? You mean the sealed entity has escaped and is now within you? How are you still alive?" The need for a specially constructed space for sealing indicated that the sealed entity was an immortal existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a hassle. The fact that such a being resided within Jiang Ning while she remained unharmed. Intending to leave with the secret realm, what kind of freak was she? The elder panicked. What would happen if Jiang Ning truly took the sealed entity out of the secret realm? Sensing his genuine distress, Jiang Ning hurried to reassure him. "I know you're anxious, but hold on a moment. I'm merely discussing this with you. If you wish to leave with me, think of a way. If you prefer to stay here and await your demise alongside the secret realm, then choose your path." The elder, "You're surprisingly kind, aren't you? It's clearly a single choice question, yet you've presented me with two options. Any sensible person would undoubtedly choose the first option, right? The elder could hardly recall the last time he had seen the outside world. The thought of possibly leaving the secret realm made him a bit nervous. The Lingyun Sect standing in the outside world seemed rather poor. He wondered how she had fared. He had seen too many sect disciples, and from their accounts, he knew that the Lingyun Sect ranked quite low in the Qingyun continent. It was said to be a sect that even dogs would avoid. Following someone like her, he couldn't help but worry that he might be killed as soon as he left the secret realm. In that case, he would rather perish within it than face constant fear outside. Moreover, Jiang Ning did not strike him as the type to play by the rules. This person had an exceptional talent for attracting trouble. Realizing that the elder was apprehensive about her, Jiang Ning generously offered him a reassurance. Fear not. As the saying goes, a great wind brings a small black hat. A minor underage mischief maker mingles with the underworld. A black tie, white gloves, and a few rotten fish are all in the past. I thrive in the outside world, and my charm knows no bounds. Stick with me, and where there's a meal for me, there's a drink for you. Jiang Ning patted her chest with exuberance. The elder. Why do I suddenly feel even more afraid? What on earth was this person truly reliable?